Chapter 1. A Prison in the Rain. 350th year of the Damascene calendar. 16th year in the reign of King Zachareth VI. 10 days until midsummer. Through the rain, Indiriel stared at the blood-red tree. It was no more than a sapling, barely up to Indiriel's chest, but it writhed with vicious hunger. Crimson leaves stirred at the scent of his flesh, and red tendrils crept through the grass at his feet like rivulets of blood. It was trying to sneak up on him, to drag him in and drain his body dry. Indiriel flashed the hanging tree a smile, and stayed exactly where he was. The creeping roots stretched out to their full length, straining to reach him. They barely brushed the tips of his boots. The tree actually hissed, bending its trunk toward him like a dog straining against its leash, but it couldn't touch him. "Nice try," Indiriel said. He swept a bough, flourishing the end of his black Nye cloak. "Just checking up on you, master," he said. "Don't let me disturb your rest." A violet light flared in the corner of his vision, and he whipped around to face it. "Danger," whispered a voice in his head. It was a cold voice, dry and crumbling, like breath from a corpse 3 days old. The voice of his advisor, Kor. Indiriel shot a glance down, where a heavy gold medallion lay against his shirt. It was carved with the image of a skull, which held in its mouth a single dark amethyst. The gem pulsed with violet light. Deep in the forest, the same light, a light only Indiriel could see, burned like a flame without a candle. "Danger," Kor whispered again. Indiriel had never been sure whether Kor was the gold medallion or the jewel in its center. Or maybe Kor was a different being entirely, and he used the medallion as a mouthpiece. Indiriel had long given up trying to ask Kor himself. His advisor wasn't the chatty type, like Kai's dolls. He almost never said a word, preferring to make his warnings known through flashes of light. Kor only spoke in the face of danger. Whatever was happening off in the forest, Indiriel's advisor must think it important. And this time of year, in this place, only one threat mattered. Indiriel turned away from the tree, calling steel. Power flooded into him from Valenhall, wintry cold flowing through his body, reinforcing his muscles with the strength of iron. When the chill settled into his limbs, he hesitated, glancing at his forearm. Black imprints, like the shadows of chains tattooed into his flesh, began on the back of his hand and spiraled up his wrist. It was the same on his other arm. Even seconds after he called steel, the chains already reached his forearms. He shouldn't push his limits by calling too much power. The chains of Valenhall moved more slowly than they had when he was young, true, but they also took longer to retreat. If they wrapped around his neck... Indiriel almost laughed at himself. He was thinking like Kai, worrying instead of acting. The violet light still burned in the forest, and if there was danger there, he would meet it. If he called too much power, well, he would deal with that as it came. He hadn't made it this far by doubting himself. Indiriel stretched his mind back to his territory, reaching for a black box the Nye eldest had given him long ago. He drew in a deep breath, filling his lungs with the moonlight essence of the Nye. With the steel in him, he felt as though his muscles were wrapped in bands of frigid metal, and the Nye essence raged like a blizzard in his chest. He was solid ice inside. The world slowed around him. The raindrops seemed to freeze, hanging in the air like sap sliding down the side of a tree. The leaves of the forest canopy, blowing in the storm winds, leaned to one side. Even the wind now pressed against his face like a solid wall of air, paused in mid-gust. Before he left, Indiriel shot a glance back at the crimson sapling. It waved its thorny branches helplessly in slow motion, still hungering for his blood. Good. For now, let it starve. It would get plenty of food over the next 10 days. Indiriel returned his attention to the pulsing violet star deep in the forest. He kicked off, launching himself into the trees. He shot into the forest like an arrow, blasting through the droplets hanging in the air. Good thing he had kept the hood of his cloak up, Otherwise his face would be soaked. A huge trunk loomed in front of him, and he spun in midair, landing with his feet pressed against the rough bark. The spark still burned off to his left, and he adjusted course, kicking off from one tree to the next, his cloak fluttering in the air behind him. To someone on the ground, he must have looked like a shadow flickering from one tree to the next faster than the eye could follow, flowing deeper and deeper into the trees. He should know, the Nye in the house moved like this often enough. As he approached the violet light, it abruptly vanished, which meant he was close enough. Kor only dropped the light when Indiriel was so close he could see the danger for himself. Indiriel landed softly on the forest floor, releasing the Nye essence in a single blue-white breath. The essence wouldn't last much longer, and he wanted its full duration ready if he had to fight. Besides, it was easier to observe his targets through a world that moved at normal speed. The steel would last for a while yet, so he held it. Better to be safe. He crouched behind the branches of a redberry bush, surveying the scene. A donkey shifted and snorted nearby, hitched to a small cart filled with barrels and crates. A few paces away, a small woman hovered inches above the ground, twitching and jerking like a puppet under the effect of glowing asphodel mist. A gray-robed asphodel traveler stood over her, a mass of scars covering his face. They had to be from Enosh. Damascan travelers would never have entered the forest at this time of year without informing him first. Their king knew better. A blonde Naraka traveler stood beside the scarred asphodel mistbinder, her face twisted in disgust. Likely in pain as well, considering she had summoned a Morway, whose twisted wasp-like body was now curled up underneath a man's charred corpse. The agony from her summoning would have lingered. An asphodel and a Naraka. Not a usual combination, but not too rare. He shouldn't see much trouble from them. Indiriel could barely make out any features of the burned man, but the context of the scene completed the picture. A couple had set out from a nearby village to sell or deliver some goods, and had the misfortune to run across two Enosh travelers looking for the hanging tree. They were only a few dozen steps from the northwest edge of the Latari forest, near the road leading up to Enosh. That explained why a pair of small-time village merchants had sheltered here against the rain. It was tragic, but there was nothing he could do for them now. Even if they weren't dead, they would be soon. He would follow the Enosh travelers, looking for a chance to ambush them whenever they let their guard down. He could probably beat them head-on, but there was no sense taking a chance to avenge some unfortunate villagers. He had to prevent the travelers from reaching the tree, no matter what. The Naraka woman lifted her palm toward the cart, her mark glowing cherry red. Why? Was there something in there she wanted destroyed? Maybe the merchant had found some artifact he should have left alone. The traveler spoke, and though Indiriel couldn't make out the sound of her voice over the rain, he read her lips. "I'm sorry," she said. Her mark flared. A sound came from the cart, like a dog's whimper. The walls of the cart shivered as though someone within was trying to crawl away. As the cart's walls dipped, Indiriel caught a glimpse of dark hair within the cart. A child. The villager couple had a child. The steel running through Indiriel's veins felt warm compared to the frost gripping his heart. He had seen children die before, too many, in his opinion. But every time he did, the same picture floated to the surface of his mind. His daughter, Elena, on the day of her birth. She was wrapped in a soft cloth, cradled in her mother's arms, smiling up at him for the first time. How could he let someone else's child suffer? He knew what Zakareth would tell him to do. "Wait for an opportunity," the king would say. "Bide your time. If the Enosh travelers reach the hanging tree, then more than this one child will die." But King Zakareth wasn't here, and Indiriel's daughter would be turning 9 this year. What kind of man would he be if he let this child die? He leaped over the bush and ran for the cart, cloak billowing behind him. He had hesitated too long. If only he had held on to the Nye essence, then he may have reacted fast enough. But now... Around the edge of the cart, Indiriel barely saw a cracked, burned, red and black hand seize the Naraka traveler's ankle. The boy's dying father heaved, screaming with his dying breath. Indiriel got a full glimpse of the Naraka traveler's shocked face before she fell over backwards, head slamming into the ground. The burned man collapsed again, his last breath gone. Indiriel slowed to a walk, his heart heavy. "I've never seen a man go more bravely than that," he said, almost to himself. But the boy in the cart heard. The kid squirmed to get a better look at Indiriel, twisting around in the back of the cart. Tears and terror were smeared across his face. The boy was as dark as Indiriel himself, obviously descended from one of the villages, and maybe 7 or 8 years old, skinny for his age. His eyes held all the horror that came from watching strangers murder his parents. Indiriel's heart ached. He had been almost 12 years old when he saw his parents cut apart by Damascus soldiers. How much worse would it be for a boy so much younger? He favored the boy with what he hoped was a comforting smile. "Are you hurt?" he asked. The Naraka traveler was scrambling to her feet, asking him some question, but he ignored her. Already rage pulsed along the steel in his veins. He would give her what she deserved shortly. For now, the boy was more important. The boy shook his head. "My mother and father are hurt," he said. "Please, don't hurt me." Indiriel's smile slipped. "Oh, Maker," he thought, "what a tragedy this is." The asphodel man, whose face looked like someone had used it to sharpen knives, said something Indiriel didn't let himself hear. It would be some plea for diplomacy, no doubt, or an attempt to convince him that they were nothing more than ordinary wanderers lost in the woods who had come across an injured family. The asphodel traveler was talking instead of attacking, so he hadn't recognized Indiriel. He didn't know what the Nai cloak meant, and he probably hadn't seen the chains on Indiriel's arms. He most likely planned on recognizing a Valenhall traveler by their sword. So be it. Indiriel would give this Enosh heretic an up-close and personal look at his dragon's fang. Indiriel reached out into the rain. The chains stretched past his elbow, wrapping his bicep. The asphodel traveler's eyes widened, fear twisting his scars into a revolting mask. The Naraka still looked confused. Well, she would figure it out soon enough. He summoned Vasha. The sword shimmered briefly as it vanished from Valenhall and appeared in his hand. His fist closed around cloth. Vasha wasn't as long as some of the other fangs. Kai's Azura, for instance, or Valen's own Mithra, were almost uselessly long. Vasha was a more practical length, about 5 feet from the end of the pommel to the tip of its blade, and it did not gleam like the other Valenhall swords. Its surface was dull, pitted, its blade chipped. The steel was now all but indestructible, and nothing in his power could so much as scuff its polish, but obviously that had not always been the case. Indiriel liked it that way, rough, almost unfinished. It cut well enough. The Enosh travelers were shouting now. The blonde Naraka moved her hand in an intricate spiral of red light, eyes tightening in pain as she mentally called for whatever force she was trying to summon. Not another Morway, probably. She should know how futile that would be. He would cut the wasp out of the air. Possibly an ash hound, or one of the hulking Ochnadorma. Or maybe something even more exotic. Mist gathered around the gray-robed man's hands. The Enosh traveler had surely mastered his fear. Anything else would have been lethal for him, dealing with asphodel. And it looked like he was cooking up a serious mist binding. Well then, Indiriel thought, best to cut that short. He called on his newly refilled Nai essence. Then he ran forward. Fueled by Benson's steel and accelerated by the power of the Nai, Indiriel covered the distance between himself and the two travelers in a blink. "Care," Kor whispered, and a violet spark appeared on the Naraka traveler's hand. The Naraka's blue eyes widened, and her summoning mark came up in a flash of red. Vivid orange flame swirled around her palm. She hadn't called a creature, but fire from the furnace of judgment. Good decision. The flames would come much faster, and they would surely pair well with whatever the asphodel came up with. As Indiriel understood it, fire from the furnace would bind its target and burn them according to their own guilt. The bright orange fireball appeared in front of the Naraka traveler's hands, formed of what seemed to be faces, wide-mouthed, screaming faces, that swirled among the flames like burning ghosts. They shrieked as they were summoned into the real world, blasting toward his chest. The fire would likely have caught Indiriel, despite his nigh-enhanced reflexes, if not for Kor's warning. Caught off guard, he would have been wrapped in flame, burning to his own crimes. Considering his past, he would be lucky to live through this one attack. He had enough sins for 12 men. But if he did survive, the Asphodel Traveler was there to pour mist into him, feeding on the panic the furnace created. Between them, the mist and the flames would have eaten both his mind and his body from the inside out. Unprepared, he would have died an agonizing death. But Indiriel was prepared. At the first instant of Kor's warning, he pulled his blade back. As soon as the fire left the traveler's hands, he swept Vasha across his body, catching the fireball in the flat of his blade. There was a brief sense of faint resistance, as though he had slapped his sword against the surface of a lake, and then he swatted the flame aside. It blasted into the trees. The woman's eyes widened, in astonishment, he thought, not fear, and she looked straight at him. For a frozen instant he stared into her pale blue eyes, saw the confusion in them. She didn't seem like a woman awaiting her own death. Indiriel's wife, Nerissa, had eyes exactly the same shade of ice blue. This woman had Nerissa's eyes. While his mind shouted protest, the training took over his body. Vasha flashed, slicing through bone with barely a tug. The hand with her summoning mark fell away. That was the safest way to deal with Naraka travelers. Dangerous hand first, then the other hand, then the killing blow. Sometimes, if you stabbed them through the heart from the beginning, they could still call up some horror with their last breath. Not missing both hands, though. The pain must have begun to register as she turned her confused eyes on her bleeding stump. Indiriel took her left hand before her right hit the ground. She looked up at him, still not understanding, her eyes so much like Nerissa's that it hurt. Indiriel slid Vasha straight through her heart, holding his eyes on hers the whole time. He didn't want her to suffer. She was in this forest to sabotage the hanging tree, to release on the world a force without pity or weakness. But she had his wife's eyes. The least he could do was kill her quickly, before she had the time to feel any pain. Her body slid off his blade into the ground, and he allowed himself an instant to feel the weight of her death. How many had he killed? How many more would he kill before he was done? Who would wait for this woman to come home? Only an instant did he indulge his guilt. Then he brought his mind back to the business at hand. He wasn't the moping type. He preferred to think more encouraging thoughts about success rather than tragedy. But on nights like tonight, tragedy became hard to ignore. The Asphodel would be calling up his mist soon, so Indiriel did something he would have rather not done. He called Diamond. In his mind, he pictured a delicate diamond cut almost into a perfect sphere. The gem was the reward for conquering the Winter Garden, one of the deepest rooms in Valenhall. Indiriel called the diamond into him, let it take over his thoughts, his feelings, let it focus his memories and intentions into one blade-sharp arrow of intent. I hate this, Indiriel thought. Then the diamond took control. Everything became simple. The Asphodel man stood next to the body of his companion, his face composed underneath his scars. But of course he looked peaceful, because Asphodel travelers had to stay calm. Otherwise their own territory would turn on them. Mist swirled around his hands, and Indiriel recognized the pattern. The binding was almost complete. He was about to summon the mists of Asphodel. Running forward would do no good. The mist would rise wherever Indiriel stood. So he stayed where he was. No need to complicate matters. The mists rose in 6 tendrils as thick around as Indiriel's thigh, crawling over his skin like cool, moist snakes. They moved with deceptive speed, reaching his face in less than a second. Mist slithered into him, through his nose, into his mouth, into his ears. He thought some particles might have even found their way in through his eyes. The illusions began. He saw Nerissa in front of him, crouching on the wet leaves of the Latari forest. She wept, eyes of blue ice locked on his face. "Please," she whispered, and held up an arm ending in a bloody stump. His sword dripped red. Indiriel's wife vanished, and his daughter took her place, 9 years old, running on her short legs from a pack of ash hounds. They trailed sparks through the air as they ran out of the trees, devouring the space between them and their prey. The dogs would pull her down in seconds. Without looking, Indiriel knew his feet were chained to the ground. "Help me, Daddy!" she cried. The images were a product of the mist. The more fear he felt, or anger, or pain, the worse they would become. Eventually his mind would shut down, unable to process reality any longer. They fed on emotion, the mists of Asphodel. So Indiriel chose to feel nothing. The diamond made his choice both clear and easy. If he felt emotion, he would go crazy, and the Enosh travelers would find the hanging tree. So he felt nothing, as blazing hounds pulled his daughter to the forest floor. Indiriel stepped forward, and the mist was simply a cloud parting around him. He smiled broadly, showing off his teeth. Let the Asphodel traveler see how well his binding had worked. The traveler paled. He panicked, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste to run away. Well, it was a good thing this traveler wasn't in Asphodel. That much terror would have devoured him in the real mists. The Nigh essence was fading from Indiriel now, but that didn't matter much. Even the steel was waning, but he only needed a bit. It would only take the last dregs of his power to deal with this third-rate traveler. Still, Indiriel allowed the Asphodel a few seconds of a head start. It was only fair. If I had been frightened, that much mist might have killed me, Indiriel called. Maybe even driven me insane. I hear the mists of Asphodel have that effect on some people. It wasn't honorable of him to taunt a beaten opponent, he supposed, but who cared about honor outside of Tartarus? Besides, this was the only fun he was likely to get tonight. But guess what? Indiriel shouted. When he judged the traveler had run far enough, Indiriel leaped after him, his jump powered by steel. He landed inches behind the fleeing man, and then he put Vasha through the traveler's back. I'm not afraid. He gave the Asphodel another smile the man couldn't see. He pushed the traveler off his sword. The big man toppled to the ground. Indiriel exhaled, letting his sword vanish and his steel run out. He kept the diamond, though, and his smile. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had this much fun. Indiriel walked back to the clearing with the cart and all the bodies. Someone would have to clean these up before Enosh found them. He would tell Zakareth to send some slaves out here tomorrow, maybe make a big bonfire. He stared into the Naraka traveler's empty blue eyes and imagined her body burning. A Naraka burning on her own pyre. Wouldn't that be fitting? The boy in the cart made a choking sound, and Indiriel remembered himself. This isn't me, he realized. I need to release the diamond. Or do I? I do. But everything is clear. So easy. That was true. Why not hang on to it? The diamond lasted a long time, longer than most Valenhall powers to be sure, and it made everything so simple. What was the harm? Danger, Kor whispered. Indiriel glanced into the trees, looking for the spark of violet light indicating the presence of danger, but it wasn't there. He glanced down at the medallion. The light burned in his own chest. Inside, Kor said. Indiriel sighed. Fine, he thought. You win. He released the diamond. Sensation flooded back in. Regret, pain, sympathy, guilt, duty. He almost turned to the boy in the cart, but a thought stopped him. My mother and father are hurt, the boy had said. So Indiriel walked over to the boy's father. Burned and ravaged as the man's body was, Indiriel held out little hope for his survival. But he had seen men live through unlikely wounds before, so he pressed 2 fingers against the man's neck. Nothing. Indiriel sighed and shook his head, afraid to see the look on the boy's face. He walked over to the mother. With the death of the Asphodel traveler, she had been released from the grip of the mist. He took her pulse first. It was thready, weak, barely there at all. But her heart was beating. He peeled her eyelid back with 2 fingers. Her pupils dilated. She stared at something beyond his head. Her eyes flicked from side to side, as though tracking quick movement, and her breath came in gasping bursts. She would survive. Her physical injuries amounted to nothing more than a few bruises and pulled muscles, whatever she had incurred twisting herself about or falling over. But the mental damage would be far worse. He picked her up without much effort. He had no steel in him now, but he had kept his body in shape these last 20 years, and she was not a large woman. He brought her over to the boy's cart, tucking her in beside him, pulling the tarp over them both to keep out the rain. Indiriel winced as the boy snatched his mother back, pressing her to his chest as if to protect her from Indiriel. "Are you the forest demon?" the boy whispered. The forest demon? Was the old legend still around? If so, it probably applied to him. He had been the one to start that particular myth, after all. He smiled at the boy like he would smile at his own daughter. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you." The boy sniffled and kept crying. Well, he had never claimed to be good with children. "What's your name?" Indiriel asked. "Simon, son of Kalman." "Very pleased to meet you," he said. "And this is your mother?" The boy nodded, pulling her closer to his chest. At least he had stopped crying. Indiriel hesitated. If the Valenhall healing pool would have done her any good, he would have opened a gate in a heartbeat and carried her there himself. But her wounds were more than physical, and the pool would be more danger than benefit. How was he supposed to explain that to an 8-year-old? He shook his head. "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do for her. If it was just the body—" But Asphodel attacks the mind, the spirit. It will be years before she recovers, if ever. True words, but to his ears they sounded like excuses. The boy, Simon, started crying again. Not that Indiriel could blame him. "I couldn't do anything," he said. "I just wanted to help, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't move." He had to say something to comfort the kid. "It's not your fault, Simon. Not at all. But you can do something now, all right? I need you to take care of your mother for me. Can you do that?" The boy wiped snot from his nose with the back of his sleeve and nodded. "All right," Indiriel said calmly. He started to move around the cart toward the donkey, which, amazingly, hadn't panicked or bolted. "Now, where do you live?" "Miria Village," Simon responded. Indiriel repeated the name, thinking out loud. "That's a day or two northwest, I think. I can make it." Simon sat there, looking hopeful and sad and alone, so he said it more firmly. "I'll make it." It took Indiriel almost 20 minutes to get the donkey to pull them all the way out to the trader's road. In all that time, Simon didn't say a word. He didn't cry, either. He tended to his mother in silence. There had to be something Indiriel could do for him. He couldn't leave an 8-year-old boy to care for a mother who would probably never regain her sanity. Maybe he could take them in, raise them with his own family. Elena could use a little brother. No, Zakareth would never allow it. He was annoyed enough by the little of Indiriel's time he did not control. But there were still a few areas of Indiriel's life where the king of Damascus had no say. "Once you get a little older, you should come back to the forest if you can," Indiriel said. "I'll teach you how to make it so that travelers never bother you again." The forest was his post, and would be for the foreseeable future. Unless Zakareth made good on his threat to make Indiriel an overlord, he would be there to train Simon properly. Besides, it was about time the dragon army got a little new blood. "They were travelers, then," Simon said. He sounded lost, disappointed. "Yes," Indiriel said simply. Some dreams of childhood needed to be crushed. "Why did they hurt us?" Simon asked. Tears filled his voice. For a blood-red tree, Indiriel thought, but didn't say. To open a prison and release the monsters inside. "Nothing you did, I promise you that," Indiriel said. "They were looking for something." That was all he would allow himself to say on the subject. "When we reach Miria, I'll do what I can for you. Help you take care of your mother as best I can. For a little while. But I can't leave my forest undefended for long. Not now." Not with Midsummer so close. This failure would only make Enosh try even harder. "It's okay," Simon said. "I can take care of her." His voice was strong. "I know you can," Indiriel said. But if the Enosh travelers succeeded, if they destroyed the tree, no one would be safe. The villages near to Latari Forest, like Miria, they would suffer the worst. The incarnations would reap a harvest of blood and bone greater than the world had seen in centuries. Indiriel would put a stop to it. Alone, if he had to. He would show the Enosh Grandmasters what a soldier of the Dragon Army could do. Under the hood of his cloak, Indiriel smiled. Chapter 2. Weapons, Old and New. 358th year of the Damascan calendar. 24th year in the reign of King Zacharoth VI. 30 days after midsummer. 15 days until summer's end. Kai missed his dolls. When a pack of six-legged obsidian wolves burst from the desert around him, sending fountains of sand exploding into the air, Kai was caught off guard. His dolls would have warned him. The wolves' bodies were made of smooth, polished black stone, their eyes of emerald. They each had 3 of those jeweled eyes, gleaming in the sun. They must be golems, guardians from Ornheim, left resting in the sand and waiting for someone to come by. They circled him now, prowling with a liquid grace that didn't seem possible for beings made of stone. There were 4 wolves in the pack, maybe 5. One of his dolls would have known for sure. Angeline would have scolded him for not paying attention, but she would have told him how many and where they came from. Kayla would have warned him happily, proud of her own knowledge. Never again. They were with Simon now. The thought made him want to weep. A polished muzzle closed on his forearm, teeth like chips of stone beginning to grind into his flesh. Kai pictured a stone amulet, hidden in a chest back in Valenhall. He called stone. The wolf's teeth sunk into his skin but barely penetrated, as though his arm had gained the consistency of tough leather. Shadowy chains crawled up his arms, through the monster's jaws. It was an odd sensation, feeling the cold links of a chain flow up his skin while a monster chewed on it. The wolf jerked its jaws to one side, trying to tear his arm from its socket. Cold steel flowed through his veins, and his flesh was hard as stone. The creature would have to try harder. Kai tossed the black wolf aside. It landed 10 feet away, with enough force that its landing blasted sand away in a ring. The ground shuddered with impact. The other wolves froze in their prowling, turning emerald eyes on Kai. He looked past them, into the horizon of the Badari Desert, where a huge sandstone temple awaited him. It was hewn of rough, enormous blocks of stone, and it crouched among the dunes as though it had weathered 1,000 summers and would wait patiently for 1,000 more. Kai knew better. Ornheim travelers had summoned the stone for this temple from their territory less than 25 years before. He had watched it happen, though he had never planned to return. Well, since he was here, he might as well finish it. The wolves wouldn't wait around forever. Silently, Kai called out to the Valenhall armory. He needed a weapon. A mirage shimmered in his hand for an instant before resolving itself into a hulking, double-edged battle axe. The steel head looked rough as stone, and the wooden shaft was dark and stained. End to end, it would stand almost a foot higher than the top of Kai's head. Oh, it was big enough, he supposed, but where was the beauty, the grace? Kai missed Azura. The obsidian wolves surged forward as one, trying to bring him down before he could use his weapon. Kai leaped forward to meet one, bringing his axe down on its skull with a satisfying crunch that crushed its head to shards like black glass. 6 legs landed on his back, almost bringing him to his knees under the weight. He spun around before the wolf could close its jaws on his neck, sending it flying off. He kept spinning, turning his momentum into a swing. The weapon slammed into another wolf's side, hammering it into the air and over a dune. He felt its body land on the other side. One of the wolves crept up behind him, aiming for his calf. He caught its movement out of the corner of his eyes, its motion strangely serpentine as it crawled forward on its 6 legs. Kai spun the axe like a quarterstaff. It wasn't weighted for such a move, but Kai's strength made up for it, and caught the wolf under the ribs with the axe's shaft. He swept the creature into the air, then reversed his swing, cleaving the wolf in 2. Chips of obsidian sprayed into the air, prickling Kai's skin. If he hadn't called stone, they would have left ribbons of blood behind. Another jaw closed on his elbow and pulled him backwards, unbalancing him and sending him sprawling on his back into the sand. Kai felt an instant of instinctive fear, lying on his back and looking up into the gleaming black jaws of two stone wolves. Their triple emerald eyes fixed on him, and he would have sworn they gleamed. "No need to be afraid," Kai reminded himself. "They can chew all they like and never get a drop of blood." They couldn't penetrate his flesh. All he needed to do was let them gnaw on him for a moment and wait for his time to strike back, as long as his stone power lasted long enough. At that exact moment, his stone ran out. He should have known. Stone recovered quickly, but it ran out just as fast. It was intended to block an attack or two, not last through an entire battle, but he still thought he would have had a few more seconds. There he was, on his back, about to be eaten by a couple of Ornheim wolves. Oh, how Otoku would have mocked him. Kai drew seal deeply, feeling it flood his veins in an icy torrent that dwarfed what he had held before. With one hand, he seized a wolf's snout before its jaws closed on his throat. The other hand, he slid up the shaft of his axe, grasping the weapon below the head. As the second wolf dove toward his belly, Kai hammered the axe head into its body. He could barely get any leverage, so he battered at it again and again. The wolf in his grip strained, trying to reach his throat. It was eerily quiet. A natural wolf would have snarled or growled, but the obsidian creature pushed forward like a silent, pitiless machine, its emerald eyes flaring with reflected sunlight. The second wolf finally died under the brutal hammering, collapsing onto Kai's stomach in a heap of lifeless rock. Kai was free to turn the axe on the wolf he held in his hand. It did not last long. When both wolves were dead, Kai hauled himself to his feet. Shards of obsidian clinked and rattled as they slid from his chest. He almost released the steel. He had seconds left at best, and the power would take most of an hour to regenerate under these conditions. But some instinct made him hold on. He stood still, holding the battle axe in both hands. He listened. Something scraped behind him, little more than a pebble sliding down a dune. In one movement, Kai turned, reversing his axe as he did, and plunged his heavy weapon straight down on the wolf that had tried to sneak up on him. The creature was crushed under the blow, shattering instantly. Its emerald eyes were inches from Kai's calf. Kai smiled. He hadn't even needed a warning. If Kayla could see him now, she would be so proud. Walking toward the temple, he let the axe drop to the sand. It was scratched and chipped from his battle with the wolves, and he thought the end of the shaft might have even splintered. The weapon would fade back to Valenhall eventually, where one of the Nai would take it into the forge and do what they could to repair it. They might strip it down and use it for raw materials. It was no dragon's fang, after all. And that touched the heart of why Kai was headed to this temple in the first place. It had taken him weeks to reach this far into the Badari Desert on foot, and now he was finally this close to his goal. By sunset, he would have a real weapon again. Then he could go home. Simon held Azura in both hands, staring out into a room filled with thick, leafy jungle plants and pelting rain. A piping scream cut through the roar of the rain, sounding like the cry of some exotic bird. Knowing Valenhall, it was probably something far more deadly than any bird. He raised his huge sword and eyed the door on the other side of the room. A cobblestone path cut through the grass carpeting the rest of the area, and it led directly to a stone door with a running wolf carved into its face. Simon was so far away now, he could barely see the outline of the wolf carving, but he had tried to reach the door so often that he burned with curiosity. He had to see what was behind the door. "Go now," Lilia whispered in his mind. Like all his dolls, she sounded as though she was speaking through a gentle wind, although she actually sat on the stone floor by his feet. She wore a frilly dress of pure white, and had huge, innocent purple eyes. He had tucked her safely under the overhang, away from the rain. Kai would murder him if he ruined her dress. At the doll's signal, Simon stepped into the downpour as a clear spot opened in the weather. He stood surrounded by rain, but remained totally dry. The clear spot in the rain moved forward, and he stepped with it, raising his sword above him as though to chop. He stepped again and brought the sword down. Another step, and he crouched on the balls of his feet, the sword arched behind him and to one side. With each step he took, he assumed one of the sword forms Chaka had taught him. If he executed each of the positions correctly, he would reach the other side of the room completely dry. This was his 14th attempt to conquer what he and the other residents of Valenhall had dubbed the Rain Garden. He had never made it more than halfway. But he liked his chances this time. The rain pounded around him, assaulting his ears, and the clear spot began to move more quickly. He stepped forward from form to form, faster and faster, slashing and blocking and dodging invisible opponents until he moved almost as fast as he would in an actual battle. He had passed the first landmark of the Rain Garden, a cluster of tall purple flowers with blossoms like trumpets, growing to one side of the path. That meant he was almost 2/3 of the way there. He had never made it so far before, and had never run through the routine so quickly. He started to lose track of the forms. He stepped forward, and couldn't remember if he was supposed to lunge forward or pivot for a slash. He needed more time, so he reached out in his mind to a black box the Nigh Eldest had once given him. Chaka had warned him that he would learn nothing from this test if he simply relied on his powers to pass. But how would he know? Simon certainly wasn't going to tell him. A rush of cold moonlight filled his lungs as he drew on the essence of the Nigh. The world slowed. Instead of hurtling to the earth, the raindrops seemed to crawl. At that speed, Simon could see the outline left by the absence of rain, and he fitted himself into it. He had to remember to move slowly and carefully, though, since in this test too fast was as bad as too slow. But he had no chance of failing now. No wonder Chaka hadn't wanted him to call the essence. It made the test too easy. Simon made it through 3 more forms before he realized the rain was speeding up. At first, he wasn't worried. He could move faster, too. He increased the speed of his forms, cutting and spinning and piercing invisible enemies by the dozen. The rain sped up again. Without the essence in him, it would have been impossible to follow. Soon, Simon was moving as frantically as before, moving from form to form so quickly that he knew an onlooker would see him as nothing more than a silver flashing blur. But somehow the rain moved faster still. Even the droplets didn't seem as slow as before, rushing down almost as quickly as they had when he first entered the room. Was the essence running out? No, it still rushed through his lungs like the breath of winter itself. So what was going on? "Oh, right, I may have forgot to mention," Lilia said absently. "The rain speeds up to match you, so you probably shouldn't use your Nigh essence." "Too late now," Simon sent back, a little bitterly. The door was so close. Surely he could make it this time. "I thought I told you," Lilia said. "Or did I? No, I certainly forgot." The weather did something Simon had never seen before. It froze. The clearing above stopped moving forward, but Simon thoughtlessly stepped into his next form, sweeping his sword out in a slashing blow that cut through the rain. Water pelted down, soaking him in seconds. His doll gasped. "Oh dear, you should run." He would have, but the raindrops were coming so fast that they slammed into his skin like hundreds of tiny hammers. Desperate, he called steel, the icy strength rushing through his blood. Then he turned away from the wolf-carved door and began to run back toward Lilia, who sat next to the far entrance. Maybe, with steel and essence in him, he could make it. The rain stopped. "Behind you," Lilia murmured. She didn't sound as upset as she should have. Simon spun around, swinging Azura through the creature he knew he would see behind him. Something like a long-necked cat, only shaped entirely of water. It hissed when Simon's sword cut through its neck, revealing a mouthful of icicle teeth. Simon's strike did about as much good as if he had attacked a waterfall, passing through without dealing any real damage. But the cat stopped for a split second to let its neck reform. Simon took advantage of that instant to turn back around and keep running. He couldn't afford to slow down. There were hundreds of those cats following him with the inevitability of a rushing river, the leader snapping at his heels. Even with his enhanced speed, Simon couldn't outrun them. In fact, a pair of the cats jumped onto his shoulders, sinking ice-cold teeth into his collar. He screamed but didn't stop running.
"Hey, they're still behind you," Lilia said.
Simon didn't open the door so much as he crashed into it, barely remembering at the last second to spin around and scoop up Lilia and his black cloak, which he had left behind so it didn't slow him down. So much for that. Wind from the courtyard whipped him as he stepped through the door, but he ignored it as he slammed the heavy stone door shut. There came a sound like the rushing of an ocean wave as all the rain cats slammed against the door in a torrent. Water oozed through the crack at the bottom of the door, puddling next to his feet.
"I had a dream like this once," the doll said.
The two cats that had shredded Simon's shoulders let out a yowl as they melted, covering him in icy rainwater. It looked like they could only exist in the rain garden, which was a relief. He had been afraid he would have to fight them from room to room throughout the whole house.
"Almost made it," Simon panted.
His shoulders burned, and he was starting to feel a little lightheaded.
"Did you?" Lilia said. "I didn't notice."
Simon grabbed an imp around the middle, which felt like grabbing a rough leather bag full of sticks, and tossed it out of the pool. It landed on 4 clawed feet and hissed angrily at him, raising a ridge of spines on top of its knobbed head. He followed the imp out of the water ahead of a dozen more of its kind. The surface of the pool churned with activity under the surface, but he had made it out in time. In the past, he had stayed in longer and survived, but this time the fight wasn't worth it. The longer he stayed in the water, the more imps he would attract. Simon aimed a kick at the imp on dry land, but it dodged him and jumped back into the pool. The last he saw of it was its red eyes as it glared at him, swimming backwards into the murky depths. He rolled his shoulders, healthy skin and muscle replacing what had been bleeding gashes only minutes before. There was a time, not long ago, when staying in the bath long enough to heal serious wounds had meant risking his life. Now, he could shake off the imps without even calling steel or carrying a weapon. Sure, he was getting better, but not fast enough. Not when he still couldn't make it across the rain garden. Almost involuntarily, Simon raised one hand to his bare chest. 3 long scars slashed diagonally down his body, leaving uneven ridges. It looked as though a monster had tried to carve him open with its huge claws. Which was, in fact, exactly what had happened. It had been 8 weeks since his battle out in the wilderness, where he had fought over a dozen Damascus travelers and come out alive. Broken, bleeding, and barely conscious, but alive. Well, from his perspective, 2 months had passed, but he had spent the vast majority of his time since then training and recovering in Valenhall. He supposed that, in the outside world, it had only been about a month. He had come far too close to death in that battle. Even the pool had been unable to mend his injuries completely, leaving him with an impressive collection of scars. The 3 slashes across his chest were the worst, but Olyssa had said he should have spent the rest of his life in a crippled wreck of a body. Simon believed her. Even with the pool's healing, he had spent most of 4 weeks bruised, sore, and aching. Only recently had he been able to swing a sword without his muscles tightening, but as soon as he could, he had begun his training anew. He never wanted to find himself so close to death again. Kai would have done better, Simon thought.
Kai had inappropriate dreams about his dolls, Lilia pointed out. I would not suggest him as a role model.
She did not sound as sarcastic as Otoku would have. She always sounded thoughtful and distant, as though she were half lost in a daydream. At the moment, she sat across the room next to his clothes, facing the wall. He always pointed the dolls away from him while he bathed. They were girls, and it wasn't proper. Well, they were wooden toys, but he felt better with them looking away. Simon began to dry himself off with a towel that one of the Nai had left folded on the floor nearby. He's strong, he sent. One day I hope to be as strong as he is.
Why? Lilia asked.
She sounded honestly curious. Simon couldn't think of a good answer, but he tried. Because I'm a Valenhall traveler now, so I might as well be a good one.
Do you have to be strong to be good?
Lilia, Simon was beginning to notice, asked a lot of questions. 3 raps echoed through the room as someone hammered on the door. The bathroom had no locks, which once hadn't been a problem, but now Valenhall housed 2 women. There had been some incidents early on that Andra and Olyssa found hilarious, but that made Simon distinctly uncomfortable. Now everyone had learned to knock. "One moment," Simon called, but the door began to open anyway. He hurriedly wrapped the towel around his waist. Orestes poked his head inside. His face was hard, as usual, with his iron-gray hair and eyes that looked carved from steel. "Olyssa wants you," he said. "She's got something she wants to show you." He eyed Simon up and down. "You should probably wear pants," he suggested. The door slammed shut. Simon joined him outside about a minute later, fully clothed and cradling Lilia in one arm. He left Azura sitting on the edge of the tub. One of the Nai would return the sword to its rack in the entry hall, probably before he could have walked there himself. He left the cloak, too, though the eldest wouldn't be happy about that. Simon couldn't stand wearing the thing around the house. They walked down the hallway in silence, Orestes marching along like the military man he was. Simon had never connected with the older man, possibly because Simon had killed most of the soldiers under his command, defeated Orestes himself in one-on-one combat, and tossed him into an unknown territory with no way to return. The atmosphere between them remained awkward. "So, how are you settling in?" Simon said. It was the first thing he had thought of to say that sounded better than, "You don't want to kill me, do you?" Orestes glanced down at Simon with a look that could have frozen a bonfire. Then again, Orestes always looked like that. "Well enough, all things considered. The healing pool of yours makes me feel 20 years younger, and thanks to Chaka, I'm a better swordsman than I've ever been." "That's good," Simon said. "I was worried you'd be, that is to say, uncomfortable here, considering." He winced. Far too direct. Orestes remained silent until they reached the door to the garden, a polished wooden door carved with a flowering tree. There were several gardens in Valenhall, Simon had learned, but as this one was relatively close to the front of the house, it was used most often as a meeting place. Besides, it was the best source of food and water in Valenhall. Orestes paused with his hand on the door. "That was going to be my last assignment. Did you know that?" Orestes said. "I've spent my life in the army. Once I took care of one little peacekeeping problem in the north, I had Malachi's permission to retire. I have no wife, no children, so I was going to move in with the Agnos family. Caius and Olyssa have always been friends to me." Simon didn't say anything. Orestes had never said anything like this, and he was afraid to break the spell. He didn't move. He was almost afraid to breathe. Orestes nodded toward the door. Caius was a merchant. He sold general supplies to the villages in Malachi and Deborah's realms. His family has been on the move all their lives, but Malachi had finally given them the deed to a little plot of land on the border. We were all going to settle down in a village. The children would have grown up with friends their own age. Then you came along. Orestes didn't look in Simon's direction, and his voice didn't change, but his grip on the door handle tightened. You had left us in Valenhall for 2 days before someone came along to let us back into the real world. Denner, the man with the giant book, he let us out. But we quickly discovered the Overlord was dead. With him gone, no one would honor our deed. No one in the village had heard of us. Even our supplies were gone, stolen by the prisoners you freed. We came back here because we have nowhere else to go. Orestes looked at Simon with eyes of steel. I don't hold a grudge, he said. You were doing your job, like I was doing mine when I arrested your villagers. But you stole my life, and you killed my men. We are not friends. He pushed the garden door open and walked inside. Simon stood at the entrance of the garden for a moment, a little sick. He'd only meant to free his friends from Myria, but in doing so, how many lives had he ruined? Did they hate him? Maybe they should. He wasn't sure what he would have done differently, though. I don't think he likes you very much, Lilia observed. The garden didn't look like a room at all, but like a meadow the size of Simon's entire village. Wind ruffled the tips of the grass, and the sun shone directly overhead in a cloudless sky. An odd creature, like a hairless ox with 3 horns, grazed nearby, while the rest of its herd galloped on the horizon. A spring-fed stream cut the field in half, crossing in front of the room's most obvious feature, a huge fruit tree at the center of the garden. Even from this distance, spots of color showed through the leaves, where exotic fruits hung from the tree's limbs. Simon had tasted 6 or 7 different fruits from that tree, and he had never sampled the highest branches. Usually, Chaka rested in the shade beneath the fruit tree, waiting for challengers to duel him for meals. Today, he leaped around the meadow, his sword arms flashing in the sunlight. He faced 2 opponents, Andra and Lycus, the 2 children of the Agnos family. Lycus had celebrated his 11th birthday in the house, while his sister Andra stood a head taller at 13. They both had the naturally tanned skin Simon associated with villagers, but the blonde hair shared by many Damascens. Lycus stabbed at Chaka's midsection, a look of intense focus on his face. He was using a straight short sword, little more than a long knife, not one of the gracefully curving dragon's fangs forged by the Wanderer. His older sister had a much better weapon, Sejan, the 10th fang, the shining steel of its blade marred by black spots like ink blots. Andra saw Lycus attack and matched his timing, striking at Chaka's neck from the opposite side. She swung her blade as if dancing, laughing as she did. Get him, Simon thought, mentally urging them on. Just once he wanted to see Chaka actually lose a fight. They won't, Lilia responded dreamily. Chaka doesn't lose unless he wants to. Chaka had no hands, only sword blades where hands should be. He parried Lycus's blade with his left arm, knocking it wide, blocking Andra's attack with his right. The edge of Lycus's sword barely scarred the leather of Chaka's chest. When Simon had first seen Chaka, he had assumed the fighter was nothing more than a man in mismatched leather. Not an inch of his skin showed underneath bits of leather armor held in place by crisscrossed belts, straps, and buckles. Even his eyes were hidden by a helmet of hardened leather, and a leather mask covered his mouth. Simon had learned much since then. Chaka was not a man. At least, not anymore. Chaka's mask split, and his leather lips stretched into a smile. That's not bad there. You nicked me good. I'll have to get the knife to polish me up. Nice job, both of you. Now let's get a bite, eh? Orestes, who had taken up a stance nearby where he could watch the battle, applauded. You're working together well, he said. Stay in the habit. You're never alone on the battlefield. Yes, sir, Andra and Lycus chorused. Orestes nodded at them and stepped forward, drawing his own sword. It was a standard Damascen infantry sword, short and straight, but it shone like a mirror, like one of the dragon's fangs. Simon had learned firsthand that the blade was a match for Azura, unlike a sword of ordinary steel. The Agnos children still hadn't spotted Simon, and he wanted to put that off as long as possible. Something about Orestes' earlier story was making him uncomfortable, but he still edged forward a few steps to get a better view of the upcoming duel. Orestes may not have the strength and speed of a Valenhall traveler, but he had lived as a soldier for most of his life. A match between him and Chaka was well worth a watch. Chaka waved one bladed arm in dismissal. Nah, don't even worry about it. You're good enough to be getting on with. Come on over here and grab some lunch. I already know you deserve it. Even his yellow gemstone eyes somehow looked warmer. Simon realized his mouth was hanging open and closed it. He couldn't remember if he'd ever seen Chaka smile before. He raised Lilia up to eye level. What was that about? He asked. Chaka would never have let Lycus cut him, and he's never that nice either. Lilia's painted lips curled up in a smile, and Simon almost dropped her in the grass. The paint had moved right in front of him. The dolls were alive. I told you, Chaka doesn't lose, Lilia said. Not unless he wants to. Did you smile at me? Simon said. Lilia said nothing, but he could sense her sleepy amusement. No, be honest with me, he said. Did you just... He was cut off when Andra finally noticed his presence. Simon, she shouted, and scrambled over to him, grinning. Lycus followed, but slowly and without the smile. Did you see us? Andra asked excitedly. We got Chaka. Simon glanced behind her at Chaka, sitting underneath the fruit tree. He was staring straight back at Simon, his jeweled eyes burning. "Yeah, I saw," Simon said. "You did great." Andra's eyes sparkled, and she leaned in close. "Chaka says it took you ages to get a cut on him." Ages? He had earned his supper from Chaka on the second day, and getting the first cut had only taken a few weeks. Andra and Lycus had been in Valenhall at least that long, with the way time worked here. Then again, he had used the Nye essence the first time he landed a real blow on Chaka. "Don't listen to everything Chaka tells you," Simon said, glaring at the leather man. Behind Andra, Chaka raised one bladed arm and scraped it across the other as if sharpening knives. Simon didn't know what the gesture meant, but he was sure it wasn't friendly. Lycus stared up at Simon. "How was the rain garden?" he asked. Once he would have looked at Simon like a hero from the stories. Now his stare was all but empty. Simon shook his head, but tried to change the subject. "Where's your mother? Orastes said she wanted to see me?" Orastes, sitting next to Chaka and munching on a red piece of fruit, said nothing. Andra's eyes brightened. "Oh yeah, you haven't seen it yet. Come on, follow me. It's brilliant." As Simon carried Lilia after Andra, he sighed inwardly. Andra had a tendency to get excited over small things, like a trio of Nye children hiding among the clothes of the laundry basket. Chances were slim that she would show him anything worth his time. Andra led him into the forge, a long room with walls of black stone. Nooks set into the walls every few paces held anvils, bellows, ovens, racks of tools, barrels of iron stock, buckets of water, boxes of coal, and every other piece of smithing equipment Simon would expect. Lycus and Andra's father, Caius, stood behind an iron anvil, a smock on his belly and a heavy blacksmith's hammer in one hand. He looked as though he belonged there, pounding furiously away at a hot plate of metal. Flying sparks sent waves of light through the room. Under ordinary circumstances, Simon had thought of Caius as warm and friendly, but soft, the kind of man who delivered goods because he couldn't be bothered to do a day of real work. Simon's own father had been a merchant, so he knew not all merchants were fat and lazy, but Caius seemed to fit Simon's image of a well-to-do Damascus trader. In the red-hot light of the sparks, Caius had transformed into an entirely different man. He glanced up when Simon and his children entered the room, and a broad smile split his face. "Just a minute," he called. "I'm almost done here." Lycus and Andra had evidently expected this answer, because they nodded and made themselves at home in the forge. Lycus hopped up on a crate and watched his father work, while Andra grabbed a pair of pliers and used them to poke around. Simon stood where he was, watching Caius and trying to figure out what he was making. It looked like a shallow bowl or a plate, but he had stretched it into an oval shape. Maybe it was supposed to be a part of something, like a piece of armor or plating on a shield. As Caius turned the whatever it was to hammer it from a different angle, he revealed that one half of the plate was darker than the other. It seemed he had joined two different metals together. Why? He decided Caius was repairing something from the armory.
"The Nye usually do that sort of work," Lilia pointed out. "Why is Caius taking over for them?"
That was a good point. Maybe Caius simply liked working with his hands, so the Nye were letting him do a few repairs around the house.
"Or maybe he's not repairing anything at all," Lilia said.
Caius pulled the plate from the anvil and dunked it into a barrel of what Simon assumed was water. Clouds of steam billowed out of the barrel, vanishing in the shadows of the ceiling. With his long-handled tongs, Caius pulled the plate out of the barrel and plunked it back down. As it sat there, steaming, he motioned to Simon. "Have a look," he said, grinning like a toddler with a new toy. Simon walked over, strangely a little nervous. It looked like nothing more than a piece of metal, but Caius was treating it like something special, and Simon had spent the last few months in Valenhall. There, even a seemingly empty shadow could come to life and try to choke the breath out of you. Could and did, on a nightly basis. So he stepped up to the anvil, full of nervous expectation. Half of the oval, the half that Caius had just finished adding, shone mirror bright. It looked to be made out of the same flawless steel as Azura, perfect except for a single slit that Caius had punched out of the middle. The other half had a matching incision in the same place, but the metal was darker. It was black around the edges, like wrought iron, but the middle was still somewhat red, as though it held some heat from the forge. The two halves joined seamlessly in the center, so that if he hadn't seen Caius working, Simon would have thought the whole thing had been made of one piece and died. The join was uneven, not a straight line, as though the plate had once been shattered and reforged. As he examined it piece by piece, Simon caught himself wondering once again what purpose this plate could possibly serve. Were the spaces for ventilation? Was this a component of some machine? Only when he looked at the plate as a whole did it hit him, like a punch to the gut. The two slits were for eyes. It was a mask. And he had seen this mask before. Actually, he only recognized half of the mask, from the right side of Overlord Malachi's face, before he died. It had allowed him to call terrifying amounts of power from his territory, enough that he had almost killed Alan and torn his own house apart doing it. The mask had only come off as the Overlord's head rolled across the floor, after Alan took it from his shoulders. More than once, Simon had woken up, drenched in sweat, fighting off a nightmare of that day. Other times, the Nye interrupted his nights with an ambush. In Valenhall, he rarely enjoyed a good night's sleep. Simon picked up the mask, it was only a little warm now, and turned it over in his hand. "What did you do?" Caius grinned proudly. "We fixed it. Well, we're not done yet, but we think we can have a working model for you in a week or two." Simon's head spun. If this mask could do for him what it had done for Malachi, he wouldn't have to worry about progressing through the rooms too slowly. This would take his powers to new heights. Simon pushed back his rising excitement. There was too much he still didn't know. Caius started to answer, but a door opened to the side of the forge, and Olyssa Agnos stuck her head through. Her sense of fashion had dramatically changed since the last time he'd seen her. She had cut her honey-brown hair short, well above her shoulders, and wore a set of copper goggles pushed up on her forehead. Black stains from soot and grease covered her face, and she held a long pair of tongs in one hand. The tongs shivered strangely at the ends, buzzing like a struck bell. Olyssa frowned at her husband. "Is it ready? What are you waiting for?" She seemed to notice Simon for the first time. "Oh, Simon, you're here too. Come see our room." Andra grinned and rushed past Simon as he followed Olyssa, but the only thing he could think was, "Wow, they've settled in better than I thought." As Simon stepped through the door to the side of the room, it occurred to him that there had never been a door here before. Here he had once fought a giant burning snake made of red-hot metal. If there had been a way to escape, he would have noticed, which meant this door had somehow appeared in the last few months. Valenhall did such things from time to time, rearranging its layout and adding new rooms according to the needs of its inhabitants. He could accept that. It was a territory, after all. But seeing the evidence in front of him felt strange. "Welcome to the workshop," Olyssa said, throwing out an arm to showcase the room. It had more in common with a cluttered storeroom than with a workshop. Tables took up almost every available inch of floor space, leaving only thin and crooked walkways between them. On each of the tables rested what seemed to be a collection of junk. Nails, wire, bells, chipped pieces of stone, a Damascus infantry helmet, 3 sticks of incense, a vial of bubbling red fluid, and what looked like the insides of Kai's clock. The entire Agnos family stood around Simon now, and they seemed to be expecting him to say something. He was supposed to show how impressed he was, but something else came out of his mouth. "What is it for?" Olyssa didn't seem put off by Simon's less than eager response. She grinned like her daughter, happy to explain. "This is the place where the Wanderer did most of his work. Yes, he made the dragon's fangs in the forge, but most everything else he did came out of this very room. It's a place to tinker and try out new ideas. The Nye have kept this workshop sealed up since the Wanderer disappeared, but when the eldest heard I liked to fix things, he opened it back up." Alarm sounded in Simon's head. "The eldest gave you this room?" Olyssa nodded. "He's been wonderful." The eldest had helped Simon on more than one occasion, but wonderful did not describe him. If he was helping the Agnos family, That meant he thought he had something to gain. He wanted to ask Olyssa some more questions, but Lilia interrupted him.
"Time to get back to work," she said.
Simon frowned, lifting her up so he could see into her purple eyes. "What do you mean?" Simon asked silently. He kept watching her face, though. Maybe he would get to see it change again. Lilia didn't say anything else, but something in his pocket buzzed like a swarm of trapped bees. Simon sighed, reaching in and pulling out the device Alan had given him, something like a little acorn trapped in a delicate golden birdcage. The acorn went insane, throwing itself up against the walls of its cage almost too fast to see. The rattling of the cage created the buzzing sound. Olyssa lowered her long-handled tongs to a nearby table, her eyes locked on his device. "What is that?" she asked, her voice heavy with curiosity. "I'll show it to you later," Simon said. He didn't want to go, but it might be an emergency. Alan needs me. Chapter 3. Royal Blood. Leah could barely tolerate any of her siblings, but her brother Talos least of all. He strode into her room without knocking, as though he was invited, he definitely was not, and dropped down into a padded chair without a word of greeting. "Show me Odessa," he commanded. "She's gotten into something interesting." As was usual of late, Overlord Lysander followed him into the room, looking ridiculous in his scholarly spectacles and his feathered buckskin outfit. He looked like a librarian who had decided to try on a tribal costume. He stood behind Talos's chair and stared at the wall, seeming uncomfortable. As well he should be. Leah smiled, full of false cheer. "Good afternoon, Talos. I must have missed your knock. I'm afraid you caught me quite off guard." That wasn't true, actually. Whenever she was in the royal palace in Cana, she always surrounded her room with alarms from Lyriel to alert her whenever anyone approached. She had seen flashing lights and heard warning chimes when Talos was still halfway down the hall, and she had used those extra seconds to prepare traps. If she wanted to keep him out, she would have encased the door in solid crystal. Talos likely knew as much, which was why he hadn't bothered knocking. She understood, but he still should have shown better manners. Leah's brother answered her insincere smile with one of his own. "I know you have one of those Lyriel viewing lenses," Talos said. "Odessa's about to try and kill Father. I thought you might want to watch." Talos was 6 years older than Leah, and he matched the common image of a Damascan royal heir. He was tall and strong, with soft blonde hair and chiseled, commanding features. He looked a bit like an older version of Alan, now that she thought of it, down to the smug self-confidence permanently plastered on his face. Absently, he rested his hand on the sword at his belt. It was sheathed, but she caught the barest glimpse of its red blade. It was a gift from their father, and an artifact of Ragnaros, so she understood his attachment to it. But he wore the sword everywhere. She had seen him wear the blade to weddings, funerals, delicate negotiations, and peace talks. He had no sense of what was appropriate. Even worse, he was obviously looking forward to watching their sister attempt to kill their father. As much as Leah hated to do anything Talos had commanded her to do, she needed to see this, assuming he was telling the truth. Leah turned her wrist so the blue-white summoning crystal she wore could catch the light. "She can't succeed," Leah said, casting her mind out to Lyriel for her scrying lens. It dropped into her hand a moment later, a clear, milky white disk of crystal the size of a dinner plate. Talos shrugged. "He has every traveler who can so much as open a gate running back and forth across the country, preparing for the war against Enosh. Indiriel should be the only one with him now, if everything goes according to plan." Leah pressed the lens against the wall, sealing it in place with an effort of will. "What about the guards?" she asked. Zakareth was a powerful traveler in his own right, but there was no way he would allow himself to go totally unprotected. "They're all travelers, aren't they? They're off on assignment. I got rid of a few of them myself." He tossed that last bit of information out casually, as though he weren't admitting to aiding an assassination attempt against the king. She glanced at her brother out of the corner of her eye. Why was he telling her this? He had never hated her like he hated some of their other siblings, but Talos was the kind of man who didn't need to hate someone to have them murdered. He rapped his knuckles on the arm of his chair. "Hurry up now," he snapped. "She'll head into the throne room any minute." Leah sighed and pressed the palm of her hand against the crystal disk, calling power from Lyriel and feeding it into the device. As she did, it grew, swelling until it was the size of a bathtub. She almost winced at the amount of energy that had taken. Power in Lyriel had to be stored, and soon she would exhaust her stockpile. After she ran out, if she needed to call on Lyriel's power in an emergency before she had a chance to resupply, she would have to place herself in debt to some shifty and dangerous beings. But she couldn't let her brother know that. Around him, she had to spend power like it was nothing. If he sensed anything but utter confidence, she would find herself a target. When the crystal filled most of the wall, Talos made a satisfied sound, and Leah cast her mind out to her sister, Odessa. The milky clouds in the crystal thinned and vanished, like a fog melting away before the sun. The huge lens cleared until it may as well have been a flawless window staring into the next room. Leah's older sister Odessa marched through a shadowed hallway, her dark hair standing wildly in every direction. The lens moved along with her, giving Leah the dizzying impression that the hall outside was sliding past. Odessa wore a dress in red and gold, the royal colors of Damascus, but she strode forward like a soldier in boots and leather pants. Her eyes burned and the corner of her mouth twitched, as though she was about to burst into manic laughter. In her right hand, Odessa carried the bleeding wand, her own artifact of Ragnaros. The wand was about 2 feet long, and one of the deadliest weapons in the physical world. It was a thumb-thick bar of ruby at its core, with a dark wooden root twisting up its entire length from one tip to the other. The deadly end of the wand trailed bright red sparks that dribbled down like tears, or drops of blood. Hence its name, Leah supposed. The weapon could reduce a legion of soldiers to bloody scraps, but its cost was far too high. Leah would never give up what the wand required, not for something so crude as a brute force weapon. Even Odessa had only used it once or twice, as far as Leah knew. A chill crawled down Leah's back. If Odessa was carrying the bleeding wand, that meant she was serious. She actually thought she had a chance to bring down Zakareth and take the throne for herself. She might really do this, Leah thought. Such a move would give Odessa great authority, but it would also leave her vulnerable, weak, maybe susceptible to an attack from another royal heiress. Leah shook away those thoughts. It was too easy to fall back into her former patterns, back here in her old home, but she was determined to leave all that behind her. She knew better than to start a succession for nothing more than personal ambition. At least, not without a clear chance of victory. In the clear crystal lens, Odessa glanced furtively around her, then turned to knock at a door. To Leah, her raps sounded quiet, the lens muffled sounds like a thick door. "She's in the servants' quarters," Talos said, leaning forward. His interest was plain on his face. That must be where her followers are hiding. Followers? Of course. Leah hadn't thought of it before, but Odessa would never have attempted a coup without support from other travelers. Sure enough, a woman opened the door seconds after Odessa's knock, following her into the hallway. The newcomer's face was hidden behind a white mask, but she wore the traditional mist-gray robes of Asphodel. 2 more Asphodel travelers came after the first, an old lady and a boy who looked no more than 12 years old. They both wore identical masks. "Follow me and keep quiet," Odessa ordered them, making no effort to keep her voice down. She gestured with the wand as she spoke, making all 3 Asphodels flinch. But they bowed deeply and followed the heiress as she continued marching down the hall. Twice more Odessa stopped. The first time, she was followed by 2 leather-wrapped Endros travelers, so similar they could have been twins. Next, a small dark girl with hands covered by heavy jade bracelets, obviously an Ornheim traveler, joined the procession. She, too, had hidden her identity behind a white mask. 6 followers, Talos murmured. Will that be enough for Indiriel? His hand brushed the hilt of his sword. Leah had the sick feeling that 6 travelers and obviously an Ornheim traveler, joined the procession. She, too, had hidden her identity behind a white mask.
6 followers, Talos murmured.
Will that be enough for Indiriel? His hand brushed the hilt of his sword. Leah had the sick feeling that 6 travelers and a Damascan heiress would be more than enough. She couldn't help but worry for Indiriel. As she grew up, the Overlord had been a fixture around the royal palace, almost part of the family. When Leah was 13 years old, the night her mother had died, she had decided to run away from the palace. Indiriel had followed her, even through a gate and into her territory. He could have dragged her back. Instead, the Overlord had sat next to her on a silver cliff under the Lyrial moons. They swapped stories about her mother until she could no longer keep her eyes open. The next morning, she woke up safe in her bed. As far as she knew, her father had never learned of the incident. Leah opened her mouth to lie to her brother, to try and convince him that they needed Indiriel alive, but Overlord Lysander spoke up.
These are plenty if they go about it the right way, Lysander said. His voice was thin and precise, a scribe's voice. Valenhall travelers excel in open combat, but they are not versatile. The fact that your sister has no Naraka or Tartarus travelers suggests they do not mean to try an open battle, but instead ambush or guerrilla tactics. I would imagine such a strategy has a high chance of success.
Lysander folded his arms and nodded sharply, almost sending his glasses flying off his face. Talos nodded along, but he seemed more thoughtful. Neither of them asked Leah's opinion, but she agreed. She wanted to believe that Indiriel could defend against an attack like this, but she had to face the facts. From the other side of the lens, Odessa hissed, "Get ready!" Her group had come to a door at the end of the hall. It looked much like the others they had passed, but Talos pointed. "That leads to the throne room," he said. "Servants' entrance." "Are you in the habit of mapping the servants' halls?" Leah asked. She herself had never paid much attention to the servants' routes. Talos leaned back in his chair, adjusting his sword belt so he could sit more comfortably. "It always helps to have secret passages around the palace," he said, "and friends among the servants." So Talos wanted her to think he employed some of the palace servants as spies. Maybe he had, but it was more likely that one of his lackeys had summoned something to map the palace for him. Lysander, perhaps, with one of his Avernus birds. Odessa's travelers were gathering power. The Ornheim girl juggled 2 spikes of pale blue quartz and a rune-carved ruby, muttering to herself. All 3 Asphodel travelers had their hands cupped before them, colorful flowers budding from seeds in their hands. Mist rolled off them in the process. The Endros brothers had opened their gates, like rolling thunderstorms captured in their hands, and held them, waiting for them to grow large enough to summon something substantial. They were already big enough to swallow large dogs.
"No mistakes," Odessa said, glaring around her. "Now, here we go."
Leah expected her sister to blast the door off its hinges, or have one of the other travelers do it. But she simply opened it and marched through, the other 6 following. Smart of her, to enter quietly, without alerting anyone inside. The servants' entrance opened behind the throne, hidden behind a tapestry hanging from the eaves above. The scrying lens remained centered on Odessa, as she made her way around the tapestry so she had full view of the throne. The throne room was vast, suiting its function as an audience chamber for those seeking a meeting with the king. Expensive carpet covered the floor, and tapestries hung from the ceiling, most of them bearing the symbols of the 9 territories, alongside key battles in Damascan history. There was only one piece of furniture in the room. Many overlords had carved their own thrones over the years, all in imitation of Zakareth's. Leah had spent most of the summer at Malachi's estate, and his throne had been made of dark wood and amethyst, reflecting his colors purple and brown, and carved with creatures of Naraka. Other overlords had seats even more gaudy and ornate. None of them matched the original. The Damascan throne was made of precious materials and designed to show off the royal colors of scarlet and gold, but it was not made of gold and set with rubies. King Zakareth's throne was carved from one enormous ruby, its shape outlined in gold.
Even with Ornheim travelers providing the materials, Leah could barely imagine the expense. The throne room could hold several hundred people if necessary, though today there were only 3, Overlord Indiriel, a high-ranking servant Leah recognized, and King Zakareth. Leah's father, Zakareth, commanded attention seated on his throne. He was a few years past 60, though he still had a powerful warrior's build, and his hair was solid gray. His right eye was bright blue, like Leah's own, and it was fixed on a document held by his servant. The king's other eye had been lost, a scar running from above his eye socket to below. It had been replaced by a bright red stone from the Crimson Vault, which glowed softly. He wore his tall, peaked crown, which was black and gold, set with one huge ruby above his forehead. Indiriel had the coloring of a man who had grown up in the villages, naturally tanned skin with dark eyes and short, dark hair. As usual, he wore an easy smile and a shirt with the sleeves cut short, exposing the black chain tattoos weaving up his arms. Today, a black cloak hung around his neck, though he had thrown it carelessly back. The servant stood before them, bowing every few seconds, holding up something that looked like a map. As they were both bowed over the paper, neither of them glanced up at the sound of the opening door. Odessa and her group did not waste any time. As soon as she saw the king seated on his throne, she shouted, "Now!" The Endros travelers raised their stormy gates, and lightning blasted the throne. White light swallowed the image in the lens, and Leah flinched back from the glare. What are they thinking? She wondered. The king was protected from such direct attacks, especially on his throne. Sure enough, when the light cleared, Leah's father was still seated. He hadn't even moved, though the servant's charred body was smoking on the ground several paces away, and Indiriel now stood directly in front of the king. He held his long, pitted sword in hand, and his black cloak swirled around him, almost covering Leah's view of Zakareth. Black chains crawled up the Valenhall traveler's forearms. Leah realized that something else had changed. Huge, drooping flowers now surrounded the throne. The blossoms were all brightly colored, red, yellow, purple, and they released clouds of glittering spores into the air. She had never seen such plants before, but she recognized them from her tutoring. Flowers from the legendary midnight fields in Asphodel. "The yellow flowers paralyze," Lysander muttered to Talos. "The purple induces sleep, and the red kills. In Asphodel, these flowers often hunt in unison." The Ornheim girl raised her hands, launching 2 blue spikes at the throne. Indiriel batted them aside almost casually. She reached into a leather pouch at her side and withdrew a handful of dust, which she cast in his direction. The dust should have fallen to the ground, inches in front of the girl's face, but it drifted forward unnaturally quickly, flowing into Indiriel's face. Indiriel reached a hand up to his throat. He choked, letting out a single cough, and sank down to one knee, making retching noises in his throat. Leah's heart dropped. Even Valenhall's strength counted for nothing against poison. "I don't know what that was," Lysander said, sounding surprised. "Find out," Talos ordered. Wind rushed from the open Endros gates, catching the various spores and whipping them into a whirlwind that swirled around the king and his guardian. Odessa raised the glowing end of the bleeding wand. A crazed smile grew on her face, and the wind tossed her hair into wild shapes. She looked like a witch from the stories, about to bring a horrible curse down on her enemies. Leah was certain that she was about to watch her father die. The clouds parted. The wind slackened enough for her to catch a glimpse of Zakareth sitting on his throne, his chin cupped in one hand. He hadn't moved. A white light flashed inside the wall of dust and wind. It somehow shone through Indiriel's skin. Indiriel rose to his feet, and for an instant Odessa's aim wavered between her father and his bodyguard. Then Indiriel disappeared. He materialized 10 feet away, just in front of Odessa, as though he hadn't bothered to cross the intervening space. His cracked sword slapped onto the ruby wand, knocking it out of Odessa's grip. As the wand tumbled through the air, a huge warhammer of mirror-bright Tartarus steel appeared in Indiriel's left hand. End to end, it was almost 5 feet long and made of solid metal. Indiriel spun with the hammer in one hand, slamming it into the side of one Endros traveler's head. Blood and brains sprayed out, and the sheer force behind the blow launched the traveler's body into the air. In the same motion, Indiriel swept his sword across the other Indros traveler's throat. He spun around until he was facing the king again, turning his momentum into a huge overhand throw. He hurled the warhammer at the wall behind the throne. The hammer struck at terrifying speed, blasting a huge chunk of the stone wall outward. A cloud of dust billowed up, shrouding half the throne room in a split second. Odessa's bleeding wand and the Indros travelers' bodies hit the ground at about the same time. The Indros gates, hungry, swirling thunderstorms, hung in midair, blowing air steadily forward. But now, most of the deadly spores were blown through the gap in the wall instead of swirling around the throne. The thunderstorms began to shake and crackle more violently. The Ornheim traveler threw her carved ruby to the tiles, and the tiled floor began to crack and flow upward as it gathered itself together into a golem. Indiriel flowed forward. His sword flickered out, cracking the golem's heartstone in two. Then the cracked blade slipped into the traveler's ribcage. She slid off the sword and onto her back. Her half-formed golem crumbled. Only the 3 Asphodel travelers were left. The boy ran headlong toward the door, which Leah thought showed unusual wisdom. The young woman clapped her hands together and began to summon mist. That was likely suicide, as the mist would turn on any source of terror, even its summoner, but she was clearly desperate. The oldest Asphodel traveler tore off her mask, revealing a calm, grandmotherly face. She sank to her knees and folded her hands in her lap, waiting for death. Indiriel cut the young woman down before she could call anything, once again moving so fast that he seemed nothing more than a black blur. He grabbed the boy by the neck and clubbed him with the hilt of his sword. The boy collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The Overlord's mercy was touching and tragic, but ultimately futile. He would plead with the king for the young traveler's life, saying that the boy was too young to know what he was doing, that his elders had led him astray. Indiriel would try his best, but Leah knew her father. He had no use for rebels. The cloaked Valenhall traveler walked over to the kneeling old woman, who was the last of Odessa's followers left. Indiriel said something too soft for Leah to hear, muffled as it was by the lyrial lens. The old woman shook her head. She closed her eyes. Almost gently, Indiriel slipped his sword point into her ribs and out. The Asphodel traveler slumped over, a peaceful smile on her face. Roughly 10 seconds after Odessa's force first attacked, only 3 people remained alive in the throne room. Indiriel strolled over to Odessa, who scrambled over the floor tiles on her hands and knees. She finally grasped the bleeding wand and spun around, raising it to point at the throne again. She screamed. The Indros thunderstorms exploded. There was another flash too bright for the scrying lens, and the display whited out. When it cleared, the wand was nowhere in sight. Odessa lay flat on the floor at the foot of the throne, with Indiriel standing over her, 1 foot on her neck. The tip of his sword rested on her back. Leah risked a glance back at her brother. His face seemed thoughtful, as though he had received some new piece of data, but his hand tightened on his sword. By contrast, Lysander's mouth hung open a bit, and his glasses had been knocked askew. "I would say 6 travelers are not enough for Indiriel," Leah said casually. "What do you think?" Overlord Lysander glared at her, but neither of the men said anything. On the other side of the lens, Leah's father let out a heavy breath. She stared, hoping Talos hadn't noticed. The king had been holding his breath. He had used no otherworldly protection from poison. He had simply waited for Indiriel to clean up the problem. She supposed it didn't matter, in the end. The king had survived. King Zakareth rose to his feet. His crimson eye blazed like a star from within the cloud of dust rising from the shattered wall. "Odessa, my daughter," the king said. His voice was cold but firm, businesslike. "I have not named you successor. I have not given you my permission to summon that wand from my vault. And now you make an attempt on my life in my own throne room. What have you to say in your defense?" He sounded as though he was conducting normal court business, not at all as if his own daughter had tried to kill him.
Indiriel took his boot off the back of her neck, letting her struggle to her knees. Her wild hair framed her face like a lion's mane, lending her a frenzied aspect.
"Father, I only meant to take advantage of a temporary weakness," Odessa said.
Her voice was hoarse, and she licked her lips as she spoke.
"It was all as you taught me. If I had stood by, I would not deserve to be your successor."
Zakareth stared at his daughter, saying nothing. Perhaps encouraged by his silence, Odessa tried to climb to her feet, but Indiriel put a hand on her shoulder, keeping her in a kneeling position. She tried to push his hand off her shoulder. Indiriel's hand stayed where it was. The king spoke again, his voice hard and even.
"I held some hope for you, Odessa, despite your past failures. But your actions today have proven that you are not worthy of succeeding me." "I have proven only that I—" "Be silent," Zakareth said. He did not seem to speak any louder, but somehow his voice resonated throughout the hall in tones of absolute command. "You have endangered the kingdom by threatening to plunge us into a succession during a time of crisis. You have wasted the lives of 6 travelers when they are most needed, and you have jeopardized our safety in the war for which I have prepared since before you were born. You, Odessa, have betrayed the people of Damascus. I name you traitor, and hereby exile you to the territory of Lyriel, where you will remain under the supervision of Overlord Belanine until the end of your days."
Odessa started shouting, but her father spoke over her.
"Indiriel, make it so," he said.
Indiriel bowed from the waist, grabbed the heiress by her wrist, and pulled her along. His black cloak billowed behind him. She struggled, but she might as well have matched her strength against a cart horse.
"I'll be back," Odessa screamed. "I'll take your throne from you. I deserve it. It's mine."
"Stop," the king said. Indiriel stopped, glancing curiously over his shoulder. It looked like he didn't understand what the king was up to any more than Leah did. Odessa saw her chance and seized it.
"You can't do this to me," she said.
Zakareth walked up to his daughter and put his face inches from hers. He lowered his voice, but he spoke so firmly that Leah could still understand each word. At last, a touch of anger entered his tone.
"I will be clear with you, because you are my daughter. If you were not a Ragnaros traveler, I would simply execute you. But I would prefer you alive, so I will leave you with 3 choices. First, I can banish you to Lyriel, where you will be safe but powerless to cause any greater harm. Or, if you prefer, I could always feed you to the hanging tree. The sacrifice was late this year."
Odessa flinched and looked away from her father's face. She obviously knew what such a sacrifice meant.
"Third," the king continued relentlessly, "I could instead send you to Enosh. I can arrange to have you dropped at one of the Naraka waypoints, controlled by the Enosh Grandmasters. They would take you in gladly enough, and you know how they would treat you. As a Ragnaros traveler, as my daughter, you would taste the full extent of Enosh hospitality."
Odessa licked her lips. Her eyes bounced everywhere, looking for an escape.
"Choose,"
King Zakareth said, his voice resonating with hard anger.
"Lyriel,"
Odessa whispered.
"So be it," he responded. "One moment, Indiriel."
King Zakareth straightened up and turned toward what, to him, would be a blank stretch of wall. Through the scrying lens, his eyes met Leah's. His red eye flared.
"I hope you learned something today, Leah," her father said calmly.
The view through the lens winked out. Leah realized she was holding her breath and clutching the arms of her chair as though trying to crush them to splinters. She let out her breath in a whoosh, waving her hand and cutting off the power that kept her scrying lens active. It shrank back to the size of a dinner plate and popped off the wall, clattering to the floor. Everyone was silent for a second. Then Talos spoke. "Sometimes," he said, "I wonder if there's anything our father doesn't know." Lysander spoke into Talos's ear.
"We should go. If he saw us here—"
The Overlord was clearly trying to keep his voice down, but Leah had no trouble hearing him. Talos shrugged and rose to his feet. "Well, at least we learned something today. We'll have to remove Indiriel first before we can make our move."
"If you can," Leah said lightly. She toyed with her crystal bracelet, trying to seem unconcerned. Overlord Lysander opened his mouth, but Talos cut him off with a gesture. He bowed to Leah, a broad smile on his face. With his golden hair and chiseled features, he looked like the rightful successor to the Damascan throne. "Farewell, little sister," he said. "Don't do anything rash, and I see no reason why we can't be friends." He moved toward the door, but something occurred to Leah. There were no other heirs or heiresses still in the running to become successor. Edessa had been exiled, Sinara was mad, and her little brother Petrin had died years before. Why would he want to share information with his one remaining rival? She considered and discarded half a dozen subtle ways of determining his motivation, but there was one he would never expect. She could ask him. "Why did you come to me with this?" Leah asked. He shrugged. "You had the seeing crystal. If I could have summoned it myself, I would have." "But what if I oppose you in the succession?" she asked. "What if I had gone to save Father?" Talos blinked, with an expression on his face as though his sister had started quacking like a duck. Then he laughed. "Oh, Leah, sometimes I forget how young you are." Leah flushed, though inside she felt nothing but a cold anger. She raised one eyebrow at him. He kept chuckling. "Look at you. I didn't stop you from going anywhere, but you just watched. You never even thought about going to help him, did you?" She opened her mouth to defend herself, but realized she had nothing to say. She couldn't even think of a good lie. Talos clapped her on the shoulder, smiling fondly. At that moment, he actually looked like a proud big brother. "There's nothing to be ashamed of, Leah," he said. "You made the right move, and now one more piece has been taken off the board. As for you opposing me in the succession—" He shook his head with all the gravitas of a grieving saint. Behind him, Lysander smirked. "Don't," Talos said. "You're not a match for me, and I like you. Either work with me or stay out of my way." When Talos and his overlord left, Leah stayed where she was for a moment, thinking. Then she walked over to the corner of her room and reached up to the wall behind the chair where Talos had been sitting. In the corner of the wall and ceiling rested a crystal so clear it was almost invisible. Leah sat down in the chair, the crystal in her lap, and drew a spark of power from her source in Lyriel. Deep within the recording crystal, an image began to form, the back of Talos's blonde curls, Lysander's receding hair, and Leah herself sitting on the bed. The crystal had recorded everything that happened in the room since she had activated it, right before Talos walked inside. She controlled the view with her mind, sending it back to watch her brother's every move, to listen to his every word. There were clues hidden in everything that had happened here, and she intended to find them. One thing, at least, had become clear. Talos was a danger. He had at least one overlord in his pocket, and that he wasn't hiding their arrangement suggested that he had an agreement with at least one more. He obviously had no consideration for the safety of the Damascan people, planning as he was to assassinate the king during war preparations. He had to be stopped, and Leah would be the one to stop him. Chapter 4. Rebirth. The corridor to Kai's left was filled with darkness and dust, and the thick sandstone blocks of the walls appeared no different from the ones in front of him. He looked back. More darkness, lit occasionally by flickering yellow quartz embedded into the walls. A pile of dust on the floor marked the last golem to attack him on his way here. To his right waited an identical passageway, also dark, likely hiding a dozen golems. "I am hopelessly, deliriously lost," Kai said to himself. A figure of shadows and black cloth stepped from the darkness. He was hunched and hooded, his robes a black that had faded with age until it could almost be called gray. He had each of his hands tucked into the opposite sleeves, as though he was about to bow. Every inch of his flesh was hidden by black. Except the Nai had no flesh. They were nothing but shadows and clothes, all the way down to the essence that gave them life and power. Kai had always found them somewhat disquieting. "You are only lost if you are not where you wish," the eldest Nai said. His voice was harsh and grating, though soft, like a hairbrush dragging through gravel. "Where do you wish to be, young dragon?" "Not as young as I once was, eldest of the Nai," Kai said. His voice had taken on the sing-song tone he used when he was amused or annoyed. He hoped the eldest assumed he was amused. The eldest chuckled, which was truly disturbing. "Come at last to claim your birthright, have you?" He wasn't about to have that conversation, at least until Mithra was in his hands. The eldest knew the answer anyway. "Honored eldest, I thought you couldn't leave the house." Kai started walking down the corridor as he spoke, more out of a desire to be doing something than out of any conviction that he was heading the right way. As Kai walked, the clusters of yellow quartz in the walls flared to life, casting the halls in a dim golden light. When he got too far away, the lights farthest behind him winked out, so only the sections of the hall where he needed light were illuminated. The eldest followed. When he stood next to a glowing stone, he looked ordinary, his dark gray cloak fully visible. But when he stepped into shadow, it was as though he stepped through shadow instead. There were perhaps 20 paces between each quartz light, and the gaps between were filled with darkness. But when the eldest left one pool of light, he appeared immediately in the next one, seemingly not having crossed the shadow between. Kai wondered what would happen if the lights failed entirely. He had never missed his dolls more. The eldest finally decided to speak, perhaps in response to Kai's earlier question. "Many of the Nai do not leave the house. They are bound to it too closely. But as the eldest of my kind, there is little I cannot do, little I do not see." Kai made a curious noise in his throat, as though he was only mildly interested, but that was the most terrifying thing anyone had told him in years. The thought inspired a surge of anger. Why should he have to pretend the eldest didn't bother him? He had obviously intended to frighten Kai, or he would have remained hidden. Why should he tiptoe around the eldest's anger, pretending not to be frightened? He knew why. The eldest could be petrifying when he chose, but at the moment Kai didn't care. Both of them knew Kai hated the eldest, so why act otherwise? "Why did you decide to haunt me, eldest?" Kai asked. The eldest laughed again, twice in one day. Something horrible must have happened to put the eldest in such a good mood. "The son of Kalman," the eldest said, "has faced his overlord, some 4 weeks past." Kai turned sharply, looking straight into the Nai's hood. "Is he alive?" "No." Kai drew in a breath. He had only ever agreed to train Simon once Kayla had told him of Indiriel's offer, and he had never wanted to hinder the sacrifice. In fact, he had withheld information that would have made Simon's job much easier. He had made his choice over 20 years ago. He would be a hypocrite if he changed his mind now. But maybe, if he had told Simon all he knew, the boy would still be alive. Surprisingly, Kai actually felt a wash of guilt at the thought. But Azura would be free with Simon's death. Maybe his beloved little ones would finally take him back. He felt guilty for that, too. Why should he? The dolls were his, not Simon's. But the feeling did not go away. The eldest shook his head sadly. "Yes, it is a tragedy," he rasped. "His wife has taken over his realm. From what I can see, she is far better organized than her husband, though she is not a traveler." For a moment Kai stood, uncomprehending. Then a surge of anger swept through him, and he summoned a scimitar from the Valenhall armory. The sword flashed into his hand, and he swept it into the eldest's neck. The eldest ducked, almost casually. He cackled as he did. "The boy survived," the Nai continued, "but he has killed many Damascan travelers. He is wanted throughout the kingdom. If only he had someone to guide him, to protect him. If only the few remaining dragons had their leader." The eldest was trying to rile him for some reason, and the worst of it was that he was succeeding. Kai needed to put a stop to it. "Where is Mithra?" Kai asked. The eldest shrugged. "At the center of the temple. You know that better than I." Kai pointed the sword at him. "Where?" The Nai's shoulders shook with silent laughter. He walked over to a blank stretch of dark sandstone wall and placed one black sleeve against it. "Here," the eldest said. Kai banished the scimitar, letting it fade back into the territory. He called steel and reached back to the armory, but not for a sword. He needed something bigger. The warhammer was made entirely of mirror-bright Tartarus steel, so it gleamed like a star in the dull yellow quartz light. The dragon's fangs themselves were made of Tartarus steel, which was all but unbreakable. This hammer was so massive that Kai felt its weight, even with Valenhal's power flowing through him. He called stone, his skin tightening as the shield settled over him. "It will be good to have our leader back," the eldest said. Kai swung, putting all the power he could summon into the blow. The wall exploded, filling the corridor with a noise like a mountain collapsing and blasting a cloud of dust, pebbles, and shrapnel into the hallway. Some of the rocks, a few the size of Kai's fist, bounced off his impervious stone-shielded skin. But there wasn't as much debris as he expected. He wondered at that for a moment before he realized most of the wall had been blown out, into the room on the other side. Through the ragged hole in the wall, Kai saw an enormous square room, tiled in bright blue and so tall he couldn't see the ceiling. It was lit entirely by those yellow quartz crystals, which had flared to life as soon as the wall opened up. The room held very little besides tile and glowing crystal, only a pedestal, standing as high as Kai's waist. A sword levitated over that pedestal, point down, revolving slowly in midair. The sword reminded him so much of Azura that his heart ached. It woke other memories, too, but those were even less pleasant. Mithra, the 13th dragon's fang and the final sword forged by Valen the Wanderer, was only a few inches shorter than Azura's 7 feet. No one without the power of Valenhal could wield it. The blade was slightly curved along its entire length, and sharp on only the outside edge. That was where its resemblance to Azura ended. Where Azura's hilt was wrapped in black, Mithra's was bound in thread of gold. A finger-thin line of pure gold also ran up the center of the blade, from base to point. Kai knew from experience that the gold was seemingly of one piece with the steel around it. Kai had asked about that one evening long ago. "Master, how did you get the gold into your sword?" Valen had smiled gently and run a hand down the flat of his blade. "This gold is special. I found it long ago and far away, in a city of light." He had 1,000 stories about his city of light, and he would use them to keep the children entertained for hours. Before he had killed King Zacharit V, before the dragon army was broken. Kai looked at Mithra, shining golden in the light. It wasn't Valen's sword anymore. The eldest gestured, as though saying something, but the explosion of the wall still rang painfully in Kai's ears. He didn't mind. At least he didn't have to listen to the nye's words anymore. Kai turned back to the eldest, gesturing at his ears and shrugging helplessly. The eldest folded his arms like a sulky child. That did much to improve Kai's mood. When he turned back to Mithra, a 15-foot boulder stood in his way. The boulder sprouted arms, slamming one down at Kai's head. Only decades of training in the house allowed Kai to meet the blow, swinging his hammer up to meet the stone fist before it crushed his skull into jelly. The warhammer smashed into the fist, knocking it to the side enough that the blow slammed into the tiles instead of reducing Kai to paste. The boulder grew a second arm, then short, stubby legs. A head poked its way out of the enormous sandstone body. And a sapphire gleamed like a single eye on the golem's forehead. Kai still couldn't hear much, but he was sure the eldest was laughing. He dodged the golem's fist a second time, but his stone power ran out. Now even a single blow would probably prove fatal. Even though Benson's steel provided Kai with some defense, making his body resilient enough to withstand its own increased strength, it did very little to prevent him from being cut. So, without his stone shield to defend him, a single flying shard of the tile could be enough to open Kai's throat. The golem sent a series of heavy, crushing attacks that Kai narrowly evaded. This would be a perfect time for a magical wind-reading doll, Kai thought. Kai slipped to one side, avoiding a kick. He used the hammer to deflect another blow, sidestepping the next. As the golem recovered, he walked backward several steps. He needed a running start. Kai ran forward and launched himself into the air, steel-powered legs sending him up and over the golem's head. Kai lifted his hammer. The temple guardian raised 2 stone arms, crossing them over its forehead, protecting the heartstone. Everything was going more or less as Kai had predicted. Luckily, he didn't need to defeat the golem. He needed to get past it. Kai landed on the golem's crossed arms and pushed off behind the creature, landing on the pedestal holding Mithra. The golem turned and roared as it realized its mistake, sapphire eye gleaming. Too late now, Kai thought. He banished the hammer, sending it back to Valenhall. He closed a hand around Mithra's hilt. There were only two ways to dismantle an Ornheim golem. The first, and usually the easiest, was to take out the golem's heartstone. Each golem was animated and controlled by a carved gem located somewhere in its body. If you found the right jewel and destroyed it, the golem would fall to pieces. The wolves earlier had each had 3 heartstones on their faces, serving them as eyes. Kai hadn't been sure which heartstone was the controlling one, and he hadn't cared to find out. So he had opted for the second method of destroying a golem, brute force. If the golem's body was broken, the heartstone had nothing to animate. Kai drew on the rest of his steel, drinking it all up in a burst. As long as he won in the next few seconds, he'd be fine. Any longer than that, and he would be facing a 15-foot stone golem with no superhuman strength. Well, he'd have to win. The golem swept an arm at him, trying to knock him off the pedestal. Mithra sliced through the solid rock of its arm. The second arm swept down at him, trying to crush him, and he jumped. Kai underestimated his own strength, and his enhanced jump actually took him into the ceiling. He had to flip around in midair and catch himself with his feet. For an instant, he was looking down at the golem from above. Then he pushed off the ceiling and launched himself down, flashing out with Mithra as he did. He spun around again, just before he hit the floor, landing in a crouch with such force that the tile around him cracked. He held Mithra off to one side, so that it didn't drive down into the ground so far that he couldn't retrieve it. His steel ran out, and Kai almost crumpled from the sudden surge of weakness. It didn't matter, though. He had cut the golem's heartstone in 2. The golem collapsed in a rock slide, and Kai had to hurry away to avoid the falling stones. The eldest Nye, standing on the far end of the room, bowed and slowly clapped. "Welcome back, Kai," the eldest said. "You're just in time." Kai ignored him, already drawing Mithra down in the beginnings of a Valenhall gate. He thought about inviting the eldest inside, but decided against it. The Nye had gotten himself here without a gate, and he could get himself back. After about a minute, Kai finished slicing open a tear in reality, which widened to show Valenhall's entry hall, a large, carpeted room filled with comfortably padded chairs and couches. Wooden tables were scattered here and there, covered with old yellowed paper. Gilt-edged stand mirrors hung every few feet, and from the walls hung wooden sword racks, numbered 1 to 13. The smell of home, old wood, polish, and paper, drifted into the ancient temple. It had been far too long since Kai had been home. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. "You have done good work, Kai," the eldest called. Kai let the gate keep closing. "When the time comes, the Wanderer will need his sword." Ice crawled down Kai's back, and he spun around, but the gate had vanished. He stared at the blank wall of the Valenhall entry room. The eldest had only mentioned Valen to provoke Kai. He knew that. Valen was safely asleep, sealed away, as he had been for the last 25 years. Kai hesitated a moment before walking deeper into the house. He hated to let the eldest's word have any effect on him, but he needed to check on the Wanderer's grave. It couldn't hurt if he only checked. Valenhall had something of a reputation as a territory that was useless for actually getting from one place to another quickly, and Kai had to admit that, in most cases, the reputation was deserved. If he opened a gate from the real world to Valenhall, then any gate he opened from Valenhall would open back up to that exact spot. The generally accepted rule was that you could enter Valenhall from anywhere, as long as you were willing to return to the same place. If he opened a gate now, he would return to the stone temple at the center of the Badari Desert. But, like all rules, this one had something of a loophole. Kai stood deep in the house, at the top of a spiral staircase. Each stair was made out of a substance that looked like a cloud of black smoke, somehow frozen in time. The steps felt solid enough, though. He held Benson's steel every second in this room, because even the air weighed heavily upon him here. His body was at least 3 times its normal weight, but climbing the staircase under these conditions was only the first of the room's challenges. When he had first reached this far into the house, he had been forced to fight a guardian at the top of the stairs. He almost hadn't made it. Now that he thought of it, Indiriel had been the one to drag Kai's broken and bleeding body out of here and back to the healing pool. Oh, how long ago that was. At the top of the stairs was a black stone platform, seemingly floating unsupported at the top of the room. The center of the pedestal sported a chink in the rock that glowed faintly. It looked like the beginnings of a crack, but it was really a keyhole. Kai reversed Mithra, holding it point down over the hole. He gathered up his concentration, reaching through the dragon's fang as he did when opening a gate. He plunged the blade down. The world vanished in a swirl of colors, and Kai felt as though his insides were being wrenched in 6 directions at once. Using this gate was much less pleasant than the normal process, but it was necessary. Kai forced himself to ignore the pain. Minutes or seconds later, grass formed under Kai's feet. The spinning lights and colors resolved into a line of trees, and the heavy air of the black staircase lightened into a fresh summer breeze. When the world stopped spinning, Kai found himself standing in a clearing at the center of Latari Forest. He still held both hands on Mithra's hilt, and its tip dug 2 inches into the forest soil. As soon as he recognized his surroundings, Kai tugged his blade free of the ground and leaped forward. Once, this gate had opened onto the center of an empty clearing, but that had been more than 25 years ago. Since midsummer, in the last year of Zacharoth V's reign, the gate had come out only paces away from a hanging tree. Kai landed facing back the way he came, Mithra angled across his body, ready to face the savage roots and branches of the blood-red Ragnaros tree. Each time he had used this gate in the past, he had been attacked in seconds. This time, the tree was eerily still. Sure, its red leaves whispered in the wind of another world, and its thorny branches clawed at the air in Kai's direction, but the tree's attack was lazy and listless, not the brutal assault Kai usually experienced. Even the rustling voice of the leaves was agonized, not hungry. Kai's shaggy hair fell into his face again, but he didn't bother to brush it away. He stared at the bloody tree, and a shiver of fear ran down his spine. The hanging tree was wounded. A chunk of the tree's trunk looked brown and dry, as if part of it had simply died. The leaves and roots on that side had shriveled, and were starting to blacken on the edges. Kai crept closer, still wary of an attack. But the tree seemed blind on that side, letting Kai approach its scar without a whisper of complaint. He was no Ragnaros traveler, but he had extensive experience with this particular tree. He had been present at its birth, and he had spent most of his life in these woods. He had never seen it anything but violently healthy. Other than a direct attack, which Kai would have detected long before it reached this deep into the forest, only one thing could shrivel a hanging tree: starvation. The tree must be feeding on itself. Oh, Simon, Kai thought, what have you done? Part of him knew he couldn't blame Simon, no matter how much he wanted to. He hadn't told the boy the full story, and Kai had even prepared him to succeed. He had known the potential consequences, and his conscience had driven him to act. But this possibility had always remained nothing more than that. A possibility. A slim, dark chance. He had never thought Simon could actually weaken the living prison enough to make a difference. The earth shook. Kai stumbled a step and had to catch himself before he fell. The crimson tree trembled even more violently than the rest of the forest, waving its branches through the air in wild, silent protest. "Master," Kai whispered. The ground shook again, ringing like a bell. A crack bloomed on the scarred side of the hanging tree, splitting it from the ground up. It screamed silently, a sound like nails drilling into Kai's brain. He decided that right then would be an excellent time to be back in the house. Even if the Wanderer did escape his prison, Valenhall was the one place he would never choose to enter. Kai raised Mithra's tip to a point just above his head, reaching through the sword to his territory. Maintaining his concentration, but keeping an eye on the wounded tree, Kai carefully drew his blade down, sawing through the barrier between worlds. Slowly, a tear formed, revealing the house's entry hall on the other side. Kai kept focused, but a seed of hope put down roots in his heart. It looked like he would make it. A shadow detached itself from the darkness under the canopy of Latari Forest, drifting over to where Kai stood. In his raspy voice, the eldest spoke. "At last, we will have our master back." Kai ignored him, continuing to open the gate. He had to make it large enough, or it wouldn't stabilize. The ground rumbled again, shaking his concentration. The eldest drifted forward, standing to the side of Kai's gate. His black hood stared into Kai's face. "Once you refused me, a quarter-century gone. If you had taken up the sword at first, all this could have been avoided." Kai nodded toward his sword, with its line of gold gleaming down the center of the blade. "I have it now," he said. "Perhaps for once we can be friends." He had to stall a few more seconds, so that he could finish the gate. Already he could see the handful of gleaming blades hanging on their racks in the entry hall. Azura was among them. The eldest shook his hood. "I would have once, but you are a coward. I will serve only a more worthy master." Kai reached the grass and drew his sword away. The gate remained, a portal into Valenhall wide enough for him to walk through. Kai stepped forward. Then he felt a sensation on his neck that he had almost forgotten, the feel of icy chains. The chains jerked, hauling Kai backwards off his feet. He landed several paces away on his back. If he had not been holding Benson's steel, his throat would have collapsed. The eldest withdrew his black iron chain, flowing away to stand between Kai and the tree. "The Wanderer feels his sword," he said. "I will not allow you to steal it once more." The gate hung open, behind the eldest's shoulder, but it had already begun to shrink. Kai hopped to his feet, angling Mithra in front of him. He didn't have to beat the eldest, he just had to make it to the house. Once there, he could alert Simon, Dinner, Indiriel, even Catherine, if she would consent to return. Even the king would want to hear this news. Maybe he could be the one to heal the tree's wounds. No matter what, Kai had to reach the gate. Kai called more steel, drawing so deeply that he actually had a vision of Benson on his black throne. The skeleton, seemingly made entirely of steel, lounged as usual with one bony leg tossed over the arm of his seat. His wide-brimmed hat was tilted to cover one eye, though the other blazed with rough blue flame. He was chatting with one of the nearby suits of armor, one of which stepped forward and did a little pirouette as Kai watched. Benson angled his fiery eye toward Kai and frowned. Kai was never clear on how he did that, without lips. The skeleton said something, adjusting his hat as he did, but Kai couldn't hear it. Steel thundered through his veins. When his vision returned, he launched himself at the gate. The force of his jump tore the soil where he stood, and he hurtled through the air. Links of black chain whipped up to meet him, but Kai was prepared. He twisted in midair, meeting the chains with Mithra's blade. The chain wrapped around Kai's sword, and the knife pulled tight. Mithra was wrenched from Kai's grasp. Even though he had only had the dragon's fang back for less than an hour, Kai already felt the pang of loss. Still, the sword was not his first priority. He had to reach the gate. Kai fell, feet first, toward the open portal. Then the eldest let out a low, keening whistle. Two Nai emerged from the gate in a river of flowing black cloth. Their hoods flared with light the color of the moon. They blurred forward, moving too fast for Kai to follow. The Nai leaped into the air, each one grabbing one of Kai's arms. Kai punched one of them away, but the second pulled him straight down to the ground. He slammed into the grass hard enough to send a tremor running through the soil, though the Nai fell lightly enough. With so much steel running through him, Kai barely felt the impact. The gate had continued to shrink, but Kai could still fit himself through it. He was only a foot away. He threw himself forward. Nai flowed out from Valenhall like a black river. Kai's face smacked into a wall of black cloth. Two Nigh grabbed his feet, two his arms, trying to twist his hands behind his back. Others caught him up under the ribs or by the neck, twisting their chains around him. But he had been defeating Nigh in combat since he was a child, and he did not intend to go easily. He used raw strength to force his arms back around into position, and called knives from the Valenhall armory. He stabbed one of the Nigh in the heart, thrusting his second knife into another Nigh's hood. They took his knives away, but he kept calling weapons, struggling and knocking Nigh away like a child swatting bees. His steel ran out. Kai sagged, the sudden weakness running through his body, and the black robes had him trussed and tied in seconds. He felt as though they had wrapped him in a cocoon of cold, biting black chains. Craning his neck, Kai could barely see the gate still shrinking. If he wanted to escape now, he would have to crawl through. If only Kayla were here. He had never expected to die without one of his lovely little ones at his side. The wall of Nigh parted, and their eldest stepped through. He kept one of his arms behind his back, though in the other he held Mithra. His pace-long sleeve fell all the way to the ground. The eldest twisted his sword to catch the light. "Beautiful," he whispered. "Truly the Master's finest work. He will lead Valenhall to glory once again, once he has this back." Kai cried out, but it wasn't enough to stop the eldest from turning and hurling the dragon's fang at the tree. The gold and silver sword flashed as it spun, end over end, before stabbing itself into the center of the tree. It landed inside the scar, in the long crack that ran through the tree's flesh. Kai only thought he had heard the tree scream before. This time it howled, and the earth buckled under its fury. Even some of the Nigh were tossed from their feet. Kai was lifted off the ground and slammed back down, the chains cutting into his skin, but he barely noticed. The agony of the hanging tree tore at his mind, shredding his thoughts like knives through his brain. The tree's scream was silent, but he felt it, like red-hot ants running in his blood. Then, the scream stopped. At the center of Latari Forest, the hanging tree died. For a moment there was only silence. No living thing in the entire forest made a sound. Each of the Nigh turned their empty hood to face the pile of wood that had once been a tree for Magnaris. Kai started to wonder if he could, perhaps, wriggle free while their attention was elsewhere. If he stayed where he was, he would surely die. Then, a crack like a lightning strike. The scarlet tree split completely down the middle, and Mithra tumbled free to land on the grass. Each half of the blood-red trunk split, falling away from each other. A man rose from the earth beneath the broken tree. His skin was covered by 25 years' worth of mud and grime. He stood, brushing a hand over his bald head, scraping dirt from his eyes. His shirt crumbled off as he stood, though enough of his pants remained to account for decency. It's amazing, Kai thought, the things you notice before you die. The man stepped forward, out of the remains of the tree. The eldest went to one knee in front of him, and the Nigh all followed suit as one, kneeling before their leader. He continued brushing the dust from his skin, revealing black marks like tattoos, like the shadows left by chains, like the marks on Kai's own arms. Only, on this man, the shadow chains traveled up his arms, spiraling around his shoulders, wrapping around his torso, twisting around his legs. Links of chain wound around his neck, traveling up his face in a bizarre mask, covering his head like hair. The Wanderer opened his eyes, and they were the same that had haunted Kai's nightmares for half his life. They had no whites, only darkness all around. His irises were a pure metallic silver, like the steel of a dragon's fang. Valen, the Wanderer, the incarnation of Valenhall, reached down and picked up his sword. "Kanya Ka, my friend," Valen said. The voice was the same as Kai remembered from his childhood, still warm and firm at the same time. The eldest stood, but he kept his hood bowed. "It has been too long, master." Valen nodded, smiling a little. "It has. I have spent far too many years dreaming, it seems."
Then he pointed to Kai with Mithra's tip. Let him go. The eldest hesitated, but not the other nigh. They swarmed over Kai in a flutter of cloth and blurred motion, and when they withdrew, not a link of chain remained. The sensation left Kai feeling dizzy. It felt something like having his clothes torn off by a hurricane. Kai scrambled to his feet, still awash in too many emotions to name. He was terrified for his life, which was as it should be, but he had not expected to feel so glad to see his mentor again. And he thought he had buried his rage, his hunger for vengeance at the one who had killed his brothers and sisters. He had thought that particular emotion conquered years before, but here it was, resurrected with the father who had slaughtered so many of his adopted children. Valen levered Mithra up and leaned it against his shoulder, in a gesture so familiar that it brought an ache to Kai's heart. He gave Kai a crooked grin. You're looking old, Kai. How long has it been?
Almost 25 years, Kai whispered.
Valen's black and silver eyes widened. Wow. In that case, you're looking good. How goes the war against Damascus? I'm sure you guys had it rough without me around.
Kai's throat went dry. Zacharet VI remains on the throne.
The 6th? I remember the 5th. Confusion darkened Valen's features, but then he brightened. Hold on, you mean the one who sealed me here? The Ragnaros traveler with the red eye? Kai nodded. I admit, Kai, I'm a little hurt. 25 years and you still haven't avenged me. I would have thought Indirial, at least. Valen trailed off, and he stared into the distance, lost in the past. No, wait. Indirial, he fought me. He sealed me. Valen's face contorted with rage. He stood with the Damascans. Even Indirial, of all people. I thought he would be with me to the last. Around Valen, the grass began to shrivel and curl, until it looked like a tightly woven carpet of green. In reality, Kai knew, it was a carpet. Behind the incarnation, the brown slivers of the dead hanging tree merged, flowing into one another until they wove into a rough, splintery, wicker-back chair. Incarnations warped the world around them, reforming reality, twisting it. The longer they stayed in one place, the more the world would transform in the image of the incarnation's territory. In this case, he was turning this world into Valenhall simply by standing there. Kai glanced back over his shoulder at the shrinking gate. His heart sank. It was only as big across as his head. He would never be able to squeeze through. There were other ways, but he needed Valen distracted. The eldest cleared his throat.
Pardon, Master. Indirial was not the only one to oppose you that day.
His hood turned to face Kai. Valen shook his head like a dog shaking off water. No, Kai stood with me. He fought Indirial. I remember that. But, wait, no, he was there. Kai, you were there. You were there when they sealed me. At the end, Valen's voice rose, and an inhuman ring entered his voice, like steel on steel.
I stood with you until the end, Kai said quietly. But while I fought Indirial, to keep him from killing you, you carved your way through Valenhall. 8 children you raised and murdered.
His voice broke. Their faces swam in front of him even now, children raised as his brothers and sisters, murdered by the man they called their father. Valen shook his head, smiling patiently. No, Kai, no. I tested them. You have to earn your power in Valenhall. It's the law of our world. Denner and Catherine passed my test, so I had them healed. They are my true children, like you and Indirial. The others, well, I spared them a worse death. The old familiar rage rose up in Kai again, and he met his mentor's nightmare eyes. You lost control. You've become an incarnation, Valen. You're a monster. Valen met Kai's eyes for a moment longer, and then he nodded. I'm sorry you feel that way, Kai. You were almost worthy to succeed me. Something occurred to him, and he looked down at Mithra.
As a matter of fact, you earned this, didn't you? He flipped the sword over to Kai. It spun through the air and landed point down, stabbing into the grass. Valen held out a hand, and an enormous steel claymore flashed in his grip. I need that sword, Kai, he said, his tone matter-of-fact. But I'm no thief. If I want it, I have to earn it back. Behind him, a sapling turned into a coat rack. Kai wrapped his hand around Mithra's hilt, but he didn't pull it out. His steel had not quite recovered, while Valen had his full strength to draw upon. If they fought now, Kai would die instantly. But what choice did he have? Mentally, he focused on the image of the little quicksilver vial that he had once received from Benson. He pictured its shape, its color, the feel of the cold power rushing along his bones. He dove deeper. He saw Benson again, sitting on his throne in Valenhall's blue-lit basement. The skeleton leaned forward. Your steel's run out, Kai. Nothing I can do to help that. The skeleton's blue flame eye narrowed, as though he were focusing on something. Hang on. What's got a hold of you? The Wanderer, Kai sent. He pushed his thoughts forward, concentrating on Benson as he always had on his dolls. The steel skeleton's eye widened. I'll see what I can do, kid. Try to hold on. The vision of the basement blew apart, replaced by the Latari clearing. The knife stood aside, leaving Valen and Kai enough room to swing their huge blades. Valen stood, his chain-marked body angled and waiting for Kai. Well, Kai, Valen said, I've been here 25 years. I'm not waiting another. Steel flooded into Kai, in a rushing waterfall of ice, and he ran forward. On the way, he called every power he thought would help. The stone amulet armoring his skin. The bottle of liquid gold, flooding cheery warmth through his body and lending him new vitality. The iron scroll, granting him more knowledge of combat and tactics than he could have earned in one lifetime. They blasted through him, in a river of strength and power, and he channeled it all into his attacks. Pale blue light flickered through Valen's skin, as he called one of the powers to which Kai did not have access. Essence of the Nigh. Valen stepped to one side, and Kai's strike missed him by a hair's breadth. Kai turned his stroke into a stab, which Valen batted aside with his own blade. He let out a blistering three-part combination, but Valen turned every attack. Once, he slapped Mithra aside with the palm of his hand. Kai finished with a downward stroke of his dragon's fang, putting all his steel strength into the blow. Valen caught the blow on his own sword and held it off with one hand. With every bit of strength he could muster or call, Kai pushed his sword down toward Valen's head. But, one-handed, the Valenhall incarnation was still stronger. Valen pushed Kai's blade aside. You're not bad, Kai, Valen said. But you don't have the full power of Valenhall. My turn. Then he attacked. Kai could barely see the blows, let alone turn them aside. He met a few using nothing more than his knowledge of Valen's habits and patterns, and some of the other strikes didn't land firmly enough to penetrate his stone-hard skin. With his dolls, maybe he could have countered Valen's assault. The Valenhall incarnation had almost unlimited strength, speed, and endurance, but Otoku or Gloria could have given him the edge he needed to dodge. Without their advice, he wasn't fast enough. Valen drew a line of blood down Kai's cheek, his right arm, his hip, and his left leg. Kai ignored the pain, drawing on the power of the ice dagger from the Winter Garden. It numbed the wounds, kept him fighting, even as his other powers kept him on his feet. Finally, one of Valen's blows met Mithra near the hilt. Kai's palms rang as though he had held them against a struck bell, and the dragon's fang fell to the grass. Valen scooped up his sword. He sighed in contentment. Much better, he said. The claymore vanished. Kai backed up a few steps, as his former master got the feel of his old sword. He only had one power left in his arsenal that might be of any use to him at all. He continued creeping backwards, his eyes fixed on Valen. The Wanderer turned his metallic eyes to Kai. You have done well, Kai.
I am proud to call you my student. But you might warn the Damascans before I can finish what I started." He raised Mithra's silver and gold blade. "Goodbye," Valen said. Kai reached into Valenhall and called the Black Gauntlet. Valen rushed forward in a blur of flashing steel, but the dark metal gauntlet shimmered as it vanished from Valenhall and appeared on Kai's left hand. It was heavy, spiked, and tipped on each finger with claws, not something he would normally wear when fighting. The knowledge of the Iron Scroll warned Kai that Valen would attack his neck, so he spun around as he dropped to one knee. Mithra sliced through the air above him. Kai reached up with his left hand, gripping the Valenhall gate with his taloned fingers. The portal was now only the size of a grape. Kai drew the gauntlet down, tearing a ragged hole in the world. The Black Gauntlet was difficult and time-consuming to earn, but it was the Valenhall Gate Crawler, a device that could tear closing or recently closed gates back open. It was the only way Kai knew of to follow a traveler into a foreign territory, but he had never used it to open his own. In theory, it should work the same way. And now he had proved that theory to himself. He knelt before a Valenhall gate, full-sized, if a bit more ragged around the edges than usual. Kai threw himself into the entry hall, just as Valen's sword came down again. He felt a line of fire against his back, but he cleared the border. Valen stood at the edge of the gate, staring into the territory he had created. "Come on in, master," Kai taunted. "I'm wide open." He brushed white hair out of his eyes, and was startled to find the hair warm and sticky with blood. Valen smiled a little, but he pulled Mithra back. There was a sound like a distant horn, and the blade began to vibrate as though Kai saw the sword through a heat haze. "Sorry, Kai," Valen said. "I'll come home someday. But until then, I've got work to do." He swept the shivering dragon's fang across the gate, and the gate blew away like dandelion fluff in a high wind. Kai smiled to himself. "I won," he thought. "I survived." Then he passed out in a pool of his own blood. When Adrienne Lamarcus Diocese felt the silent scream shudder through the stone of her Belcalem home, she stood from her breakfast and rushed out the doors. Black skirts swished around her ankles as she walked. She would wear no other color until she had finished mourning her husband, which would not be until she could have justice for his death. Petrus met her outside the dining hall doors. The pudgy, balding Naraka traveler waved his one remaining arm in a panic. "We need to get out of here, my lady. 7 stones, I don't know why we're not dead already." Adrienne kept walking, forcing Petrus to keep up. "Is it free?" she asked. She had to prepare for the worst. The aging traveler shrugged, which was not the most comforting thing he could have done. "I certainly haven't examined the tree myself," Petrus said. "But I would say no, the Naraka incarnation is not free. If it was, I suspect we would be burning to death right now." She nodded, processing the information. On the move, Adrienne signaled a nearby guard. "Evacuate the house," she told him. "I want everyone who isn't a traveler out of here 5 minutes ago." The soldier saluted and started to run off, but she grabbed him by the elbow before he could move. "On second thought, take it a step further. Evacuate this whole quarter of the city. Tell the captain he's authorized to use whatever force he feels is necessary. I will be there to supervise the operation as soon as I can." The guard let nothing show in his face, which Adrienne considered a blessing. He simply gave her another salute and ran off to carry out his orders. Since Malachi's death, too many had felt free to tell her exactly what they thought of her commands. Evacuating an entire quarter of the city would be a logistical nightmare, and she doubted it would be possible in anything less than a full day. But, should the worst happen, some of her citizens would have a better chance to escape. Petrus was already out of breath from keeping up with her, but he managed an approving nod. "Good, my lady, very, very good. There's nothing more we can do here." Adrienne gave him her most disarming smile without slowing her pace. "What are you talking about, Petrus? We're going down to check on the tree. If that incarnation breaks out, he'll have to go through us first."
She was no traveler, and she barely had an inkling of the kind of power that one of the incarnations wielded. But she would slow it down with her body if necessary. Malachi would have given his life to stop the incarnation from reaching Belkalem. In his memory, she could do no less. Overlord Lysander Tyrannus had sent his Sauran tribe sparrows to check on the tree the instant he felt the distortion. As an Avernus traveler, he had a deep bond with his birds, but also utmost confidence in their abilities. If any flock could survive an encounter with the Ragnaris tree, it would be his. Lysander's tree rested in the center of a forest glade, next to a creek, inside a huge marble mausoleum that had been constructed for exactly this purpose. He had ordered the doors opened a crack, enough to send his tiny birds inside, but in that instant he had nearly been skewered by thorny tendrils the color of blood. His sparrows had only made it inside, thanks to the natural agility of the Sauran. He could feel them fluttering against the doors now, and he signaled his guards to haul the doors back open. They did, though it took 4 men. The flock of brown-gold sparrows swept out of the marble doors in a cloud, crimson branches snapping at their tail feathers. The guards staggered back, letting the doors slam shut. They closed on some of the tree's vines, cutting them in half. Lengths of supple red wood fell to the ground, squirming like blood-colored worms. The Sauran whirled around Lysander's head, sharing with him the squeaky, chirruping thoughts of their flock mind.
"Tree weak," they sent. "Needs time. Time to heal. Needs feeding. Next year. Hungry. Weak. Broken. Needs time."
Lysander felt himself smile. The tree would not have the time it needed to recover. He and His Highness Talos, the last remaining real Damascan heir, would see to that. They would rule over the world as it was meant to be. He had foreseen it. Deborah was miles away when her tree screamed, but she felt it in the rock. Through her bare feet pressed to the rocky ground, she felt the earth's pain and fury as the crimson roots of Ragnaris struggled to contain the incarnation of Ornheim. It wasn't breaking free, not yet, but it was awake. It was aware, as it had not been in the 3 centuries since it was sealed beneath the earth. She rose to her feet, feeling the faintest creaking of joints. She wasn't as young as she used to be, but she'd let Naraka take her before she gave in to age. She stood, stretching her aching back, and surveyed the cavern. Stalactites hung many paces overhead, leaving enough room for a 2-story house. The broad floor, wide enough to host a grand ball, was covered in half-finished golems. Obsidian wolves with 3 emerald eyes waited, inanimate, as a young Ornheim initiate shaped its hind legs. Huge, hulking granite guardians crouched against the wall, awaiting the topaz heartstones that would bring them to life. Sleek, angular assassins of flint and shale prowled restlessly, ruby heartstones gleaming in the dim light. Each golem required weeks of delicate care and preparation, but that was the way of Ornheim. Patience, care, and endurance yielded rewards. Soon, their golem army would shatter the walls of Enosh, assuming that the Ornheim incarnation did not break free and kill them all. Ornheim travelers paced up and down the rows of golems, making last-minute checks and attending to the business of creating Damascus' golem army. Or at least, they had been attending to business a moment ago. But they had all felt the warning in the earth at the same time, and they all looked to her, their overlord, for orders. Overlord Deborah kept herself from smiling, as she habitually kept most expressions off her face, but she felt it on the inside. This was why Ornheim travelers were so much more useful than those of other territories. They did not panic or flail around or look for further confirmation of what they already knew. They simply, patiently, diligently awaited orders. Her heart swelled with pride, but she pushed the feeling back. She had work to do. Deborah signaled 2 of the travelers nearest her. "Urian, Danelle, get back to Tarkanus. Put the tree on full lockdown. If anything tries to get in or out, I want them to have to dig through 2 mountains and 6 golems." "Yes, Overlord," they said in unison, and jogged off to open their gates. Everyone else, back to work. Double time. We need to finish this battalion as soon as we can, then get back to Tarkanus ourselves. If the Incarnation breaks free, we should be there to face it." Several travelers shouted their assent and returned to work, but Janira stepped up close, doubt plain on her face. She had advised Deborah for years, as her mother had counseled Deborah's. As usual, she wore a net of diamonds in her braided hair. "Pardon me, Overlord," Janira said, "but shouldn't we inform the king?" Deborah shook her head, thinking about the Overlord of Cana. "Trust me, Janira. The king already knows." Indiriel sprinted through the halls of the royal palace in Cana, black cloak flowing behind him. There were 2 guards on the door to the king's private library, both Tartarus travelers, and normally they would have challenged him about his purpose if they saw him trying to enter. That was a good policy, and one he encouraged. No one, not even him, should be able to reach the king without royal permission. But today he didn't have time for the usual rules. He flew down the hallway with the clear intention to run through anything in his way. The 2 Tartarus travelers noticed. They got out of his way. Indiriel slammed through the library doors to find King Zakareth seated at a desk, his sleeves rolled up, elbow deep in books, maps, and old scrolls. He looked up, surprise evident on his face. "Indiriel, what's wrong?" Indiriel didn't bother bowing. He didn't have time. "The 10th tree is broken," he said. "Valen is free." Zakareth stared for a moment, and his face tightened in an expression of cold anger. He slammed his hand flat against the desk. "Why now, of all times?" he demanded. "The Maker's reward for our clean living," Indiriel responded dryly. Zakareth shook his head, tearing a gate to the Crimson Vault open behind him. The portal itself was lined in bright red light, though it opened on a rough stone cave. A pair of silver doors, carved with the image of a one-eyed king long dead, led into the vault proper. The entire scene was lit only by a pair of unnatural scarlet torches. Zakareth walked through the gate, motioning Indiriel to come along behind him. "Follow me," the king said wearily. "Let's get to work." Chapter 5. The Rising Sun. Alan held up the golden breastplate and admired the way it gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. The Grandmasters had mined the ore from Ornheim and forged the armor in Tartarus, so that it looked like gold, but was much harder and lighter. It even had the symbol of Elysia etched in the center, a winged sword, point down, with a rising sun in the background. Alan thought the armor would make him look regal, like a warrior king from the stories. But first, he had to put it on.
"Excuse me," the armorer said from somewhere around Alan's feet. "I'm sorry, sir, but could you please put the breastplate back?"
"Just a moment," Alan said. He turned the plate so it best caught a ray of sunshine through the high windows, gleaming like a fallen star.
"I quite understand, sir, but please, it's on my head."
Startled, Alan pulled the armor up. The armorer, who had been adjusting one of the many straps on Alan's golden boots, was now crouched on the floor, peering up. Without even noticing, Alan had been resting the sheet of metal on the back of the man's skull. Alan flushed with shame and moved the plate aside. "My apologies, Master Farin. I was careless." Farin, the most highly regarded armorer in the city of Enosh, chuckled nervously.
"Not at all, Eliadel, not at all. As soon as I am finished fitting the greaves, we will attach the breastplate. Do not worry. You will look radiant for the celebration this afternoon."
Alan looked over at the full-size mirror, which easily held the largest amount of smooth mirrored glass he had ever seen. From the waist down he looked magnificent, with gold-plated armor covering him from hips to toes. His shoulders and arms were covered in gold as well, and his hands in golden gauntlets, but his midsection was a mass of chain mail and leather straps. For reasons he didn't understand, the chest and back were assembled last. Master Farin had assured him that the suit he wore was a simplified version of the usual plate armor, and it was much easier to don and remove. He had also claimed that this suit, being made from rare ingredients and techniques not of this world, was lighter, stronger, and more flexible as well. Alan felt strong enough wearing the armor, but sweat ran down. The suit he wore was a simplified version of the usual plate armor, and it was much easier to don and remove. He had also claimed that this suit, being made from rare ingredients and techniques not of this world, was lighter, stronger, and more flexible as well. Alan felt strong enough wearing the armor, but sweat ran down his back, and he wondered if he would be able to close his gauntleted fingers enough to lift the sword. He couldn't even put the suit on or take it off by himself. If this was better than what real knights had worn into battle, back when plate armor was the fashion, then he was glad he was not a knight. Alan wasn't sure why the people of Enosh usually used this room of the Grandmaster's palace, but it was round and very high. Tall windows high up on the walls let in the sunlight, and the double doors were at least 10 paces tall. Other than the mirror, those were the room's only features. Without warning, the 2 tall doors opened, and Grandmaster Naraka hobbled inside. Grandmaster Naraka had left her birth name behind decades ago, and she was easily the oldest person Alan had ever met. Since coming to Enosh, Alan had heard rumors that Grandmaster Naraka was over 100 years old. Looking at her hunched and shriveled form, he had no reason to doubt it. She wore a pair of glasses perched on her nose, with thick red lenses so dark they were almost black. Alan had occasionally wondered if she was blind, and wore such dark glasses because she couldn't see. But he couldn't imagine any disability severe enough that the Grandmaster would bow to it.
"Eliadel,"
the Grandmaster croaked. She bowed her head a fraction.
"How do you like your armor?"
"I'm sure it will look great at the celebration, Grandmaster," he said. He meant it, but he was afraid he might also trip over his own boots and fall on his face in front of the entire population of Enosh. Grandmaster Naraka snorted.
"Oh, you'll look good, and maybe this armor will stop you from getting yourself killed next time you leave the city."
Alan winced at the thought. Only this morning had Grandmaster Asphodel allowed him to remove his bandages, pronouncing him healthy enough so long as he doesn't toss himself face first into a furnace. Again. She had waddled off in a huff, muttering about children. Alan had no wish to be healed by her a second time. "I have learned my lesson, Grandmaster," Alan said humbly. "I will not act so rashly again." Not unless he had to. Naraka waved a hand at him.
"That's neither here nor there, boy. Do you remember what to say this afternoon?"
Master Farin pressed the breastplate against Alan's chest. "I will wave to the people, and I will demonstrate the power of Elysia," Alan recited. "I will tell the people how Enosh needs to be strong, and that together we can bring Damaska's unnatural blight to an end. I will remind them how we defeated Overlord Malachi—"
"You,"
Grandmaster Naraka corrected. For a moment Alan didn't understand what she meant. Master Farin tugged the straps on his armor so abruptly that he almost fell over.
"You will remind them how you overcame Overlord Malachi," the Grandmaster said. "Not we. You were the one who killed the Overlord."
"That's true, but Simon was there first," Alan pointed out. Master Farin had secured the breastplate and had moved around to his back. "Without him, Leah and I would never have escaped with our lives."
"You give Simon too much credit," Grandmaster Naraka said dismissively. "If he truly battled the Overlord, why were the both of them still alive after the fight, Tell me that. I find it more likely that he and Malachi came to some sort of an arrangement."
"Not Simon," Alan said firmly. "The Endros traveler, Cormac, killed his mother. He hates Damaska as much as I do." Then again, Simon had begged Alan not to kill the Overlord, but that didn't mean anything. He had wanted to spare Malachi's children the sight of their father being executed. It had probably made him remember his own past, and Alan couldn't blame him for that.
"I hope that is so," Grandmaster Naraka said. "Damaska is true evil. Their human sacrifice is proof enough of that. Maybe your Simon has seen the light, but he draws his power from Valinhall. He is no true traveler. I would distrust him for that alone."
Farin tightened another strap, pinching Alan's side so hard that he slapped the armorer's hand away. Master Farin bowed and murmured his apologies, returning to his work with assurances that it wouldn't happen again. Alan turned his mind back to the conversation. What do you mean? Simon's a traveler. Grandmaster Naraka adjusted her red glasses. The original 9 territories, including Ragnaros, have existed since the beginning of time. They encompass all the powers of nature. Over 1,000 years ago, we were granted access to Elysia, the 10th territory, which represented the enlightened virtues of man. For centuries the world existed in balance, until the first Damascan queen eradicated the Elysian travelers. But that is another story. Valenhall, in contrast, has only existed for 60 years. As far as we have been able to learn, the territory was cobbled together in one of Damaska's twisted experiments. Damaska undoubtedly intended to use its power to further pervert the natural order, but the first Valenhall traveler, by the name of Valen, turned the territory's power against Damaska. In the ensuing conflict, most of the Valenhall travelers were killed. Only a handful remain, a rare and dying breed. Grandmaster Naraka's voice drifted away, and she stared past Alan, as though she saw the distant past in her dark red lenses. Alan stood still as Master Farin moved over him, still tightening straps and adjusting buckles. How did someone make a territory? For that matter, where did the other territories come from? More importantly, he failed to see what any of that had to do with Simon. That sounds even better, Alan said. The Valenhall travelers hate Damaska too, don't they? They're on our side. Sadly, Grandmaster Naraka shook her head. I wish that were true, but the enemy of our enemy is not always a friend. Valenhall travelers cannot be trusted. Why not? Alan asked. They are no true travelers, Naraka said, in a tone of disgust. Their territory was created, not born. It's a twisted abomination. Their only purpose is to kill real travelers, like they killed my granddaughter. Master Farin cleared his throat and focused pointedly on Alan's left boot. I'm sorry to hear that, Alan said carefully. It was 8 years ago, just before midsummer, the Grandmaster began. Her voice softened as she spoke, and she almost seemed to relax. My granddaughter, who was also a Naraka traveler, went with a partner to the Latari Forest. You have heard of the place? Yes, of course, Alan said. He had grown up hearing stories of Latari Forest all his life. It was only a day or two from Myria. I heard that's where Simon's father died. Naraka sighed. Another victim of the Valenhall travelers, no doubt. Truly unfortunate that he chose to side with them. Anyway, we learned that Damaska had sealed a very powerful force at the center of Latari Forest. It is to maintain this seal that the Damaskans sacrifice 9 lives every year. We thought that if we destroyed the Damascan prison and set this power free, we might be able to stop the sacrifice. My granddaughter and her partner were one of the 12 teams we sent. Master Farin clapped Alan lightly on the shoulder, signaling that he was done, and bowed one more time before slipping from the room. Alan didn't blame him. He wouldn't have wanted to eavesdrop on such a personal story either. Alas, there were Valenhall travelers guarding the Latari Forest, and they sided with Damaska. All 24 of our travelers were killed, including my granddaughter. We would never have known what happened, except that a few managed to send messengers back through their territories before they died. If Valenhall had joined us, rather than the Damaskans, perhaps Zakareth's rule would be over even now. One detail of the story bothered Alan. How many Valenhall travelers were there? Alan asked. They killed 24 of your people, but I thought you said Valenhall travelers were rare. Grandmaster Naraka turned her red lenses on him. Perhaps only one. Alan would have been significantly less stunned if she had punched him in the face. One traveler had killed 24 others. He had seen what some of the Enosh travelers could do, and he couldn't imagine standing alone against such power. His thoughts turned to Simon, who had survived a great battle involving over a dozen Damascan travelers from at least 2 or 3 different territories. Now, the carnage in that canyon took on a startling new aspect. When Alan had seen the remains of Simon's battle, he had assumed that Simon had called up allies to help him fight the Damascans, and had eventually managed to either survive the conflict or slip away in the confusion. Had Simon actually managed to win that fight alone? Alan's respect for Simon sharply rose. If Grandmaster Naraka had meant to tell him that story to stop him from relying on Simon, she had failed dramatically. He trusted Simon's dedication, and if Simon was worth a dozen enemy travelers in combat, Alan had to secure his help. "You've given me a lot to think about," Alan said at last. Grandmaster Naraka nodded.
"Think on what I've said. In the meantime, let us turn our talk to happier matters. I have a surprise for you."
She even smiled, which looked unnatural on her gnarled face. Naraka walked over to the doors and pulled one open. Either those doors were balanced perfectly, or she had much more strength in her body than it seemed, because at her touch the door swung open easily.
"Come on in,"
Grandmaster Naraka called. Alan's sisters walked inside. Once again, Leah entered the Enosh Grandmaster's palace through a dusty broom closet. The tiny closet would have barely had enough room for two people standing side by side if it was empty. And as it was, Leah was nearly crowded out by mops, buckets, brooms, rags, and discarded furniture. Uncomfortable as it was, this was the only out-of-the-way place where she could figure out how to open a Lyrial gate. Traveling from Lyrial required her to perform complex calculations based on the movements of the territory's 12 shifting moons. Landing where she wanted was like trying to put a ball through a hoop, only the hoop was tied to the back of a wild horse, and there were 12 horses, each with a hoop, but only one was the hoop she wanted. It was enough to make her want to tear her hair out at the roots. Luckily, she had mastered the trick to putting a gate in this one old closet. If only she could have found somewhere a little less dusty. Leah let the gate vanish behind her, taking with it the clean, cold scent of Lyrial. She adjusted her skirts, peasant brown again, the same as she had worn for the past 2 years in the village of Myria, and stepped through the closet door. As soon as she stepped through the door, she sneezed, and of course there was someone there to see her. A servant stood in the hall, rag and bucket in one hand, his other reaching out for the door handle. He stared at her for a moment, as if he had seen her pop out of thin air, and then he stared suspiciously into the closet, as though looking for someone else. Leah delicately dabbed at her nose with her handkerchief, then folded the cloth and put it in her pocket. She met the servant's eyes and arched one eyebrow. He opened his mouth to say something, but she kept staring at him. He eventually shook his head and walked away from the broom closet, while she walked calmly away. She allowed herself a small smile at that. In Enosh, or the capital city of Cana, servants were all the same. As Leah walked the halls, she lost her purposeful stride, stopped pinning people to the walls with her stare, and choked back her impulse to command the servants out of her way. In short, she became once again the villager Leah, daughter of Kelia. That was what they would call her in Myria. In Damascus, she would be Heiress Leah. The common folk would address her as Heiress, Heiress Leah, or Highness, but to those of equal rank she was simply Leah. Her family had no surname, since any family that held the throne was required to sacrifice their hereditary name as a symbol of their dedication to Damascus. The policy had played its part in stopping more than one civil war over the past 3.5 centuries, but Leah liked the way the villagers did things. Her mother, Kelia, deserved to be remembered. Leah froze at the intersection of 2 hallways, trying to remember which way led back to her room. The Grandmaster's palace was enormous, perhaps even as big as the Damascan royal palace in Cana, but she had not yet had time to become familiar with its layout. She stood still for a good 20 seconds, trying to pretend she was exactly where she wanted to be, before she realized she could openly ask. Any number of people passed her in the halls, servants, travelers, ordinary citizens, and most of them would probably know how to direct her. She had become too used to the way things were done in Cana, where she had to project invulnerability at all times, or else invite an attack from one of her siblings or enemies. Leah, daughter of Kelia, had no enemies. She could ask directions from anyone she wanted. Sometimes Leah enjoyed being a villager. She felt so free. Once she secured directions to her room from a passing maid, Leah turned her mind to her mission. As she walked, she took stock of her situation. From her father, she had two goals: maintain surveillance on Alan, the Elysian traveler, and gather as much information as possible on the Grandmaster's war plans. She could keep an eye on Alan easily enough, as Alan himself would likely tell her anything she wanted to know. The Grandmasters were a more difficult matter. In Damascus, Lyria was a relatively rare territory, due to a somewhat stormy history between Lyrial travelers in general and the Damascan throne. As a result, she had already encountered more Lyrial travelers in Enosh than she had ever met in Cana. She would therefore have to exercise extra care if she meant to use her Lyrial powers to spy on the Grandmasters. If she were detected and unveiled as a traveler, she would have some awkward questions to answer. But those two tasks were possible enough. Worse were the duties she had set for herself. First, she had to keep an eye on Simon, not just Alan. From what she had seen and from what Indiriel had said, he might be just as important to coming events as Alan. If she played her hand right, she might even be able to tell him that Enosh travelers, not Damascans, had killed his father. That could be enough to win her a valuable ally. Second, she could not let Talos ascend to the throne. King Zakareth had yet to name one of his children's successor, so she still had time. But with Edessa's exile, only Talos and Leah herself remained as likely choices. Leah had very little desire to rise to the throne herself. Too many responsibilities, too much blame. But she was prepared to do her duty to the people. And it had begun to look like her duty to the people meant stopping Talos from attaining the throne. Before she had moved to Myria for her 2-year trial, Leah had known her older brother as a level-headed, if ruthless, rival. In the last few weeks, Talos had seemed unstable, almost unhinged. Sometimes, he seemed almost desperate to overthrow their father, but he spoke of the throne as if he didn't want it. So with a war against Enosh looming on the horizon, Leah had nothing more to do than monitor a prophesied hero, supervise a deadly young traveler, spy on the enemy, and prevent a royal coup. Leah hoped the city of Enosh had a well-stocked library. She wouldn't want to get bored. Since the plague that had taken Alan's parents, his 3 sisters had all but raised him. Tamara, the oldest, entered the room first, following Grandmaster Naraka's call. "You honor us, Grandmaster," Tamara said warmly. "This hospitality is more than we deserve." She bowed at the waist, holding her long hair up so that it did not sweep the floor. She always was proud of her hair. Grandmaster Naraka turned her own smile on Tamara, and Alan was half surprised that Tamara didn't flinch and turn away. The Grandmaster's smile looked like it belonged on a bat.
"It is your brother who honors us, child."
Tamara looked at Alan, and her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh, I'm sure he's an honor," she said. Shy, 14 years old, was Alan's youngest sister. She said nothing, simply bowing to Grandmaster Naraka and slipping off to the side. Shy rarely said much, and today she seemed bored, her flat eyes staring at everything without a spark of interest. But Alan knew her better than that, so he kept an eye on her. Ilana bowed as she entered the room, but she flashed Alan a grin. At 20, she was 3 years older than Alan, and still unmarried. He hadn't seen her since the night of Malachi's raid on Myria, when a squad of Damascan soldiers had cut her betrothed down as he ran. He would have expected to see the shadow of that tragedy on her face, in tightness around the eyes or a hollow smile, but she seemed her usual self.
"Do you have nothing to say to your sisters?" Grandmaster Naraka asked.
In truth, Alan had been too stunned to speak. He had sent travelers to Myria months ago, shortly after he arrived in Enosh, to make sure his sisters were safe and cared for. Since then, he had barely thought of them. He felt a little guilty about that, but events had proceeded so fast that he had barely had time to think at all. Alan thought his smile would split his face in half. He had never thought it would feel so good to see his family. "Ilana, Tamara, you look wonderful. I'm so glad to see you've been keeping well." He would have mentioned Shy as well, but he thought she would probably be happier if he didn't draw attention to her sneaking along the back wall. Ilana and Tamara sighed together. "Listen to him," Tamara said. He sounds like he's making a speech, Alana added. Keeping well. Why, yes, my good sir, we have been keeping well. We spend so much time knitting and attending balls that we hardly have time for tea and scones. The three women, Grandmaster Naraka included, all laughed. Shy continued creeping around, seemingly on a quest to see and touch as much of Enosh as she could. Alana's good-natured mocking did not put a dent in his smile. If anything, Alan felt relieved. After her promised husband's death, Alan had been afraid that her sense of humor would never recover. All right, Alan said. I'm so glad to see you. He spread his arms and walked over for a hug. He clanked as he walked, which gave his sisters the opportunity to poke fun at his armor. But he didn't mind. Much. Behind Grandmaster Naraka's back, and safely out of Tamara's sight, Shy pulled a clock down from a shelf on the wall. She sat down with the clock in her lap and began taking it apart. After they spent a few minutes catching up, their conversation naturally turned to Alan's newfound powers. Are you the one teaching Alan to travel, Grandmaster? Alana asked. I am, Grandmaster Naraka replied. How's it going? Naraka shrugged. I have had worse students, and I have never taught an Elysian traveler before. But I suspect we would make more progress if he did not think so much of his own abilities. He seems to think he is invincible. Alan's face heated, and he raised one gauntleted hand to his mouth as if to cover a cough. Maybe Alana wouldn't notice his blush. Tamara chuckled quietly at the Grandmaster's words, but Alana nodded. You praise him too much, she said. It goes straight to his head. If you don't prick his ego every once in a while, it'll just keep swelling. Even Shy piped up. Too proud, she submitted, from the floor next to her pile of clockwork. It was hard to tell behind Grandmaster Naraka's dark red glasses and her mask of wrinkles, but Alan thought she was trying to restrain a laugh. I will defer to your wisdom in this matter, she said, but I'm afraid it may be too late. Our next meeting together will not be until after the city-wide celebration in his honor. Ilana sighed and shook her head sadly. Oh, no. There'll be no talking to him after that. At that point, Alan thought it was his place to speak up. The city is celebrating, Ilana, because I defeated one of the overlords. Malachi lies dead because of me. Ilana's eyes went flat and hard, and a shadow entered her voice. Good. His men killed Aiden. Tamara put a comforting arm around Ilana's shoulders, and Grandmaster Naraka glared at Alan as though he had done something wrong. You snuck off against our advice, the Grandmaster said. You risked your life, the life of one of our most promising young travelers, and the fate of this city on your own whim. The fact that one good thing came of your decision does not justify your actions. Alan started to speak, to defend himself one more time, but Grandmaster Naraka cut him off. That reminds me, she said. We have a strategy meeting after you address the city. We need to discuss our actions against Damaska. Alan glanced at his sisters. What about them? Don't worry about us, Tamara said. The Grandmaster has given us wonderful rooms. We'll be here when you get back. There's a clock in my room, Shy called. Ilana smiled, though there was still a touch of darkness in it. I'm sure it won't last long, Shy. Tamara noticed the pile of gears and springs surrounding her sister for the first time, and immediately launched into a combination of apologizing to Grandmaster Naraka and scolding Shy. Her face remained pleasant enough through the whole tirade. Alan's sisters left the room, and the Grandmaster moved to follow them. I want Simon at this meeting, Grandmaster, Alan said. Naraka stopped. She half-turned to face him, her glasses gleaming red in the afternoon sunlight. That is not wise. In his mind, Alan reached out to the golden power of Elysia, like a warm sun just over his shoulder. Somewhere, an acorn in a golden cage began to shake. I wasn't asking your permission. It's already done. Grandmaster Naraka's answering bow was nothing more than a fractional nod of her head. As you wish, Eliadel. Now come. The people await you. Alan walked out with her. The doors slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing loud and hollow in the empty halls.
Chapter 6. The Grandmaster's Council. Simon's gate opened on the last place he'd left, his suite of rooms in Enosh. After his final showdown with the Damascan travelers, he had traveled to Valenhall for healing, but he'd been forced to take 3 of Alan's huge Elysian bears with him. Valenhall, he had learned, was not equipped to support bears. They had torn up 3 couches and 1 of the strange oxen from the garden before the Nigh had enough. Simon had walked the bears from the canyon at the edge of the Badari Desert all the way back to Enosh, and had managed to sneak them into Alan's room. That had taken most of a day, but the look on Alan's face when he saw the bears was worth every second. Simon had spied on Alan's reaction from outside his window, and after seeing the bears, it had taken Alan all of 10 seconds to summon a tracker that located Simon. After that, Alan had insisted that Simon be given rooms in the Grandmaster's palace, and the little buzzing acorn alarm that would alert him in an emergency. Alan hadn't put it quite that way. He said something like, "Now I can call you whenever I need you." But since it would allow Simon to help in case of an attack, he let Alan's poor phrasing slide. The rooms here were no better appointed than his bedroom in Valenhall, though he had much more floor space here. For some reason, his bed and washstand were 15 paces apart. Did they expect him to host a dance party in his bedroom? Rich people, he thought, with a mental shake of his head. He stepped out of the room and almost ran into Leah. She looked as startled as he was, her blue eyes wide. "Simon," she said, "I thought you were gone." For some reason she jerked her wrist behind her back, as though she meant to hide the crystal bracelet she always wore. After a second, she relaxed. "I was in my territory," Simon said carefully. He found himself watching his words with Leah after rescuing her from Malachi's tower. "Oh, really?" Leah didn't sound intrigued or frightened or in awe, any of which Simon would have expected from her when talking about his traveler powers. She sounded like she was thinking about something else, like his answer had been expected. "Simon," Leah said, "I've been meaning to talk to you about something. Do you have a minute?" Without waiting for his response, she grabbed him by the arm and pulled him to the side of the hall, where they would be out of the irregular hallway traffic. He considered telling her that Alan had called him on some urgent business, but he found that the idea of making Alan wait didn't bother him at all. Besides, if you discounted his recent suspicions about her, there was something exciting about having a pretty girl, having Leah, pull him aside for a private conversation. He made sure to keep his face blank as he let her draw him toward the wall. He wasn't Alan, to gloat over something this small. She stood distractingly close so that he could feel the heat from her body. "Simon," she said, "how did you become a Valenhall traveler?" Simon blinked. This was not at all where he had expected, or hoped, this conversation would go. After what happened, I wanted to find a way to fight travelers. So I found a Valenhall traveler, and I convinced him—" "How?" Leah interrupted. He wasn't quite sure what she was looking for. "I begged him, mostly. I'm not entirely sure why he agreed, to tell you the truth." Leah waved that aside. "No, I mean, how did you find a Valenhall traveler? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know how to go about finding one. Other than you, but you know what I mean." The direction of her questions was becoming clear, but Simon still wasn't sure why she was asking. Besides, he didn't want to talk about the night his father had died. Then again, Leah had been captured by the Indros traveler, Cormac, and left in Overlord Malachi's hands for weeks. Somehow, he felt that she deserved to know the story. "Do you know what happened to my parents?" Simon asked. She shook her head, and her blue eyes focused on him as though she meant to memorize his every word. "We were making a delivery through Latari Forest," he said. "I was a kid. We ran into 2 travelers, and they attacked us. They killed my father pretty much immediately." He skimped over the details to spare both of them. This was nothing he wanted to relive. "Valenhall travelers?" Leah asked. She sounded confused. "No, just regular travelers. One of them was Naraka, I think, and the other one summoned this glowing mist." "Asphodel," Leah said. Simon stared at her. She raised one eyebrow without changing the rest of her expression. "I've spent half my time talking to travelers since I got here," she said. Not everybody locks themselves in their rooms. Keep going. He could accept that. It certainly sounded like the sort of explanation Leah would normally give, unashamed and commanding. My father died, and my mother, the asphodel, I guess, fed her a bunch of mist. That's what broke her mind. Images floated up to the surface of Simon's mind, and he shivered. Leah put a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. A Valenhall traveler saved me, Simon went on. I didn't know what he was at the time. I thought he was an incredible swordsman, good enough to take on travelers. When the attack on Miria ended, you were gone. Alan went off to save you, and I was left with nobody. I had to do something, so I decided to go find the only man I knew could fight travelers. Leah nodded along, clearly absorbing the information. So you found him, she said. Not him, but another one. He took me in. What were the tests like? Leah asked. Tests? Simon asked. Maybe she meant the way the Valenhall rooms tested him. But no, there was no way she could know about that. The compatibility tests, Leah said, as though it were obvious. The travelers I've talked to here say that everyone has to pass a test to see if you're compatible with the territory. There's no way to know if you can travel otherwise. Something was going on with Leah. First, when he had seen her in Malachi's tower, she hadn't seemed like a prisoner. She had an explanation for that, and ordinarily he would accept it, but Malachi hadn't spoken of her like a hostage. If anything, he had suggested that she was holding him captive, which made no sense at all. Second, there was the way she was acting now. She had tried to hide her bracelet when she saw him, and she had worn that bracelet every day of the past 2 years. Now she showed knowledge of traveling that even he didn't have. Even if she spent all her time in Enosh asking questions, why was she so eager to learn? How had she learned so much so quickly? She spoke as if the things she knew were common sense. What do you think? He sent to his doll. Only when he received no response did he realize that he had forgotten to take a doll from his room in Valenhall. He had dropped Lilia off when he stopped by the bedroom for his cloak, sure that the Nye would have washed and returned it. But the cloak was nowhere to be found, and he had to backtrack to the bathroom, where his cloak and Azura still lay where he left them. After that, he had been in too much of a hurry to think of swinging back to his room for another doll. Then again, what was wrong with the Nye? They had never shirked their duties before. The eldest was probably angry with him for some unknowable reason, and wouldn't allow the others to serve him until Simon made up for whatever it was he had done. That was probably it. Simon realized he had gone too long without speaking. Oh, sorry, he fought me. We had a fight in the forest, but he said I was terrible. Leah twisted her bracelet around her wrist, lost in thought. Combat ability, she said. I suppose that makes sense. Something Kai said floated back to Simon. I don't think he let me in because of the fight, Simon said. He said he could teach anyone. I think he was trying to make sure I wanted it bad enough. No, Leah said thoughtfully. You have to be compatible. He must have known you were somehow. She sounded certain, but the more Simon thought about it, the more sure he became that he was right. I don't think that's how Valenhall works, he said. You don't get anything in Valenhall because you're suitable or because you need it. You have to earn it. If you're skilled enough and determined enough to pass the tests in the house, then I guess you're qualified. I think anyone can try if they want. Leah stared at him for a long time, chewing on her lip. No compatibility test. I suppose that would make sense, she said at last. They say... Well, never mind. But that would make sense. Simon's pocket began to vibrate. Leah glanced at his buzzing pants, back up to Simon's face, and then back at his pants again. Would you like me to leave? She asked politely. Simon's face heated, but he pulled out the shaking acorn in its golden cage. Helen needs me, he said. Do you know where he is? Leah's gaze sharpened. She took him by the arm again and began to guide him down the hall. I believe he's finishing up his speech. I'll take you there. Did he say why he needed you? Simon held up the caged acorn, which was hurling itself against the bars with animal ferocity. You know as much as I do, he said. They say the Grandmasters are meeting today, she added as they walked. That could be it, Simon responded. She pressed up against his arm as she guided him down a hallway, and he was torn between moving a proper distance away and pretending not to notice so that she would stay that way as long as possible. Better not to react, he told himself, and stayed where he was. He got the impression that Kayla would have laughed herself sick. "When you find out, let me know," she said. "I need to know whether or not I should be worried." She smiled at him, which at close range had a devastating effect. He caught himself wondering if she would be impressed by the powers of a traveler. Without thinking, he spoke. "You've been different lately." Her face didn't change, but he recognized that it had become a mask to hide her real expression. "It's not like we've spent much time together, Simon." She pulled away from his arm almost casually. "Well, he had started this. You might as well go all the way." "No, I didn't mean that. You seem more confident since we left the village, not less. I have no idea what I'm doing, and Alan's only pretending, but you almost seem more comfortable outside the village than you were when we lived there." Leah kept her gaze focused on the end of the hall. "I lived most of my life outside of Myria, you know." "That could be it," Simon said. "You seem like a different person now, that's all. Like you were one Leah back in the village, and now you're another Leah outside." "Maybe outside Leah is better," she suggested with half a smile. "Maybe. I just wish I knew which of you was real." Leah lost her smile. They walked the rest of the way in silence, Simon mentally kicking himself the entire way. He should have kept his mouth shut. Simon eventually made his way to the huge square outside the Grandmaster's palace. The space was crammed with thousands of people, more people than he had ever seen at any one time. Maybe more people than he had ever seen total. They packed the flagstones, stood on nearby stoops, or leaned out the windows of other buildings. A handful of people even stood on the rooftops around the square, listening. From a balcony high up on the palace, Alan spoke. His voice had been amplified so that everyone in the square could hear him, which Simon assumed was some sort of traveler thing. After listening to Alan speak for a minute or two, Simon had to admit, he was good at this. The setting sun caught his golden hair and armor, making him shine like a burning star, and he spoke with the intensity of a natural storyteller. "I saw friends snatched from me on Damascus ropes," Alan was saying. "I saw family cut down by Damascus spears. Their faces, as they begged for mercy, plague me today. They will continue to haunt me for the rest of my life." He paused for a moment, as if to collect himself, and together the crowd held one breath. "Overlord Malachi was—" There was enough cheering at the word "was" that Alan had to stop. "He was a traveler of Naraka. As many of you know, Naraka, the Cavern of Flame, represents law and order. Any traveler of Naraka should be driven, almost compelled, to uphold the law and the highest moral principles. When a true Naraka traveler sees a man cheated by his neighbor, he does not hesitate. He makes sure that justice is done. When I stood in Malachi's hall, when I looked the Overlord in the eye, I told him why I had come. I told him I came for justice." The crowd reacted as though he had promised each of them a bucket of gold. They screamed in a roaring ocean tide of noise that made Simon wince and cover one ear. He wished he had worn his cloak so that he could stuff its fabric into his ears, but he carried it slung over one shoulder. Wearing a hooded black cloak in this crowd would do nothing but make him stand out, and not in any way he would have enjoyed. Besides, it was hot. The cheers went on for a full minute before Alan waved the crowd to silence. He began to speak, but Simon was distracted by a glint of gold at the corner of his eye. When he turned to look, he stared straight into the beak of a golden hummingbird, hovering inches from his nose. Simon let out a yelp and stumbled backwards, out of the crowd. A few people looked curiously at the gold bird, but apparently such sights were nothing to be concerned about in Enosh, because they quickly turned back to Alan. The bird followed Simon as he backed out of the crowd. Simon eyed it warily as he searched for a place far enough where he could examine the bird in relative peace. It obviously wasn't going to attack him, or it would have done so already. Besides, he had faced worse than a shimmering golden hummingbird. But he suspected he knew where the bird had come from, and if he was right, it would have a message for him.
He finally found a place, a thin alley in a shadow between two buildings, that wasn't packed with people. Simon turned to face the bird, which had followed at an uncomfortably close distance of about 2 inches from his head. "Well?" Simon asked. The tiny bird spoke in a rich, rumbling baritone that sounded like it came from a burly lumberjack. "I have a message for you, traveler of Valenhall." Startled, Simon almost backed into the wall of the alley. "Is that your real voice?" The hummingbird tilted its head to the side, in a motion that reminded Simon vividly of Kai. "It is. Why do you ask me this?" Nothing," Simon said quickly. "Never mind. Did Alan send you?" "I was sent by Alan, son of Torin, the Elysian traveler," the hummingbird responded. "He wished me to bring you a message. The Grandmasters don't trust you. Naraka desires you to be kept away from Alan, and many of the others agree that you are not to be trusted. He has invited you to their war council, but he has done so against their wishes. He believes that they may try to exclude you, or to trick you somehow. He wished you to be forewarned." Alan, acting kind and thoughtful. To me. Simon suddenly felt guilty for thinking that Alan looked like a pompous, painted fool up there in his gold armor. "That is very kind of him," Simon said. "Will there be danger?" The bird hesitated before responding, in his bass rumble. "Alan does not believe so, traveler. This is the end of the message. Farewell." The golden bird flitted off, but hesitated a few feet away, hovering in place. Seconds later, he darted back over. His beak flew at Simon's face like an arrow, and it was all he could do to stop himself from instinctively backing up a step. But the hummingbird drew himself to a halt at the same uncomfortably close distance to Simon's face. "I feel compelled to add something, Valenhall traveler. Alan, son of Torin, does not believe you are in physical danger. He believes that you are, at most, at risk of being excluded or embarrassed." The messenger hovered even closer, leading Simon to wonder if he was in danger of having his eye spitted on the end of the bird's sharp beak. "I remember the Grandmasters of old, and I do not agree with Alan's assessment. I believe you should be on your guard." "Thank you," Simon said to the bird. In his own ears, his voice sounded dark. He felt as though he was back in Valenhall, surrounded by traps and enemies and the certainty that, as soon as he put a foot wrong, he would die. In some strange way, the thought made him feel a bit better. He had conquered Valenhall, at least to a point. He would conquer this. The hummingbird bobbed once in midair, then zipped off toward the Grandmaster's palace. Simon took a deep breath, forcing his mind back into the familiar patterns of the house. He had to be ready to fight on an instant's notice. As more cheers erupted from the nearby square, shaking the ground and signaling the end of Alan's speech, Simon pulled on his black cloak. The War Council of the Enosh Grandmasters took place in a room specially designed for the purpose. The centerpiece of the room was a polished stone table that took up the vast majority of the floor. 9 banners hung on the walls, each marked with what Simon assumed were the symbols of the territories that the Grandmasters traveled. A clawed fist clutched a ball of flame on a red banner above Grandmaster Naraka. She hunched in her chair and pointed her red lenses at Alan, ignoring Simon entirely. A fan of 4 feathers marked a brown and white banner above Grandmaster Avernus, a severe-looking woman with straight silver hair who had a habit of looking down her nose at everyone else. The dark, thin man sitting beneath a green banner commanded much of Simon's attention. He had barely said a word, but he had a manner about him that looked like one of the dragon army. Dangerous grace, barely restrained. From the symbol on the banner above him, a snake eating its own tail around a thunderstorm, Simon guessed that he was Grandmaster Endros. There were others that Simon had never met and could not guess, like the person wrapped all in silver and gray ribbons. He couldn't see an inch of skin. Even that Grandmaster's voice was altered so that they spoke in a toneless buzz, and Simon couldn't figure out if it was a man or a woman. Their banner was no help, 2 crescent moons bracketing a full moon with a starburst in its center. Simon couldn't help but notice that there were only 9 territories represented,
when there should have been 10. Not counting Valenhall, which Enosh barely seemed to acknowledge as a real territory. There should have been 9 original territories and Elysia. He supposed they couldn't represent Ragnaris, the 9th territory, because its only travelers were Damascan, but he still found its absence odd. Alan sat at the head of the table, underneath a gold banner marked with the same symbol on the breastplate of his armor, a winged sword, point down, set against a rising sun. By contrast, they put Simon in a rickety wooden chair at the corner of the room. It creaked when he moved. The Grandmasters and Alan had spent the first few minutes of the meeting reviewing Alan's speech and the general tone of the populace. It seemed they were all very pleased with themselves, and Simon was becoming bored enough that he wondered if he could open a gate right there and leave. He wasn't even sure that would get their attention. Only the hummingbird's warning kept his attention focused. He might be in danger, so he needed all his wits about him. Besides, if they wanted him to leave, that was more than enough reason to stay where he was. After a round of verbal back-patting, in which all the Grandmasters agreed that the day had been a rousing success, Grandmaster Naraka slapped her palm down on the table in front of her. At the sound, everyone else turned to her. No one seemed particularly surprised that she had cut them off, rather than waiting for her turn to speak.
"That's enough of that," Naraka croaked. "Eliadel, we have news of great import. We have waited to share this with you only so that we could verify it ourselves."
Grandmaster Helgard, a bearded bear of a man, grinned and sat forward in his chair. He looked almost childishly eager. The Grandmaster of some territory Simon didn't know, its symbol was a mountain and 2 crossed hammers, shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She was old enough to be Simon's mother, with touches of gray here and there in her hair, but she looked like a villager, dark skin, dark hair, and simple brown clothes. The one decoration she wore was a looped double necklace of some blue-green stone. That Grandmaster shook her head. "We are not ready," she began, but Grandmaster Naraka cut her off.
"Not yet, Grandmaster Ornheim," Naraka said harshly. "There are those in this room who are not qualified to hear the following discussion."
So the territory with all the rocks is called Ornheim, Simon thought. Got it. Only a few weeks ago, he had suffered quite a collection of injuries at the hands of living stone summoned by Ornheim travelers. Then he realized that all the Grandmasters had turned to look at him. His senses sharpened, and he reached his mind out to Valenhall. At even the slightest hint that they were trying to summon something, he would call Steel and Essence and be out the door before they could blink. Alan spoke up, speaking with the same resonant command he had used when delivering his speech. "Grandmaster Naraka, Simon is here at my invitation. Whatever you have to say to me, you can say to him." Mentally, Simon took back every petty and insulting thing he had ever said about Alan. Grandmaster Endros turned his dark eyes on Simon. "Your pardon, Eliadel, but I have crossed travelers of Valenhall in the past. They call themselves the Dragon Army, and as far as I can tell, their only purpose is to murder other travelers." Several other Grandmasters muttered agreement. One of Endros's hands drifted down to his sword belt, which had been draped over the back of his chair. From the belt hung a pair of identical scabbarded swords. "With the Council's permission," Grandmaster Endros continued, "I would welcome the opportunity to eject the Valenhall traveler personally." Simon decided that, if it came to a fight, he would take out Grandmaster Endros first.
"Seconded," came a lilting voice from a pudgy woman underneath a flower banner. "3 voices agree," said Grandmaster Avernus. "Let it be done."
Endros began to stand, and Simon called Steel. The icy power rushed through his blood. If the Grandmaster was anything like Cormac, he would need to summon his thunderstorm first. At that point, Simon would call Essence and Azura. He had nothing to defend against a bolt of lightning. His only hope would be to take the Grandmaster out before he could gather himself for a real attack. With a surprisingly loud crack, Alan slammed his gauntleted fist down on the table. "Grandmaster Endros," Alan said, "I believe I made myself clear. Simon stays where he is. Now, Either sit down or remove yourself from this council." His voice carried a weight that Simon would never have believed came from a 17-year-old. Andros moved his eyes from Simon to Alan. He hesitated a moment, looking between Alan and Grandmaster Naraka, before he bowed and sat back down. "I live to serve, Heliodel," he said. Alan turned toward Naraka as though nothing had happened, though Simon noticed a minuscule smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. "Grandmaster Naraka, you have the floor," Alan said. He sat, and Naraka rose to her feet. Only her head and shoulders rose over the surface of the table. Grandmaster Naraka turned her head to address the council.
"Heliodel, and those few of us who have not received word, there has been a major development in the last 24 hours. At long last, one of the incarnations has escaped its prison."
2 or 3 Grandmasters gasped, but most nodded along. Simon had only heard incarnations mentioned once or twice, in an attitude of dread. He had an image of an incarnation as a terrible monster that rose from the depths of a territory to spread madness and chaos. So he was not prepared to see Grandmaster Naraka break into a wide smile. It did horrible things to her wrinkled face.
"Brothers and sisters," she said, "the prophecy of the rising sun has already borne fruit. The reign of the Crimson Vault has almost come to an end."
Each man or woman, or indistinct androgynous figure in the case of the silver-wrapped Grandmaster, reacted differently to the announcement. Most of them smiled. Grandmaster Helgard laughed and pounded the table. Grandmaster Ornheim stroked her stone necklace, looking thoughtful. One Grandmaster, a young athletic man underneath a banner of 3 silver keys, simply nodded. He had the expression of a man with a job to do, and he would do his best whether he enjoyed it or not. After a few moments they calmed down, and Grandmaster Naraka spoke again. Her customary twisted, sour expression was back in place.
"This gives us an opportunity. As you are all aware, since Overlord Malachi's death this past month, Damaska has begun to prepare for war."
Simon struggled to control his expression. It looked like he was the only one in the room not aware of the impending conflict. Grandmaster Naraka continued.
"Our information suggests that King Zakareth plans to first scour our territory outposts, and then, when all our escape routes are blocked, he will come against our city in full force. This means that the attack on the former Grandmaster Helgard, saints preserve him, was not an isolated incident."
All the other Grandmasters, except Helgard, murmured, "Saints preserve," in unison. The current Grandmaster Helgard scowled through his beard, and Simon could have sworn he heard the man growl. No one had told Simon about a Damascan attack. If the previous Grandmaster Helgard had been killed, then staying in Enosh might be even more dangerous than going home. Maybe he and Leah should round up the other villagers and head back to Myria, leaving the travelers to tear each other apart on their own. An image flashed in Simon's mind. His mother's corpse, twisted and broken on the floor of a cave. That was what happened when the villagers tried to stay out of the way. Myria sat between Enosh and the closest Damascan cities. The villagers would not be spared. They would be crushed underfoot.
"This presents us with an opportunity," Naraka continued. "Grandmaster Lyriel."
The silver-wrapped figure stood, bowing slightly to Grandmaster Naraka. "Thank you, Grandmaster," it said. His or her voice vibrated, as if it had to travel through a long tunnel, and emerged in a monotonous buzz. "As you know, the overlords are charged with keeping the incarnations sealed in their prisons. Normally, an assault on the overlords is ill-advised, because any approach by land or by traveling is too well protected." At the head of the table, Alan smirked. "That is no longer the case," Grandmaster Lyriel continued. "Many Damascan travelers, and in some cases even the overlords themselves, have been called away to prepare for the war effort. We have identified 3, possibly 4 trees that are poorly defended, but they will not remain that way for long. In my opinion, now is the perfect time for an assault." Grandmasters Helgard and Endros grinned at each other like boys.
Beneath a gray banner marked with a purple flower, the pudgy Grandmaster sighed and shook her head, resting her chin in her hand. The Grandmaster beneath the 3 silver keys sat up straight and squared his shoulders like a soldier at attention. Grandmaster Avernus combed a finger through her long silver hair, looking down at each of her peers in turn before she spoke. "We should see to this matter personally, I think," she said. Grandmaster Lyriel bowed, silver ribbons rustling, and sat back down. Nearby, Naraka laced her hands together thoughtfully. "Small teams, I think," she said, "each led by at least one Grandmaster. 3 of us must strike at Damaska in an attempt to destroy the trees, and a 4th team should go to aid the escaped incarnation."
"Aid it?" Alan asked. "Aid it in what? What does it want to do?" Simon had wondered the same thing, but he knew better than to ask. They would only ignore anything he said. "Destroy Damaska," Grandmaster Helgard declared. "Why?" Grandmaster Naraka straightened her red spectacles and took on a lecturing tone.
"The incarnations are forces of nature. They are noble creatures with incalculable power, but being in this world too long drives them mad. They are like rabid beasts, and Damaska has kept these beasts whipped, beaten, and chained underground for 3 centuries. It is only natural that the first thing an incarnation would do, when freed, is to bend all its powers toward Damaska's destruction."
All the other Grandmasters nodded or made sounds of agreement. Alan, on the other hand, looked straight at Simon. His gaze made Simon inexplicably nervous. What is he looking at me for, Simon wondered. Did he want advice? Did he want Simon to say something? Maybe he just wanted to know what Simon thought. Alan raised his eyebrows in a question, and Simon shrugged. Seeming to accept that as an answer, Alan turned back to the Grandmaster and listened to their continued conversation. They were preparing to vote on whether or not to attack Damaska, but Simon had no doubts about which way the debate would fall. Personally, Simon wasn't sure what he thought about this whole business with the incarnations. He had little love for Damaska, that was true. Though the village where he grew up was technically part of the Damascan kingdom, they almost never saw any full citizen or full-blooded Damascan. The villages all considered themselves separate from the kingdom, and for the most part, the people of Damaska respected that. Simon's only real interaction with Damaskans had come at one end or another of a sword. Then again, he was beginning to suspect that the Grandmasters of Enosh weren't much better. It's none of my business, Simon decided. I can stay in the house. I'll leave these problems to people who want to take care of them, like Alan. Maybe I can stay out of the way and let this whole mess pass me by. It was probably his imagination, but he could have sworn he heard dolls laughing all the way from Valenhall. Chapter 7. Avoiding Justice. Simon sat through the rest of the meeting, although it mostly consisted of the various Grandmasters discussing what they should decide at their next meeting, which would be the real War Council. If being a Grandmaster took this much debate and this many meetings, Simon was surprised anyone wanted the job. It would drive him insane. When Grandmaster Naraka declared the meeting adjourned, Simon was the first out of the room. No need to stick around to give the Grandmasters a chance to threaten him. To his surprise, though, a golden gauntlet wrapped around his arm and pulled him up short when he was only a few steps into the hallway. "Simon," Alan said, "speak with me a minute. Let me walk you to your room." His voice was friendly, but the fact that he was still speaking like a lord was enough to put Simon's back up. He almost refused out of sheer reaction, but Alan had stuck up for him at least twice today. When Alan removed his hand from Simon's arm, Simon continued walking in step with him. "You didn't need me there today," Simon said. "Why not?" Alan asked. Simon threw a surprised look at Alan, but Alan was focused on the end of the hallway. "Why not? I didn't do anything. I didn't have anything to say. I sat there and let them insult me." Alan shrugged one shoulder. "They have problems with Valenhall travelers. Don't worry, you'll bring them around." Not for the first time, Simon wondered where Alan got his blind confidence. "I'm not sure I want to bring them around," Simon said.
I'm not sure I want anything from them at all. This isn't my fight." A pair of passing servants, carrying a huge laundry basket between them, saw Alan and bowed deeply. Alan didn't seem to notice. Alan looked as though Simon had announced his plan to burn down a nursery. "You assaulted Malachi's home with me. You've killed more Damascan travelers than anyone. Simon, a traveler from Damascus killed your mother. If this is anyone's fight, it's yours." Grief and anger and guilt boiled inside of Simon, rising up in an unpleasant mess. He hated remembering the travelers and soldiers he'd killed, hated the feeling of resistance as Azura passed through their bodies. Each time, Simon had felt backed into the fight, as though he'd been left with no other options. But the fact remained that he had killed people. He had killed a lot of people. On the other hand, he didn't need Alan reminding him who killed his mother. Alan had been there, facing the traveler that killed Simon's mother. For all his power, he hadn't done anything to save her. Then again, Alan hadn't been the one determined to keep her safe. "You don't need to remind me," Simon said. For a moment he heard in his own voice an echo of Kai at his most threatening, soft and dangerous. "I remember every second of what happened in that cave, and I regret every drop of blood I've spilled since then. But—" His certainty faded. He wasn't even sure how to phrase what he had sensed over this past month. "Alan, you didn't hear what Malachi said at the end. I don't think he meant for any of this to happen. I think there's more going on here than we know. I want to stay out of it." There. He'd said it. He had no reason to fight in this conflict. His mother was avenged, the other villagers saved. He still wanted to explore Valenhall to become stronger, but that was a separate issue. Or is it separate? Simon wondered. Why do I need to keep traveling if there's no one out there to fight? They walked in silence for another few minutes, eventually reaching the door to Simon's room. A woman with feathers in her hair and wearing a buckskin dress, a traveler of Avernus, raised a hand and called out to Alan in greeting. He politely excused himself. As she walked away, the owl on her shoulder swiveled its head around to stare straight at Simon. "Those birds creep me out," Simon said, mostly because he hadn't said anything in minutes. "Simon, there is more going on here than we know," Alan said seriously. "That's why I need you here, with me. I think, whatever happens, that you and I are going to be important." In his gleaming gold armor, with his golden hair shining in the torchlight, Alan looked every inch a king. And, for once, he was talking to Simon as an equal. "I'll think about it," Simon said. Alan nodded. "We're planning the attack tomorrow. The Grandmasters will try and stop me from inviting you, but I'm afraid they might try something more. Do you have the filiar I lent you?" Simon gave Alan a blank stare. "The little acorn thing." "Oh, right." Simon rummaged around in one pocket and pulled out the acorn in its tiny gold cage. Alan pointed to the top, at a knob on top of the birdcage. "If something happens to you, especially if the Grandmasters do something, turn that top part to the right. Wherever I am, it will let me know that you need help, and I'll come as soon as I can." If Simon found himself in danger so severe that even he couldn't fight his way free, he wasn't likely to have enough time to pull out the cage, call Alan, and wait until Alan got there. But he appreciated the thought. "Thank you, Alan." He flashed Simon a smile. "Don't mention it. You saved my life once, and I look forward to repaying the favor." Then he hurried off down the hallway, catching up with the Avernus traveler who had slowed her pace to wait for him. As Simon entered his room, he shook his head. Alan was getting too used to life here in Enosh, where every random passerby treated him like royalty. The next time he tried to leave, his head wouldn't fit through the gate. Simon crossed the floor, noting with irritation how long it took him. Who needed this much space in a bedroom anyway? Not him. He summoned Azura, he had plenty of room for the sword's 7-foot length, and began the process of cutting open a Valenhall gate. He'd had enough of Enosh for the moment. Maybe he could spend the next few days relaxing inside the house, where everything was only trying to kill him. When most of the other Grandmasters had finally wandered out of the council room, Grandmaster Naraka ordered the doors shut. The two servants bowed and slipped out of the room,
pulling the door shut behind them. That left Naraka alone with the room's only other occupant, Grandmaster Endros. He was young, dark, and strong, consumed by the typical Endros obsession with combat strength. For a few moments during the meeting, Naraka had wondered whether she would have to summon restraints to keep him off the Valenhall boy. Not that she would have minded seeing Grandmaster Endros send Simon back to the Latari forest in 1,000 smoking chunks, but there should be no fighting in the Grandmaster's council chambers. The law forbade it.
"What did you want with me, Endros?" Naraka asked.
Grandmaster Endros stared at her for a moment, his left hand resting on one of his swords. Naraka adjusted her red spectacles to cover the motion of her right hand, which had been marked in her territory decades ago. If Endros acted too aggressive, she could put him in his place with one more wave of her hand. She did not expect an attack from Grandmaster Endros. She had defeated his predecessor years ago, and he knew it. But it was best to be cautious. Practically every Endros she'd ever met was dangerously unpredictable. Finally, Endros took his hand from his sword and gave her a shadow of a smile.
"Nothing threatening, Grandmaster Naraka. I only wished to discuss Simon, son of Kalman. With the Valenhall incarnation loose, he can't be trusted."
"Eliadel trusts him," Naraka pointed out. "More importantly, his mother was killed by a Damascan traveler. From what I've heard, he's full of rage. It seems he has killed more Damascan travelers than any one of us."
She had intended that as a barb, and Endros did not disappoint her.
"Not any of us,"
Endros said forcefully, running his hand along the hilt of his sword.
"Besides, he must have been trained by the Dragon Army, perhaps even by Indiriel himself."
One of Endros's fists clenched, and Naraka suppressed a smile. He had always wanted to challenge Indiriel, even though Naraka was certain the Overlord would carve Grandmaster Endros like a ham.
"I remember a time when the Dragon Army was our strongest ally," Naraka said.
"But that was a long time ago," Endros responded.
"So it was.
Before they had killed her granddaughter."
"And as for Simon,"
Endros shook his head, "I'm not certain he's as set against Damaska as he pretends to be. He spoke with Malachi before Alan arrived, and supposedly fought with him. But if that's true, why were they both still alive when Eliadel arrived?"
"Not everyone duels to the death, Endros," Naraka said.
Privately, though, she had considered the same thoughts. Grandmaster Endros took an angry step forward, looming over Naraka in what he no doubt imagined was a threatening manner.
"You take this too lightly, Naraka," he said.
Naraka sighed and waved him away.
"Settle down, child. I happen to agree with you."
Endros's face barely changed, but he blinked expressively.
"You do?"
"Simon is not bound to us," she said.
Not as tightly as Alan was, at any rate.
"He is not committed to our cause, and he has dangerously high influence over our Eliadel. We need him either securely on our side or safely dead."
She wasn't sure which of those options she preferred. Naraka would relish the thought of the Dragon Army getting what it deserved, but she wasn't convinced Simon himself had earned a death sentence. Well, he would have to prove it. Endros's dark face almost lit up.
"In that case, I would like to be the one to duel him."
"That won't be necessary," Naraka said.
"Please, I would be happy to test myself."
"I said that won't be necessary, boy,"
Naraka snapped. She glared at him through the red-tinted glasses. When he finally nodded, she snorted and looked away.
"Besides," she said, "it's already taken care of."
Simon drew Azura down the air, the gate to Valenhall sliding into existence behind it. Whispers slid out from the gate, tickling his mind with recognition. Apparently, the dolls had something to complain about. "I'm coming in now," Simon called. "Just wait, I'll be there in a minute." If anything, the whispering took on an angry tone. Simon kept cutting the gate, but as the gate grew larger and more defined, the whispers became clearer. He felt that he could almost understand what they had to say. He could even recognize Otoku's voice, shouting at him among the crowd. They're fighting again, Simon thought. It had happened before. Among the dozens of dolls, it was probably inevitable that they would disagree every once in a while. This time sounded worse than usual. Finally, Azura's tip reached the floor, and the Valenhall gate bloomed into a wide portrait of the house's entry hall. Simon had barely a second to take in the red-cushioned furniture, the lights, the mirrors, and the sword racks on the walls, before the urgent whispers crashed into his mind.
Kill you. Run! Behind you. Outside the window, you half-wit. Hurry and dodge. Hide. Come inside, Simon. Hurry. That's what you get for leaving us behind. Hello, Simon. How are you? Flee!
It seemed that all his dolls were speaking at once, each giving him advice that overwhelmed and conflicted with the advice of the others. He stood a moment, stunned, before the obvious message hit him. He was under attack. He spun, putting his back to the Valenhall gate, and surveyed the room. Night had fallen during the meeting with the Grandmasters, and now the room was lit by nothing more than a pair of ordinary lamps. They burned low, keeping most of the room in shadows, but he had just enough light to see. The bed, tucked into a nook in the corner, seemed undisturbed. The furniture was all in its proper place, and the curtains around the window fluttered in a gentle breeze. He could see most of the room, and he saw nothing suspicious. Otoku's voice floated to him through the gate. If you're done having a look around, she said, would you come inside? Of course, if you prefer being disemboweled. A few of her sisters chuckled appreciatively. Where are they? Simon sent. He held Azura in both hands, angling it across his body. The point almost scraped the ceiling. You should listen to us, Kayla said. Come inside. Where? Simon insisted. Several dolls sighed. Angeline spoke, as straightforward and businesslike as always. They're climbing up the wall, Simon. They will be inside the window in seconds. How many? Simon asked. 3. Which is 2 more than it would take to kill you, Otoku pointed out. Simon's hands tightened on his sword. If the dolls were so worried, he should be too. They knew what he could handle, and they only wanted him to be safe. The smart thing to do would be to step through the gate. On the other hand, he was ready for something to happen. He was sick of failing to conquer the garden room, sick of the Grandmasters, sick of the problems he couldn't solve. A fight would make things simple. Besides, the gate was still open. He had an easy way out.
Once, I had a dream that we were bound to someone who actually took our advice, Lilia said. Alas, it was only a dream.
Barely a second later, a figure in fluttering dark red clothes leaped in through Simon's open window. In an instant, Simon took in its alien appearance. It looked like a blend of lizard and man, with pebbled rust-red skin and a long lizard's tail that stretched out behind it. When it saw Simon, it hissed and flicked its tongue out like a snake, tasting the air. Its fingers were tipped by long claws, which gleamed in the dim lamplight. The lizard man wore ornate, multi-layered red clothes, stitched with symbols that Simon didn't recognize. It didn't attack at once. Instead, it stepped aside and let a second figure sneak in through the window. This one wore clothes similar to the first, only they were burnt orange instead of red. The third figure wore black. His robes looked like Simon's cloak, only with no hood and intricate silver script down the fringes. Simon called steel and essence, letting the cold strength infuse his body. Part of him wanted to charge the creatures, but for safety he should stick with the gate at his back, and let them come to him. Why not attack? Angeline asked. Strategy, Simon sent. Otoku and Kayla snickered. Besides, he said, maybe they're not hostile. All of the dolls started laughing. It's possible. The red-dressed lizard's lips peeled back, revealing dozens of sharp triangular teeth in the flat mouth. We have come for your blood, traveler, it said. Yeah, he's probably friendly, Otoku said. Who sent you? Simon demanded. He edged backward a little, toward the gate. The Nye essence slowed the world enough that Simon had to focus to understand the creature's words, but he had grown better at that over recent weeks. Now he could have a normal conversation with the Nye essence in his lungs, though he still had to focus.
"We are the Garrosh," the orange lizard man said. "In Naraka, we execute murderers. Only a month passed, you slaughtered 3 travelers of our territory. One of those travelers was known to us,"
the Garrosh in black put in. That one smiled, showing blood-stained teeth.
"We have come to deliver punishment."
Assassins from Naraka had come to punish him for killing travelers. Had they been summoned by Damascan travelers, or crawled up from Naraka on their own? And why now? Were they afraid that he would join with Enosh?
"Eyes up front, Simon,"
Kayla sent. The red Garrosh rushed forward, moving almost as fast as Simon, filled with Nye essence. By the time Simon reacted, the creature's face was a foot away from Simon's chest, its claws spread and needle-sharp. The Garrosh moved as fast as Simon, but the Nye essence granted more gifts than mere speed. Simon's reactions were more coordinated and graceful under the effects of the essence, and he nimbly dodged to one side, sweeping Azura down at the reptilian assassin. The blade gleamed in the dim light as it rushed down at the lizard man's neck, blurring into a sheet of shining silver light. Upon missing Simon, the assassin in red had stumbled almost into the Valenhall gate, but had managed to catch itself in time. Not that it mattered, since Simon was about to take the lizard's head from its shoulders.
"You should look behind you," Lilia suggested.
Burning lines scraped across Simon's ribs, and he screamed at the pain, twisting to see what had happened. The Garrosh in orange had snuck up behind him, reaching under Simon's cloak and raking its claws along Simon's side. Simon had turned away so quickly that his strike missed the lizard in red entirely. Azura slammed to the floor and shattered the tiles.
"Jump to the right," Angeline said.
With all the strength of steel, Simon leaped to his right, black cloak trailing along behind him. He landed all the way across the room, landing at the foot of his bed. He brought Azura up, preparing to attack, but the black-robed Garrosh was right in front of him, its yellow snake eyes inches from his. It was close. Too close to swing Azura. Tendrils of panic crept up in Simon.
"Punch it in the face,"
one of the dolls called. So Simon punched the lizard man in the face with his offhand. The assassin fell back, and Simon finally had enough room to use Azura. He stepped forward in a simple thrust, but the other 2 Garrosh had already recovered and were scrambling toward him. If he impaled the black Garrosh, the other 2 would shred him to pieces with their claws. So he changed tactics. He spun in place, turning his thrust into a sweeping strike that kept the red and orange-dressed assassins at bay. He ended his spin by slamming his foot into black robes. The assassin flew backwards like a stone from a sling, flying into another window, one the lizards hadn't opened. It crashed through the glass, trailing tinkling shards, and fell through the night. "One down," Simon sent.
"Lucky you," Otsuku responded. "Now turn around."
Simon spun to see both Garrosh closing in on him together. That was when the fight turned sour. The room was big enough for Simon to swing Azura, but not freely. If his swings went too wide, his blade would get caught in the walls or ceiling, long enough to get him killed. He had to be conscious of the room's shape while fighting, so he moved slower than normal. More than that, the 2 lizard men knew how to fight in unison. When he struck at the Garrosh in red, that assassin would grab the blade in its shining claws, trying to keep him locked down, while the killer in red brought his claws in close. Simon took a cut to his left arm blocking that maneuver, and another attempted dodge cost him a slash across the cheek. None of the damage was bad, at least nothing the healing pool of Valenhall couldn't handle, but the lizards had managed to drag the fight on. His steel would last for a while longer, but his Nye essence was running out. In seconds, Simon would be only as fast as an ordinary human. The assassins would tear him to ribbons. "What do I do?" Simon called. "Tell me what to do." Several of the dolls sighed.
"Get to the gate," Lilia said, "if you can."
Simon swept Azura at the orange lizard man's neck. He bent backwards. It bent almost in half, in a stomach-churning display of flexibility, but Simon managed to slip by the assassin and run toward the gate. Come on, Simon thought. A little more. Behind you, Angeline said flatly. Simon spun around and brought Azura at the orange lizard man's neck. He bent backwards. It bent almost in half, in a stomach-churning display of flexibility, but Simon managed to slip by the assassin and run toward the gate. Come on, Simon thought. A little more. Behind you, Angeline said flatly. Simon spun around and brought Azura up, but the red Garrosh swept the blade aside with its claws. Then it kicked Azura out of Simon's hand. The pain was intense, as though it had shattered one of the bones in Simon's wrist. Azura twisted and spun in the air, seemingly slowed because of the nigh essence in Simon's system. The Garrosh in red loomed over Simon just as the nigh essence ran out. Simon hoped it would say something, maybe to mock him, anything to give him a little time to crawl backwards into the gate, but it raised its claw before sweeping it down into Simon's neck. Without the nigh essence in him, Simon wouldn't even be able to see the blow that killed him. Still, he squirmed backward, trying to get into Valenhall. Maybe the Naraka creature wouldn't follow him into a dangerous foreign territory. Behind you, Kayla sent. She sounded very pleased about something. Behind me, Simon thought. The gate? A chain-wrapped arm reached out from the gate and caught the descending claw. They spoke to me, Kai said. He sounded on the verge of tears. My lovely little ones, it has been far too long. Simon all but collapsed backwards, looking up at Kai. Simon's master looked down at him, his white hair hanging down and concealing his eyes. Kai smiled. They spoke to me again, he told Simon. I'm happy for you, sir, Simon said. He wasn't sure what else to say. Dinner had told him that Kai didn't have the nigh essence, so Simon didn't see any way for his master to win against the two remaining Garrosh. And yet, the sight of Kai reassured him. Kai would handle it. The assassin in red was still scrabbling at Kai's hand, trying to break his grip. He slashed at Kai's wrist with his other claw, but for some reason he couldn't penetrate Kai's skin. That was probably one of the Valenhall powers that Simon didn't have yet. Where's Azura? Kai asked. Simon tried to get to his feet, but a stabbing pain in his calf told him that one of the lizard men had cut him in the leg. He didn't remember that. Simon stayed on the floor, gesturing over to the side where Azura lay on the tiles. Kai released the scaled wrist, letting the creature stumble backward. He walked over and snatched Azura up from the floor, running the palm of his hand up the back of the blade. Azura, Kai sighed. How I have missed you, my dear. The Garrosh in orange ran across the room toward Simon, both of its clawed hands extended. Simon lurched backwards, pushing himself through the gate and onto the wooden floor of Valenhall. Look out, Kai, one of the dolls said. Simon didn't recognize her voice, but she sounded exasperated. From the other side of the gate, Simon watched as Azura's gleaming blade reached toward the orange Garrosh. The assassin twisted to block the strike with its claws, but Kai swung with enough force to toss the lizard to one side. The gate had stayed the same size while Simon held Azura, but now that the dragon's fang was in Kai's hand, the portal began to shrink. It seemed that only a full traveler could hold the Valenhall gate open, and only with his assigned dragon's fang. There were so many rules that Simon still didn't know, but he was starting to figure a few out. Kai strode into view, standing in the dead center of the room. He held Azura in one hand, angled carefully for attack. Pay close attention, little mouse, Kai called to Simon, in his typical sing-song voice. Simon watched through the gate as one Garrosh came at Kai in a blur of red, and the other came from the other side in a blur of orange. In response, Kai proved exactly how much Simon still had to learn. Kai met the red lizard's attack with Azura's edge, still managing to sweep one leg to the side and trip the orange-robed Garrosh. He spun Azura back at the red-robed lizard, driving him back, keeping him on the defensive, twisting back every once in a while to nick the orange one with Azura's edge. Simon could barely understand what he was seeing. Though both of the Garrosh were far faster than Kai, The white-haired swordsmen seemed to know exactly where they were going to be and what they would try to do. When they attacked, he dodged, or else met them with Azura's point. He seemed to attack one or the other assassin constantly, never allowing both lizardmen a chance to go on the offensive together. With only occasional input from the dolls, Kai remained untouched. I have a long way to go, Simon thought. Don't let it bother you, Simon, Kayla said. You have time. Besides, at least you're not a creepy hermit. I heard that, Kai sang out. Azura took a slice out of red, pebbled skin.
You are a murderer yourself, the red-robed Garrosh snarled, and you stand in the way of justice.
An excellent argument, Kai said. Here's my counterpoint. He spun around and stabbed the orange Garrosh in the throat. Strangely thick, dark blood gurgled as it flowed from the pierced neck. The red-robed Garrosh roared, its yellow snake eyes gleaming, and threw itself at Kai. Calmly, Kai stepped to one side and swept Azura up from the floor to the ceiling. The assassin fell to the tiles in 2 pieces. Predators from Naraka, Kai said thoughtfully. I haven't seen those in a while. Ah, the beautiful memories of childhood. Kai started to walk to the Valenhall gate, which had shrunk until he would have to duck to walk through it. Not yet, Lilia said dreamily. Kai sighed and turned around. Through the gate, Simon couldn't see much of the room, but he could tell when the black-robed Garrosh, which had survived a 4-story fall, slipped through the window and threw itself at Kai, snarling. Kai clubbed it on the skull with Azura's hilt, and it crumpled like a rag doll. Put up your toys when playtime is done, Kai sang out. What? Simon thought. Don't ask us, Otoku sent. We don't know either. Kai reversed Azura, holding it point down, and thrust the blade down. The black-robed Garrosh twitched once and was still. That was amazing, sir, Simon said. Thank you. Kai waved that away. No time for that, he said. We have real work to do. What have I told you about the incarnations? He ducked and slipped through the gate, letting it continue to shrink behind him. Simon finally managed to stand on his one good leg. Practically nothing. Kai cocked his head for a moment before he nodded. Yes, that sounds like me. Have you learned anything on your own? In truth, he had tried, but no one seemed to be willing to talk about them. At least, not to him. I haven't learned much, Simon admitted. The Grandmasters were talking about them. I should hope they were, Kai interrupted. One of the incarnations has escaped, and we need to put it down. Which territory is it from? Simon asked. Kai gave him a surprised look. Why do you think we have to deal with it? It's from Valenhall. The Valenhall incarnation has escaped, and it's on a rampage. Internally, Simon sighed. I should have known better, he thought. I'm not going to be able to stay neutral, am I? Otoku laughed. The reward for work well done is more work. I hope you weren't expecting a holiday. Chapter 8. Ice and Moonlight. Leah knelt on the dusty rock, peering down over the edge of her cliff. 9 moons hung in the sky overhead, some sliding by with unnatural speed, others oddly slow. One moon in particular glowed blue and silver-white, taking up a good quarter of the sky. She had made mistakes before, but tonight Leah had read Lyriel's moons correctly. They had led her to this place. Or, more accurately, they had led her to a place 100 paces away and 20 down, at the foot of the cliff on which she crouched, to the spot where 2 Lyriel travelers from Enosh stood guard. The 2 Lyriel travelers had their faces wrapped in silver ribbons, presumably to imitate their mysterious Grandmaster. Leah had never seen other Lyriel travelers dressed that way, though to be honest, she had barely seen other travelers of Lyriel at all before she came to Enosh. Unlike Grandmaster Lyriel, these travelers wore ordinary clothes of gray and black underneath their carefully wrapped shrouds. 3 glistening crystals floated in mid-air behind the shoulders of each traveler. Roughly the size of a clenched fist,
They looked like pyramids made of mirrored glass, and they traced lazy circles as they hovered behind the travelers' heads. Leah had never seen the floating crystal pyramids before, but she had heard stories. She had heard them called star nets, artifacts left by the long-departed Daniri. Raiding Daniri tombs was always a deadly risk, though one that almost every Lyrial traveler took. Even though the crypts were sure to be unoccupied, they contained a lethal variety of tricks and traps. Even the architecture itself tended to shift, making maps useless. She repressed a shudder, remembering her single trip into a Daniri tomb. She and her mother had barely escaped with their lives, though they had chosen one of the smaller and less defended tombs. They had emerged with a handful of random devices, including her scrying lens. The fact that Enosh travelers had found 2 of the same artifact, and star nets no less, gave Leah cause to worry. Either one of the travelers below could likely take her apart. They hadn't yet noticed her trick. 7 stones, she hoped it stayed that way. The 2 Lyrial travelers stood about 10 feet apart, backs to one another, each facing a different direction. Every few minutes, they would walk a few paces to one side or another to keep a different angle in view. They never crossed the invisible 10-foot circle between them. Tonight, the spot they guarded led directly into the Enosh Grandmaster's council room. There was nothing to mark the place, and for good reason. The appropriate location for Lyrial gates shifted with the moons. In hours, perhaps minutes, this spot could lead to a random outhouse in Belkalem instead, or to the middle of the Badari Desert. Grandmaster Lyrial had calculated the correct spot for their meeting and sent guards hours ago. Leah had gotten there first. In the center of that circle, buried in the sandy gray dirt that covered practically every inch of Lyrial, was a very special crystal. Leah had constructed it herself, out of the same stone that made her bracelet. From the time it was activated until it ran out of energy, the crystal would peer through a tiny gate, observing and recording whatever happened in the real world. The material for the crystal was rare, it took days to create, and it could only be used once. But anything that allowed her to spy on Enosh without exposing herself to danger was worth almost any price. She suspected that the Grandmaster's meeting should be ending soon. She had waited here more than 2 hours, and time in Lyrial moved the same as time in the real world. Usually. Now all she had to do was wait for the guards to open a gate and leave, and she could go back down and retrieve her recording crystal. Easy. She would be back in Enosh within the hour. Hopefully she wouldn't have to materialize in a broom closet this time, and if anyone questioned how long she'd been gone, she could claim she'd gotten lost. Content with her plan, Leah almost didn't notice a particular detail. The wind was blowing. Weather of any kind was rare in Lyrial. The sky was clear 9 nights out of 10, and most rainstorms brief. When the sky was covered and the moons hidden, traveling accurately became a nightmare. There were no clouds tonight, as usual, just a slow and steady wind. At first, she noticed the grit blown in the wind as something she had to keep out of her eyes while she watched the 2 guards below. The silver ribbons on the Enosh travelers' masks began to trail off to one side. Dust drifted over their boots. Leah watched the process for several minutes before it occurred to her that the wind could spell disaster. She had not buried her crystal deeply. Only a few inches of dust covered the rocks down there, and her crystal was the size of a small plum. If the wind kept up, the crystal would be exposed in minutes. The Grandmasters would know for sure they had an enemy in Lyrial. She could wait no longer. She couldn't let the Enosh travelers find the crystal, and she couldn't fight them both, not armed as they were. Lyrial was not a combat-oriented territory. Legend held that Lyrial travelers had once been scouts and watchful sentinels, protecting and spying for the Elysian travelers of old. Certainly, the Lyrial powers she knew focused on the gathering and preserving of information, not anything destructive. Star nets, supposedly, were something else. They were rare, expensive and difficult to make even for the ancient Daniri race, and used only as a last resort. That meant that either of those travelers would be more than a match for her in an open battle. She could use her crown. With that, she could perhaps kill or capture both enemies before it came to a battle, which meant 2 star nets for her collection, which would most likely put her in contention with Grandmaster Lyrial and Overlord Belanine for the title of most powerful Lyrial traveler in the world. But no, it was too risky. She had to be close to use the crown, and she would have to phrase her command perfectly. Plus, as an artifact of Ragnaris, it was difficult to summon here, and it might prove to be unexpectedly weak. Weapons of one territory often weakened or failed entirely when taken to a foreign territory. In the worst-case scenario, one of the travelers down below would sense her summoning the crown and attack before she had a chance to get close enough. Leah leaned back over the cliff and couldn't stop a gasp. Shifting moonlight gleamed off a crystal in the dust, directly between both Enosh travelers. If either one turned around, they couldn't fail to notice. She had to solve the problem now, and she had to rely on her lyrial powers, which, unfortunately, meant that she had to deplete her source even further. Reluctantly, Leah reached out her mind to her sanctum and pulled. Hundreds of miles away, hidden in a crack between cliffs, Leah's sanctum sat tucked away. It was protected by a handful of false entrances and dozens of the most devious traps that Leah could devise. Within that narrow space, only the size of a single room, rested Leah's collection of artifacts. In accordance with the rules of Lyrial, she could only summon items from her sanctum. She could also only call them when she was outside the territory. Within the confines of Lyrial, she had to walk into her sanctum and physically pick up anything she wished to use. Most travelers had this restriction, in fact. It was a generally accepted rule in traveler theory that physical transposition could only take place between two different realms. Then again, every rule had its exceptions. A four-pointed crystal star shimmered and appeared in Leah's palm, like a mirage made solid. It shone with a steady light, as though it were a star in truth, though not so bright. Leah's source. This was the only thing she could summon within Lyrial, as, in some way she didn't understand, this crystal was linked to her very essence. With time and concentration, she could funnel her body's energy into the crystal, building it up. The source would store and convert the force, allowing her to summon and empower Lyrial devices. The energy also happened to work as a wonderful currency. Leah closed her eyes and mentally seized power from her source, casting it out like a farmer tossing seed to attract birds. When she peeked at the star-shaped crystal, it had dimmed noticeably. If it went entirely dark, she would barely be able to do anything worthwhile. Even opening a gate would take twice as long. For 2 or 3 minutes, nothing happened. Leah watched the Enosh travelers down below, her skin tingling, her breath coming too quickly. Any second they could notice. All it would take was for one of them to turn around. Then she felt a vibration in her mind, like a fishing line quivering when the bait has been taken. She turned around to see who, or what, had decided to come. A bluish creature loped up from behind her, leaning on its knuckles to run like a great ape. It was entirely hairless, covered in skin of a faint blue. As it got closer, she could tell that it had tufts of fur sticking out at the wrists and ankles, and above the ears. Closer still, and she could see its 6 eyes. It had 3 sets, arranged on top of one another. One pair of eyes was blue, one white, and one seemed to be green. Leah would have groaned, but she had a long habit of controlling her reactions. She had met this creature before. "Heiress Leah," he said, bowing before her. The movement was strangely graceful, despite the fact that he had to lean on his knuckles to do it. "It has been too long." "I don't have time for this, Seliethan," Leah said. She gestured to the edge of the cliff. "I need your assistance." Seliethan's 3 sets of eyes blinked one at a time, first the top set, then the middle, then the bottom, in quick succession. He ambled up to the cliff and leaned over, taking a look. "Ah," he breathed. "The crystal is yours, I presume, and the travelers unfriendly?" "Can you retrieve the crystal?" Leah asked. The less he knew about her plans, the better. Seliethan chuckled. "If a fair price is paid." Leah held up her source in one hand, but she held her other palm up in warning. "I have conditions. You must only take—" The 6-eyed creature ignored her. He reached out one thick, 3-fingered hand, grasping Leah's source. Leah jerked her hand back, trying to pull the crystal out of Seliethan's grip, but he was far too strong. All 6 of Seliethan's eyes closed, and he inhaled deeply. The light in the 4-pointed crystal dimmed, then dimmed again. In seconds, it seemed as if there was a white candle barely flickering in the crystal's depths. Seliethan released his grip, and Leah immediately banished the source back to her sanctum. "How dare you?" she said, feeling both incensed and violated. The source was personal. Too personal to let him grab, certainly. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't trap you here until you rot." The side of Seliethan's mouth quirked up, showing his amusement. "For one thing, because I have the majority of your power now. I doubt there's anything you could do to me that I couldn't undo." Briefly, Leah considered summoning her crown and teaching him how wrong he was. "Ultimately, though," Seliethan went on, "it's because you need me. And now, dear heiress, I am at your disposal." The blue ape bowed once again, one hand against the ground to keep him from falling over, the other crossed politely in front of his chest. Where had he learned courtly manners in this gray desert? "Get the crystal, Seliethan," Leah said. "Don't disappoint me." Without another word, Seliethan turned and loped away. In the distance, a crystal formation shattered like dropped glass. The Enosh travelers both whipped around to face the noise, the crystals floating behind them spinning like wagon wheels. Behind them, at the base of the cliff on which Leah rested, another crystal exploded. The travelers spun in her direction. Then the ground began to shake, sending sand bouncing into the air. A voice boomed out from nowhere, chanting in an ominous language that Leah couldn't identify. Bolts of white light, like miniature stars, shot out from the crystals behind the Enosh travelers. The lights blasted forward in a string, but the travelers had no target. The shots detonated against a cliff in the distance. Leah couldn't help but admire Seliethan's work. She had no idea what kind of lyrial traveling would make the ground shake like this. But how was this supposed to get her crystal? The two travelers had been distracted, but they were actually backing towards each other instead of running off, moving even closer to Leah's hidden surveillance crystal. How did Seliethan intend to separate them? Leah felt a finger tapping her on the shoulder, and she spun around, calling power from her source. Seliethan stood behind her, his 6 eyes blinking randomly, holding a crystal out to her in his open palm. "How?" Leah began, but she couldn't finish the sentence. The bluish ape executed a smooth bow, the crystal still extended. "A gentleman must have his secrets." Back in her Enosh rooms, Leah placed the recording crystal in the center of her bed. She drew in one deep breath and called power from her source. In her mind, she saw the source's light sinking to dangerous levels, but she couldn't afford to be stingy now. She had to know what the Grandmasters had discussed, even if it turned out to be nothing more than a routine budget meeting. Sparked by power from her source, the crystal flared to life. It worked something like a shard of her scrying crystal, though not quite as convenient. Within the confines of the plum-sized slice of crystal, an image bloomed. The surface of the crystal wasn't big enough to see the whole room, and it could only watch from one angle, the place where the Lyrial Gate would have opened. In this case, it turned out that the Lyrial Gate would have opened slightly behind and below Grandmaster Asphodel's chair. Leah was treated to a grand view of the soft, round Grandmaster shifting position in her chair, scratching the back of her head, and sighing in frustration or boredom. Her point of view shifted steadily, drifting from right to left at a snail's pace. Every few seconds, the picture would fuzz out to silver dust, and then reform. That was due to the cyclical interference of Lyrial's moons, she was sure. But the problems with the image scarcely mattered. The crystal had also captured sound, so now she could hear the Grandmaster's meeting in full. Only a few minutes into the recording, she found herself stunned. "They're going to attack," she thought. She had to act. She pressed a hand against the wall and reached into herself, into her blood, stoking the power there until her hand started to burn. Then she reached out to Ragnaros. The gate to the Crimson Vault tore itself open on the wall, looking out into a familiar set of silver doors. The bearded, one-eyed old man glared at her from the doors, the unnatural red torches to either side giving his face a bloody cast. Even the edge of the Ragnaros gate glowed slightly red, where the image of the vault ended and the mundane wall began. Leah hesitated at the gate. She could only travel through Ragnaros in one direction, to her father's palace in Cana, capital of Damascus. No matter where you entered the territory, you could only exit into Cana. She would have to use Lyriel to return here, which meant a risk. Sometimes the journey would take seconds. If she was impossibly lucky, the gate for Cana and for her room in the Grandmaster's palace would be only 2 steps apart. She would enter Lyriel, walk 2 steps, and open a gate back. However, the moons shifted. It was just as likely that the 2 points would be 100 miles apart, in which case she would have to either wait until the moons moved into a more favorable position, which could take several nights, or take a horse from Cana's stables and ride to Enosh normally. That would raise a few questions. This is more important, Leah told herself firmly. She stepped forward into Ragnaros and, before she could reconsider, let the gate close behind her. She turned, putting her back to the silver doors. Odd sounds came from behind her, within the vault. A sort of scratching, tapping sound, like a dozen spiders skittering across stone, and a howling like distant wind. She had to fight the urge to turn back around, since the gate wouldn't work if she tried to open it while facing the vault proper. But facing back the other way was worse. There was no cavern wall behind her, just an empty stretch of darkness. Unexpected smells drifted on the lazy air. One puff of wind brought the smell of ice. Another was tinged with rotting vegetables, and she thought she smelled something like the musk of a huge animal. Being here was always confusing and never comfortable. Best to move on. Tearing a gate out usually took longer than the gate in. Almost a full minute after she had started concentrating, the gate slowly tore itself open, and she looked into her father's palace. More specifically, she looked out into the Blue Room. Queen Cynara, who had originally commissioned this palace, had thought that returning Ragnaros travelers would need a break from all that uninterrupted red, so she made sure that this room, ready to receive returning royal travelers, was completely blue. Blue stone pillars stood at the corners of the room, and the tiles underfoot bore a pattern like the tropical ocean, shifting from shades of green to a deep, almost purple, blue. The ceiling above was painted like a summer sky, with even hints of clouds forming near the walls. 2 attendants, both wearing blue instead of the normal red and gold palace uniform, stepped forward. One offered Leah a clean towel to wipe off her face and hands after her journey, and the other bore a pitcher of water. As soon as she stepped through the gate, he poured her a glass. A visitor wouldn't be able to tell, but both servants were actually low-ranking travelers, probably from Tartarus or Asphodel. They were stationed here for 2 reasons. Their primary purpose was to force back any enemies that somehow managed to infiltrate the palace through Ragnaros. It had never happened, but paranoia had proved itself a healthy habit over Damascus' 3.5-century reign. Their secondary purpose was to be there if anything came through a Ragnaros gate uninvited. Leah had never seen any living creature native to Ragnaros, but she had no doubt they existed. And if one came through, these guards were supposed to do their best to slow it down, before they died. She had never heard of a breach, and her father had once declared that there was nothing to worry about in that regard. But they had to replace these guards with disturbing regularity. Leah took the towel as she stepped down from the pedestal where her gate emerged. Wiping off her hands, she asked, "Where is my father?" One of the servants bowed. "He is personally overseeing the war in Helgard, Highness." Leah turned to the servant and raised one eyebrow. "The war?" "No doubt your Highness has heard of our successful attack on the Helgard Grandmaster." Leah nodded. The Grandmasters had mentioned that fact in the meeting she had recorded, though Leah had already noted that the new, bear-like Grandmaster Helgard was obviously new to the position. "The heretics are attempting revenge, Highness," he said. "Your father has gone to reinforce his travelers on the 21st floor of the tower." "Very well," Leah said. She turned to stride out of the Blue Room, heading for the Helgard travelers' barracks. "Eris Leah," the chatty servant said again. Leah turned back around. 2 years ago she would have been piqued and offended that this servant had both stopped her and addressed her by name at the same time. After years in Myria, though, it almost seemed normal. "Yes." I can take you, Eris, the servant said. He moved his head to the right, revealing a tattoo on the side of his neck, a blue tower. Travelers posted here as guards had almost always done something wrong, usually incompetence or a gross political blunder, and were sent for temporary duty here as a kind of punishment. They were always loyal, but rarely the best in the city, and they were never supposed to reveal their identities as travelers, even to members of the royal family. Well, except in case of emergency. And she supposed this qualified.
"Do it, traveler," she said.
The man nodded and stepped to one side, his partner rushing out of the room. The Helgard traveler began to chant under his breath, as though he were reciting the lyrics for a song too fast to be understood. Finally, the air bloomed into a swirling vortex of snow, a gate to Helgard. On the other side, she could sense nothing but blowing snow. The bitter cold filled the room in seconds, cutting through her thin brown peasant's dress like an icy knife.
"I wanted you to take me to the 21st floor, traveler," Leah said. "Not outside the tower."
The Helgard traveler grimaced at her words. He didn't seem bothered by the cold, which she supposed was to be expected. "This is the floor you requested, Highness," he said. "I hate to think why they've called up this much snow, but it's likely not good. The 21st is supposed to be solidly under our control, but this smells like a battle to me."
Leah stared into the blizzard. "Well, I can't go in there dressed like this. Send to my rooms, for—"
The second servant in blue hurried back into the room, a coat and thick red cloak over one arm, and a pair of high boots in the other.
"This was all your bedroom attendants had on hand, Eris Leah," the second servant said, executing a bow. "If you would like to wait, I am sure I could find more." "This will do quite nicely, thank you," Leah said. Her mother had always discouraged her from thanking the help, except in cases of extraordinary service. "When I get back, remind me to promote you."
The young man beamed and handed Leah her coat. The Helgard traveler cleared his throat discreetly. "Eris, is the gate to your satisfaction?" Leah knelt to lace up one of her boots. The helpful servant stepped forward to assist her, but she waved him away.
"I'm sorry, traveler, but I make it a policy to promote only one person per day. And unfortunately for you, this is my favorite coat."
Out of the corner of her eye, she saw one servant shoot the other a triumphant grin. Her boots and coat were lined with fur, but they were both bright red, marking her as a member of the royal family. She would show up on a field of snow like a bloodstain. Well, she would have to risk it. Even with her lyrial source as depleted as it was, she was hardly helpless. She flipped up her hood and stepped into Helgard. The cold air seemed to mock her cloak and jacket, shredding the layers and pressing against her skin like a blanket of ice. She slogged through the snow toward the only landmark she could make out, a low, distant wall of gray stone. Her boots were made well enough to keep out water, which was useful, but her dress was not. Her coat and cloak covered most of her, but snow still found a way to her skin, melting and running down her body in ice-cold rivulets. She couldn't stop shivering. Worse, she started to hear things. Even over the ambient roar of the driving snowstorm, she began to hear the sounds of travelers at war. The snarl of a great cat competed with a call like a distant trumpet. A low, rolling crack, like the sound of a tree snapping under its own weight, shattered the sound of the wind. On the heels of that sound, the ground under her feet shivered and shook. A layer of powdered snow lifted in a ring, blasting away from the gray wall in an invisible explosion. Leah had some severe reservations about walking closer to a battle like that, but she had no choice. This information was too critical to withhold, even to wait for her father's return. Though perhaps she should return to the palace and come back here with an escort of expert Helgard travelers. No, her safety was secondary. She would have asked the Helgard traveler on duty in the Blue Room to accompany her, except the travelers in his position were strictly forbidden to accept any assignments that took them away from the palace. But she could prepare. In her mind, Leah reached out for Ragnaris. Usually, Lyriel would be her preference for self-defense, but her source had reached critically low levels. Until she could replenish its energy, she should save Lyriel for an emergency. A warm weight settled on her head as her royal crown arrived. It was a circlet of polished red-tinted silver, with a single ruby set above her brow. It pulsed with an inner heat, refusing to give in to the cold of Helgard. The crown's natural resistance to temperature came as a relief, because by all rights it should have felt like wearing a halo of ice on her head. She was cold enough as it was. As she approached the gray wall, a shadow rose up in front of her. Almost 10 feet tall, it stood like a man, but its silhouette was thicker than any human being. As it lumbered closer through the snow, she made out a thick pelt of curly fur and short horns on the head. 7 stones, Leah thought. A Mirka on the hunt. She had never seen one outside of a book. Not that she had ever wanted to. The Mirka leaned forward and roared, close enough that Leah smelled its rotting breath. In one of the Mirka's paws, a huge, jagged icicle began to form, freezing out of nothing. Leah staggered backwards on instinct, but she knew that she would never get far enough in this snow. Mirka were known to be able to hurl their spears of ice hundreds of paces, taking down their prey. What little the Mirka left of its meal would be devoured by hungry ice fangs. Leah focused on her crown, and the ruby began to glow. She would have to use the crown after all, though its after effect would make delivering the news to her father problematic. The Mirka drew its arm back to throw, and Leah opened her mouth to speak, but a clump of glittering snow detached itself from a nearby snowbank and hurled itself at the Mirka's arm. The snow growled and snarled like 2 bobcats trapped in a sack. An ice fang. An ice fang had attacked the Mirka. Leah felt an instant of profound relief, and then confusion. Ice fangs were scavengers, haunting the snow of Helgard, lying in wait. Why hadn't it ambushed her, the relatively soft and unprotected prey? The cluster of snow bunched up on the Mirka's bicep, tearing off bits of flesh with its hidden mouth. The Mirka roared as a line of dark blue blood ran down its furry arm, and it slammed its giant icicle into the ice fang like a club. The ice fang burst into a cloud of snow. Then a second and a third ice fang burst from the Mirka's feet in a spray of snowflakes. They crawled all over the Mirka's exposed flesh, growling and biting viciously. They must have been summoned. A friendly traveler had to be directing these ice fangs, or they would never have worked together to bring down strong prey with an easy meal nearby. Leah started to walk in a wide circle around the battling creatures, keeping a wary eye on the nearby snow. Patches of innocent-looking snow that glittered as though scattered with broken glass could be ice fangs lying in wait. And if one of the scavengers was on the hunt, a moving furrow on the snow would be all the warning she would get. The Mirka finally managed to throw off or destroy all the ice fangs, and it swiveled its head, sniffing the air, looking for her. Leah sped up, trying to get closer to the presumed safety of the gray wall, but the Mirka spotted her and let out a roar of pain and rage. Practically all its fur was matted down with its own navy blue blood. It took 1 step toward her. Then the air exploded. It sounded like standing inside a thunderclap. Leah screamed, but she couldn't hear herself. She felt like someone had shoved an ice pick in each of her ears. The rest happened in an instant. Something slammed into the Mirka's side, fast as a bolt of lightning, and Leah got a quick and blurry glimpse of crimson and gold. It hit the Mirka so hard and fast that the beast seemed to vanish, blasted away and out of Leah's sight so fast that she could barely see it move. The wind of the projectiles passing caught her, tore at her cloak, threatened to throw her from her feet. The wind hit her face with surprising heat. Leah stayed standing, but she was having trouble catching her breath. She recognized that terrifying weapon, that deadly force of nature. It was her father's spear. A line of snow had been torn away in the wake of the spear's passing, leaving a path like an arrow from the gray wall in front of her, through the spot where the Mirka had stood, and stretching as far as Leah could see in the distance. Only specks of scorched fur and blue blood on the snow nearby gave any sign that the monster had ever been there. The path was bare soil,
totally clear of snow, and it led straight to her father. Well, King Zakareth had been considerate enough to make her a trail. She might as well make use of it. As she had suspected, the Grey Wall was a long, low stone fortification outside one of the Damascan outposts in Helgard. The travelers hurriedly opened one of the side gates, beckoning her inside. As they brought her in, leading her to a fire and to her father, they caught her up on the situation. The Damascans had managed to kill Grandmaster Helgard barely 2 days ago in real time, but Helgard had experienced a time spike since. For the travelers here, it had been over a week. The Helgard travelers loyal to Enosh had used that time to assault this fort on the 21st floor, as the nearest Damascan outpost of any real size. They were pulling out all the stops, too, the traveler said. He shuddered and stared off into the distance, though he didn't stop walking. I'd never seen a frost giant before. From his expression, Leah didn't think he would want to see another one, either. As soon as the time spike had stabilized, late this past afternoon, they had sent for reinforcements from the capital. Without them, the Helgard travelers here wouldn't have lasted the night. However, they had not expected the king himself. Zakareth and his deadly spear had proved enough support that the Enosh travelers had reconsidered. They had pulled back to regroup before Leah reached the wall. Leah considered the implications of that. Why was the king here in person? There were only a few possibilities. Either he didn't have any other travelers to send, unlikely, or he thought this situation important enough to warrant his personal attention. Why? Either way, she felt somewhat responsible for the Helgard travelers here. Her news was likely to make the king return to Cana, and they would be left here with no backup. Well, the stability of the realm came first. They could always come back and recapture their lost outposts later. The Helgard traveler led Leah into an ordinary sitting room. It was hardly fit for Damascan royalty. The walls were made out of rough, barely cut stone, and the furniture was simple wood. 4 chairs rested around a heavy, barely polished table, and the hearth at the end of the room blazed with flame. At least it was warm. Leah hurried over to the fireplace, pressing her body as close as she dared. It probably wasn't wise, but she barely gave any attention to the room's other occupants. Talos sat at the table, his sheathed sword in front of him. Maybe half an inch of its red blade showed. Upon seeing Leah, he ran a hand through his golden curls and flashed his sister a perfect grin. "Playing with the Mirka, Leah." Leah ignored him, lowering her hood to feel the full warmth of the fire on her face. Her dress underneath was wet and cold, and somehow her body actually shivered more now that it was getting some relief. She supposed that was her way of transitioning from the cold. She would have pulled the heavy cloak from around her, leaving her in her dress and jacket, but she felt incapable of moving. "You're careless," King Zakareth said to her. He sat at the head of the table, behind her, though she had caught a glimpse of him as she came in. He was clothed fully in his royal armor, plates of dark metal lined in gold and set occasionally with rubies. It was not ornamental, that armor. The gems were mined from Ornheim, and in some way she didn't understand, they added strength to the armor as a whole. He had worn the armor into dozens of battles, and it bore the marks to prove it, dents and dings and scratches that represented attacks. Attacks that had never come close to wounding the man inside. A number of clever replies rose to Leah's tongue, but only one thing escaped. "I'm sorry, Father," she said. She had been trained well. "Take an escort with you next time," Zakareth went on. He was never one to abandon a battle just because he had already won. "You can't count on me being there to save you every time." "Perhaps we should ask why she's here," Talos said. "Surely it must be something urgent for her to risk running into Helgard alone." Zakareth stared at her so hard that she could have sworn she saw a red light pulse against the fireplace. Red light shining from his crimson eye. She shuddered, and it wasn't because of the cold. She didn't speak. She wasn't sure that she could make her jaw move. "I know why she's here," Zakareth said. "I see the moons of Lyriel upon her. She found a way to spy on the War Council of the Grandmasters. Out of the corner of her eye, Leah saw Talos look up sharply. He seemed almost panicked. Well, he probably worried about what the Grandmasters were up to. "That is true, Father," Leah said between shivers. She reached into a pocket and withdrew her recording crystal, turning to place it on the table in front of them. "I've only watched the first few minutes," Leah continued, "but what I heard was enough to alarm me. The Grandmasters plan to take this opportunity to attack us. They will assault some of the overlords, trying to damage the tree, and I suspect that they also intend to reinforce the Valenhall incarnation." Zakareth stared at the crystal. He did not ask her to activate the recording, though she knew he soon would. He appeared carved out of granite as he sat there, lost deep in thought. Talos did not have his father's patience. "We should gather the overlords. Travel to them now. We can abandon this outpost and focus everything we have on destroying the Incarnation." "Where is the Incarnation now?" Leah asked. Talos looked to their father, who continued to stare a moment before answering. "The Incarnation of Valenhall stands in what was once the village of Harrenfell. According to reports we have just received, he marched into the village at dawn, challenging anyone who stood in his way to duels. He spared the lives of those that acquitted themselves well, and killed the rest. Harrenfell is now a graveyard." Anger showed in Talos's eyes. "This is exactly the kind of thing we should be there to prevent. Where will he be heading next?" Harrenfell, Leah mused. "That's in Lysander's realm, isn't it? It's southeast of the Latari Forest." Zakareth nodded in her direction. "The Valenhall incarnation travels in a straight line, from his grave at the center of the Latari Forest to his destination. He will walk through any obstacle until he reaches the royal palace in Cana and slays me." Leah took a moment to digest that information. Talos's eyes widened, then narrowed, as though he had heard something that would change the entire game. He was probably thinking about how to allow the Valenhall incarnation to assassinate his father, leaving the succession open. Leah's thoughts went in a different direction. "How do you know that?" Leah said. "Maybe he wants to slaughter indiscriminately, to satisfy some mad urge." Zakareth met her gaze with eyes of blue and red. Leah tried her best not to look away. "I know the man he was," the king said. "I cannot think that incarnation has changed him so much." Talos leaned forward, one hand almost unconsciously brushing his sheathed sword. "How do you know so much about him?" "Because I was the one who sealed him in that grave," Zakareth replied. "In a way, my actions led to this. I decided to place a 10th inmate in a prison built for 9. Neither of them had anything to say to that. Talos broke the awkward silence. "I will leave now. We should mobilize all the soldiers and travelers we can gather, and stop this incarnation directly. We can warn the overlords to be on alert, to defend their trees, but if we can take care of this incarnation now, we will have disarmed the Grandmaster's primary weapon. Perhaps Indiriel can even lure this incarnation back to his home territory." That wasn't a bad plan, actually. Incarnations became trapped if they stayed too long in the territories that created them. Her tutors had said that this was because the incarnations were part of the territory's power, and by returning, they became absorbed in their world's fabric. She hardly understood the theory behind that, but she didn't need to. As long as incarnations couldn't move miles and seconds through their territories, she was satisfied. Zakareth continued staring at Leah, his expression as unyielding as the face of a hammer. She knew what he wanted. He only got that look when he wanted her to prove herself. Leah gave a mental sigh. She wasn't fool enough to sigh out loud, to her father's face, and spoke. "We need to consider the opposite strategy," Leah said. "We may want to determine which overlords the Grandmasters will attack, and prepare traps there. In the meantime, we send a token force to oppose the incarnation, or else send no one." Talos let his chair fall forward on its front legs, sending a thunk echoing through the sitting room. If we send no one, the incarnation will slaughter at his leisure. The villagers will have no chance. They will fall by the dozens.
It's an option we must keep in mind, Leah said. The Grandmasters may or may not accompany the incarnation, but they will attack the trees. If we can ambush them there, then we can remove the Grandmasters, who represent a significant portion of the Enosh fighting force. Besides, even if we stop the Valenhall incarnation and save dozens or hundreds of lives, losing the hanging tree will release the other incarnations. Thousands more will die. Tens of thousands.
King Zakareth leaned back in his chair and gave her one brief nod of approval. Her heart swelled with pride, though she tried to ignore it. She was a grown woman, and she didn't like her father much. The man's opinion should mean nothing to her, but approval or encouragement from her father was as rare as sunshine in Helgard. Talos's face twisted. He sneered at them, and it did terrible things to his expression. He didn't look like a hero now, just a broken and bitter man. You two. You're the same as Sinara and Odessa. You have no thought for those beneath you.
Do not speak of things you do not understand,
King Zakareth said. He did not sound angry, but Leah edged back, close enough to the fire now that the heat felt scalding, even through 3 layers of clothing. Even if her cloak caught fire, it was better than standing between 2 angry Ragnaros travelers. I understand enough, Talos said. He gripped his sheathed sword in one hand, pulling it to his side. I understand that you are more concerned about your rule than about the people who trust you. He did not put his other hand on the sword's hilt, which was likely the only reason that their father allowed him to remain conscious.
If you were king, you could do as you wished, Zakareth said. Fortunately, you are not, and you will do as I say.
You are not fit to rule, Talos spat. Leah shot a glance to the door and started trying to calculate how quickly she could rush out of the room. Zakareth stared at his one remaining son, and Talos stared back. Neither said a word. After a tense minute, Talos looked away. It's pointless speculating, Talos muttered. We don't have enough information. Their father didn't acknowledge Talos's words, but he did stand and gather Leah's recording crystal from the table.
I will return to the palace and have this examined, he said. My advisors and I will determine our course of action. You will both remain available until a decision is made. Talos, stay here and do what you can to keep the Grandmasters from taking this outpost. It's more important than you think. Leah, return to Enosh and gather what other information you can, but do not expose yourself unnecessarily. I will count on having you alive and capable in whatever defense we fashion.
Yes, Your Highness, Leah said. She dipped a little curtsy, hurriedly stepping forward when she realized she had almost trailed her cloak in the flames. King Zakareth turned and swept from the room, his boots clanking on the floor, leaving Leah alone with her brother. Now that their father was gone, Talos turned his glare on her. You would give in to him so easily? Leah shrugged. Not giving in, but considering all options. Whichever course of action results in the least life, that's the one we will take. Even at the cost of entire villages, Talos said. Who are we, that we make such decisions? You lived in a village for your trial, just as I did. Imagine that it was your village with an incarnation rampaging through. Imagine that you had to watch, powerless, as he tore apart faces you knew, people you loved. 7 stones! Isn't your mother's family from a village? What if it was their lives at stake? Leah knew what he was trying to do, though she couldn't help but picture what he described. A long sword jutting from the chest of her half-sister, Rutha. Her aunt Nurita, cut down as she tried to organize a resistance. Qaim and his family, stuck in their home as it collapsed around them. Alan's sisters, butchered by an insanely powerful creature that knew no reason. She shuddered. It's a horrible thought, she agreed, but sometimes the alternative is even worse. Talos hurled his sheathed sword down to the table in anger, pacing restlessly from one side of the room to the other. Is it worse? Why is that always the justification we use, that the alternative is worse? We sacrifice 9 of our own citizens every year, citizens we were meant to protect, and now we're considering letting even more of our people die. What could be worse than that? It's mathematics, Talos, Leah said quietly. If it costs us 9 lives to save 10, then as responsible rulers there's only one choice we can make. Her brother met her eyes, and in his face she saw the expected rage, frustration, and condescension. He always thought that anyone of any intelligence should see things the same way he did. But she also saw something she did not expect, a deep, compelling pain. I got to know them in my trial, Talos said. They became close to me. One in particular. Sinara found out. Leah winced. Ruthlessness ran in her family's blood, but her oldest sister had inherited a double share, along with a sadistic streak. The one I loved, Talos went on. She was chosen as the first offering on the 354th sacrifice. I was away, on assignment for Father. I didn't learn about it until later. What did you do? Leah asked. But she knew. Her sister Sinara was paranoid and delusional, forever trapped inside her palace rooms. Someone had done that to her. Talos put a boot up on the seat of his chair. He looked regal again, once more like the heroic prince from the stories. Her trial was in Asphodel. There are no crimes out in the mist. And once the fear sets in, once she started to panic, the mist began to feed on her. She will never forget what her cruelty cost her. I'm not sure it was her cruelty, Leah said. Her brother pointed a finger in her direction. You're right. It wasn't hers. It was ours. We all perpetuate this system while we're a part of it. We keep these incarnations enslaved, and we pay lives to do it. Well, there are other ways. The whole system will burn to the ground, and we will build a new one on top of it. A better one. Talos was staring past Leah now, into the hearth full of flickering flames. Leah shivered, and not from the cold. Her brother may have started with pure motivations, but they were twisted, wrong. I could use him, Leah thought. She cursed herself. Why was that so often her first thought? As she watched her brother stare silently into the flames, she couldn't help but wonder about him. He could not be allowed to take the throne, that was for sure. But in that case, who else was left? Chapter 9. The Incarnation of Valenhall. 358th year of the Damascus calendar. 24th year in the reign of King Zacharoth VI. 31 days after midsummer. 14 days until summer's end. Simon emerged from the healing pool with an imp still gnawing on his shoulder. Kai spun Azura in an arc, slicing the creature in half and sending its 2 pieces flying off the splash in the pool. The imp didn't bleed, and Simon had the distinct impression that it would eventually pull itself back together. Thank you for saving me, sir, Simon said, pulling his clothes back on. It took him a moment to notice that they were still stained with blood. Simon held up his blood-stained shirt in front of Kai. Where are the nigh? Simon asked. Did I not wait long enough? Kai was stroking the flat of Azura's blade like a lover, staring deep into her silvery surface. It's not your fault, little mouse, Kai said. The nigh have other concerns today. Does that happen often? Never, Kai said. This is something of an exception, and the reason why I was looking for you in the house. We have a problem. A problem? You're full of useless questions, aren't you? Kai said. He held Azura in his right hand. He seemed not to want to let go, and gestured to Simon with his left. Hurry up, if you would. We have places to go, people to save. Simon pulled on his shirt, wincing at the feel of sticky blood against his scars, and ran after Kai. He led Simon back to the garden, where a familiar figure was engaged in conversation with Chaka. He wore road-stained clothes of brown and green, and looked as though he was about a week overdue for a shave and a haircut. He held a dragon's fang in his right hand, and had a huge red and gold book tucked under his left arm. "Dinner," Kai called. "We are ready." Dinner said something and bowed to Chaka, who bowed back. The leather man didn't spare Simon more than a glance. Dinner jogged over to join Kai and Simon. Simon started to say something, but as soon as Dinner was close enough, Kai grabbed Simon by one arm and began pulling him out of the room. "Hold on," Simon said, pulling himself free. "What is going on?" "This is somewhat urgent, little mouse," Kai said. "Please scamper in this direction if you would." He seized Simon by the shoulder this time and kept guiding him out. Denner sighed, but he kept following Kai. "How have you been, Simon?" he asked. "Well enough," Simon replied, struggling in Kai's grip. Short of calling steel, he didn't think he could break it. Haruman, the book under Denner's arm, chuckled. He spoke in a stuffy, cultured voice. "You have been well enough, I'm sure. Assassinating overlords, destabilizing the realm. I hear you're quite the wanted man in Damascus, which is highly inconvenient, considering that's where—" He cut off as Denner slapped him on the binding. "Sorry about that, Simon. Sometimes he runs away without me." "It's no problem," Simon said, but he felt a little queasy. He had barely considered how he would be treated in Damascus because of what he'd done. Come to think of it, though, he had killed dozens of soldiers. It had always seemed like he had a good reason at the time, but he was a murderer. A murderer? Would they lock him up in some jail he couldn't break his way out of? Maybe even exile him to some terrible territory? "Don't worry, little one," Kai sang, still dragging Simon behind him. "You'll kill more before all this is through. You've barely gotten started." The thought made Simon so sick he thought he would lose his last meal all over the Valenhall hallway. He rarely thought in those terms, killing, murder. He thought of what he did as fighting, becoming stronger, defending the innocent. Somehow those terms made him feel better. "We're not sure if you've heard," Haruman piped up, "but the Valenhall incarnation has escaped his prison." "Kai told me," Simon responded. "The Grandmasters didn't seem to think it was worth mentioning, though. You'd think they would have told me that there's a rampaging incarnation from my territory." "They probably didn't want to tell you any more than they had to," Denner said. "Did they seem like they were trying to keep information from you? Keep you in the dark?" Before Simon could respond, Kai placed his palm on Simon's back and firmly pushed. "Less talking, more walking, little mouse." "What is the hurry? Where are we going?" "The village of Harrenfell," Denner responded. They reached the entry hall, and Denner raised his sword. He slid it down, slicing open a Valenhall gate, and doing it more smoothly than Simon had ever been able to manage. "Where is Catherine?" Kai asked. "Is she waiting with Indiriel?" Denner sighed again, shaking his head. "She has a life outside us now. She made it clear that if I wanted her to go anywhere near our old master, I was going to have to duel her for it." "She has the life you all wish you did," Haruman said. "Her skills have made her quite rich, as I understand, and renowned in certain circles. I have always said that you could have made a better life for yourself, Denner, if you would only—" Denner finished making the gate and stepped through, cutting off his advisor. Kai made sure that Simon followed before bringing up the rear. He still held Azura, which Simon thought he could understand. Surely Kai missed holding his old sword, and if the dolls were still talking to him, that had to comfort him. He carried Angeline with him now, a blonde doll in a black dress with a serious expression. Simon hadn't heard her say a word to him, but Kai still cradled her as if she would speak at any second. Wait a minute, Simon thought. Wasn't Kai going for his own sword? Where is it? "It was taken," Angeline said. "We hope he will earn it back soon." Simon wished that didn't sound so ominous. The gate opened on a field of patchy and dying grass, surrounded by white tents. The tents were lit only by starlight and the occasional candle. Soldiers moved around in the business of war, sharpening weapons, polishing boots, hauling chests from one tent to another. A few soldiers were sleeping, but fewer than Simon had expected, considering that it was the middle of the night. Obviously, travelers were a common sight in this camp, because only a few soldiers looked up curiously at the sight of 3 men stepping out of nowhere. Most of the men were either out of uniform or half-dressed, so it took Simon a handful of seconds to recognize their red and gold clothes as the uniform of the Damascus Royal Army. These soldiers were led by no single overlord, instead serving the kingdom as a whole. Simon dropped into a fighting crouch, and one hand went to the side as if to summon Azura. "Put your fangs away, little mouse," Kai said. He smiled when he saw Simon's outstretched hand. "We are among friends." He seemed amused, though it was hard to tell with his hair veiling his eyes. They simply stood in the center of the camp for a minute or two, letting the soldiers bustle and hurry by them. "What are we waiting for?" Simon asked finally. Neither of the others responded, but Denner nodded to a stranger who jogged down one of the aisles between tents to meet them. He was tall and fit, perhaps in his 40s, with barely a few specks of gray in his dark hair. His skin was dark, too, a villager, and when he flashed them a grin, it was wide and friendly. He wasn't wearing a uniform, only black pants and a white shirt with the sleeves cut off, revealing long, heavily muscled arms. Simon stared at the man's arms for a moment, almost in shock. Black chain marks snaked up this stranger's arms almost to the elbow. "He's a Valenhall traveler," Simon thought. "Dragon army. What is he doing with the Damascans?" "Leading," Angeline replied. "The Dragon army once opposed Damascus, true, but with Valen's fall, well, Indiriel had different opinions than the rest." The traveler, Indiriel, came to a stop facing the 3 of them. He beamed. "It's been too long, my friends. You look well." Denner smiled back, but he didn't say anything. Kai shook his shaggy white head. "We are not here for this, Indiriel." Indiriel rolled his eyes. I know, but give me a moment to pretend we're still friends." He turned his gaze to Simon, and his smile grew more gentle. "And you must be Simon. You've grown." Simon froze. He pictured this stranger, Indiriel, in a black nigh cloak like the one he wore. There were only a few things he remembered about the man who had saved his life: bare, chain-wrapped arms, a long and ragged sword, a black cloak, and a gleaming smile. Indiriel didn't wear the cloak, but his smile was the same. Simon felt as he had when Benson, the steel skeleton, had kicked him in the chest and sent him flying. He had all but given up on finding the man who had saved his life when he was a child. Valenhall travelers were more scarce than ever now, and he had come close to convincing himself that his savior must have died over the years. But this was him. This had to be him. He was on the verge of speaking when a woman ran up to Indiriel. She wore brown buckskin clothing and feathers in her hair, an Avernus traveler, like the one Simon had met in Enosh. However, the few travelers he had seen had worn feathers of brown, black, or gold. Hers were broad and white, sticking up in a fan over her left ear. "Overlord Indiriel," she said, bowing. "We found a group of survivors. They were headed for Tyrus." "Bring them here, to the others," Indiriel responded. "Move as fast as possible. If you can find a few more of those eagles, fly them back. We don't know when that monster will return." "Sir," she said, saluting. "Send them to me as soon as you can," Indiriel said. "I want to know when we've caught them all." The Avernus traveler hurried off, past the row of tents. As soon as she had enough free space around her, she raised what seemed to be a feather to her mouth and blew. It made a sharp whistling sound that somehow managed to cut through the rumble and bustle of the soldiers' night. A distortion, like heat haze, briefly hid the stars over her head, and a giant white eagle appeared out of nowhere, as though it had simply come into being mid-dive. It landed on the ground next to her, feathers pure white, and nestled the traveler's head with its cruelly hooked beak. The traveler rubbed its head for a moment and then hopped onto the bird's back. She pulled a pair of goggles from a pouch at her side. Simon had seen those before, in Enosh, and strapped them to her head. She and the eagle both flew off. Simon watched them go, his mind whirling. Overlord Indiriel? The man who had saved his life was a Damascan overlord? "You're an overlord?" Simon asked. He barely recognized his own voice. Indiriel's smile faded, but he nodded. He seemed to know exactly how Simon felt, and he had a look of patient acceptance on his face. Haramon made a sound like he was clearing his throat. "Simon, son of Kalman," the book said, "I have the honor to introduce Indiriel, son of Elias, overlord of the realm of Cana and bearer of the first Dragon's Fang. He's a personal friend of ours." "I've missed you, Haramon," Indiriel said. "We should catch up. I know a few things that might interest you." "Oh," the book responded, "I have simply nothing but time, Indiriel. I am entirely at your disposal." Denner sighed. Indiriel looked around for a moment. "Where's Catherine?" "She couldn't make it," Kai said softly. Indiriel squarely met his gaze. "Due to some trauma in her youth, I'm sure," he said. Kai didn't respond. "Well, gentlemen, it's time to get to work." Indiriel strode off down the row of tents, not watching to make sure the others were following. Simon did so, mind reeling. Indiriel was an overlord. How many had he sent to the sacrifice? Why had he saved Simon's life? Surely it was his travelers who had attacked Simon in the first place. "This camp is outside of what used to be the village of Harnfell," Indiriel went on. "A few hours ago, Valen came knocking. We're taking you to interview some of the survivors now." He stepped over a soldier who had passed out and fallen outside of his tent. "Valen?" Simon said. He was having trouble processing all the new information he had received in the past few hours. I thought this was the Valenhall incarnation we were after." Indiriel stopped. He turned around, but he didn't look at Simon. "Wow, Kai," he said. "You haven't told the boy anything, have you?" Kai smiled, but it was a rigid thing, like the rictus of a corpse. "It was never supposed to be me that trained him in the first place." The Overlord ignored that, focusing on Simon. "Valen was the first of us," he said. "He was also the first to fall. You can draw almost as much power from Valenhall as you can handle, but if these," he tapped his forearm, which was almost covered by the black chain marks, "ever cover you completely, you stop controlling the power, and the power starts controlling you." He straightened and continued walking. "We call that process incarnation." "They keep saying the Valenhall incarnation, though," Simon said. "Is there only one?" Haramon made an excited sound. "Please, Indiriel, allow me," the book said. "For the most part, territories are only embodied in a single incarnation at a time. If one traveler loses control, he becomes an incarnation. Well, then, you may wonder what happens when a second traveler reaches that point. Excellent question. Often, they simply die on the spot." Simon resolved to keep a closer eye on his chains in the future. "Of course," Haramon went on, "there are a few memorable occasions where travelers have lost control of their power and simply had their minds destroyed by the Force. Still others have actually become creatures of their territory themselves and were consumed by their incarnation. Either way, it is theoretically impossible for two incarnations of the same territory to exist simultaneously." "Here we are," Indiriel said. He swept aside the flap for a tent that, to Simon, looked identical to hundreds of others. Inside, a man crouched in the dirt. He wore the outfit that Simon was used to seeing from the village, tan shirt, brown pants held up by a stretch of rope, very similar to the clothes that Simon wore now, in fact, and in much the same condition. This man's clothes were covered in almost as much blood as Simon's. This man clutched a sheathed sword to his chest and shuddered, staring off into space. He held the sword as tightly as if it were his only child. The two guards, in the red and gold of the king's army, stood and saluted when they saw Indiriel. "No change, sir," one of the guards said. "He stayed put the whole time." Indiriel thanked the soldier and went down on one knee, looking the shaking man in the eye. "What happened?" Indiriel asked softly. At first, Simon didn't think the man would answer. He kept shivering and looking off in the distance. But after a few more seconds of that, he turned and met Indiriel's gaze. "There was a swordsman," he whispered. "A swordsman with black eyes. He showed up at the edge of town and just started walking. But his sword was so big. It was that big." The man noticed Azura, and his eyes widened. He pointed. "That big? The sword looked like that. Where did you get that sword?" By the last word, he was practically panicking. "Kai," Indiriel said, his voice a razor, "would you please banish Azura?" Kai said nothing, but he held Azura's hilt out to Simon. Simon took the sword in both hands, but without calling steel, he could barely hold it upright. It only took a brief effort of will to cast the blade back to Valenhall. Indiriel noticed. He stared at the space where Azura had once been and looked at Kai, raising his eyebrows in question. Kai shrugged. The shivering man's eyes widened even further. "Travelers," he whispered. "You're travelers." He squeezed his eyes shut. "Maker be praised," he said. "Now he'll get what he deserves. Travelers will settle for him. He'll finally get his justice." "Please, tell me what happened," Indiriel said again. He didn't sound angry. In fact, he sounded quite patient. Simon would have expected an overlord to make demands, not to ask politely. He had only spoken with Malachi for a minute or two, but the man had spoken like a king until he saw his family in danger. Indiriel seemed somehow more human. "He was just walking," the man went on, "but his sword was so big and so sharp it started cutting people. First it sliced through one of the ox lines. Not like he meant to do it, like he didn't care where his sword went or what it cut. The ox ran off, and it was old Benai's. Benai got mad, so he yelled at the guy. And the swordsman, he looked at Benai, and that was when we could see that he had black eyes. He told Benai that if he wanted him to stop, he should get a weapon. The guy kept walking. Benai, well, he had seen the guy's eyes. He screamed and started to run, but the swordsman stabbed him in the back." The man squeezed his eyes shut. "He called Benai a coward. He said that if any of us deserved to live, we should prove it. And he brought the sword down like he was cutting the air itself. And 1,000 shadows came out." Simon stared at the man, horrified and sick. At least now he knew where the Nai had gone. "They were everywhere, these shadows. They choked. They had these chains." The man started crying. Simon looked away uncomfortably. He could imagine what kind of horror this man had endured, but it still felt wrong to him to watch a grown man cry. "We know," Indiriel said gently. "Trust me, we know." "How did you survive?" "My brother had this sword, and I knew about it," the man said. "When we were kids, we would take turns practicing with it, pretending, you know. So I got it. When one of the shadows came for me, I managed to stab it through the chest. It sort of slithered away, like a snake." The look in the man's eyes became pure horror. "Then he came." "Were you in his way?" Denner asked. He sounded more curious than anything else, which surprised Simon until he thought about it. Surely Denner must have heard even worse stories than this one. The man shook his head. "It seemed like when I killed this shadow, like he started looking for me. There was a wagon in his way when he walked toward me, and he cut it in half and kept walking. When he came into my house, instead of using the door, he cut his way through the wall. I stood there, frozen, you know. But I was on my feet, and I had my sword." He clutched his sword tighter. "The man with black eyes, he said, 'Come out of your house. If you deserve to live, prove it.'" The Overlord interviewed 2 more witnesses that night. Their stories were the same. Anything the black-eyed swordsman ran into, he cut it apart. Anyone he ran into, he fought them. If they ran, he cut them down like they weren't worth his time anymore. And the Nye, at his bidding, killed even more. The village of Harrenfell had lost almost... Their stories were the same. Anything the black-eyed swordsman ran into, he cut it apart. Anyone he ran into, he fought them. If they ran, he cut them down like they weren't worth his time anymore. And the Nye, at his bidding, killed even more. The village of Harrenfell had lost almost 8 out of 10 of its residents. Most of the survivors were children or the very old, those that, to hear Kai tell it, the Incarnation had considered unworthy of his attention. Only 3 men had faced it with swords in hand and survived. They all agreed on one thing. The Incarnation was headed southeast. Toward Cana, Indiriel said. He had taken the other Valenhall travelers to his own tent, which was much larger than the others and set with tables and chairs. If I know anything about Valen, the Overlord went on, he'll make a beeline for the capital. And if I know anything about Valenhall, he'll cut through the king's guards and challenge Zakareth himself to a duel. Will that matter? Denner asked. We know how well protected the king is. Even against an Incarnation, couldn't he hold his own? Kai spoke up softly, but he kept his gaze on the face of his doll. Against the Incarnation of any other territory, yes, Kai said. Denner sighed. That's not the whole story, Indiriel said. It gets worse. He turned to face Simon. Doesn't it? Simon stared the Overlord in the face. How had he known? Did Damaska have their own spies in Enosh? Indiriel has his own sources of information, Angeline told him. Don't worry too much about it. The Grandmasters know the Incarnation is loose, Simon said reluctantly. They're planning to attack. Kai and Denner both turned to stare at Simon. Indiriel nodded, as though one of his suspicions had been confirmed. You have risen far, it seems, little mouse, Kai said. Simon shrugged, trying not to let his discomfort show. Alan insisted I go to the meeting, he said. And I, for one, am glad he did, Indiriel responded, because we can use this information against the Grandmasters, before they destroy everything we've worked to protect. Just a minute, Denner said. We've established how Simon knew what the Grandmasters were planning. But how did you know he knew? Indiriel smiled. Trade secret, he said. Now, if I may have your attention. The Overlord spread a map out on his table, pointing. We are here, just to the southeast of Harrenfell. Well, what used to be Harrenfell. If the Incarnation had continued in a straight line toward Cana, he would have reached the village of Belcor, which is only a few miles south of our position. But, as far as we can tell, Belcor still stands. Indiriel nodded to Simon. What does that mean, Simon? Simon hurriedly scanned the map. Presumably, the white tent-shaped piece on the center of the board represented their location. Harrenfell was a small labeled dot to the northwest, Belcor another small dot to the south. If the Incarnation was headed straight to Cana, there was no way around. Simon cleared his throat. Either he's still here, or he went the long way around the village, or I guess he could have moved through the village without killing anybody. Indiriel nodded. Well put. We find it unlikely that he stayed here. Even as a human, Valen didn't like standing still, and I'm sure he's even more restless now. So it's unlikely he stayed here, and even more unlikely that he moved through the village without killing anyone. But we know he wants to get to Cana. Kai waved a dismissive hand. He could have passed through another territory. If Enosh found him, we won't see him again until he's tearing down the gates of Cana. Indiriel hesitated. Let's say I have reason to believe that's not the case. Even if it is, though, Cana is well defended. But I find it more likely that he will show up somewhere between here and Cana, where the land becomes so populated that he can't sneak through. If we wait here, we'll be close enough to travel as a group and catch him as soon as he appears. We should be ready to move in a day or two. Wait? Here? Dinner said. He sounded oddly hopeful. Just wait around? The Overlord chuckled. Sorry, Dinner. We need someone to deal with the Grandmasters. Dinner sighed. Now, Indiriel continued, we know what they want. They're trying to attack a hanging tree wherever they can. Since each Overlord guards one of the trees... The hanging tree? Simon interrupted. He had heard references to it before, but no one had ever explained what it meant. It's an artifact of Ragnaris, Dinner explained. It keeps the incarnations in check. Each tree seals one incarnation, but they're all connected. The more trees destroyed, the closer all incarnations get to escaping. Indiriel returned his attention to the map. We know that the Grandmasters will be attacking the Overlords they see as weakest. We've checked on each Overlord, and we feel confident that it will mean Deborah, Eli, and Malachi. Malachi's wife isn't a traveler, so they'll almost certainly hit that point. I was planning on giving you two, he indicated Kai and Denner, a team, and having you each defend one of these points. But without Catherine to cover the third... Indiriel paused thoughtfully. Simon, he began, but Kai cut him off. No, Kai said firmly. Do you have access to ghost armor? Indiriel asked Simon, ignoring Kai. Simon glanced between Kai and the Overlord, trying to determine what had passed between them. But he was missing far too much information to make any sense out of the situation. What? Ghost armor? Indiriel nodded, digesting the information. How about the frozen horn? Simon shook his head. Were these Valenhall powers? The Black Gauntlet? Sorry, no. The side of Indiriel's mouth quirked up. What do you have? Simon did not consider himself a dramatic person. Big, flashy gestures were for people like Alan. But every once in a while, he felt the situation called for more than a simple answer. He reached out his mind in a mental call, and Azura answered. At the same time, he summoned Steel and Essence both. In a fraction of a second, he held Azura in his hand, and he spun the sword forward, so that the razor's edge of the blade rested against Indiriel's neck. A flap of fabric from the tent fluttered to the ground, where Azura's blade had neatly sliced through it. Indiriel's lopsided smile didn't vanish. His eyes turned to Kai. Nigh, Essence? Kai shrugged. Not my doing, he said. Clearly. Well, Simon, I've got news for you. First, Indiriel was standing over his map, sword at the edge of his neck. Then, suddenly, he wasn't. There came a blur of black motion and a pain in Simon's hand, and he was no longer holding Azura. You're not the only one, Indiriel said from behind him. Simon turned around to see Indiriel offering Azura's hilt back. Simon's face flushed, and he took Azura and banished it without a word. That's what you get for showing off, Angeline said. You're not helping, Simon sent. His embarrassment lent an edge to his mental voice. No need to snap. That's good, Simon, Indiriel said. But I can't send you out on your own if you're not prepared to stand against a real traveler. Kai, you protect the Naraka incarnation in Malachi's realm. Denner, I'll send you to protect the Asphodel incarnation with Eli. You have some experience in Asphodel, don't you? Denner repressed what might have been a twitch in one eye, and Haruman chuckled. But, eventually, the traveler nodded. Excellent. So, you'll support Eli, Kai can help Adrienne, and I'll come up with a team for Deborah. She probably needs the least help. Simon, you'll stay here with me. If the two of you don't make it back in time, Simon and I will be the ones to intercept Valen. No one liked that. Oh, I see. He'll stay with you, Kai said. Under your protection, I'm sure. Pardon me if I don't trust in that. He's a boy, Indiriel, Denner said. He's not ready for this. Simon didn't say anything, but he didn't relish the idea of spending his time in battle beside a Damascan overlord. Indiriel held up a hand to their objections. Honestly, he'll be safest here. I'll be able to keep an eye on him, and I spoke to the king only moments before I met you. I'll be getting some backup.
They should arrive shortly.
If you'll have so much help, Kai said, then you won't need the boy.
Simon was beginning to get a little sick of being called the boy. He should learn how the world works, Kai, Indiriel said. Since you're not going to teach him, someone has to. Dinner raised a hand, like a child waiting for an adult to call on him. Excuse me, but I think we brushed past something fairly important. What kind of backup are you expecting, Indiriel? This time it was Indiriel's turn to sigh, and Simon was surprised at how much it made him sound like Denner. That's the other thing, he said. I'm getting a pair of Ragnaris travelers. Maybe some travelers from other territories if they can be spared. But 2 Ragnaris at least.
Fascinating, Angeline muttered. It's been so long.
What? Simon asked. What is going on? Kai cocked his head like a bird, though this time he looked more angry than curious.
Very well, Indiriel. You've obviously thought this through.
I try, Indiriel said dryly.
It wouldn't be wise for either of us to fight alongside a royal, Denner agreed. Too much bad blood.
But how about Simon, though? He's killed his share of Damascan soldiers. Indiriel regarded Simon seriously, and a bit sadly. Involuntarily, Simon took a step back. The guilt returned, sick and heavy in his stomach. Was Indiriel going to try and arrest him? Would Simon have to try and fight his way out? The king is aware of Simon's situation, Indiriel said. He has yet to render judgment. I'll do everything in my power, Kai. You can trust me on that. Kai stared from behind his white bangs for a long time. Then, to Simon's surprise, he nodded.
Very well. You have a Naraka traveler prepared for me, I assume?
I'll have someone take you there in a moment, Indiriel said. And Denner, the Asphodel quarters are only a few tents down from here, so I'll take you myself. There's one thing I need to know first. Where's your dragon's fang, Kai? He gave the question so much weight that Simon got the impression that there was more to that question than showed on the surface.
In the Wanderer's hands, Kai responded.
Indiriel nodded slowly, and then he grinned. You may not believe me, Kai, but I'm glad to hear it. Maybe this long disaster can have a happy ending after all. 10 minutes later, Kai and Denner were both going, en route to their respective realms. Simon leaned back in a chair in Indiriel's unoccupied command tent, deep in conversation with Angeline.
How did I end up helping Damaska? Simon asked. I wasn't aware you had ever sided with Enosh, Angeline responded. Alan assumed so because of what happened with the sacrifice and the Overlord.
I never thought of myself as an ally of Enosh, Simon agreed. But I sure never sided with Damaska. So what now? Angeline was silent for a moment. Simon had noticed that she tended to be a little more thoughtful than his other dolls.
I wouldn't think of it as fighting with or against Damaska, she said. You're not, really. What you're doing is opposing a violent and deadly incarnation. After he's taken care of, your part here is done.
Simon wished he believed that. Wait a minute, he said. You're part of Valenhall. Shouldn't you be on the incarnation's side? The doll didn't move, but Simon somehow got the impression that Angeline shrugged.
Some of us in the house would see it that way, I'm sure. For myself, though, I find his actions morally reprehensible. He needs to be stopped.
Simon considered that for a few minutes, until the sound of trumpets shattered the night. Instantly, soldiers boiled to life in the camp around him, arming themselves and shouting to one another. He heard them, even saw some of them through gaps in the tent's fabric. A few poked their heads into the command tent, looking for Indiriel. Upon not seeing him there, they immediately ducked back out. What's going on, do you think? Simon asked. Then he heard the first screams, and one of the Nai entered the tent. The Nai, looking like a man in black clothes and a hooded black cloak, carried an iron chain in between its 2 gloves. It stopped for a moment when it saw Simon, surprised. Well, Simon said, it's been a while since I've seen one of you.
The Nye stepped forward, and Simon summoned Azura. The sword was far too long for the cramped confines of the tent, so its point materialized a fraction of an inch from the Nye's chest. There was a brief blue-white flare of light within the cloaked figure's hood, and the Nye slid to one side, still rushing to get its chain around Simon's throat. But Simon had experienced enough of that for one lifetime, and he had the speed of the Nye on his side. Simon had called steel at the same time he summoned Azura, but now he called essence. His lungs were filled with ice-cold light, and time itself slowed before him. He gripped Azura's black-wrapped hilt in both hands and swung as hard as he could. He sliced the entire tent in half, Nye included. He saw the black robes collapse and squirm together, like a severed earthworm of shadows, cloth, and moonlight. It slithered together and began crawling off into the night. That was all he saw, before the tent collapsed on his face. He struggled out from under the heavy canvas, flailing around with Azura in one hand, and with the other hand trying to get a handful of fabric and pull it off him. He had cut through the lines and poles holding the tent up, so the remainder of the fabric had fallen on top of him. It took several minutes before he finally managed to extract himself from the fallen tent.
"Ahem," Angeline said.
Simon whirled around for a moment, trying to figure out what the doll was warning him about. Then he realized he didn't have Angeline. It took him another few minutes of searching through the tent's shredded remains before he located the doll. Her straight blonde hair and black dress were in perfect order, but her serious-looking face managed to express clear disapproval. Cradling Angeline in one hand and carrying Azura in the other, Simon moved forward through the camp. He kept Azura's tip pointed at the sky to avoid slicing open someone else's tent, as he had done to Indiriel's.
"I thought Valen wasn't supposed to wait around here," Simon sent to the doll. "We weren't supposed to fight him for another 2 days." "It seems that Valen decided to change the plan," Angeline said. "Behind you."
Simon spun around. One of the Nye ducked behind his first swing, though he did manage to slice through a rack of spears, sending a handful of spearheads clattering to the ground. Simon levered the sword into an overhand strike, bringing Azura's blade down on the robed servant from above. He sliced off about a foot of fabric from the Nye's head, which apparently passed for a fatal wound, as the man-sized robes collapsed into a pile of shadow and light. The essence faded from Simon's blood, and he didn't bother to hang on. It would regenerate soon, and he would need it if he had to fight Valen himself. For now, he could survive with just the steel. He had defeated the Nye even before he had gained their speed. First, he had to find Indiriel. Soldiers ran here and there, many of them engaged in combat with Nye. But this wasn't some random village full of civilians. Very few of the Damascan troops needed any help fighting a single Nye. As a result, the soldiers maintained an orderly retreat more than a panicked flight. Most of them were running in the same direction, so Simon followed. Maybe they would lead him to Indiriel. Despite the fact that they were armed and trained, the soldiers had been caught unawares, so some of them found themselves overwhelmed. Simon helped these as best he could, but he rarely stopped moving. If Indiriel expected to engage Valen, he should be there. After what felt like most of an hour, but was probably more like 10 minutes, the soldiers led Simon to the edge of camp. It was an open field on a high hill, overlooking the empty remnants of Harenfell village. There, on that hill, Damaska had engaged Valenhall in pitched battle. Light from the moon and stars turned the scene into a vision from a particularly strange and violent dream. Dozens of Nye ducked, leaped, and slithered their way around attacks, striking back with their chains. Some of them swung weighted chains in huge, deadly arcs, smashing through armor. Others used their chains more nimbly, like ropes or lassos, grabbing weapons out of the soldiers' hands and pulling them to the ground. Still others used the method the Nye favored in the house, sneaking up to their victims and strangling from behind. The Damascan soldiers, for their part, tried their best to form up in orderly ranks. Orders were shouted back and forth across the field, in contrast to the Nye, who fought in almost complete silence. As Simon arrived, one squad of 15 or 20 men assembled in a circle, every man facing outward, spears and shields at the ready. In the first instant, their spears sent several of the nigh crawling back to Valenhall. Then the nigh noticed. Several melted down to pools of shadow and moonlight, crawling over to rest under and between the soldiers' feet. Simon wasn't sure what the tactic was supposed to accomplish until he saw one man in red and gold fall to the ground, then another. More black robes flooded in between the open gaps in the formation, black chains taking man after man down by the throat. Travelers stood amidst the soldiers, standing out by virtue of their outfits and the forces they were calling. Tartarus travelers stood dressed head to toe in gleaming steel, keys in one hand, blades flashing through the air. Endros travelers sent white lightning bolts blasting at the nigh. Naraka travelers called burning insects out of thin air. The nigh seemed to target the travelers first. Simon caught a glimpse of one set of black robes sneaking a chain around the Endros traveler's throat, yanking him backwards into the shadows behind a tent. But all that paled in comparison to the battle taking place on the top of the hill. Indiriel pulled up the hood of his black cloak, and for a moment he looked as though he had stepped straight out of Simon's childhood memories. Here, at last, was the hero that had once saved Simon's life. He had summoned his chipped and pitted dragon's fang, but he swung with such speed and fury that the sword itself was little more than a blur. He moved like the nigh, in a smooth flow of cloth like a rushing black river. Simon could see moonlight on Indiriel's breath as he called heavily on the nigh essence to keep him moving at impossible speeds. His opponent didn't look like a monster. He wore only a pair of patched and stained pants that looked like they had come off a corpse. His chest, arms, and bald head were bare. Simon didn't think he even wore any shoes. Every inch of his skin was covered by the black chains of Valenhall. They covered his head like hair, twisted over his arm, covered his chest like a loose wrapping of bandages. This man, Valen, swung a sword that was longer than Indiriel's, almost as long as Azura, but he didn't flail with it as Simon himself did, relying on speed and power to do most of the work for him. He whirled in graceful arcs, meeting every one of Indiriel's lightning attacks. Valen didn't seem to be moving as furiously as the Overlord, but he continued to parry Indiriel's strikes, and even launched a substantial offense of his own. Except for those two, the hill was clear. None of the soldiers, none of the travelers, not even any of the nigh, dared to step in the middle of such a fight. They would barely be able to see what was going on, much less interfere. "Eyes in front," Angeline warned, and Simon levered Azura down to skewer a rushing nigh that barely stood as tall as his shoulder. "Angeline, what are the nigh doing here?" Simon asked, waiting around the group of soldiers. Azura's blade was so long that he couldn't fight side by side with them, not unless he wanted to use the sword like a spear and join in one of their formations. But if he could stay apart from the press of men, then he could take care of any nigh that sought him out. And Simon knew the nigh well enough to realize that they would seek him out. They would attack anyone who wasn't helpless. "They follow whoever carries Mithra." "Mithra?" Simon asked, cutting down one of the nigh that tried to slip up behind him. "The golden dragon's fang," Angeline responded. "It's the original sword, the sword of the Wanderer, and the nigh respect its authority." Simon pondered that as he stepped further away from the soldiers, keeping one eye on Indiriel's fight, and one eye on the group of hostile nigh. Indiriel seemed to be slowing down, and Simon finally realized why. Even if the Overlord could draw on the nigh essence longer than Simon himself could, there was still a limit. Each of Valenhall's powers only lasted for a certain amount of time. He was either trying to keep his use of essence to a minimum, to conserve it, or he was running out. "What if we take Valen's sword away?" he asked. "You know better than that," Angeline said. She sounded disapproving. "That's not how Valenhall works. If you snatched it away from him, he would summon it back. To keep it away from him for good, you would have to earn it. Simon nodded, absent-mindedly knocking a nigh to the ground with Azura's hilt, reversing the blade and skewering the black-robed figure into the ground. He let Azura vanish, releasing Benson's steel. "This is not the right time for that, Simon," Angeline said. "Also, behind you." Simon spun around and barely managed to catch the eldest Nye's sleeves before they wrapped a chain around his neck. "I was wondering where you were," Simon said, trying not to let the strain show in his voice. "Oh, Maker," he thought. "I forgot how hard it is to fight these things on my own." With the strength of steel, one of the Nye was nothing. Without it, Simon wondered how he had ever managed to defeat one.
"I go where my leader is,"
the eldest rasped. He snapped his arms to the sides, effortlessly breaking Simon's hold. He began to glide circles around Simon, who turned warily to keep him in sight. "Why?" Simon asked. "What do you get out of this?" He had used this tactic before, with Malachi, but he found that people tended to enjoy talking about themselves. They enjoyed it so much, in fact, that they were often willing to talk until his powers were restored. The eldest spun his black chain idly, hands, as always, hidden by the enormous sleeves that draped down at the end of his arms.
"I seek the restoration of Valenhall, son of Kalman. I will follow any who joins me on that quest."
He struck out with a chain, quick as a thunderclap. Simon tried to knock it aside with one of his hands, but without the essence in him, he was too slow. He dulled the attack, though it still felt like a hammer slamming into the back of his hand, but the end of the chain still clipped his jaw. The eldest's hood rocked back as though he were surprised.
"You do not use the gift I gave you."
Simon shrugged. "Ran out," he lied. The Nye struck again, low, aiming for Simon's ankle. Simon stepped over the strike, rushing forward to grapple with the eldest. The Nye all looked like men in cloaks, but it was more accurate to say they were bundles of cloth given life. They had barely any weight. If it came to wrestling, he would have the advantage. In theory. The eldest did not seem surprised that Simon had avoided his attack, whipping the chain up and across Simon's back. Simon shouted at the pain, which felt like getting kicked by a rough-shod horse, but he pressed on, wrapping an arm around the eldest and using his other arm to fumble for the Nye's chain.
"Below,"
Angeline shouted in the depths of Simon's mind. The eldest barely moved. He tucked his black slipper behind Simon's ankle and pulled his leg back, sending Simon crashing over backwards. Simon squirmed, gasping for breath. He had forgotten how much fights tended to hurt without steel running through his muscles. The eldest stood over him, chained between his shrouded hands, studying him with a hood full of darkness.
"What is your plan, son of Kalman?"
the eldest asked curiously.
"You have kept to our bargain. I would not see you die tonight."
Neither steel nor essence had yet recovered to their full potential, so Simon needed time. What would convince the eldest to let him go, and give him enough time to enact the next step in his plan?
"I would hardly call it a plan," Angeline put in.
"Wait," Simon said. "How does following Valen help you? He's not restoring Valenhall. He's not adding anything. He's just destroying." The eldest's head cocked slightly to the side, in a gesture almost reminiscent of Kai. He didn't say anything, but he didn't kill Simon either. Simon decided to take that as a good sign. "What happens when he gets his revenge on Damaska?" Simon asked, desperate for something to say. He struggled up to a sitting position. "He'll be done. He'll have no reason to recruit more Valenhall travelers after that. What will you do then?"
"We tried to follow another, once," the eldest whispered.
His voice still managed to cut through the sounds of battle coming from Simon's back.
"He betrayed us through inaction. Never a step forward. He remains To this day, little more than a coward. Tell us, Kai's apprentice, who would you have us follow?"
"How about me?" Simon said. He hadn't intended to say that, and he was almost surprised to hear the words come out of his own mouth. Angeline seemed stunned, speechless. The eldest shook his head sadly.
"You have no chance, son of Kalman. I am sorry. I like you, but you would have to win Valen's sword, and I simply do not see that in your future."
Simon glanced over to the top of the hill, where Indiriel still fought. His breath no longer glowed, and he seemed desperate to fend off each of Valen's strikes. Watching the fight, Simon was shocked that he hadn't been killed already. His essence had run out. "I don't know if I've ever told you this," Simon said, "but I don't believe in prophecy." On shaky legs, he stood, turning his back to the eldest. It was a risk, but a calculated one. Angeline would warn him if the eldest attacked him while his back was turned, but Simon was mostly counting on the nye's own curiosity to keep his chain still.
"I think I know what you're doing," Angeline said. "I don't like it."
"I didn't expect you would," Simon said, but he kept walking. Soon he stood only paces away from the battle between the founder of the dragon army and one of its first members. Simon was close enough that the sound of their swords was deafening, and the wind from their blows tore hair away from his face. Simon pulled the nigh hood up over his face. "Valen!" he called, shouting as loud as he could to be heard over the cacophony of battle. Valen turned his head toward the source of the shout. Indiriel kept attacking, but Valen somehow managed to block his student's sword each time, without bothering to use his eyes. His eyes. His terrible eyes. Simon was stunned, almost speechless at the sight. The man from Horenfell had mumbled over and over about the sight of the Wanderer's black eyes, but he had barely done them justice. The whites of his eyes were solid black, a darkness that stood out from the surrounding night. But even worse were the parts of his eyes that should have been colored. They were a gleaming steel, like the metal of a dragon's fang. Was that what Simon himself would become, if he lost control? Simon shook off that thought and forced himself to keep speaking. "I challenge you, Valen," Simon shouted. "Duel me!" He summoned his blade, calling steel into himself. Azura's 7-foot length shimmered in the night as it appeared in his hand, gleaming under the moon. Valen stepped away from Indiriel, who, wisely, Simon thought, sank to one knee, panting. If Simon accomplished nothing else, at least he could give the Overlord a chance to recover his power. "Who are you?" Valen asked curiously. "My name is Simon, son of Kalman." Because he thought it would be appropriate, he added, "Traveler of Valenhall." Valen's chain-shrouded face split in a broad grin. "I would be happy to test you, Valenhall traveler." He brought Mithra's gold-and-silver blade up to his forehead, raising it in some kind of salute. Simon raised Azura to his face, mirroring the incarnation. "Try not to die too easily," Valen suggested. Then he attacked. Chapter 10. Return to Bel-Kalem. Alan was yanked from a deep, dreamless sleep by the sound of his doors being blasted open.
"Time to rise, Eliadel,"
Grandmaster Naraka announced. That was some kind of pun, he was sure. The word Eliadel meant, in some ancient language, the rising sun. But it was too early in the morning for him to appreciate the humor. Groggy, Alan rose to a sitting position. "What's happening? An attack? Are we being attacked?"
"Not quite, boy,"
the Grandmaster said, pulling the sheets away from him. He was practically naked beneath, so he squirmed away from her sight.
"Oh, don't be a princess," Naraka snapped. "You've got nothing I haven't seen before, I promise you that. Hurry up and get your armor on. We need you looking your best if you're going to lead us into battle.
Alan stumbled out of bed and into his clothes, still trying to shake himself awake. Battle? I thought you said there was no battle.
Clean out your ears. I said we weren't under attack, and we're not. We're the ones doing the attacking.
Naraka grinned, showing several missing teeth. She was wearing her blood-red spectacles, even at this time of the morning. But the plan, Alan said. He walked over to his armor stand and studied the complex contraptions that were his boots. How was he supposed to wear this armor if he couldn't even figure out how to get the boots on? Naraka snapped her fingers and pointed to someone on the far side of the open door. Two attendants, a man and a woman, hurried in. They curtsied to Alan and began helping him with the straps and buckles of his golden armor. Alan left them to it. He had no idea what he was doing, so he might as well accept the service of those who did.
We had intended to sketch out a plan later in the day, Grandmaster Naraka said, as her servants worked on Alan's armor. But events, it seemed, have outpaced us. Speaking of which, I have something of a surprise for you.
Naraka waved at the door again. Briefly, Alan wondered if she had the entire city standing outside his chambers, waiting for her to wave them in. And a young man walked in. He was a year or two older than Alan, and he walked like a guilty child, hands in his pockets, eyes on the floor, back slouched. Someone who didn't know him would never suspect that he was one of the most accomplished travelers in the city of Enosh. And Alan had seen him die. "Gilad!" Alan shouted, genuine joy in his voice. He tried to step forward, but the servants were still working on his greaves, and they pulled him back down. They even muttered in complaint. Politely. Gilad shuffled in place and gave Alan a sheepish grin, barely glancing at Alan's face before returning his eyes to the floor. "I thought you were dead," Alan said. Grandmaster Naraka snorted.
You were the only one who believed that, boy. I admit he had me worried for a while, taking so long to get back, but it turns out he had quite the adventure. Didn't you, Gilad?
Gilad shrugged uncomfortably. I don't know about that, Grandmaster. I only did what I could to get back home.
After you left Naraka,
the Grandmaster said to Alan, ignoring Gilad completely,
Gilad single-handedly overpowered the Itasis tribesmen and the squad of travelers Damascus sent hunting him. After being stalked by a pack of deadly predators across the wilderness, he finally infiltrated a Damascan outpost in Naraka, where he waited until their waypoint was unguarded. He managed to distract the guards long enough to open a gate and travel back to our world, straight into the middle of a camp of Damascan soldiers.
But I didn't have a choice, Gilad protested. That was the only way out.
Long story short, he's back now, and he's got news less than an hour old. The Incarnation has attacked the Damascans.
What? Alan said. His voice rose sharply at the end of the word, as one of the armorers gave him a nasty pinch while adjusting his breastplate.
Yes, indeed, Naraka cackled. Overlord Indiriel, a handful of travelers, and almost 1,000 men are trapped outside a village in the middle of Lysander's realm. It looks like the Incarnation decided they were enough of a threat to turn around and engage them directly.
So what's the plan? Alan asked.
We're leaving as soon as you're dressed. We've gathered up everyone we can on short notice, and the others have their assignments. But the three of us have our own mission.
Pardon me, Grandmaster, Gilad said, but I've been away for a while. What is our plan, exactly? Grandmaster Naraka patted Gilad fondly on the arm.
Our plan, Gilad, is for Eliadel to guide us around Malachi's house. I've never been there before, you see.
Malachi, Alan said, startled. He's dead.
I should hope so, considering all the credit we gave you for it, Naraka responded. Regardless, we're not after the overlords themselves. We're after their trees. Malachi's wife is in charge, and she is not a traveler, so her tree is practically undefended. We'll come through Naraka and hit them hard and fast. They'll have some defenses on both sides, but don't forget, our objective is the tree.
I don't know where this tree is, Alan protested. I broke in through the door and fought him in his throne room." The Grandmaster waved that away.
"It won't matter. The tree will be as low in the house as they can get it. In the basement, most likely, or at least in a safe room on the ground floor. If we have to, we'll burn the whole place to the ground, and hope that takes care of the tree."
Alan raised both arms as the attendants continued working on his armor. He barely paid any attention to their work, losing himself in thought. It seemed like they had precious little to go on, but he wasn't the strategy expert here. He had to trust that the Grandmasters knew what they were doing. Something did occur to him, though. "What if we succeed, and the incarnation gets loose?" Alan asked.
"Then we open a gate out of there as fast as we can and hope it doesn't follow us," Grandmaster Naraka said. "I'm too old to fight an incarnation, and you two are too green. But even if it takes my life, I would count it a cheap price to bring Damaska to his knees."
Alan wasn't sure he agreed, and he didn't relish the idea of losing his life to a monstrosity from Naraka. "Do you think that's likely?" Grandmaster Naraka spread her hands.
"Who knows? No one has seen an incarnation for 300 years. But the truth is, I think we'll have plenty of time to burn the tree and get out of there."
Also, Galad put in, "there's very little chance that the incarnation will actually follow us into Naraka. From everything I've read, incarnations become trapped if they enter their own territories." That was enough to ease a few of Alan's fears, though he still wasn't thrilled with the thought of fighting an incarnation. Still, he supposed he could always open a gate to Elysia and hide inside the City of Light. The city's walls could defend the three of them against even a foreign incarnation, he was sure. The two servants stepped away, bowing. Alan stepped forward, flexing one hand in a fist to test the armor's fit. The suit was crafted so well that he barely felt any resistance.
"Is there anything you require before we leave, Eliadel?"
Grandmaster Naraka asked. "No. Actually, yes. There is one thing." Alan rummaged around on the stand next to his bed, looking for a trinket that he had left there for safekeeping. After a few seconds, he found it, glittering in the light from the hallway. It was an acorn, trapped inside a small golden birdcage. Alan willed Elysia's light into the acorn, which began throwing itself against the cage bars as though it had gone insane. "We need Simon," Alan said.
"For what?" Grandmaster Naraka scoffed. "If we needed someone to swing a sword around, we'd be far better off with a squad from Tartarus. They, at least, could open a gate and travel us out if the need arose."
"I trust him, and I want him along," Alan said evenly. He wasn't sure why he insisted so strongly on having Simon around. Maybe he wanted to keep the Grandmasters off balance. But it was somehow comforting to know that, should things go wrong, Simon would be around to back him up. Grandmaster Naraka stared at him for a while behind her red-stained glasses. She sighed.
"As you wish, Eliadel. But let's not wait until he responds to your call. We should at least go wake him up, since we do have a limited window of time."
Alan nodded, and the three of them walked down the hall toward Simon's room. Alan knocked first, though he didn't expect a response. Simon should be sleeping, if anything. Still, he raised his caged acorn alarm and gave it a shake. The finial was still buzzing, which meant that, wherever Simon's was, his acorn was shaking in harmony. Simon should have been awakened by the noise, if nothing else. One of Grandmaster Naraka's servants, trailing after her like white-dressed shadows, produced a key from a huge ring and handed it to Alan. Taking it into his hand, he unlocked the door and pushed it open. Not again, he thought. How often would he have to trudge through a battlefield, looking for any sign that Simon had survived? The room had been broken by battle. There were shallow slashes in the stone of several walls, as though Simon had swung that massive sword of his without regard for his surroundings. Even many of the floor tiles were sliced and cracked. One of the windows was open, one shattered. A thick, unnaturally dark blood had been splattered all over the bed and sprayed over the ground. Alan stepped into the room, carefully, in case the cracked floor tiles actually meant the floor might crash down into the rooms below, and searched for survivors, or bodies. He found a few tiny shreds of flesh that might have come from a wounded animal, though the whole room stank of so much metallic blood and musk that he would be tempted to believe one enormous beast was killed here. It only took him a few more seconds to dip into the nooks and crannies of the room, checking under the bed and in one of the closets. He even poked his head out of the broken window, checking the ground 4 floors down. "No bodies," Alan reported. The Grandmaster stayed in the doorway, her face a mask behind her scarlet glasses. Gilad entered, gingerly poking at the walls and peering at the blood. Once he extended his hand, his right hand, which had been marked on the palm with a bright red symbol, and groped around in the air as though feeling some invisible object. "This was Naraka," Gilad said. He sounded surprised. A dark suspicion bloomed in Alan's chest, and his head swiveled to confront Grandmaster Naraka. If she had attacked Simon while he stayed there, in the Grandmaster's palace, presumably under Alan's protection... Well, Alan wasn't sure what he would do, but he was angry enough that he might very well attack the Grandmaster, even if she was an ally. He and Simon had never been at all close, back in Myria, but Alan still counted him as a friend. Naraka slowly shook her head, keeping an eye on the room. "I do not think he is dead," she said. "Neither do I," Alan said. "He's survived worse than this before. Only a few weeks ago, in fact."
"I have a reason for thinking so, child," the Grandmaster snapped. "If this was an attack from Naraka, it was likely in response to Simon's murder of several Naraka travelers, and his role in the death of Overlord Malachi. In such a case, the goal of the attack was just retribution."
"Just?" Alan exclaimed. "Tell me now, Naraka, were you involved in this?" Grandmaster Naraka glared at him.
"Will you listen to me for once? They would see it as just, whether or not I do. It is the Narakan way. But, if that is so, if this was a planned execution in retaliation for his violent actions, the attackers would have no reason to take his body away. Do you see? They would have simply killed him and left him here, perhaps marked in some way, as a notice that justice has been served."
Alan pondered that for a moment. So the fact that he's not here means he probably retreated to his own territory. Safe, or at least recovering.
"And yet he's not responding to your call,"
Naraka pointed out. "It could mean he's simply too deep in the territory," Gilad suggested. "Maybe he's in hiding and didn't take your alarm with him." It was possible, even likely considering Simon. He was always the type to run off on his own without notifying or considering the people left behind.
"Time will not wait for us, Eliadel," Grandmaster Naraka said at last. "If he responds to your call before we leave the palace, we will take him with us. Otherwise, we have our mission."
Alan followed the Grandmaster out, considering her words. If she had spoken the truth about the Narakan assassins seeking justice, then it was most likely that Simon was under attack by Damascan travelers. Which made sense if they thought he was working on the side of Enosh. Then again, why attack Simon? Why not one of the Grandmasters, or Alan himself? If the Damascans had enough accurate intelligence to know where Simon's rooms were located, and when he was supposed to be in them, they had more than enough opportunity to strike at anyone they wished. Why Simon? The whole thing stank. And, while Grandmaster Naraka had carefully implied that the attackers must have been Damascan, she had never actually denied her involvement in the attacks. Also, why now? Alan found it hard to believe that Simon would vanish so suddenly, just before they embarked on a mission that Grandmaster Naraka thought was so critical that Alan himself should accompany her. She had insisted that he stay tucked away safe in the palace before, so why should this mission, seemingly so risky, be the one that she allowed him to undertake? There were too many lies, too many half-truths, and too much suspicion for Alan's taste. He preferred his conflicts simple and uncomplicated. Us, or them. He would escort the Grandmaster on her attack. She had shown him nothing but dedication and loyalty. Besides, he couldn't let it be said that the Eliadel was a coward. But he would keep his eyes and ears open. When he returned, he would demand some answers. Filled with the cold power of steel and nigh essence, Simon blurred forward. He felt his cloak pulling behind him, so that he looked like one of the nigh rushing over the grass. The Valenhall incarnation stood, calmly waiting for him. He didn't appear to have taken any sort of specific fighting stance. He stood there on the short hill, his gold and silver sword held casually in both hands. Simon stopped and pivoted at the last second, turning his momentum into a slash meant to take Valen in the side. The incarnation simply twisted his blade to the side and caught Azura's edge. Without a word, he turned Simon's strike and stepped forward, bringing his sword down on Simon's head.
"Above you!"
Angeline screamed. Simon had left her sitting on the grass nearby, in order to have both hands free, but she still had more than enough of a vantage point to both see and sense the entirety of the battle. Between the doll's warning and the speed of the nigh essence, Simon had counted on having enough time to dodge Valen's first strike, stepping to the side and launching another attack of his own. But, even after watching Indiriel's battle earlier, Simon had never expected the incarnation to be so fast. By the time Simon heard and processed the doll's warning, Valen's blurring blade was only an inch from his neck. He hurled himself to the side, with so much strength that he overcompensated, almost leaping into the trees at the edge of the clearing. Simon twisted in the air and landed on his feet, skidding along the dew-wet grass.
"He's coming," Angeline sent.
Simon barely managed to get Azura up and in front of him before Valen followed him, seemingly flying forward, blade flashing. Azura rang like a cracked bell in Simon's hands, as he somehow matched the incarnation's strike. Even the steel flowing through his blood seemed somehow strained to the breaking point, like a sword bent so far that it was about to shatter. Valen did not seem to pause, flowing gracefully from attack to attack as though practicing. Only desperation and panic blocked the second attack, and the next, and the next. Simon felt as though his arms would tear apart, and he couldn't seem to get enough breath. Sweat trickled down past his eyes, and some part of him knew that if his sweat blinded him for even an instant, he would die.
"More strength," Angeline called. "You need to be stronger."
"It's a little late for that," Simon sent, but he knew what she meant. He could call steel all at once, instead of drawing it out as he normally did. He seemed to remember that he could do the same thing with nigh essence, too, though both powers would burn out even more quickly. The first time he had called all his steel in such a way had been back in Orcrith Cave, where he had done so to save Andra Agnos's life. After that incident, he had been able to call more steel than ever, and it seemed to last longer. But would it be enough now? More importantly, he wasn't sure he would survive the first second after burning his powers out.
"You won't survive if you don't," Angeline pointed out. "Do it!"
Simon managed to push back against Valen's sword, giving him enough of an opening to take a single step back. Without giving himself enough time to think too much about it, Simon drew deeply on the nigh essence. The world seemed to stop around him, grass blown back by a breeze made solid, stars hanging in the night sky, soldiers paused with their swords held above taut black chains. At the same time, Simon called a torrent of steel, which crashed through his body in an icy flood, pressing against the inside of his skin like a sack stuffed to bursting. All the while, the chains slid up his arms. He had never been as conscious of them as he was now, face to face with the chain-shrouded incarnation. Though the chains of Valenhall looked like living tattoos of black, crawling up his arms, they felt like real chains, cold and rough against his bare skin. He could only imagine what it must be like with steel wrapping tight around his entire body, being constantly draped in a heavy, pressing blanket of rigid metal. Simon righted his stance, balanced on the balls of his feet, and gathered both hands on Azura's hilt. He struck with all the strength and speed he could draw from his territory. Valen's eyes widened in surprise, but he still turned Simon's strike. Simon didn't let up, attacking again and again, the chains crawling faster than they ever had,
wrapping his biceps and shoulders. The incarnation moved as swiftly as he had with Indirial, speeding up to match Simon, their crashing blades sending out spray after spray of bright sparks. While their blades rang together like the pounding of the surf, while he moved faster than anything in a human body had any right to do, Valen laughed. "Not bad, little dragon," he said. "I'm glad to have you along." His voice didn't sound warped, like most other sounds Simon heard through the nigh essence. Nor did he sound strained, as Simon himself felt. He sounded casual, even amused, as though they were playing his favorite game. "Destroy Damasco with me," Valen said idly, blocking an overhand strike from Simon that would have sliced a boulder in half. "What happens after?" Simon said, through gritted teeth. He was putting all his power into attacks, and they were barely phasing the Valenhall incarnation. He didn't think he'd given the man a single scratch. "After?" Valen sounded confused, as though he'd never considered the concept. "We would need to protect the innocent people," he said. "Test them. Make sure they're strong enough. If we use all 13 swords, we can spread out. Finally, the strong will not oppress the weak. Everyone will be strong." "He means killing everyone, doesn't he?" Simon sent to Angeline, thrusting a Zura at Valen's chest. "He means what he said," Angeline said sadly. "He doesn't see a difference between attacking someone and making sure they're ready for an attack. In his mind, he'll be doing the world a favor." "So the power does drive you mad," Simon thought. "Not mad," the doll responded. "Madness comes when a mind is broken. Incarnation does not break a man. It simply changes him. Never into anything pleasant." No matter what Angeline or Valen said, that sounded like madness to Simon. He stepped forward in a combination attack that Kai had taught him, striking once, twice, 3 times in a single continuous motion. The first was supposed to force the opponent on the defensive, the second to throw his guard wide, and the third to strike home. It worked. Valen's Mithra was knocked aside enough for Simon's third attack to reach him. Simon surged forward with all his strength, Azura's tip resting against Valen's bare, chain-marked chest. A trickle of blood flowed down Valen's flat stomach as Azura pierced his skin. For a moment, Simon dared to hope. Then he realized that all his strength, everything he had drawn from Valenhall, was barely enough to scratch the incarnation's skin. Simon pressed harder, leaning on Azura with everything he could draw, trying desperately to call another scrap of liquid strength from his territory. But nothing came. Valen didn't seem bothered by his single wound, and he didn't bring Mithra in to take advantage of Simon's distraction. He leaned closer, a smile on his lips, his black and silver eyes amused. "You've done well, boy. But you've barely seen the surface of what Valenhall has to offer." The incarnation released his sword, letting it shimmer and vanish in midair. Barely had it vanished when it was replaced with a gleaming silver warhammer, wider than Valen's torso and standing taller than his head. Simon would have had to use 2 hands and all the steel he could call to even lift such a weapon, but Valen held it in his right hand. In his left appeared an enormous, double-headed axe. Valen's muscles flexed as he brought both weapons down, converging on Simon's position. "Roll back!" Simon followed the doll's instruction, tossing himself backwards and down the little hill. He had almost rolled back to his feet when the weapons hit the ground. The resulting shockwave knocked him onto his back. The ground quivered with the impact, the grass and soil, and perhaps even the stone underneath, shattering into a tiny chasm at Valen's feet. Valen released these weapons too, and instantly summoned another. This was a longbow, even taller than the hammer had been, its shaft made of some deep black wood, and its string of a metal that shone silver in the starlight. The incarnation pulled the string back, the wood flexing with an audible creaking, and a gleaming white arrow of solid light simply appeared on the string. "You should dodge this," Valen suggested. He let the arrow fly. Simon wasn't fast enough to dodge the arrow of light, not even close. But with a whispered warning from Angeline, He managed to throw himself into the tree line at the edge of their clearing. He fell into underbrush, branches and leaves scratching his skin as the arrow blazed overhead with a heavenly light. It struck a tree above Simon and burned straight through. When he stood and looked, he could see through the hole in that tree, and through the hole in the one behind that, and the tree behind that one, all the way to the edge of the woods. Worse, the world around him was back to normal speed. The soldiers once again clashed with Nye, although they seemed to have gotten even farther from Valen after his earth-shattering display with the hammer and axe. Simon still clung to the steel power by the edge of a fingernail. He barely had enough strength to keep holding Azura in both hands, but the Nye essence was gone. Valen had brought the silver string back to his cheek, another white arrow loaded in the bow. "Duck, Simon," Valen called as he took aim. Then Indiriel's ragged sword burst from his chest. Kai stood before a beautiful woman, and all he could think about was how her flowing black dress looked like the wrapping on Azura's hilt. He had thought that holding the sword again, speaking one last time with his precious little ones, would have helped him to forget about them. That certainly hadn't worked. When he had been forced to hand Azura back to Simon, it had felt like cutting off one of his hands. "We'll be positioned outside the house, and we have a significant force waiting for incursion from Naraka," the Lady Adrienne was saying. Kai barely heard her. He was thinking of his dolls. "Master Kai, excuse me, can you hear me? Is there something wrong?" Adrienne sounded more annoyed than worried, almost like Otoku in one of her moods. The sound woke Kai from his stupor. Perhaps he had drifted too far away. "My apologies," Kai said. "I was lost in thought. You were saying—" Adrienne glared, but she visibly calmed herself and gestured at the door behind Kai. It was a stone double door, chained shut, with a padlock of Tartarus steel. "You will be our last line of defense, Master Kai," Adrienne said. "If what I've heard about Valenhall is true, you should have no trouble taking care of whatever travelers made it past our initial troops and reach this point. Is there anything else you require?" Briefly, Kai wondered what the point was of making a lock out of Tartarus steel. It would be all but indestructible, certainly, but as a result it would be much easier to shatter the chain itself. Even the wall that anchored the chain would be simpler to break. "Nothing but warning, my lady," Kai said, after realizing that he had gone another few seconds without speaking. "Simply tell me when to stand guard, and I guarantee that none will pass me." Lady Adrienne let out a heavy breath and nodded, looking much reassured. "That is good to hear, Master Kai. We have prepared rooms for you, and I assure you that we will wake you in the event of an emergency. If you will—" Kai lifted a strand of Adrienne's hair from her shoulder and rubbed it in between two of his fingers. "You have lovely hair," he pointed out. "Have you ever considered donating it to someone in need? A doll maker, perhaps?" Very deliberately, Lady Adrienne looked from her hair to his face. "Remove your hand from me, Master Kai," she said. "I have heard that travelers are all but useless against you, but I am not far from simply seizing a sword myself and doing my best to run you through." Kai remembered himself again and withdrew his hand, standing with his spine straight as his master had insisted so many years ago. "I am sorry, my lady." Adrienne turned to walk away. "As long as this chamber is not breached, we have nothing to discuss. I will have someone—" She was interrupted for a second time, but this time not by Kai. A balding, pot-bellied traveler in the red robes of Naraka came jogging up, waving for her attention. Only at that point did Kai realize the man had only one hand. The aging traveler began to speak, but as he did, a wail like 1,000 furious ghosts pierced the palace. Adrienne clapped her hands to her ears, but Kai reached into his pocket. He had always wished Valenhall had a power to dull the senses instead of enhancing them. The ring of one dragon's fang upon another made quite an ear-shattering noise. Since the territory had no such power, though, at least none so far as Kai knew, he had taken to bringing globs of soft wax with him to battle. He pulled 2 pieces off and stuffed them into his ears. Immediately, the piercing shriek was cut to nothing more than a distant scream. Lady Adrienne shouted something at him, which he couldn't understand, but he gave her a placid smile and nodded. She rolled her eyes and pointed him into a room, so he nodded again and followed her instructions. A group of other travelers followed him, but he waved them back. When they failed to understand, he shouted at them to fall back. At last, an exasperated Lady Adrienne brought them out of the room and sealed the door. The situation was fairly transparent. Obviously, the Grandmasters had decided to send an attack early, and somehow Adrienne's scouts had managed to detect the assault. For Kai, that simplified the situation greatly. He would stay in this room and wait. If travelers showed up here, he would kill them. If they did not, he would continue waiting until ordered elsewhere. Simplicity itself. The route to Bel Kalem through Naraka would be too well guarded, Grandmaster Naraka told Alan. The defenses for that waypoint would have stood for years, solid and all but impenetrable. There would be traps, tricks, guardians, and fortifications too thick for them to penetrate. So they came through a different territory. There were 23 of them, Galad, Grandmaster Naraka, Alan, and 20 soldiers of Enosh, to deal with the more mundane threats. Alan had heard that there was a squad of 3 or 4 Tartarus travelers with the soldiers, but he couldn't tell the difference. Maybe most of the troops couldn't either. Galad was one of the few in Enosh with a link to 2 territories, and he could draw from either Naraka or Helgard with equal ease. At Grandmaster Naraka's insistence, he opened up a gate to Helgard, and they walked through its snowy depths. That was when Alan learned something that no one had bothered to mention about Helgard, the Tower of Winter. The place was cold. Sure, he had expected to run across flat plains of glacial ice, and the razor-edged chill in the air didn't surprise him. But plate armor, it turned out, was not the best thing to wear in such temperatures. It burned his skin as though he wore a suit of solid ice, and he hurried through as much to keep himself from freezing to death as he did to reach their destination that much sooner. They had emerged from the gate with their backs to a colossal wall. It was made of some blue-gray material that looked like metal, etched with gigantic symbols. Each twisting letter stood higher than Alan was tall. The wall curved around so slightly that Alan barely noticed it was curving at all, and it vanished into the distance in both directions. Galad said that was the outer wall of the tower. Alan looked up and saw, at a possibly high distance overhead, a metal ceiling, the same color as the walls. It was covered with icicles the size of stalactites. Wisps of cloud twisted in and among the ice like lacy ribbons. Sure enough, they were inside some kind of enclosure, though one so big that it had its own horizon. Galad called this the 16th floor, telling Alan that 32 floors of Helgard had been discovered so far. This one was one of the least inhabited, comprised as it was of seemingly endless fields of ice. The ice seemed to glow with an inner radiance, giving the room a surprisingly bright illumination. According to Galad, there were creatures and artifacts hiding in the cracks of ice, and they did not like to be disturbed. As long as they kept their voices down and hurried across, they should be able to reach their way into Bel Kalem with little trouble. "Why don't they have any guardians on this side?" Alan whispered, trying to step as lightly as possible in his clanking armor. "It's all but impossible to defend your home from every possible approach in every territory," Grandmaster Naraka said. She seemed to practically glide over the slick, uneven footing, as though she had no weight at all. "That's true," Galad allowed, "but it's also unwise to bring a very large force through this floor. More people means more noise, and if you get too loud, well, you don't want to do that. The first 3 expeditions to this floor vanished entirely, and the 4th came back wrong." The glow in the ice underneath their feet flickered, as though something unimaginably huge had, for just a moment, passed in front of the light. Alan spent the rest of the trip with his mouth shut. He barely even allowed himself to breathe. The soldiers had worn light armor, and not one of them had said a word since passing through the gate, which showed how much wiser they were than he. Gilad finally reached his landmark, a frozen hand and forearm, outstretched from the ice like a dying man reaching out of the water for salvation. The wrist was easily as wide as Alan's body, and the tips of the fingers reached well above Alan's head. "What was this?" Alan asked quietly, indicating the frozen hand. "Not was," Gilad said. "Is. Now, hold on a minute, if you don't mind. I need to concentrate." That was as forceful as Alan had ever heard the other traveler, so he stayed quiet. Gilad muttered constantly to himself, as though reciting some long poem in a foreign language. Finally, he motioned as though pulling aside a curtain, and a gate opened behind his fingers. "We have to be quick," Grandmaster Naraka whispered. At a whispered signal from a woman in front who looked like the leader, all 20 soldiers began marching through. The other side of the gate opened up on a broad room that looked a great deal like Malachi's Great Hall, which Alan had visited a month before. It wasn't the same room, simply one built along the same lines. This room was smaller, although still spacious, and it hosted a few necessities, like wash basins and hat racks, instead of Malachi's blocky throne. Alan wasn't sure what this room was supposed to be used for, and he had no idea where the hanging tree would be located from here. But at least there were no enemy troops around, and that was all he cared about. The soldiers spread out across Malachi's room, forming a protective shield between the travelers and whatever unknown forces might be protecting the Overlord's home. Grandmaster Naraka flipped her hand negligently to one side, and 5 red sparks shot out from the air in front of her. They flew in loops around the room, flashing in and out of visibility like blood-red fireflies. Gilad started looking from wall to wall, muttering to himself. Frost began to form on the ground at his feet, but Alan couldn't see any other visible indication of his actions. "I don't sense anything," Gilad said eventually. "Did they really not have any guardians in this room?" "Nor do I," Grandmaster Naraka agreed. "I also sense no alarms, but I spotted something that might once have been a nest of Kartul." "They would be screaming right now," Gilad said. "We'd all hear it." Alan continued turning, examining the room. There was barely enough ambient light to see, coming from the Grandmaster's fireflies and the windows set high on the walls. The vast majority of the room, however, remained in shadow. "Maybe they didn't set an alarm," Alan suggested. "Or maybe," the Grandmaster said, "the alarm has already been silenced." Gilad shook his head. "I wouldn't think so, Grandmaster. They would have to have detected us in Helgard, and there are no long-term installations on the 16th floor, so to have an alarm there—" "That means they would have known we were coming," the Grandmaster concluded. Alan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the lingering cold from Helgard. A deafening clatter of wood and metal caught Alan's attention. He spun on his heel to see that one of the Enosh soldiers had crumpled in a heap. Blood spread from under his helm. "Form up!" someone yelled, and the soldiers' ring around the 3 travelers became even tighter. When they drew together, though, one of the squad didn't move. He stood there, with his back to Alan, as though staring into the shadow. "Come on," Alan called, but Grandmaster Naraka seized his arm. "Quiet, boy," she hissed. Why? Alan wondered, but he kept the thought to himself. He's just standing there. Then the soldier collapsed to his knees and fell over onto his side. Blood leaked from his armor. Somewhere in the room, someone began to sing. "Hush, my child, night is coming. The waking world grows dull and gray." Someone behind Alan shouted, and there was a clang like 2 swords clashing. He turned, summoning a globe of golden force into his hand. Whoever this attacker was, he was about to face the power of Elysia. 2 soldiers lay on the ground, both of their drawn swords in pieces. The voice continued, in a haunting sing-song lullaby. "Leave your fear and leave your pain. I will make it go away."
"Enough of this foolishness,"
Grandmaster Naraka growled. She raised her hands, winced as though experiencing a minor and irritating pain, flicking her fingers up toward the roof. More of those red fireflies darted from her hands, but these hovered in glowing clouds at the corners of the ceiling. The resulting light was dim and bloody, but more than enough for Alan to see. What he saw was a dim, swift figure in black darting from shadow to shadow. Alan pulled his arm back and hurled the globe of Elysian light at the shadowed figure. The silhouette of a man didn't dodge or run out of the way. He raised one arm, and the golden blast struck him below the elbow. Alan's light struck a shield of translucent green force. It was literally a shield, diamond-shaped, and etched with a design that Alan couldn't quite make out. But it seemed to be outlined in semi-transparent planes of phantom light. The golden blast crashed against that pale green shield, and did nothing. The shield flickered and disappeared, leaving the room as dark as before. Galad took advantage of the moment to step forward, rolling his marked hand in a complex pattern that Alan had last seen from Overlord Malachi. A bright orange fireball, seemingly made out of screaming faces, appeared from Galad's hand, streaking straight for the silhouette. This time, the man in shadows didn't even bother to raise his arm. The fire crashed against his chest, splashing harmlessly against a ghostly green breastplate that the man had not been wearing earlier. It was as though the man was covered in a full suit of armor that was completely invisible until it was needed. Was there anything they could do to get through to him? Grandmaster Naraka, Alan noticed, had been moving both hands in a complex pattern for some time now. She finally finished, shouldered two soldiers apart to make room, and thrust her hands out toward the man in shadows. She made a sound like a grunt, as though she had repressed a scream, and a scaly red claw, the size of Alan's midsection, pushed itself out from midair and crunched on the tiles, its claws scraping up a handful of the floor. "Ah," the figure in black said. "At last." The creature continued to pull itself into the world, revealing an enormous shoulder covered in spikes and ridges of hardened plate. Alan was almost afraid to see what would come through.
"Bear witness!"
Grandmaster Naraka screamed.
"For the first time in 1,000 years, this world shall tremble before—"
She was cut off by the single, clear, crystal note of a horn. It reverberated through the entire room, echoing and crashing in Alan's ears, somehow without sounding strident or unpleasant. The arm froze at the sound. It trembled, as though stuck between worlds. After the note had gone on for only a second, the hand was slurped back through the gate. The portal winked out, leaving the room in silence. The figure in black lowered a horn from his lips. It was seemingly made out of glass, and it had some kind of transparent tube in the middle that swirled with water. How did glass and water produce a sound like a horn? The man in the shadows shrugged. "I'm sorry," he said. "Were you not done?" Alan gave some serious thought to retreating. Someone screamed an order, and the soldiers rushed forward. 5 men led the way, spears leveled. 3, to Alan's surprise, stayed back with him and the other 2 travelers. The remainder of the troops rushed after the spearmen, swords drawn. The figure in black waited until the spears were almost upon him, before he reached to the side and summoned a sword. It was long and straight, not the slightly curving sword that Simon used.
"I knew it,"
Grandmaster Naraka hissed.
"Valenhall."
A Valenhall traveler, Alan thought. This man looked very different from Simon. For one thing, though the swordsman was wearing all black, they were simply dark clothes, not the billowing black cloak that Simon tended to wear. Also, Alan couldn't imagine Simon fighting without summoning that ridiculously long sword of his. Plus, Alan didn't see any dolls. He wasn't exactly sure if the little girl's dolls he had seen Simon carrying had anything to do with Valenhall, but he had chosen to assume that they did. Simon carried a doll everywhere now, so either they had something to do with Simon's territory, or he had developed a disturbing habit. Either way, Alan saw none of the hallmarks that he had associated with Simon and Valenhall. But Grandmaster Naraka seemed certain, and she would know better than he would. The 5 spearmen died very quickly. The man in black grabbed one of the spears below the head, pulling that soldier off balance and skewering him on the tip of a sword. He stepped forward, inside the reach of 2 other spearmen, and then he was holding 2 swords, one in each hand. He struck out to either side, slicing through the spearmen's necks as though they weren't even wearing armor. The grabbed one of the spears below the head, pulling that soldier off balance and skewering him on the tip of a sword. He stepped forward, inside the reach of 2 other spearmen, and then he was holding 2 swords, one in each hand. He struck out to either side, slicing through the spearmen's necks as though they weren't even wearing armor. The remaining 2 soldiers with spears leveled their weapons, thrusting them at the man. He cut one in half and spun around the other, drawing his sword across the soldier's throat. The last soldier threw down his half of a spear, screaming, and ran away. The swordsman in black cocked his head to one side, but watched his enemy run. By this time, the Enosh soldiers with swords had stopped their run and come to a complete halt, hesitating before stepping into arm's reach of the killer in black. "Fall back!" one of the soldiers next to Alan shouted. She had a voice made to cut through deafening battlefields, and Alan realized she must be the commander. "We'll handle the traveler," she said. She stepped forward, and the other 2 soldiers that had stayed with Alan stepped forward at the same time. These must be the Tartarus travelers, Alan realized. Since coming to Enosh, he had heard of Tartarus travelers referred to as soldiers, but he had never thought of them as fighting shoulder to shoulder with ordinary troops. Travelers had, to him, always seemed like they should be kept separate from the ordinary fighters. The 5 swordsmen seemed only too happy to fall back, hurrying back to the travelers with more enthusiasm than discipline. The man in black simply stood there and watched, head cocked to one side. As one, the 3 Tartarus travelers each pulled out a small silver object and pointed them toward the man in black. They would be keys, Alan knew, tiny keys of Tartarus steel the travelers of that territory used in summoning. Each traveler moved the key differently. One turned it, as though opening a lock. One drew the key from top to bottom, like slitting a curtain down the middle. The other drew her key from left to right. A Tartarus gate gaped open in front of each traveler, and wind whipped in the red-lit room as though the gates were sucking all the air in with them. A spinning blade, like a razor-edged cartwheel, flew out of one gate, flying parallel to the ground. Another gate spat forth a spray of arm-length needles. From the third, a huge form, like a man in a suit of silver armor, but impossibly large, shouldered his way into the world. The summoning process took only a split second, which must have been what stopped the man in black from simply blowing his glass horn again and forcing the gates to disappear. Alan wasn't sure he had ever seen a traveler open a gate and complete a summons as quickly as these 3 from Tartarus. But the swordsman in black was ready. He went to one knee as soon as he saw the Tartarus travelers take out their keys, and he placed both of his swords very carefully on the floor. When the air in front of him exploded in a storm of flashing steel, the man in black summoned an enormous shield that looked as though it had been designed to stop a rampaging bear. It was huge, easily big enough for the crouching man to hide behind, and most of its center was covered by a scuffed bronze plate. The swordsman angled the shield and let the needles slam into it. Most either stuck in the wood or struck the bronze plate, bouncing off and spinning into the air. The bladed wheel spun over the shield, shaving a splinter of wood from the shield's very tip. The swordsman did something. It happened so fast that Alan wasn't sure exactly what he saw, but it seemed as though the man in black thrust his hand up into the center of the spinning blade, grabbing somewhere Alan couldn't see. The silvery disc stopped spinning as the swordsman in black clutched it by the middle. Now that it wasn't moving so quickly, Alan could see the weapon in more detail. It was a solid sheet of metal, razor sharp all the way around, but the center of the circular disc was empty. The circle in the middle was crossed by a single bar, as though to give a warrior something to grip. There was no way to use it as a handhold, though, Alan was sure. Even though the swordsman held it up now, there was no way he could use it. The disc was too wide, too heavy, and too unwieldy to use in combat. He could try and use it like a shield, Alan supposed, but he had a much better shield sitting on the ground in front of him. Besides, the disc had a hole in the middle.
"Oh no,"
Galad whispered. He started muttering to himself in what Alan recognized as the beginnings of a Helguard summons. The swordsman in black leaped over his shield, running to meet the huge man in silver armor. The armored giant drew an enormous broadsword, swinging with two hands down on the man's head. He blocked the sword with the edge of the silvery disc, and sparks flew. By the light of the sparks, Alan could tell that the swordsman was indeed dressed head to toe in black. He had wrapped strips of black cloth over his face and head. With the disc in the swordsman's left hand, he held off the armor's sword. With his other hand, he slipped his own sword inside the armor's visor. That simple. He almost looked delicate, as though he were simply and harmlessly flicking the man on his metal forehead. The armored man seemed to melt, sinking down to the floor in a deafening clatter of metal. By this time, the three Tartarus travelers had spread out to surround the man in black, already moving their keys to summon more weapons. The 5 remaining swordsmen spread out as well, presumably to keep from looking useless. And Alan made a decision. The Grandmaster was waving her hand in a summoning motion, probably to make another useless demonstration of power, and Galad was still muttering his Helguard summons. Alan grabbed them both by the back of the neck and pulled them toward the corner of the room. Galad sputtered and coughed, cut off mid-chant. Grandmaster Naraka tried to grab him by the arm with her glowing red hand, promising vile threats. "Quiet," Alan said. "We're wasting time." He wasn't sure he would get away with that tone any other time, but at the moment he was far more focused on getting results. Alan dragged them off to one corner of the room, underneath a cloud of Naraka's red fireflies. He glanced to his side, to the room's door, and briefly considered walking out. He quickly rejected the idea. They could wander the corridors of this house for hours looking for the incarnation. Despite what the Grandmaster claimed, he didn't think it would be so easy to find the way downstairs in the Overlord's mansion.
"What are you doing, boy?"
Grandmaster Naraka demanded. "We need to get to the incarnation," Alan said. "Good point," Galad said. "Stay on mission." Grandmaster Naraka shot a poisonous glance back at the Valenhall traveler, but she brushed her hands off, businesslike.
"We've wasted enough time here. Let's get moving."
She sounded for all the world as if leaving had been her idea. "So where is the room?" Alan asked.
"The hanging tree has to be in contact with the earth," Grandmaster Naraka responded. Her red glasses looked almost black in the crimson light. "Wherever it is, it will be below us."
Alan reached out to Elysia, that sunny light he always felt over his shoulder. Bright golden force began to gather between his palms. "Below it is," Alan said. He blasted a hole in the floor, and they dropped down. Chapter 11. Alan versus Kai. Simon stared at the sword jutting from the Incarnation's chest. Indiriel barely hung on to the hilt, still kneeling on the ground, too exhausted to stand. But he pushed the sword in with both hands.
"I couldn't see you,"
Valen said thickly. "It's my impeccable fashion sense," Indiriel responded. He twisted his blade as he tore it from the Incarnation's flesh. Valen stood there a moment, a ragged hole in his chest, and Simon allowed himself to relax. The soldiers were still fighting the Nai, but they seemed to be winning. At least, there were fewer black robes standing than there had been a few minutes before. Maybe this would all soon be over. "Step back," Angeline said grimly. "It's not over." Valen looked up, and for a moment the silver of his eyes gleamed brighter than the moon. A bright green light flared in his wound, like sunlight filtered through a forest canopy. Before Simon's eyes, the Incarnation's wound knitted itself whole. The Valenhall Incarnation spun, impossibly fast, and seized Indiriel's wrist. Indiriel twisted for leverage, trying to break his master's hold, but Valen's grip didn't budge. The chains on his skin twisted and writhed like a nest of black snakes. With a shout, the Incarnation hauled Indiriel off his feet and lifted him up in the air, slamming him down against the ground with a deafening crack. The Overlord struggled feebly, but Valen walked up and stomped on his ribs with impossible force. Simon heard the crack from where he crouched in the bushes 24 steps away. Valen kicked his former student, hard enough that Indiriel's body rose into the air. He spun on his heel and kicked Indiriel's black-cloaked form in mid-air, launching him all the way across the clearing. The body rolled when it landed, coming to a stop almost at Simon's feet. "That's enough," Valen said calmly. With one hand, he brushed the blood from his chest. The wound was already gone completely. With his other hand, he summoned his blade. Valen swung his gaze to the southeast, staring off into the distance. Simon barely heard his words. "You won't stop me this time," Valen said. "I will smash through anything in my way. I will earn this." With a chill, Simon realized Valen was staring in the direction of Cana. The Incarnation of Valenhall raised his blade to the sky as if in salute, and for an instant, the nigh all froze. They collapsed into shadows and moonlight essence, slithering away. The soldiers who had been engaged in combat looked around, bewildered, wondering where their opponents had gone. One or two even raised a ragged cheer. Valen dashed forward, faster than Simon had ever moved with nigh essence. Simon couldn't even see him, except in flashes. First, he was on the hill where he had fought Indiriel. Then he was 20 paces away, standing in the middle of the soldiers, his gold and silver sword pulled back. The soldiers died. They fell like wheat at the harvest. One man had a Tartarus steel blade and managed to knock aside one of Valen's blows before the Incarnation kicked him across the battlefield and on top of the nearest tent. No one else offered any resistance. Valen passed through the crowd of soldiers, and in only a handful of seconds, left nothing behind him but bodies and bloody mud. Obviously, one of Indiriel's travelers had survived, because a red lizard, like a blood-red salamander the size of a pony, with 3 barbed tails, ran up and hissed in Valen's direction. It flicked its tail forward, sending 3 tiny fireballs buzzing toward the Incarnation's face. He didn't bother blocking. The fireballs shattered in midair, inches from Valen's face, crashing against a translucent helm of pale green light. When the light from the fire faded, so too did the helm. Valen vanished from where he was standing, reappearing 10 paces later behind the giant salamander. The lizard's tails each fell to the ground, followed by its head. Valen kept walking through the camp, due southeast, seemingly in a hurry this time. Every once in a while his sword dipped into one or another of the tents to his side, and he withdrew it even bloodier than before. Simon shivered as he realized that, this time, the Incarnation was going to cut his way through all the way to Cana. What was the village that Indiriel had shown him on the map, the one between them and Cana? The village of Belcor? Angeline interrupted his thoughts. "We need to get Indiriel to the house," she said, her tone firm. "Simon, you need to get Indiriel in the pool, or he will die. You can still return to fight the Incarnation." "Fight him?" Simon asked. "I can't stop him. I'm not ready for him." "You don't have to stop him, just to slow him down. Remember? Indiriel's reinforcements should be here soon. But for now, return to the house." Simon wasn't sure there was any need. Indiriel was likely dead already, considering the beating he'd taken. Simon called what little steel he could, even the small trickle he managed to draw from Valenhall was enough to keep him on his feet, and moved Azura down the air in the beginnings of a Valenhall gate. As soon as the portal was complete, Simon hauled Indiriel through, and began dragging him down the hall toward the pool. He would need to toss the Overlord in for healing and stand guard himself, since Indiriel was obviously in no shape to deal with the imps on his own. Simon tried to keep his own condition from his mind, but he couldn't help noticing the aches and pains of his body. He was covered in scrapes, cuts, and bruises. There was no part of his body that didn't ache. He had sustained over a dozen cuts that he didn't remember earning, and his steel would only last him another few seconds before failing entirely. Even worse, he was exhausted at a bone-deep level. He had never felt so tired. But he stayed on his feet, dragging Indiriel down the hall by the neck of his cloak. He had run out of liquid steel completely, and was pulling the Overlord down the hallway with nothing more than the strength in his tired arms, when he backed into something. Wearily, Simon turned to see Lycus catching his balance against the wall. His blond hair was disheveled, and the side of his face purple, as though he had just come from a fight. Simon didn't have time to ask questions. He shoved Indiriel at the boy. "Lycus, I need you to get some help. Take care of this guy. Bring him to the pool and protect him while he's in there. Can you do that?" Lycus nodded, his eyes wide, and he started to hurry off for help. He had barely moved more than a few feet, though, before he hesitated and turned back to Simon. "Where are you going to be?" he asked. "Doing something stupid," Simon replied, forcing his aching body to limp back toward the gate. Kai was gone, Indiriel unconscious. Somebody had to slow the incarnation down before he carved a bloody trough through the village of Belcor, and it looked like that was going to be him. He tried to convince himself that it wasn't his responsibility, that he could let Indiriel's Damascan friends take care of it whenever they showed up. It didn't work. Simon wasn't sure if he could stop Valen long enough for reinforcements to show up. He didn't know if Indiriel's reinforcements could handle an incarnation even if they did show up in time. But he did know that he couldn't sit around and do nothing. He had to try. Alan stood 3 floors below where he had started, crouching behind the green shield he'd summoned from Elysia. The shield surrounded him in a half-dome made of hexagonal plates of interlocking green light, like a honeycomb of solid force. A bolt of lightning shattered against the green shield without even scorching the travelers within. Galad and Grandmaster Naraka stood behind him, but he couldn't turn to check on their condition. Every once in a while he felt a flash of heat on his back and heard a somewhat distant scream, and he took that to mean they were doing their jobs. So he had to focus on his own. There were 2 Indros travelers in front of him, a man and a woman, and their storms were growing big enough to shroud the entire hallway in black clouds and flashing lightning. Alan had learned enough of Indros to know that the bigger those gates became, the more he had to worry about. Defending himself from lightning bolts was worry enough for anyone. Alan let the green shield flicker out of existence to hurl a head-sized globe of golden light. But he had to pull the shield back up when one of the travelers tried to swarm him with a flock of little flying lizards. They scrabbled against his green shield, hissing at him and crackling with blue sparks. "Send me another one of those lights," the female traveler taunted. "That was delicious." "Come on out and fight," the male called. Alan didn't know what was worse, the fact that they considered it an actual battlefield tactic to try and taunt him into making a stupid decision, or the fact that it was almost working. He was all but prepared to drop his shield and run at them with his fists if he thought that would shut him up. There was a flash of heat against his back, and then a freezing chill. Something huge roared, and, though Alan didn't turn around, he would have bet it had a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. The whole floor thundered as the whatever it was pounded down the hallway toward its prey. Grandmaster Naraka tapped him on the shoulder. "Allow me to tend to these 2, Eliadel. I have some experience with Indros." Alan stepped to one side, though he didn't let his green shield lapse. The Grandmaster made a few gestures with her hand, and a head poked its way out of thin air in front of her. It looked like a jet-black crocodile's head, on a long serpentine neck. As it got closer to his shield, the head burst into flames. "I've seen one of those things before," Alan realized aloud. "I fought one in Belkalem." "They are the Kushradosh," Grandmaster Naraka explained, taking on a lecturing tone. "Also known as snapdragons. They are quite rare and prefer to attack from ambush. Drop the shield, please." Alan glanced at her. The swarm of flying lizards was still only feet away, gnawing at the solid green light as though wishing to tear flesh from bone. At his look, Grandmaster Naraka nodded, so Alan let the shield drop. Immediately, the tiny flyers rushed toward Naraka's black lizard. "Little-known facts about the Kush-Darosh," the Grandmaster said. "First, Indros creatures almost always consider it the strongest creature around. so they attack it first. The giant black creature had fully emerged from the gate now, and it seemed to be having a great time snapping the little drakes out of the air and swallowing them whole. Their blue sparks seemed to cause it no inconvenience whatsoever. Second, the Grandmaster continued, snapdragons do not mind lightning. The hallway filled with a blinding light, and Alan flinched away from the radiance. His hair stood on end, and the whole hall smelled as though the air was somehow burned. One or both of the Endros travelers had launched a bolt of lightning at him, but it had been intercepted by the snapdragon's black hide. It swiveled its crocodile head toward the Endros pair and let out a deafening roar, bursting fully into flame at the same time. When it waddled down the hallway, it did so with frightening, sinuous speed. Alan raised his arm to protect himself from the snapdragon's heat, but Grandmaster Naraka, who had been standing even closer to the burning creature than Alan, seemed to feel no need. She watched her summoned creature, impassive behind her red spectacles. The Kush Darosh had reached the two Endros travelers now, having slipped between their rolling thunderstorms. The woman had banished her storm, fighting the monster hand-to-hand with her drawn sword. She was laughing for some reason. The man kept maneuvering his storm like a shield, so that every time the snapdragon bit at him, it risked falling into the storm. They had, however temporarily, taken their eyes off the other three travelers. Perhaps they expected their allies at the other end of the hallway to distract Alan and his party long enough for them to survive. Galad walked up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Alan. "All finished," he said. Alan didn't have to check to know that everyone else in the room was dead. "So it's just these two," Alan said. Grandmaster Naraka nodded, and Alan filled both of his palms with golden light. The male traveler managed to get his gate up in time, swallowing the golden light whole, and the woman somehow sensed the light coming, spun around, and caught the blast on the flat end of her sword. The light deflected up into the ceiling, sending debris clattering down. "Wow," Galad said. "That was impressive." As soon as the Endros travelers turned to deal with Alan's attack, the snapdragon tore into them from behind, fire and claws and fanged jaws working in unison. Alan winced, looking away, as the smell of burning flesh filled the hall. It was nauseating, and he could feel bile rising in his throat. "I will not lose control," he thought. "Not in front of them. I will not allow myself to look weak." Grandmaster Naraka and Galad walked forward, stepping over the burnt corpses of the Endros travelers as though picking their way through so much garbage. Alan followed on their heels, trying to stare at anything else. Past the bodies of the two Endros travelers, the hall ended in a pair of stone doors, carved with forbidding designs that looked like they might crawl right off. Grandmaster Naraka put her red-marked right hand forward and straightened her spine visibly. "This is it," she whispered. "After all these years, I can hear Naraka itself crying behind these doors." Galad stepped forward, as though he couldn't help himself, like something in the room beyond was drawing him. He placed both hands on the doors, feeling around. "I don't sense any traps, at least nothing I can detect. Just a chain and a padlock." Grandmaster Naraka snorted. "Out of the way, boy. I'll show you how to check for traps." She walked forward and began waving her hand in an orderly pattern, her face set in a stony expression, as though she were preparing to endure a blow. Alan should have felt triumphant, standing as they were in front of their goal, but for some reason he felt nervous. They had certainly worked hard enough to earn their way here, and the reason they had decided to strike here in the first place was because they knew it was lightly defended. But something twisted in his gut, as though his body itself were certain something was wrong. He looked up and down the hallway, seeing nothing but corpses and destruction left by their battle. "We've won," Alan told himself. "I need to celebrate, not take everything so seriously. I'm not Simon." For some reason, though, he couldn't feel anything but exhaustion. Alan turned back to Grandmaster Naraka, who had a hand to the door. The cracks between shone with a bright red light. He almost didn't hear the light thump that sounded from the other end of the hallway, but that sound sent shivers down his spine in a way that the roar of battle never had. Alan spun around to face the noise, hurling a globe of destructive golden light in the same motion. It was the swordsman in black from earlier. He had hopped through the hole Alan had blasted down to this floor, which meant he must have followed them down the other floors too. His head was no longer wrapped in black cloth, and his hair was a white mop that hung down into his eyes. He crouched there, knees bent, one hand pressed against the tile, until Alan's blast of gold almost reached him. He cocked his head to one side, and the ball of golden energy flew over his shoulder and crashed into the wall behind him. "Dangerous, dangerous," the white-haired swordsman said casually. "You should find new toys to play with." Then he was running down the hall, and Alan began to wonder if they would make it out of here alive. Alan put both hands forward, filling the hall with his bright green honeycomb shield. It would take the swordsman a few minutes at least to get through the plane of solid light, and by then Grandmaster Naraka would be inside the doors. The Grandmaster cackled.
"Well done, Eliadel. Stall him until I can get through."
The swordsman raised one hand, placing it flat against the translucent green wall, opposite Alan's own hands on the other side. From this close, Alan saw that the white-haired man's arm was wrapped in the same black chain marks as Simon's. Maybe they had something to do with summoning, somehow, like the symbol Naraka travelers had tattooed on their hands. "You fought bravely," Alan called. "Now stand aside and let us finish our mission. Do not stand with Damaska. They—" The chains on the man's arms went from black to a bright, flaring white in an instant, and Alan's shield shattered like glass. The pain was indescribable, as though someone had torn out a piece of Alan's skull and crushed it underfoot. He screamed, collapsing to his knees, barely noticing that he had landed in a pool of blood. The Valenhall traveler walked casually past Alan. As he did, the swordsman pulled something out of one ear. Wax? "I couldn't hear you," the man sang. He didn't bother to cut Alan down, but Alan was in too much pain to wonder why. Alan watched through a haze of agony as Galad raised both hands, chanting and spinning his Naraka-marked hand at the same time. Behind him, Grandmaster Naraka was pulling the doors open. The white-haired man stepped forward, and, though he didn't move any faster than before, Alan somehow lost track of his movements. He moved so smoothly that Alan could barely see him step from one place to another. He stepped past Galad, slipping a foot behind the young traveler's ankle and tripping him to the ground. While Galad still hung in midair, the swordsman slammed his fist into the young man's face. Galad crashed into the floor, and the Valenhall man kept walking. Grandmaster Naraka had the doors fully open now, and she was waving her red-marked hand desperately, trying to summon enough power to incinerate the hanging tree. A huge, broad-bladed knife flashed into the Valenhall traveler's hand. He stepped forward, and the steel flashed twice. The Grandmaster's hands fell to the ground. She grunted but didn't scream, running forward into the room as though there was something she could still do to accomplish their mission. The Valenhall traveler grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, like an unruly puppy, and pulled her back. "No, no, no," the white-haired man said. "We must all wait our turn." He raised the knife high. Alan rushed forward, leaping to his feet despite the pain, to try and save Grandmaster Naraka.
"The tree, Alan," Naraka screamed desperately. "Get the tree!"
The world seemed to freeze, as Alan's mind tore in two different directions, trying to come to some sort of decision. He could reach their goal right now. All he had to do was throw himself to the right, through the doors, and unload golden power into the tree. Out of the corner of his eye, he could even see his target, a mass of blood-red vines, leaves, and branches that covered the entire basement room. Then again, he would be leaving Grandmaster Naraka and Galad to die. Alan would likely survive, since he could still open a gate and retreat to his territory. The other two were in no shape to do so. Galad was unconscious, the Grandmaster crippled. Even worse, he wasn't sure he wanted to destroy the tree. What would happen if he released an incarnation here? The plan had been to withdraw through Naraka, where the Naraka incarnation couldn't enter. But now that he had to travel Elysia, who was to say that the incarnation couldn't follow him there? The white-haired Valenhall traveler cocked his head to one side, like a curious bird.
"Alan,"
he said. Alan made his decision. He filled the hall with golden power, blasting the swordsman with pure force. The man in black tried to swat the golden blast away with the blade of his knife, but he was ultimately thrown backwards, past the doors and down the hall. Alan didn't follow him, throwing up a green shield again to delay the man. If the Valenhall traveler managed to shatter this one, too, Alan thought he might pass out from the pain, but he needed something to stall the man, even for a few seconds. He slipped one gold-plated arm under Naraka's midsection, pulling her back to crouch over Galad. Opening a gate usually took him almost a minute, but he didn't even have 5 seconds. He needed the gate open now. He poured his desperation, his focus, and his remaining energy into the air in front of him, willing it to tear open and show him Elysia. At last, the gate peeled open, revealing the City of Light. The sky of the territory seemed made of pure gold, as though the entire realm had been locked into an eternal sunrise. The city gleamed under the golden light, its walls stretching off as far as Alan could see in either direction. The walls were vast and white, probably 50 paces high at their peak, and adorned with flowing designs and precious gems. The gates of the city were silver and gold, boasting even more jewels. The city stood even higher than the walls, revealing peaked towers of gold, copper, bronze, and other, more exotic materials. The shining green leaves of an impossibly tall tree waved next to one particular tower, and the tree's fruits glimmered like half-seen stars. Outside the wall stretched a field, the flowers and grasses blowing gently in a spring-scented breeze. This seemed like a place of safety, where one could relax and enjoy the surroundings. Usually. At the moment, it felt like their last, desperate hope. Alan's power ripped out of him with the gate, leaving him dangerously exhausted. Even his vision fuzzed for a moment, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to move through the portal. Under his arm, Grandmaster Naraka thrashed weakly.
"No, Alan, no," she said. "The tree, Alan. Get the tree."
She had done something to the stumps where her hands used to be. They were mangled and torn and looked half-burnt, but they didn't bleed as much as they should have. Still, she left a trickle of blood on the tiles. "It's not worth it," Alan said. He placed Grandmaster Naraka beyond the gate, onto the softly waving grass. He grabbed Galad by the legs and dragged him through. The ground on the other side wasn't exactly parallel with the floor, and Galad may have dropped a few inches when Alan dragged him through, but a few bruises on Galad's head was the last thing Alan wanted to worry about at this point. Alan saw the Valenhall traveler raising one chain-marked arm and pressing it against the green wall, and he hurriedly let the gate vanish. He had learned over the past weeks that any shields he left behind would disappear as soon as he stepped into another territory. "Ralia," Alan called. He wanted nothing more than to relax down into the mattress softness of the grassy Elysian fields, but he was afraid Grandmaster Naraka would soon bleed to death. She was still shaking her head from side to side, panting and begging Alan to go back, but her voice was barely audible. She looked as though she was only a few seconds from passing out. Ralia would know what to do, though. She was his guide to the City of Light, and she would know something to help his allies. He started to call her name again, but he saw something that made his heart freeze. In the air behind him, where the gate had once been, a hand was sticking out of midair. This hand was covered in a black gauntlet, a gauntlet with pointed, almost clawed fingertips. And as Alan watched, it flexed and began to tear the air aside. The outline of the gate burned gold, sending off flares of light as the world resisted being violated from the outside. But finally, the gate crawler finished its work, taking the gate Alan had closed and tearing it wide open. The white-haired swordsman stepped through the gate. He raised his black gauntleted left hand, shaking one finger as if to berate a naughty child. He said, in a haunting sing-song voice. "The little mice don't get to hide in their burrow, do they? Not when they have scratched a lion's nose.
"Ralya!"
Alan called. He scrambled to his feet, hurling another ball of golden light at the Valenhall traveler. It shattered against that translucent green armor, doing no harm whatsoever.
"You are in my territory now, intruder,"
Alan said formally. He drew himself up to his full height, filling both hands with light, letting his golden armor gleam in Elysia's eternal sunrise.
"Your powers cannot stand against mine. Not here."
His voice shook a little on the last word, but it was worth taking the chance. The swordsman had successfully defended the tree, and thus accomplished his goal. If Alan could get him to leave on his own, the three of them might actually survive. "Can they not?" the Valenhall traveler said curiously. He let his knife drop, and it shimmered and vanished before it hit the grass. "Odd. I don't feel any weaker." A broad, straight sword flashed into his hand, and he dashed forward. Alan sent out a mental distress call. There were dozens of beings he could summon here, and most of them would not hesitate to lay down their lives for his. The gold ball of light and the green shield were not his only powers, just the ones he could call most easily and most quickly. There were others, though. For instance, he concentrated, visualizing the golden sword that he had summoned before. This, too, was made of interlocking planes of light, but where his shield was made of green, this blade was built of golden force. Light streamed into his hand from all around him, gathering and coalescing into the ghost of a golden blade. Alan brought the sword up in both hands to meet the other traveler's one-handed strike. But the swordsman was strong. Both of Alan's arms trembled from the effort of holding off the Valenhall traveler's blow. His entire body trembled, and he actually had to sink to one knee to avoid collapsing. Even the gold planes of his sword cracked, leaking light like blood. "Not bad, Golden Man," the white-haired swordsman said. He didn't appear to be trying particularly hard. Alan noticed marks on the man's arms, like links from a chain of shadows, peeking up from his collarbone. Did the shadow chain spread over his body? Did they make him stronger or weaker? If Alan survived this, he was going to wring some answers out of Simon. The Valenhall traveler kicked Alan in the chest, sending him sprawling in the grass. "That's a nice sword," he said. Alan barely managed to swing the sword enough to deflect the swordsman's next attack, knocking it aside from his position lying on his back. "They should have taught you how to use it," the swordsman said, shaking his head regretfully. A woman's voice, cheerful and vibrant, spoke from behind Alan. "We haven't had long to work with him," Ralya said. "Give it time." Alan pushed his head back, looking up at Ralya. She appeared to be a young woman, only a few years older than Alan, if that. Her eyes and her long, flowing hair were gold, not yellow, not the color of straw, but a gleaming metallic gold. She wore a long white dress with a golden sash, and she hovered at least 6 inches off the ground. Alan had never actually seen her stand on a solid floor. Privately, he sometimes wondered if she was even real. She smiled down at him, gold eyes flashing. "Hello, Alan. It seems that every time I see you, you're lying on the grass." "It's so comfortable here, I can't help myself." His relief at seeing her was so great that he almost laughed. The white-haired Valenhall traveler had ignored Alan as soon as Ralya arrived, instead stepping over to Grandmaster Naraka. He held his sword reversed in both hands, about to drive it down into her chest. Interlocking emerald bracelets appeared around his wrists, locking his hands in place. "Don't challenge me, traveler," Ralya said. She didn't sound threatening. She sounded as though she were chiding a child. "I may not use many powers in the outside world, but here I can manage a few tricks." The swordsman's chains flared white, and the bracelets shattered. "So, it seems, can I," he said. He stepped forward, swinging his sword at Ralya's midsection in a gleaming arc. The sword burned with a brief violet light, and disappeared mid-swing. "We hope you've enjoyed your stay in Elysia, City of Light," she said cheerfully. "Please have a wonderful afternoon. Goodbye." The Valenhall traveler stepped forward, reaching for her, as though to attack with his bare hands. There was a flash of blinding orange light, and he was lifted off his feet, carried on a cushion of orange back and through the still open gate. From top to bottom, the portal zipped itself shut. "Wow," Alan found himself saying. "When can I learn to do that?"
"How loyal are you feeling today?" Ralia asked, smiling. "You would have to demonstrate exceptional loyalty for me to trust you with this."
Exceptional loyalty. He had saved 2 of his teammates today. Surely that should count for something. Oh, right, he thought. My teammates. "The Grandmaster," Alan said, sitting up. "She needs help. Is there a healer or something?" Ralia drifted over to hover above Grandmaster Naraka. Her white dress fluttered in the gentle breeze, and for a moment her golden gaze looked almost calculating, cold, as if she were trying to determine what this woman's life was worth. At last Ralia shook her head, like a child shaking off a nightmare. She snapped her fingers, and a bed of orange lights appeared under Grandmaster Naraka's back, lifting her into the air until she drifted behind Ralia. "I'll see what I can do," Ralia said. Alan followed, his body feeling completely drained. He had summoned too much from his territory today, and opened the gate too quickly. He felt as though he would pitch onto his face any second. It didn't help that he was still locked in this heavy golden armor. Ralia flew up to the tall gates of Elysia, which slid open on soundless hinges as she approached. Alan had walked in and out of this city dozens of times, and he still couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. Usually the dangers of Elysia waited deep inside the city, but the first time he had tried to enter, he was almost impaled by dozens of arrows as soon as he pushed open these gates. The entrance this time was harmless enough. It was a curving white stone tunnel, burrowing through the walls, set with blazing golden torches every few paces. Alan walked after the Grandmaster's floating body, her shoes at the same level as his chest. He spared one glance for Galad, still lying unconscious on the grass outside, before deciding to leave him. He didn't have the strength to carry the man, and besides, Galad was still breathing. He would probably be just as safe lying outside the city walls. As Alan followed Ralia and the Grandmaster's drifting bed of light, he turned his head at a sound echoing through the tunnel. It sounded like teacups clattering together on a tray. He glanced ahead, around him, and behind, trying to spot the source of the noise. It could mean danger. In fact, the way his day was going, it was almost certainly something dangerous. Finally, he looked down to see his hand trembling so violently that the plates of his gauntlet shook. Was he that panicked? He hadn't realized. But fear and relief still coursed so violently through his body that he could scarcely stand. Alan clenched his gauntlet into a fist. He couldn't be weak, not now. He couldn't afford it. Chapter 12. A Declaration of War. Simon dashed away from the clearing, following the trail of the Incarnation. He should have been running across wet grass, but his shoes pounded on hardwood flooring. That was a bad sign. The Incarnation's corruption was spreading. The Damascens' entire camp had been corrupted by the Incarnation's presence now. The tents had changed from peaked canvas into wooden structures with shingled roofs. They looked like dog houses. The earth between the rows of tents had transformed into a wood-paneled floor, the grass into green carpeting. Lantern poles and hitching posts for the horses had turned into coat racks and hat stands. The weapons strewn about camp remained untouched, waiting in barrels or beside cots, but the blood and corpses were nowhere to be seen. Looks like the Nye have been busy, Simon thought. Up ahead, Angeline sent. He still couldn't get used to having a doll who actually kept her mind on business. He wasn't sure he liked it. Kayla or Otoku would have responded with a joke, or at least sarcasm. It usually annoyed him, but now he was finding that he missed their banter. Simon snagged a spear from where it stood upright in a barrel, hefting it in one hand. The Incarnation had already destroyed Harenfell, but Simon could see another village to the southeast. In the distance, he could barely make out Valen's chain-marked back. He was headed straight for the cluster of buildings. As the Incarnation walked, the ground behind him turned to polished wood. Rocks scraped and rumbled and shed dust as they shaped themselves into chairs, while trees dropped their leaves and bark as they were formed into carved beams, holding up a ceiling that didn't exist. The world shaped itself around the Wanderer, steadily becoming more and more like Valenhall. Simon ran. His steel had almost recovered, and he desperately wanted to call its power. His already exhausted arms ached from supporting the spear, and the muscles in his legs burned. He would need the full extent of his power, so he waited, running on his body's natural strength alone. He was running downhill, and if the terrain had remained in its natural state, he would have had to slow down or risk twisting an ankle on rock and tumbling down. But the Incarnation had kindly provided him with an even platform of flat wood, so he ran without hesitation, steadily eating up Valen's lead. The Valenhall Incarnation didn't seem to be hurrying, but nor was he wasting time. He moved ahead at a measured pace. Once Simon had covered enough of the distance between him and Valen, he called steel. The surge of cold power through his body soothed his aching muscles and filled him with a strength that felt intoxicating compared to his exhausted weakness. He hurled the spear with the strength of 5 men, sending it flying more than far enough to take Valen through the back. Simon had never trained with the spear, and aiming one correctly was harder than it looked. The spear clattered to the ground 5 paces ahead and 10 steps to the left of his target. Kayla or Otoku would have made a joke. Even Lilia would have said something to make him feel bad about the throw. Angeline sighed. The Incarnation stopped and turned, his black and silver eyes locked onto Simon. He didn't smile or make jokes this time, so maybe he had finally decided to take Simon seriously. Azura, Angeline said, and Simon summoned his dragon's fang just as the Wanderer summoned his. Valen stepped forward and seemed to blur. He started out 30 paces away and then stood less than 15 feet in front of Simon, his huge blade drawn back for a thrust. But he froze, staring over Simon's shoulder. Something happened that Simon had never seen before. An oval of purple light flared on Valen's forehead, a single dot in the middle. It looked as though someone had drawn a third eye out of purple ink in the center of Valen's head, and that symbol was now glowing. "Excuse me a moment, young dragon," Valen said. He straightened up, levering his gold and silver blade to rest on his shoulder. If Simon had thought it would do any good, he would have attacked when the Incarnation was off his guard. But his job here was to stall until Indiriel's reinforcements arrived, not to win. The longer Valen stood where he was, the better. Maybe he would even give Simon enough time to restore his Nigh essence. "Besides," Angeline said, "attacking him when he's just standing there wouldn't be fair." Simon couldn't even begin to explain what was wrong with that statement, so he said nothing. A swirling mass of black clouds and flashing lightning, like a thunderstorm tipped onto its side, grew out of thin air to Valen's side. He tilted his body to keep the Indros gate in view, but he did not turn his back to Simon. Simon was oddly moved by the gesture. It showed a degree of respect for Simon, as an opponent and as a threat, that Simon probably didn't deserve. A lithe, muscled man with dark skin stepped out of the gate, a sword on each hip. He was followed by a tall, refined woman with feathers delicately arranged in her straight silver hair. Grandmasters Endros and Avernus. They were followed out of the gate by a handful of other Endros travelers and some troops. For a moment, Simon's hopes lifted. Maybe these were the reinforcements Indiriel had mentioned. But no. He had specifically discussed Ragnarus travelers, and Enosh had no travelers to that territory. Besides, there was no way that Enosh would work with Damaska. So what were the Grandmasters doing here? He was given his answer a moment later, when the entire party went to their knees before the Incarnation, bowing with their heads almost touching the ground. Simon couldn't seem to get a breath. He had thought he was facing impossible odds when he was trying to stall the Incarnation. Now, facing 2 Grandmasters and an entire war party from Enosh in addition to Valen. He turned and started running up the sloping wooden path. If he could get enough distance, he could open a gate and flee from here. 2 black chains, like those the Nigh carried, erupted from the ground on either side of the polished wooden planks. They each wrapped around one of Simon's ankles, tangling him and almost tripping him onto his face. He steadied himself, and the chains loosened enough to allow him to turn around. Valen's smile showed steadily through the night, and he waved at Simon. "Hold on a moment," while I have a word with these fine ladies and gentlemen," the Incarnation said. From his position on the ground, Grandmaster Endros turned his head to give Simon a blazing, hungry look. Most of the people down there would have no problem killing him, Simon knew, but Endros at least wanted his death badly. For some reason, Grandmaster Endros seemed to have a personal stake in seeing Simon dead.
"Watch out for that man," Angeline warned.
"I figured that out for myself," Simon sent.
"No need to be sarcastic," she said primly. "I get enough of that from my sisters."
Simon sank to a crouch, the chains still held loosely around his ankles. His black cloak settled around him. He let Azura and his steel both fade back into Valenhall, saving as much strength as he could. There would be a fight here, and he doubted that he had much of a chance to survive without his full strength. "Maker knows I don't have much of a chance of surviving at all," he thought. Angeline said nothing, but he felt a sense of agreement. Oddly enough, he wasn't afraid. Maybe you could only face certain death so many times before it lost its sting. "What is this?" the Valenhall Incarnation asked, addressing the Enosh travelers in front of him.
"We know something of you,"
Grandmaster Avernus responded, raising her head a bit.
"We know that none of us could stand against you."
"That's good reason for you to stay away," Valen said softly. "Not enough for you to bow."
"We have the same ambition," Avernus said in a rush. "We too wish to destroy Damaska."
"We would see Cana burn," Grandmaster Endros said. He didn't sound afraid. Valen's face twisted almost into a snarl, and he turned back to the southeast. "I'm going to Cana. If you are—" He cut off, and his head twitched to one side. "You may come with me if—" His head jerked this way and that, as though he were being pulled in two directions at once. The Enosh travelers said nothing, keeping their faces to the ground. Simon tried to stay as quiet as possible. Simon heard a whisper of cloth, and someone in a flowing black cloak stepped up beside him.
"He is at war in himself," the eldest Nye said quietly. "The man and the incarnation of our world, each with his own goals."
"What are his goals?" Simon asked, equally quiet. The last thing he wanted to do was remind anyone of his presence.
"The man, as you know, seeks the destruction of what was once his home. His reasons are personal and rooted in an ancient grief. The incarnation is a force, like heat or gravity. It tries to make this world like unto Valenhall, harsh and unforgiving, full of combat, but fair, where every man, woman, and child is tested, and everything must be earned in battle."
Gravity, Simon thought. What in the Maker's name is gravity? Simon shook away the thought. The answer didn't matter at the moment. Instead, he asked, "How do I stop him?" The eldest shrug was a rustle of cloth.
"When facing an incarnation, it is usually best to take one of two tactics. First, you can try to trick it back into its home territory, where it will be trapped. This will not work in this case, I think."
Probably not. Valen was too smart, too in control of himself.
"The second way is to confront the incarnation with the powers of a suitable opposing territory. The Wanderer explained this to me once. An Indros incarnation, for instance, is fueled by his rage. Asphodel, therefore, is suited for subduing Indros, because Asphodel feeds on the target's emotions. It is much more complicated than this, of course. Some Indros travelers have the correct powers or skills to resist Asphodel, but in general it is the other way around. Do you see?"
Simon thought he did, but he still didn't have enough information. "What opposes Valenhall?" The eldest let out a humorless, rasping chuckle.
"Valenhall," he said.
Which was no help at all.
"Valenhall is too effective at destroying foreign travelers," the eldest went on. "The incarnation can neutralize practically anything another traveler throws at him, except physical force of arms. And which territory is best at physical combat?"
Simon sighed. "I get it," he said.
"I do not wish you to die, son of Kalmon, but neither can I dispute the nature of my territory. If you want to stop the Wanderer's rampage, You must earn this by force, as all things must be earned.
The eldest hesitated, adding,
Let me give you a piece of advice. The Incarnation has access to almost all the House's powers, and in unlimited supply. Good luck.
In a flutter of his black cloak, he vanished. That is by far the most useless piece of advice I have ever received, Simon thought.
The eldest always has a reason behind his words, Angeline corrected him. I am sure he would not have given you advice that you couldn't use.
Okay, then, you tell me what he means.
I do not have the elder's wisdom, Angeline said loftily. I couldn't begin to guess.
All this time, Valen stood muttering to himself and staring off to the southeast. The Enosh travelers and soldiers had, wisely, remained utterly silent. Finally, Valen turned back and addressed the men and women on their knees. Come with me if you wish, Valen said at last. All who hate Damascus are welcome, but try to stay behind me. If you're in my way, I can't guarantee I won't kill you. With that, he started walking away from the Enosh party, headed due southeast. His each step transformed the stones beneath his feet to polished wood. The Grandmaster stood. Endros rose to his feet like a mountain lion about to pounce, though Avernus simply stood and brushed off her dress. In voices that Simon couldn't hear well enough to understand, they began giving orders to their followers. Simon slowly slipped his feet out of the chains, which hadn't tightened again since Valen walked off. Maybe, if he moved slowly enough, he could get away and open a gate. The air here was even starting to smell more like the house, thanks to the Valenhall Incarnation's influence. He started to sneak up the wooden path to the hill. Grandmaster Endros's dark eyes snapped to his, and Simon's stomach dropped. The Grandmaster drew a sword in his right hand, and his left became wreathed in a rolling thunderstorm. Roll right, Angeline said, and Simon dropped to his right in time to avoid a blast of white lightning that tore through the hill behind him. Thunder crashed in his ears, and the wooden planks from Valenhall were blown to smoldering pieces. Grandmaster Endros shouted something, most likely a taunt, but Simon's ears were still ringing. Grandmaster Avernus turned and saw Endros engaging Simon in combat. She threw up her hands and left him, following the Incarnation. Most of her group from Enosh followed. Not Endros, though. He stayed, holding a storm in one hand and a sword in the other. You don't have ghost armor, do you? Angeline asked. Mentally, Simon sighed. Why do people keep asking me that? Because it's incredibly useful, she replied. If he hits you with a bolt of lightning as you are, the only thing you can do is die. Speaking of which, jump left. Simon rolled left, dodging another bolt of white lightning. The lightning bolts that Enosh travelers threw seemed somehow weaker than natural lightning. The thunder when they struck wasn't as loud, for one thing, and they didn't quite blind him each time. He had seen lightning strikes before, and the ones Grandmaster Endros hurled were nothing compared to those thrown by nature. That didn't mean they wouldn't kill him, though. Just that the Grandmaster would have to hit him directly. Simon called Steel and Essence, summoning Azura. Grandmaster Endros shouted something at that, his face breaking out into an eager grin. I can't hear you, Simon yelled, launching himself forward. If Endros wanted to fight, he would get one. At least, that was what Simon thought at the time. Stop! Angeline yelled, so urgently that Simon nearly tripped over himself, drawing to a halt. Something fell from the sky so fast that it looked like a bolt of lightning itself, a gold and crimson blur that crashed into the earth like a falling star. Specifically, it crashed on top of Grandmaster Endros. The Grandmaster had enough time to raise his arms before the whatever it was crashed into him, slamming him into the ground and sending a ring of dust blasting out in all directions. The wind from the impact tore at Simon's cloak, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the dust. What was that? He asked his doll. I'm not sure, she responded. It was too fast before, but now, maybe a spear? The dust cleared, and Simon saw that it was indeed a spear. A dark wood shaft stuck up from a golden steel head, with an enormous ruby set where wood and metal met. The spear had driven into the cracked ground where it had landed, and now it stuck there, quivering. Grandmaster Endros lay dirty and bleeding a pace or two behind the spear. He had managed to knock the weapon off course as it fell, though Simon couldn't imagine what kind of protection would have allowed him to do that. Endros tried to struggle to his feet, but slipped and fell back. He looked dazed as well as dirty. Boots crunched in the sand behind Simon. A lot of boots. Simon spun, sword in hand, ready to face this new threat. He found himself face to face with the king. Simon had never seen King Zakareth before, but he had heard the stories. This man, with his white hair and beard, his glowing red eye, his armor of black and gold, couldn't be anyone else. More than any one of his features, it was the way he carried himself that left no room for Simon to doubt. He inspected Simon with the sort of cold authority that Simon had always expected a king to have. Then he looked away.
"Put away your sword, Simon, son of Kalman," the king said. "You will need it no longer."
His voice held no doubt. Each of his words landed with an almost intimidating weight. Simon let Azura vanish. What else was he supposed to do? Behind Grandmaster Endros, the Valenhall incarnation and the remaining Endros travelers turned around. Valen's eyes grew so wide that Simon could see the gleaming silver from where he stood. He roared loud enough to shake the ground, raising his sword of gold and steel and rushing across the ground with the speed of the Nigh. Simon had no doubt that he was seeing Valen's true rage, the fury of a man who sought the vengeance long denied him. King Zakareth gestured, and the spear tore itself from the ground by Grandmaster Endros and flipped through the air, flying into its master's hand.
"Back up, traveler," the king snapped,
and Simon instinctively ran out of his way. Zakareth took 2 steps forward and, with a strength Simon wouldn't have believed he possessed, hurled the spear. The weapon left his hand with a thunderclap even louder than the lightning bolt Endros had tossed earlier. Such was the spear's speed that the air seemed to explode around it as it blasted forward, catching Valen at the level of his chest. Simon focused his Nigh essence, slowing the world enough that he could barely see what happened. He couldn't believe that even an incarnation could move so fast. As the spearhead shrieked toward Valen's chest, the Wanderer brought his sword down in both hands, meeting Zakareth's spear with the edge of his dragon's fang. The world exploded in a crash of sparks and crimson light. The force tossed Simon backwards, sending yet another ring of dust blasting outward. Even the air seemed to ripple in the face of such an impact. Grandmaster Endros tumbled across the desert, driven away by the explosion. His allies from Enosh stopped, bracing themselves against the air. When the smoke cleared, the Valenhall incarnation stood still, chest heaving, holding his sword in both hands. The spear lay on the ground before him. He was obviously uninjured, glaring at King Zakareth from 50 paces away with clear malevolence in his eyes. The king motioned with one hand, and a figure in a brown cloak stepped forward. Denner. He had his red-wrapped sword in one hand, but this time he didn't hold Haruman under his other arm. What was Denner doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be defending one of the trees?
"He wouldn't be here unless his orders had changed," Angeline said. "Denner is very responsible. Unless he finished his task already."
Finished already? Angeline thought Denner could have traveled to one of the overlords, killed all the attackers, and hitched a ride back here all in an hour or two? How good was he? Now that he thought of it, how long had Denner been gone? Surely it had to be more than an hour. A troop of men and women marched behind Denner, each dressed in the red and gold of the king's army, with one unique exception. They all had a silvery steel badge over their chest, marked with the image of 3 keys, and each of them had a silver key in one hand. Travelers. They were all travelers. Simon stopped counting at 20 as they marched past him, fanning out into a crescent shape behind Denner, who stood a few steps ahead. Not all of them were from the Silver Key territory, Tartarus, he thought. A handful wore leather straps and loose tan clothing with brown hoods. Some of them had storms swirling around their hands, so Simon identified them as Endros. 2 or 3 more wore the blood-red robes of Naraka, or the feathered head wraps of Avernus. One woman in the gray robes of another territory he wasn't sure he recognized, Asphodel, maybe, stood with a girlish smile on her face, twirling a lock of her hair around one finger. They spread out behind Denner, who stood facing his former master. "Face us on your own," Denner called. "We will allow the travelers to retreat. Today, we only want you." Valen's face was contorted with rage, and he didn't take his eyes off King Zakareth's face. "You're standing up for that monster," he spat. "I expected better from you, Denner. You were worthy." Denner sighed wearily, angling his dragon's fang up so he could scratch his back with its point. "I only see one monster here, Master," he said. "Let the Grandmasters leave and we can fight here. It's about time we ended this." Valen visibly struggled with himself, shudders rippling through his body, his chains swirling and crawling across his skin on their own. His eyes closed, and when they opened, the silver of his irises glowed unnaturally bright. "Agreed," he said, his voice flat. Mithra lowered to point at the king, and Valen's figure blurred as he rushed forward. He ran straight into a whirling thunderstorm. Grandmaster Endros had lurched to his feet, tossing his gate in front of the rampaging incarnation. The Wanderer had been sucked into Indros. Denner shouted something and leaped forward, his dragon's fang blurring and vibrating strangely in the air. Simon thought he heard the call of a distant horn. The brown-cloaked Valenhall traveler swept his blade through the gate, and it dissipated into a fine mist. Too late. Grandmaster Endros managed to slip through the gate as it closed, following the incarnation into Endros. The rest of the Enosh travelers were already piling through various other gates, each slipping back into their own territory. King Zakareth stood watching the scene, his crimson eye blazing, his face set in cold anger. "Follow them," he commanded. The Damascan travelers began opening gates, one by one stepping through in pursuit of the Grandmasters and the Valenhall incarnation. Denner sighed and walked over to stand by Simon, shaking his head. "We won't catch them. Even if we do, Valen's just as deadly in a foreign territory as he is here." "I know that better than most," the king said softly. He raised one hand, and his spear tore itself from the ground and flew back to smack into his gauntleted palm. "We have lost nothing here. We will simply return to our previous strategy, gather everything we have outside of Enosh, and crush them in a single blow." He didn't sound angry, excited, or determined at the prospect of finally destroying his enemies. He didn't sound emotional at all. He sounded as though he were simply stating facts. He would gather his forces, they would annihilate Enosh. There was no possibility for failure. Simon shivered. It was difficult not to believe King Zakareth when he spoke like that. "Excuse me, Your Highness," Denner said. "I'm sorry, but why haven't we destroyed Enosh before? Why wait until now when they have an incarnation on their side?" "Until recently, it was more profitable leaving Enosh intact," the king said flatly. "Leah, explain." A woman's voice spoke up from behind Simon. "Even when they opposed us, Enosh travelers still helped to secure their territories. They kept the wild elements down, and they maintained roads and way stations. We even traded with them occasionally. In all, it was far more efficient having them around, at least until they got too aggressive." At the sound of her voice, Simon stiffened and slowly turned around. He knew that voice. He knew her. He stared straight at her, but his mind refused to accept what he saw. The king noticed. He spread his hand to the left, where stood a tall man with curly golden hair like Alan's, wearing an expensive suit of black and red. "My son, heir Talos," Zakareth said. But Simon was having a much more difficult time taking his eyes off the young woman to his right. She was dressed in a long dress of pure red. A circlet of silvered steel rested in her hair, shining with an unnatural red glare and set with a small ruby. On her left wrist, she wore a milky white crystal hanging by a silver chain, and her eyes were surprisingly blue. She stared back at him, her face totally blank. King Zakareth motioned to the right with his spear. "And I believe you know my daughter, Heiress Leah." His words were casual, but his tone wasn't. Both his eyes were focused on Simon's face, his expression as warm as an executioner's axe. Simon barely noticed. He couldn't take his eyes from Leah. He didn't know what to say. Chapter 13. 9 Doors. Alan followed Ralia deeper into the city of Elysia. Once past the walls, the tunnel opened up into a wide street, paved with flawless white stone. The buildings on either side were built of gold and gold-colored stone, with doors of various different colors. Ralia had explained the significance of the colors to him before. They had something to do with each building's purpose, like hanging a sign. But he was so exhausted now that he could barely see straight. This particular section of the city was in the Gold District, which explained the general theme of the buildings. Supposedly, in other districts, buildings were made up of many different materials and colors, but here they all shared a certain similarity. Since Alan had only demonstrated 2 of Elysia's 9 virtues, and therefore only earned 2 of its powers, he was only allowed in 2 districts. Well, he still wasn't quite patient enough to deserve the green, but Ralia had been willing to let that slide. He was confident he'd get there, eventually. The Green District had very few buildings at all. It was mostly a wild forest, with trees that stretched so high they rivaled the highest towers of the Gold and Silver districts. Where a home or other building was needed in the green, a living tree was hollowed out, through some method that Alan didn't understand, in such a way that the tree actually kept growing. As he understood it, the process took years. Alan, Ralia, and the floating Grandmaster were not the only ones on the street. A gold-skinned giant warrior, with a solid gold walking staff, stopped and bowed as Alan and Ralia passed. A flock of shimmering golden hummingbirds stopped and asked, in their deceptively deep voices, whether they could be of any assistance. As they passed an open door, Alan thought he saw a brown-furred cat with a golden collar, standing on her hind legs at a table. She was using a knife and fork to carve slices from a roasted bird, which she passed out to her 4 hungry children. Alan had never learned how to tell time here. The sky was always gold, though it dimmed or brightened at seemingly random times. Some times in the city were busier than others, he knew that, because sometimes he walked through the streets and remained virtually alone. He had once wondered what possessing a particular virtue had to do with walking down the streets of the city. Why should he have to prove himself particularly brave to travel the Gold District, for instance? Why would patience be of such great value in the Green District? He had soon learned the answer. A creature that looked like a man about Alan's size stepped in front of Alan. He wore white baggy clothing, belted with a golden sash, and carried a gold walking stick, a miniature version of the one that the gold-skinned giants carried. The man would not have been too out of place on the streets of Enosh, except that he had the head of a gray wolf.
"Traveler,"
the wolf said, bowing fractionally. He had the sort of vicious, slobbery voice that suggested he was shredding each word between his teeth. "Marikos," Alan said, bowing back. He had run into the wolf man before, and he was always scrupulously polite, and equally violent.
"I take this time to request a match, traveler,"
Marikos said. His yellow-gold predator's eyes gleamed. "Not today, Marikos, I beg you," Alan said wearily. "I have an injured companion."
"I shall not delay you long,"
Marikos promised. He placed his hand, which looked relatively ordinary except for the claws where fingernails should be, on Alan's shoulder. Ralia twisted in midair and smiled in the wolf's direction. "Sorry, Marikos, no time today, but he'll make it up to you tomorrow, won't you, Alan?" Alan hastily agreed, but Marikos didn't quite take his hand away. He was trying to decide whether Alan was showing appropriate valor by tending to his wounded comrade, even though he was running away. Or maybe he was trying to decide if letting Alan leave was a matter of cowardice. Alan wasn't sure, but he knew that they took courage very seriously here. The wolfman's nostrils flared as if he were trying to smell Alan's fear. "Marikos," Ralia sang sweetly, "we need to move. If you keep us here, you will be impeding me, and then I would have to call for a duel. Let's not do that, shall we?" Marikos pulled his claws away from Alan's shoulder as though Alan's armor had grown red hot.
"I apologize sincerely, Ralia. I certainly have no wish to unduly impede you. Until tomorrow, traveler."
Marikos put distance between himself and the drifting, white-clothed woman with deceptive speed, considering that he stopped to bow every 2 paces. Alan stared at Ralia, who had spun back around and continued guiding Grandmaster Naraka's floating body down the street. "What was that about?" Alan asked. Ralia waved a hand airily. "Oh, Marikos is a child, scarcely 50. He can barely go a day without proving his valor to somebody, but he'll grow out of it eventually." "Not him," Alan said. "You. Are you that frightening?" She smiled, but she didn't look him in the eye when she did. "I've never done anything to frighten Marikos. He listens to stories, that's all." "What stories?" She looked at him, her face as serious as he had ever seen it. "Maybe I'll tell you one day," she said. He let the matter drop. After a few more minutes and a few more exchanges with the Gold District's inhabitants, none of which grew as dramatic as their confrontation with Marikos, the 3 of them finally reached the end of the street. A huge wall marked the end of the Gold District in this direction. According to Ralia, the wall wound its way throughout the entire city, separating each district. Alan had once visualized the City of Light as laid out in 9 equal wedges, one for each color and virtue, but Ralia had assured him that was not the case. The Gold District was thin but long, winding around and touching the outer wall at most major points. The Green District was wide and round, like a park in the center of the city. Other districts had more or less space, depending on the needs of the occupants. And there were occupants. The city was much busier than Alan had once assumed. Elysia had continued to bustle with life, even after the last traveler vanished, faded, or died. Ralia was remarkably close-mouthed regarding what had happened to the last of the Elysian travelers, but the fact remained that they had somehow disappeared. The City of Light had not seen a traveler for over 350 years, so Alan's arrival had been something to celebrate. Not that the Gold District celebrated the same as the people of Enosh, he had found out. Much less feasting, and much more challenging one another to feats of strength and bravery. In the wall at the end of the Gold District was a man-sized door of solid gold, marked with the same winged sword design that adorned Alan's breastplate. Ralia didn't hesitate when she reached the door, placing her hand on the center and simply pushing it in. Grandmaster Naraka followed, still unconscious, still floating on the bed of orange light. "Is she going to survive until we get where we're going?" Alan asked at last. He would have brought the topic up before, but he had tried to assume that Ralia knew what she was doing. "Oh, I've stabilized her already," Ralia said. "She'll not lose any more ground, at least not while she's with me. Whether she will regain the ground that she's lost, however, is up to you." They entered a circular chamber that Alan had only seen a few times before. It was only 10 steps by 10, but Ralia said this was the true heart of the city. Set in the wall around the room, every few paces, were doors. A painted wooden door of bright green marked the entrance to the Green District. He had entered through the door to the Gold District. Opposite him, a similar door, apparently made of solid silver and carved with fanciful spirals and designs, would take him to the Silver District. Doors all around the wall led to the other districts: red, rose, orange, violet, blue, and white. The doors all varied in size and material. The White District door was the smallest, and it looked as though he would have to duck and turn sideways to squeeze his way through. The Red District door was by far the widest, and looked as though it had been built to accommodate wagons. Ralia led him to the Rose District door, which was made of some soft-smelling, reddish-pink wood. The symbol of Elysia, which was carved into each of the doors, looked somehow less sharp here, as though it were actually a winged staff or a scepter instead of a sword. "Behind each of these doors is another district of the city," Ralia said. "You are only worthy to visit 2 of them, though I have high hopes regarding the other 7. Alan couldn't help himself. His gaze moved hungrily from one door to another. What powers waited behind each door? If he was this powerful with only 2 of Elysia's abilities, What would he become if he held all 9? What greater things could he accomplish? The side of Ralya's mouth quirked up as though she could read his mind. "Oh, we've got many powers here," she said. "Elysia was meant to lead each territory by example, so there are powers here in line with each of the 9 territories. You open the orange door by demonstrating exceptional loyalty, for instance, which is a virtue highly valued in Avernus. In the orange district, you may earn powers such as levitation and flight, which you have already seen demonstrated." She nodded to Grandmaster and her example. "So there are powers here in line with each of the 9 territories. You open the orange door by demonstrating exceptional loyalty, for instance, which is a virtue highly valued in Avernus. In the orange district, you may earn powers such as levitation and flight, which you have already seen demonstrated." She nodded to Grandmaster Naraka, buoyed on cushions of glowing orange lights. "The blue district exemplifies mercy," Ralya continued, "a quality necessary to the Naraka travelers, who tend to be judgmental. Wisdom is the virtue most necessary in the silver district, though it would certainly benefit you elsewhere. And within here," she placed a hand on the rose district door, "is the power of healing. Tell me, Alan, why do you want to heal this woman?"
"Because she's injured," Alan said without hesitation. "She was hurt while she was with me, and I couldn't protect her. And she's a friend. Why shouldn't I help her?"
Ralya actually pulled the rose district door open and stuck her head inside, though the door itself blocked the district from Alan's view. "What do you think?" Ralya asked someone beyond the door. "Good enough?" An indistinct voice, like a child's whisper, murmured something in reply. "That's what I thought, too," Ralya responded. She stepped back into the room, letting the rose-colored door shut behind her. At Alan's questioning look, she held up a hand parallel to the ground and moved it back and forth. Not bad. We'll work on it. For now, though, your motives are pure enough. Welcome to the Rose District." Ralya drifted through the open door, followed by the prone form of Grandmaster Naraka. Alan lingered behind, testing the nearest door, the red one, by twisting the knob and pulling just a bit. It opened easily. Through the crack, Alan saw a rocky landscape of winding paths, and what he thought was a red stone building carved to look like a mushroom. Something like a little, knee-high man in a floppy red cap scurried by, holding up his long white beard to keep it out of the mud. Ralya popped back into the room, saw what he was doing, and sighed good-naturedly. "I can't keep you from going where you're not supposed to, can I?" she said. Alan gestured to the door. "But I can open it. Look." "Of course you can," she said. "The doors aren't locked." Oh. That was disappointing, somehow. Ralya floated over to him, placing her hands on his shoulders companionably. "Listen, I don't try and keep you from these districts because you can't enter, but because you shouldn't enter. It's not that we require you to show a particular virtue before we allow you to use a power. It's more like you need a particular virtue to handle that power. The gold power is for battle, for instance, and we wouldn't want anyone in battle who wasn't brave. Likewise, patient people make good defenders. Do you see?" It seemed like a pretty weak thread to Alan. "What happens if I don't have the virtue? What if I walked through this door?" "This particular door? Well, the gnomes who live on the other side would likely beat you and toss you back out," Ralya said. "But in general, we don't stop people from taking power they think they've earned. We're trying to help you make the right choices, not make them for you. But eventually, if you take too much power too quickly, you stop controlling the power, and it starts controlling you." Ralya's voice became distant and more serious at the end, as though she were reliving a particularly unpleasant memory. "What does that mean?" Alan asked. "You become an incarnation," Ralya said, still distant. "Little more than an embodiment of your territory's nature and power." "That doesn't sound too bad," Alan responded. "The incarnation of patience and mercy and all that." Ralya raised a hand to her forehead. "We didn't think so either, once," she said. Then she shook herself and smiled at him. "Anyway, you're gathering powers pretty quickly yourself, especially if I decide to grant you permanent access to the Rose, which I have not decided yet. You have to be careful. Alan nodded. He certainly had no wish to risk going insane, and if Ralia thought the danger was so great, he was sure she knew what she was talking about. As they walked into the Rose District, Alan nodded to the small white door. "What about that one?" Alan asked. "I've heard you mention the other colors, but I've never heard you talk about the white." Ralia laughed. "Still curious, are you? The white's something of a special case. It is linked to Ragnaris, the Crimson Vault. Just as Ragnaris promotes sacrifice, the White District requires you to demonstrate the attendant virtue. It's the opposite of Ragnaris, the one virtue required to use the Vault's weapons with wisdom and discipline." "What's that?" Alan asked. "Selflessness," she responded. "Self-sacrifice. Ragnaris travelers have an unfortunate tendency to pay their prices using other people. If a weapon activates using pain, for instance, why not torture one of your enemies until your weapon drinks its fill? Why not bleed a peasant dry to use a sword that drinks blood?" "Or kill your citizens to keep your tree growing," Alan said. "Precisely." "I'm not sure what good the white power would do, though," Alan noted. "Especially not if you have to sacrifice yourself to use it." Ralia shrugged. "No, it's not like that. Self-sacrifice is more often the practice of thinking of others first. You don't have to necessarily give up your life. In the old days, some of the greatest masters of the white sacrificed their time, their money, or their freedom for others. Selflessness is basically the keystone to all our virtues here." Alan looked at the white door for a moment longer before he headed into the Rose District, his questions, for now, answered. No matter what Ralia said, Alan thought he would save the white door for last. Simon said nothing, moving his gaze from Leah to the king and back. Part of his mind had frozen from shock, but the part that still worked noted that this actually explained quite a bit. The king's blue eye was cold.
"I'm sure you have a lot to catch up on," he said. "Before I leave you to discuss whatever you must discuss, you should hear my words. You are a wanted criminal in my lands."
Simon jerked his head back to look King Zakareth in the face. He was less surprised by the announcement than he was by the fact that the king himself knew what he had done. Zakareth misinterpreted his reaction.
"Surprised? You shouldn't be. You killed 53 of my subjects that I am aware of. In another situation, I would have you bound and executed."
"If anyone makes a move, I will warn you," Angeline sent. "Be prepared to run." For once, Simon was glad that he was carrying a serious and straightforward doll instead of one prone to making jokes.
"I am prepared to grant you mercy, however," the king went on.
His eyes, blazing red and ice-cold blue, looked anything but merciful.
"Serve me in protecting my realm, and I will commute your sentence until such a time as we are prepared to judge you for your actions. If you wish leniency, I suggest you dedicate your life to the service of my kingdom."
He stared at Simon with those disconcerting eyes, obviously expecting a response. "Yes, Your Highness," Simon said at last, dropping his gaze to the ground. He had considered any number of other reactions, but what else was one supposed to say to the king? King Zakareth turned as though the matter was fully dealt with, not acknowledging Simon's response in any way. He walked away, already deep in conversation with his son. The heir turned and regarded Simon once before he walked off, his expression thoughtful, but he ultimately said nothing. Denner and the other travelers behind him were wrapped up in their own conversation, one that sounded to Simon like strategic planning. As everyone else pulled away, Leah stayed behind. For a handful of seconds, she stayed silent. "So," Simon said at last, "you're a princess." "No, I'm an heiress. Nobody says princess anymore except in children's tales." She sounded nervous more than anything, which meant that she was trying to divert his attention. Simon refused to be put off. "So," he said, "you're an heiress." "I'm King Zakareth's 4th child, yes," Leah said loftily.
She was looking at him, but her face was still blank. She was keeping her mask on, so Simon kept his face still as well. He couldn't keep a bit of anger from leaking into his voice, though. "What does that mean?" he demanded. "Does that mean you're fourth in line for the throne?" To her credit, Leah hesitated a moment before saying, "Second, actually. It's a bit more complicated than that, but my two older sisters were disqualified from the succession. One of them is insane, and the other was recently exiled to Lyriel. And my younger brother is dead. It's just me and my oldest brother left now. Second in line for the throne of Damascus." Simon tried to force words out past the emotion in his throat, tried to give voice to everything he was thinking, but all that came out was, "We rescued you." Leah looked past him, but her mask stayed on. "I was never in any danger from Malachi," she said. A horrible realization dawned on Simon. It was you. You were the reason that the sacrifice came to Myria. You're why all those people are dead. Depending on her answer, Simon was quite prepared to summon Azura and cut her down in the street, even if he would not survive her long. Quickly she said, No, I had no idea Malachi would call the sacrifice in Myria. That's the first time he's ever taken all 9 sacrifices from one small village. When I found out he had done it, I was furious." Simon wasn't sure that made her deception any better, but he found his violent fury fading. But something still didn't make sense. "Why were you in the village at all?" he asked. "Maker, you could have lived your life in a palace. You probably grew up there." The situation got worse and worse the more he thought about it. What must she have thought of them, living in houses of mud bricks and scrap wood? She must have been laughing behind their backs every time they turned around. Leah looked into Simon's eyes carefully, as though trying to reassure herself that he wasn't going to attack. She sighed and grabbed him by the sleeve, leading him over to a pair of benches among the soldiers' camp. The presence of the Valinhall incarnation had caused the benches to fuse to the ground, now permanent fixtures of the hilltop, but they faced one another. Leah sat down on one and motioned imperiously for him to take the second. Simon sat, feeling like an idiot. How had he not noticed? She had certainly acted like a princess or an heiress, he supposed. Often enough, giving people orders and expecting them followed on the instant. Come to think of it, though, her Aunt Nurita behaved that way as well, and she had lived in Myria all her life. Wait. Maker, he thought. Is she royalty too? He had taken so many assumptions for granted, and was finally coming face to face with reality. Every heir and heiress, Leah began, is expected to spend an extended period of time outside of the palace. In some cases that means a handful of months. In others it can be as long as 5 years. The specifics depend on the individual and the needs of the realm. The specifics depend on the individual. Who talked like that? Alan when he was giving a speech, but no other villager Simon had ever met. How had he never noticed? To cover his thoughts, Simon asked a question. They let members of the royal family just go off like that, unsupervised? What if you were killed? What if someone found out who you were and kidnapped you? She waved that thought away with one hand. We were required to check in on a regular basis through Ragnaris. If I missed a check-in, travelers would have been at my location in a matter of hours. Even if I did die, this is a family tradition. My father believes that no one can be an effective ruler unless they have lived through an especially long and difficult trial. Besides, I know it may be difficult for you to get used to the idea, but I am a powerful traveler myself. Killing or kidnapping me would be harder than it seems. Simon wished he had known that at midsummer, when he had risked his life again and again to bring her out of danger. In my case, Leah continued, I was sent to Myria to connect with my mother's family, to learn how my ancestors lived. Yes, my mother really did come from Myria. Yes, Aunt Nurita was her sister. For what it's worth, I was honest about that. Assuming I can trust you now, Simon thought. He still only had her word to go on. I would say she's speaking the truth, Angeline said carefully. Simon had forgotten he was carrying the doll. He picked her up and looked at her curiously. "Can you sense when someone is lying?" He wouldn't be surprised if she could.
"No," Angeline said, "but I have a great deal of experience with liars, and this girl sounds genuine to me."
Simon considered that for a moment. As much as he was curious about what Angeline meant about experience, he felt better. If Angeline could vouch for Leah, he would accept that. For now. Leah watched him raise the doll to his face and place it back down. She didn't say a word. "This is my advisor," Simon explained. "One of them. From my territory."
"I had assumed something like that," Leah said evenly. "If I may continue."
She was admitting to spending years lying to the people closest to her, and somehow she could still make him feel bad for interrupting.
"Spending time with my mother's family was one reason. Learning about the common villagers was another. One can learn a surprising amount about governing even outside the royal palace. But I had another purpose, a deeper purpose, even if I didn't expect ever to accomplish it. We received word from one of our Strigaya tribe Avernus travelers that the Enosh Grandmasters thought the bloodline of Elysia was continued in one of the villages. Since Myria was the closest village to Enosh, it was reasonable, based on the information we had, to suspect that the new Elysian traveler might come from your village." Alan. Somehow, it always came back to Alan. "Understand, though, that the odds were greatly against me. There are over 100 small, isolated villages at the fringes of our nation, and I was only to stay a limited time. I identified Alan as the most likely subject, given his lineage, and I kept an eye on him."
"How long ago?" Simon asked.
Leah shrugged. "Over 2 years ago, when I first entered the village. It took me a matter of hours. But after observing him for a few weeks, then months, I was certain that he was not the one. He never exhibited any strange powers, never snuck off to Enosh for a secret rendezvous, never received any mysterious visitors. When I ruled him out, I knew that the odds of me finding the Elysian traveler in Myria were minimal, so I simply kept my ear to the ground, so to speak, and lived my life."
"Of course he never did any of those things," Simon said. "He didn't know he was a traveler."
Leah sighed. "Yes, Simon, I know that now. But you have to understand, that's not how any of the other territories work. For every other territory I know of, even for Valenhall, I understand, though you would know more about that than I. You have to intentionally walk through a gate to that territory, earn some kind of artifact, power, or ally on the other side, and then return. It's not something you can do accidentally or unaware. Except, in the case of Elysia, it seems you can."
Simon sat in silence, thinking, chewing on the information she had given him. Eventually, Leah kept talking.
"There's not much else that you don't know or haven't guessed. When the Damascan troops came to Myria, I was furious. They were interfering with my trial, and with my officially sanctioned mission to locate the potential Elysian traveler. When I left you, I spoke with the man in charge, and I tried to get them to leave immediately. But Cormac, the Endros traveler—"
"I remember," Simon interrupted. His voice went flat, and anger surged once again in his chest. He desperately hoped that she didn't have anything to do with sending Cormac into that cave, because if she was responsible for the death of his mother. He didn't know what the penalty was for killing a member of the Damascan royal family, but he would do his best to find out. Leah eyed him, and for a moment sympathy cracked through her blank mask.
Yes, I'm sure you would. Well, he was unstable. I would almost call him a madman, except that every traveler is usually broken in some way. It has to do with the stress of living alongside worlds so wholly unlike our own. He insisted on checking the survivors, on making sure that there were no Enosh agents among you. He was only supposed to scare you, Simon. I swear it."
Simon stared at Leah, giving her no indication of what he was thinking. He wasn't sure he even knew.
"When he killed Orlina, I almost stopped him. Then Alan revealed himself, and all I remember thinking was that I had failed. I had come that far, spent 2 years of my life,
and he had been right under my nose the entire time. "Why didn't you show yourself then?" Simon asked. "You could have stopped Cormac. You two would have taken Alan. My mother would have—" He stopped. He didn't trust himself to keep talking. Leah's mask crumbled a little further. She almost looked pained. "I wasn't sure what to do, Simon. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, I thought about it. I didn't know which side I should support. Cormac was insane, true, but he was also the legally appointed representative of Damascus. I didn't know the extent of Alan's abilities. I've heard legends of Elysian travelers all my life. As far as I knew, he would be able to kill me and Cormac without breaking a sweat. I simply didn't know. I was worried that Enosh might have travelers in the area, so I was afraid to reveal myself, and, as it turned out, they did." That all sounded good. It was a better reason than Simon had imagined. But the fact remained that she could have saved Simon's mother, but she had chosen not to. She would have been captured or killed, Simon told himself. But that didn't matter. He found it hard to defend, even to himself, a girl who had spent the last 2 years lying to him. Abruptly, Simon stood and walked past Leah, summoning Azura as he walked. 3 Tartarus travelers, who had been lounging nearby, stiffened and focused their eyes on Simon, silver keys in hand. Maker. They hadn't left her alone with him at all. They had been watching him the entire time. That stoked his anger even hotter. "Where are you going, Simon?" Leah asked. She sounded calm, not curious. Simon stuck his sword in the air and began slicing through reality. "Valenhall gates only go in one direction," he responded. "I'm tired. I'm hungry. I took a beating today from an insane incarnation with powers beyond mortal imagination. I need a little time off." "I thought we should talk a little more," Leah said gently. And that was about all Simon could take of the "I'm an heiress" condescension. Without moving Azura, he turned around so that he could look Leah in the eye. "I'm not one of your subjects, Your Highness. I don't owe you a thing. In fact, the way I see it, the scales are tipping way toward my side now." Leah raised one eyebrow and opened her mouth to respond. Whatever she said would probably be way wittier and far more reasonable than anything he could come up with, so he cut her off. "Don't. I've listened to you long enough." Then he realized something he had said only a day or 2 ago. It seemed ironic and twisted to him now. "Maker, I said it myself, didn't I? I said that I wanted to know the real you. I asked for this." Simon shook his head, turning back to the gate. "I take it back." Simon shut up before he said something he would really regret, or something that would draw the attention of Leah's red-eyed father and his fast-as-lightning spear. Full of nauseating, unpleasant emotions, and bleeding or aching at every point on his body, Simon stepped through the Valenhall gate and went home. Leah sat on the wooden bench for longer than she probably should have, thinking up all the clever things that she should have said. They all, for some reason, centered on her superior education or superior upbringing or superior experience. For a moment, she wished she were back in the village, where they were both on equal footing. That was foolish, but she couldn't help it. The real problem was that he had a right to be angry. It burned her to admit it, but she would have felt the same in his situation. "You were prepared for this," she told herself. "That's the price of a long-term mission. You have to lie to everyone." It was true. She had thought herself prepared. Her brothers and sisters had lied to her and tried to manipulate her since before she was old enough to read, and she was expected to do the same. That was how life was. Except, in Myria, it wasn't. Simon was the same person to her as he was to Alan, or to any of the others in the village. He had risked his life on a quest that he thought would save her, with nothing to gain. Alan had also tried to save her, that was true, but Alan she could understand. He craved the light. He wanted recognition, hers in particular. She understood that and could even respect it to a degree. At least he worked hard to earn his good reputation. But Simon had worked for months to save people with no connection, with no possibility of reward. and she had played him, like a piece on a board. Once that thought wouldn't have bothered her. She had grown up knowing that she had to be in control, that it was her duty to direct the lives of others. Now, though, it ate at her inside. She had hoped to keep her identity secret as long as she could, maybe faking her death to escape from Enosh. Now that was no longer an option, so was there any way she could repair her relationship with Simon? Maybe she could make him understand her motivations. Surely he would understand if she simply explained. No, he was the type who would appreciate action. Perhaps she could do something to show him that she wasn't so bad after all, that she did have a life outside her family's lies. Leah was surprised to realize that she even cared. Chapter 14. The Frozen Horn. 358th year of the Damascus calendar, 24th year in the reign of King Zachareth VI, 32 days after midsummer, 13 days until summer's end. Simon left his cloak behind as he walked through the stone door to the rain garden. He carried Kayla and Azura together, one in each hand, and stared ahead at the lush, leafy greenery that awaited him. He had been healed completely by the pool, and he had spent most of the time after his battle with Valen wandering mindlessly around the house. He had barely seen any of the Agnos family in the day or two since he had arrived. He saw one glimpse of Andra, waving to him from down a hallway, before she scurried into a bedroom and vanished. Simon wasn't entirely sure how they could all hide from him, since the house, while incomprehensibly vast, only had a handful of rooms that they could all enter. But it seemed they had found the few rooms where they could go and Simon could not. That meant he had a lot of time to think. Mostly he thought about the upcoming battle and what his role was supposed to be. He had seen Indiriel briefly, hobbling down the hall to take another dip in the healing pool. "You did a good job," Indiriel had said. "We'll need you in what's coming." Then he had disappeared into the bathroom. The pool had been unable to heal all his internal injuries with only one session, so the Overlord came back for several baths per day. But he spent the rest of his time outside the territory, meeting with the king, organizing the Damascus war. Once again, Simon saw Valen's attack in his mind's eye. Indiriel had fought the Incarnation evenly for a while, and afterwards even managed to injure him. What had Simon done? Distracted him at best. Simon took a deep breath of the rain garden's humid air and leaned down, placing Kayla on the stone tiles at the base of the door. She didn't say a word. Stepping forward onto the grass, he leaned his weight forward, crouching on the balls of his feet, and angled Azura to match the gap in the eternally drumming rain. When the dead space abruptly shifted ahead, he moved with it. Simon stepped forward, falling into the next stance. Azura's tip sliced a petal off a nearby flower, but since it didn't disturb the rain, Simon barely noticed. Alan had found his place, working for Enosh. They had practically conscripted him, but he seemed happy there, and Simon didn't blame him. Leah had a family and a place in Damascus, a rich, powerful, and successful place, in a position of great authority, which still seemed somehow unfair to Simon. He still thought of Leah as another villager, and no matter how he tried to remind himself that she had been born into her status, he still remained somehow unconvinced. Leah and Alan had their places, and Simon would stand against Valen again, he knew that. The other Valenhall travelers would expect him to be there, and would likely want his help. What was he supposed to do? Should he repeat his fight with Valen, distracting the Incarnation, trying desperately not to die, until one of the real travelers managed to land the killing blow? Simon stepped forward, thrusting his blade into an invisible opponent. The cold steel trickled through him, lending him the strength to wave Azura around so easily, but he needed a new power. He needed a lot more than that, really. He needed something to fight for, some other clear villain that he could hate and work against without guilt. He wasn't the biggest supporter of the Grandmasters, but his time in Enosh had convinced him that they truly believed Damascus was killing the world, as well as driving their people with tyranny and cruelty. He couldn't bring himself to hate the Grandmasters. They thought they were doing the right thing, after all.
On the Damascan side, Indiriel didn't seem like such a bad guy, and Simon couldn't even blame their annual sacrifice now that he had seen what the hanging trees were supposed to hold back. Simon imagined 9 other incarnations, all at least as powerful as Valen, and he shuddered so hard that he almost missed the next step forward. No matter how strong Valen was, he was still one man with a sword. The amount of damage he could cause was somewhat limited. But one of the other incarnations would summon monsters from their territory, an army of monsters, and they would shred the countryside like a swarm of locusts. If they had to face an incarnation, Simon was glad it was Valen. At least he could be fought. Simon's sword forms took him through to another thrust, and he remembered Indiriel's sword piercing Valen's chest. For a second, he had been sure they had won. If they couldn't kill Valen, even with a sword through the heart, how were they supposed to put him down? He found himself mimicking Indiriel's strike as he imagined it, and as a result, he fell slightly out of form. His sword extended a tad too far, and a single raindrop hit the tip with an audible ping. Without even looking around, Simon called the breath of the Nigh into his lungs. The world slowed as the rain began to stop, and he ran back to the entrance with speed that a startled deer might have envied. Behind him, he heard the smooth rush of the water drawing itself up into 1,000 long-necked, long-fanged cats. This time, Simon reached the stone platform before the cats did, and he was far enough away that when he spun around to watch, he saw all the cats dissolving back into puddles. Simon raised his hands and shouted in triumph, Azura waving like a flagpole into the cloud-covered sky. The sword's tip actually brushed the bottom of a cloud, which made Simon realize that the clouds were only about 15 feet up. The tops of some of the rain garden trees disappeared into the clouds, and he wondered if there was a roof overhead. "You have a visitor," Kayla said. She sounded as though she were about to laugh. Simon turned, lowering Azura to a better position. Indiriel stood there, chain-marked arms crossed, leaning against the stone doorframe. He smiled broadly, flashing white teeth. "Don't mind me," he said. "By all means, celebrate. I remember when I defeated this room before Kai, I wouldn't let him hear the end of it for 3 days. Simon tried to keep his face from turning red, but he wasn't sure he had succeeded. "I haven't beaten the room yet." "Would you like to?" Simon stood for a moment, irrationally waiting for a trap. "Yes." "Then watch," Indiriel said. He stepped forward, black Nigh cloak billowing around him, and stretched his hand out to summon his pitted sword. When one of the clear spots in the rain arrived, he walked out, falling into a stance that Simon recognized as the first of the necessary forms. Watching the Overlord, Simon released his liquid steel and drove Azura down into the soft earth, letting his power evaporate. He couldn't challenge this room without enough strength to wield his blade, so he needed to give the steel enough time to fully recover before Indiriel finished. As Indiriel walked through the third form, with his body twisted almost backward, Simon caught a glimpse of the other man's face. He had his eyes firmly shut. He flowed from form to form, showing the ease of decades of practice, moving with a skill and confidence that Simon could only imitate. Instead of following the direction of the rain, it seemed almost that the rain followed him, parting just in time to avoid his blade. Every time Simon saw his face, his eyes were closed. It only took Indiriel about a minute to work his way to the far side of the room. As soon as he reached the far stone door, sword stretched out to one side in the final form, the rain stopped. The light even brightened, until it seemed almost as though the sun had risen behind the clouds. Indiriel smiled at Simon from across the garden and stepped out on the grass, walking back. The rain didn't start up again. It seemed he had earned the right to cross as he wished. Simon stepped forward to meet the older swordsman halfway, but as soon as he did, a tiny cloud detached itself from the overcast cover overhead. It flew over until it rested directly over Simon, and then it unleashed a waterfall of torrential rains.
Hastily, Simon leaped to the side, but the cloud followed him, drenching him in heavy raindrops. Soaked to the bone, he walked back to the stone platform. The cloud followed him even there, giving him a few last drops as though to teach him a lesson. When it finished, it flew back to join the other clouds overhead. "You could have warned me that would happen," Simon said.
"You were in no danger this time," Kayla said primly. "I was eager to see what would happen."
"You knew exactly what would happen."
"Then I was eager to watch."
Indiriel finally reached Simon, his blade still held lightly in one hand. "Kai taught you the forms?" he asked, as though he already knew the answer. Simon shrugged. "He walked me through some of them, but I watched Kai run through the whole routine every morning all summer. I know them well enough."
"He didn't—"
Indiriel cut himself off by shaking his head. "He should have taught you the forms in your first week, Simon. I don't know what he thought he was doing with you."
"I don't ever know what Kai thinks he's doing."
"I do," Kayla sent. "Trust me, knowing doesn't help." "Anyway," Indiriel went on, "the room responds to you. That's the trick. I had to try a dozen times before I figured it out. If you try to respond to what the rain garden shows you, you'll never get there. You have to lead and let the room respond to you." Nervously, Simon eyed the clouds, which had started to release a soft downpour once again. Indiriel noticed. "Don't worry about the cats," he said. "They won't maim you too bad before I get to you, and I'll take you right back to the pool for healing." Simon thought he was being awfully casual about the maiming part, but he did as Indiriel suggested, taking a deep breath and exhaling his fear. Summoning steel, he pulled Azura from the earth. Then he stood, waiting for the clear spot in the rain. "Don't wait," Indiriel said. "Let the room react to you." So Simon closed his eyes and stepped forward into the opening stance, crouched and ready to strike. No drops struck him, so he moved ahead. He forgot about the rain, about Indiriel behind him, about Valen's looming threat. He focused on nothing but the image of Kai, running from one form to another amid the waving grasses of Chaka's garden. Simon did as he had so often seen his master do, moving forward almost without effort. With his eyes closed like this, it was almost like practice, and he lost himself in the familiar rhythm of moving from stance to stance.
"You should open your eyes," Kayla suggested.
Simon did so, to find that he was inches from the wolf-carved stone door, all the way on the other side of the rain garden. Behind him, the sound of the rain had vanished. Simon turned around, exultant, ready to shout with joy. He found himself looking into the frozen eyes of 1,000 long-necked cats, their translucent bodies made up of flowing rainwater. Simon froze, keeping Azura cupped in both hands, as the final form dictated. He was ready to fight if he had to, but he didn't like his odds against this crowd. It seemed as though every raindrop had become a deadly cat, their icicle fangs visible through transparent mouths. They eyed him with what looked like hunger, liquid ears occasionally flicking to one side or the other. Too afraid to move, Simon stood still, frozen, with Azura in one hand. If they attacked, he would be overwhelmed in seconds, so he certainly didn't want to provoke them. Moving his eyes as little as possible, he looked up and across the garden at Indiriel. He still stood in the same position, lounging casually against the door back to the courtyard. Simon looked back down at the cats. A single one of the long-necked creatures let out a contented meow, and the cats all bared their icicle teeth in horrible smiles. Once again, Simon wondered if he was about to be eaten. Their bodies liquefied, everything but their frozen teeth, and they flowed into one another in a horrible vortex of swirling ice and water. The icy wind that flew out of their cyclone was so cold it bit into Simon's skin. He had to throw up an arm to defend his face against the freezing assault. After a few dozen seconds, the whirling stopped, and the storm condensed into a single shape that fell down onto the grass.
It was a horn, like the one the watchman back in Myria had used to sound an alert at the gates. Unlike any other horn Simon had ever seen, this one wasn't made of metal. Frosted ice made up its mouth, and most of the tubing seemed formed from blown glass. Inside one particularly fat tube in the middle, Simon saw a still-moving puddle of water. For a moment, Simon wondered how a horn made of ice, water, and glass would even make any sound. He reminded himself where he was. If the horn had been made out of shadow and moonbeams, it would still make some kind of sound. He reached down and scooped up the horn, which was exactly as cold as he had expected. Excitement rose up inside of him, and he held the horn aloft for Indiriel to see.
"Congratulations," Kayla said. "It certainly took you long enough."
Indiriel walked over, and Simon noted that no rogue storm clouds drenched him. "Well done, Simon. At this rate, you might even be able to challenge another power before we have to fight Valen again. That's good. You'll need as much as you can get against the Grandmasters."
"I wasn't sure this room even had a power," Simon said.
"Most rooms do," Indiriel responded. "When Kai first made it past this room, the Guardians didn't think he was worthy. They let him pass, but he didn't earn the horn. He had to go back and try again for months before they finally gave it to him. Dinner couldn't convince Benson to give him the steel until after almost a year of trying." A whole new world of possibilities was opening up to Simon. "What about the Forge? I defeated that Guardian, and I beat those candle guys in the library, too, but they told me there was no other power." "If you defeat the Guardian, you get to pass the room. If you defeat the Guardian with a distinction, you earn their power." Indiriel shrugged. "At least, that's how Valen used to explain it to us. It seems there are all sorts of rules that vary from room to room." Simon looked down at the instrument in his hand. He had to shift it to his left, because the cold was about to burn his palm. "What's this, then?" "The frozen horn," Indiriel responded. "It was an artifact Valen stole from Helgard and brought here, attuning it to Valenhall instead. It closes gates." Curiously, Simon raised the horn to his lips and blew. A weak sort of whistling sound emerged from the end, but nothing else happened. Indiriel chuckled. "It doesn't work in a territory. And there's more than one way to use it. The easiest is to call its power into your sword, like this." He concentrated for a moment, and his cracked dragon's fang began to vibrate like a struck tuning fork. "This is easy and quick, and it's the way we use it most often. Swing your sword through a gate," he swung his blade from left to right for emphasis, "and the gate vanishes. You could, instead, summon the horn and blow it. Don't, though." "Why?" "For one thing, there's only the one horn. If you summon it, nobody else can use it while you have it. For another, it's not as efficient if you sound the horn manually. It will still close gates, but the process takes longer, and it takes over an hour before you can use it again. If you simply call the sound into your sword, the power recovers in seconds." "Why?" Simon asked again. Indiriel looked at Simon blankly. After a few seconds, he simply spread his hands and shrugged.
"The Wanderer used to speak of metaphysical distance, and a link between the territory and its powers," Kayla said, as though that explained everything.
"Thanks for the help," Simon responded with a mental sigh. He was growing tired of explanations that didn't give him any real information. Still, that wasn't enough to drown out his excitement over the frozen horn. At last, he had moved one step ahead. Now he could finally discover what was on the other side of this door. He moved forward and put his hand on the next door, the one with the carving of the wolf. "Simon," someone called from the far door. Simon turned around to see Olyssa, her goggles pushed up on her forehead and a pair of work gloves clutched in one hand.
"I need you in the workshop. We need a traveler, and for some reason Andra can't make this work."
Simon looked longingly at the next door, but he wasn't willing to open it if he wasn't prepared to walk through. As far as he knew, Whatever was on the other side would grab him and instantly drag him through. Olyssa appeared to notice Indiriel for the first time, and she smiled politely. "Feeling better, I see. You were a mess the last time I saw you." Indiriel swept a bow. "Indeed I was, and thank you for your hospitality and care." "I never did catch your name." "Indiriel, son of Elias," he responded casually. For a moment, Simon wondered if Olyssa would recognize the name and drop down to one knee or something. But she simply smiled and gave the faint suggestion of a curtsy. "Olyssa Agnos, if you would like to repay me for your care, you would be doing me a great service by coming with Simon into the workshop. I could probably use both of you." Indiriel's smile widened, as though he found the whole thing amusing. "I welcome the opportunity to repay my debt. Come on, Simon." Simon gazed at the next door. "But—" "I wouldn't open that now if I were you," Indiriel said. "What waits on the other side will grab you and drag you through." "I knew it," Simon thought. He sighed regretfully and turned, following Indiriel out of the room. "So tell me," Indiriel said to Olyssa, "what is this workshop?" Alan sat at Grandmaster Naraka's bedside, resting on the edge of a padded stool that someone had found for him. His surroundings, Grandmaster Naraka's private rooms, were well made and simply decorated. Her bed looked more like the simple cot Alan had used back in Myria than the huge four-poster they had provided him here, and portraits of her family lined the walls. She lay on her bed, asleep, the stump of her right arm wrapped in layers of bandages. He had been unable to find that one, but her left hand had, somehow, made it through the gate with them to Elysia. He had used the rose light of Elysia to reattach the hand at the wrist, though she was still unable to move it. It twitched occasionally as she slept, its fingers curling and uncurling like a dying spider. The flesh at the base of the hand was ringed by scar tissue like a pink noose. Alan had finally extracted himself from the gold armor, and though he was dressed now in a simple gray shirt and pants, the only clothes he could find that weren't fit for a palace, he still smelled like metal. He had tried to sleep once they returned, after giving his report to the remaining Grandmasters, but he had been unable to stop his mind from working. So, he had come here. Listening to the other Grandmasters talk, it seemed that every other attack had gone as badly as his. In fact, he had been luckier than some. One Tartarus traveler had managed to escape through her territory, taking a few soldiers with her. All told, he had only lost about a dozen people, as well as one Grandmaster's hand. One attack had been eliminated to a man, with Grandmaster Asphodel losing her life. Another attack resulted in the death of Grandmaster Tartarus, if no one else. 2 Grandmasters dead, and 1 out of the fight. They hadn't managed to destroy even one hanging tree. "Why?" Alan had asked the remaining Grandmasters. "How did we fail so badly?" "Because they knew we were coming," they had responded. "Somehow, they knew exactly where we would strike, and they were ready for us." Even without a direct answer, Alan knew the other reason. The reason they didn't mention, but the word that was now on everybody's lips. Valenhall. Based on the messages they had recovered before her death, Grandmaster Asphodel had managed to successfully take her team around Overlord Eli's defenses. She had her strike team in place with no casualties, and even had the hanging tree in sight. The last message from her was that there was only one remaining guard, an unshaven man in a brown cloak, carrying a huge red and gold book. In case he was a traveler, she planned to overwhelm him in an ambush and report her success afterward. They had received no further messages until, according to Grandmaster Avernus, a Valenhall traveler had thrown them Grandmaster Asphodel's head in a sack. Sick of sitting still, Alan called out to his new power, a comforting pink light that waited in the distance, calling out to him like the promise of home at the end of a long journey. He tapped into that light, calling forth the rose power of healing. Pale, reddish light bloomed in his hand, unfolding into layers like an actual rose. He held the delicate sculpture of pink light and moved his hand closer to Grandmaster Naraka's hand, letting the petals of light drift out of his hand and into her wrist, like a paper ship drifting on the tides. The light sank into her scars, and her flesh glowed as though lit from within. The hand spasmed and relaxed, the skin smoothing out. Muscles writhed around the wrist, building themselves up. The scar shrank slightly. Grandmaster Naraka's breath caught, but after a few seconds, though it might have been Alan's imagination, she seemed to breathe more easily than before. Alan himself could hardly breathe at all. He panted as though he had just run uphill carrying a mule on his back. The rose light tired him in a way that the gold and the green did not, so that even one healing felt like building a new barn. These repeat recovery sessions that he had continued, one after another, all night, were putting him on the edge of passing out. And still, he couldn't sleep. Where was Simon? He still hadn't returned, and both Grandmaster Endros and Avernus were ready to declare him an ally of Damaska. Alan had vouched for him, assuring them that Simon would never have sided with Damaska, and if it looked like he had done so, then it was probably for a good reason. He had his own suspicions. He suspected that Simon was trying to kill the Valenhall incarnation. And, secretly, Alan wished him well. Grandmaster Naraka's eyelids fluttered open, and for a moment she stared blindly at the ceiling.
"Darren,"
she whispered. Alan grasped her right arm, above the elbow. "Alan," he said gently. This wasn't the first time during the night that she had called out for someone he had never heard of, but it was the first time she had opened her eyes.
"Alan,"
she repeated. Her eyes widened, and Alan noticed they were almost completely white.
"Elliotell, does the tree burn?"
She sounded eager, desperate, and on the edge of tears all at once, as though she were asking whether her son had returned alive from a battle. Alan shook his head, and when she didn't seem to notice, he spoke. "The tree still stands." A tear flowed down the crags of Grandmaster Naraka's face, and she shut her eyes again, sagging as if about to drift back into sleep.
"So close," she whispered. "I was so close."
"I couldn't leave you there to die," Alan said. "I had to protect you."
No, you didn't."
"But the Valenhall traveler would have killed you."
"Yes, he would have, and I would have died knowing that the world would be free again. Everything I've worked for."
Her strength left her, and she fell back against her pillows, tears wetting her face. Alan stood and left the room, barely acknowledging the Naraka travelers who waited, alert, guarding her door. 2 lurked inside and 2 outside, in case someone managed to slip through an undefended route in some territory. Each of the travelers looked so grim that Alan almost pitied the next maid to come with clean linens. She was likely to be torn apart by summoned beasts if she so much as sneezed next to the Grandmaster's bed. Should he even call her Grandmaster Naraka anymore? Surely the Grandmasters would have to appoint someone else to that position, now that her marked hand had been severed. Eventually, he was sure they could find a way to brand her left hand instead, but it would take days, maybe weeks, to heal her hand to the point where she could use it effectively. Ralia had been very clear on that point. Until she recovered, who would perform the Grandmaster's duty in her place? With a wash of guilt, Alan realized he had never even learned her real name. The guards nodded to Alan as he walked out of the former Grandmaster's room. All the Enosh travelers had treated Alan with respect before, but now that he had saved their Grandmaster's life, the Naraka travelers acted as though he were one of their own. Alan wandered aimlessly through the halls, still too focused to give in to his body's demands for sleep. He didn't intend to head anywhere specific. He simply let his feet drift where they would. It was so early in the morning that the sky was still gray, so he barely saw anyone. That suited him, just now. Eventually he found himself in front of a lone door. It was almost plain compared to the rest of the palace, made of wood, not stone, and only polished rather than etched with fancy carvings. The room where his sisters stayed. Before he thought about it too hard, he knocked. I probably shouldn't, he realized a second too late. They're Probably still sleeping. I should be talking to the Grandmasters. We should be planning our next move. But he stayed where he was. Less than a minute later, Ilana pulled open the door. She wore a blouse and a long skirt, colorful, like the fashions here, rather than the earth tones more common in Myria, and she had her hair tied back. She looked as though she were going shopping, not just waking up. "Alan," she said, surprised, "don't you have some sort of deadly war mission today?" Alan blinked, for a moment not realizing what she meant. Then it hit him. Most of the city still thought they were preparing to attack Damascus. No one knew they already had. He probably shouldn't tell her. Secrecy was another of those things that the Grandmasters prized far more than he did. But the words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. "That's over. It didn't go so well." She looked at him for a moment, and her expression softened. "Come on in," she said, stepping back. Alan followed her direction. "What are you doing up? It's hardly dawn." Ilana laughed. "Have you forgotten your life so quickly? I've woken up at dawn every day of my life. I'm not about to start lazing around now. A farm doesn't run itself." "You're not on the farm anymore, Ilana," Alan replied. "You don't have to go back ever again if you don't want to." She eyed him out of the corner of her eye as she drew him into their suite of rooms. "Why wouldn't I want to?" Tamara was standing at a table, working a floured lump of dough with her fists. She pushed hair out of her eyes with the back of one hand. "We have cooks for that," Alan said wearily. "Am I not a cook now?" Tamara replied. She remained as even and placid as usual, not showing the slightest hint of pleasure or surprise at seeing him. "You'll have to go to the kitchens to use the oven anyway," he pointed out. "While you're down there, you could get some bread they've already baked." "I could have someone pick out my clothes and dress me, too." Shy, at least, had adapted to the easy life in Enosh. She was curled up like a cat on the seat of an enormous padded chair, a pile of collected knickknacks spread around her like a bird's nest. Glancing over, Alan saw an egg the size of his fist, a glass bottle, several paces of sea-green twine, and a wind-up mouse that skittered across the floor on its own power. His youngest sister still slept, the clockwork mouse clutched in her hands as though she dreamed of dismantling it to its components. "We don't have time to lay about, Alan," Ilana said. "You do have time, you just don't choose to use it," he countered. "We are using it. That's the whole point." "How bad was it?" Tamara interrupted. She didn't look up, continuing to knead dough between her hands. She had a habit of doing that, cutting through to the heart of a discussion without even seeming to pay attention. A lump rose in Alan's throat. "Bad," he said. "Tell me." He recounted the entire operation, from being wakened in the dark of the night to dragging Grandmaster Naraka to Elysia for healing, and finally back to her rooms. "She's still recovering there, even now," he said. "She woke up a few minutes ago. She said she wishes I would have left her there." Ilana and Tamara stood in silence. Tamara absently wiped at her hands with a damp towel, her dough safely packed into a basket. Even Shy was awake now, perched on the arm of her huge chair. The sun loomed outside the curtained window. The story must have taken longer than he had thought. "So you were supposed to destroy the hanging tree," Ilana said. "Then you released the incarnation, or incarnations? One of them or all of them?" Alan shrugged. "The Grandmasters talk like both of those are the same thing. Maybe if you release one, they all get released." "There's already one," Shy said. Ilana shuddered visibly. "Then I don't know," Alan said. "They said the Valenhall incarnation is here in the palace, but I haven't seen him." "We have," Tamara said. "Yesterday, when you were still busy with Grandmaster Naraka." Alan perked up. He had imagined the incarnations as giant, towering monsters. Really? What was he like? Even now, part of him was disappointed that they had gotten to see the incarnation before he had. "Terrible," Shy said quietly. "He's not that bad," Ilana put in. "Sure, he's dark and horrible and violent, and he seems like he would murder you if you looked at him wrong. Oh, and the room keeps rebuilding itself around him, and I could have sworn I saw one of his shadows kidnap somebody." The other three all stared at her. "What?" Alana asked, a sarcastic tint to her voice. "That's not that bad. I can see why you'd want him around." "Why would the Grandmasters want any of those monsters released?" Tamara asked. Alan opened his mouth to defend them, but he realized he didn't know what he was going to say. Because Damaska imprisoned them? That was hardly enough reason to release the incarnations on Damaska's citizens. The average Damascan didn't understand about incarnations or sacrifices. To stop the sacrifice? More than 9 people would die this year if even one incarnation was set free, much less all of them. Because it was the natural order? Ilana clapped her hand on his shoulder. "Well, for now, don't worry about it. Stay and have breakfast with us. We'll go down to the kitchens to finish this bread, and I think one of the helpers is saving me some soup." Ilana kept talking, with occasional input from Shai or Tamara, but Alan stopped listening. For the moment, he could stay with his sisters and pretend they were all back home. Since when had he wanted that? Chapter 15. Succession. Surrounded by the workshop, Indiriel looked like he had just discovered a hoard of treasure. "This is where he designed the advisors," he said in awe. He pulled a black string off a nearby workstation and lifted it into the air. The string curled lazily in midair, drifting down much slower than it should have, as though it were sliding through water. "These materials must have come from foreign territories," Indiriel said. "Amazing." The Overlord reached into a small leather purse, pulling out a tiny dark gem that almost looked black. He removed his medallion, comparing the gem at the center of the medallion to the gem he held in his other hand. The two were identical. "How did you find this?" he breathed. Simon looked to Alyssa, who shrugged. "We've all been sharing my daughter's bedroom, and I used to spend most of my days doing things that the Nigh could probably do better for themselves. The eldest asked if I needed something to do, and I've always been a bit of a tinkerer." Indiriel's face soured, and he put the gem back in its purse. "The eldest, huh?" "Why?" she asked. "Is there something wrong?" "Not exactly, no." Indiriel glanced at Simon as though asking for help. Simon wasn't sure he could explain, but he tried. "The eldest wants the territory to grow and expand, and, well, that's all he wants. He doesn't care about us." Indiriel nodded. "It would have been nice to think that you had earned your way in here on your own, or that the territory had for some reason decided to open this place back up. But if the eldest's involved, that means he thinks there's some way to increase Valenhal's power." Alyssa looked unconvinced. "Is that bad?" "Depends on your definition of bad," Indiriel responded. Simon waited for more, but the Overlord didn't seem inclined to say anything else. "Well, if you don't want to tell me, say so," Alyssa said. "No need to be so cryptic." Deliberately, Alyssa turned from Indiriel to Simon. "Would you mind helping me for a moment, Simon?" she asked. Her voice was almost too pleasant. "No, ma'am," Simon said, looking away from Indiriel. The Overlord's eyebrows were raised, and he looked as though he were trying to decide whether to be amused or offended. Simon wondered how long it had been since anyone dared to talk to Indiriel like that. Alyssa reached into a nearby cabinet and withdrew the mask. It had improved since Simon last saw it. Polished steel silver on one side, and wrought iron black on the other, with a jagged line through the middle like a solid lightning bolt. There were small eye slits, one on each side, though they still looked too small to see out of. Clapping the mask down on a table in front of Simon, Alyssa looked him in the eye. "Put it on, if you don't mind," she said. Simon looked from her to the mask, then back at her again. On the one hand, if it gave him anything near the power it had given Malachi, he could find a use for it. On the other hand, he couldn't believe something like this would be without drawbacks. Probably significant drawbacks. Plus, it was homemade. He was willing to trust the artifacts left by the Wanderer, and he had no problem with those native to the territory. but something Olyssa had cobbled together out of an artifact she undoubtedly didn't understand. What he had learned in Enosh led Simon to believe that this mask was from Ragnaros, and that further reinforced his suspicion that there would be some horrible cost to wearing the mask. His imagination leapt into action, providing him with disturbing images of the mask sprouting limbs of sharp metal, driving into his skull and drinking his blood. "What are you waiting for?" Olyssa said. "It's perfectly safe. It used to have all sorts of nasty side effects, but we think that was because it was broken. It won't drain your life force anymore." "What is that?" Indiriel asked curiously. Simon had a different question in mind. "It drained your life force before?" Olyssa waved that away. "Well, it doesn't now. Now it draws on your connection to Valenhall. It's like calling your, steel or whatever. Just much deeper." Indiriel eyed Olyssa suspiciously. "How do you know all this? Where did you learn how to do anything with the artifacts of a territory?" Olyssa raised her eyebrows at him. "The library," she said, in a tone that made it clear that this subject wasn't any of his business. She relented after a few more seconds, adding, "Some of it the eldest taught me. Some of it I learned from documents in the workshop. Some things I just know now. The longer I spend in the workshop, the more I know." "That kind of link can be dangerous," Indiriel warned. "I know you're not familiar with—" Indiriel kept talking, but Simon stopped listening. He had heard enough. Now he was faced with a simple choice. Would he wear the mask or not? Taking a deep breath, Simon made up his mind. He needed an edge against Valen, and this mask might be it. If this would help him defeat the Incarnation, or even to last a little longer against him, he would be willing to take a little risk. Simon took the mask in one hand, and, with only a moment's hesitation, pressed it against his face. "Simon, wait!" Indiriel commanded. He took his hand away, and the mask stayed. It didn't feel like it was glued to his face, and there was certainly nothing wrapping around his head, so how did it stay on? "I don't feel any different," Simon said. His voice sounded tinny and muffled behind the mask. He had been right about the eye slits. He could focus on either Olyssa's hands resting on the table, or her face, not both at once. Olyssa nodded absently and scratched something down on a piece of paper. "Good, okay. Andra managed to get this far. Now, can you call one of your Valenhall powers?" "Hold on a moment, Simon," Indiriel said. Olyssa huffed impatiently and turned toward the Overlord. "What is it now?" "I can't believe this is safe," Indiriel responded evenly. "Let me try it." "I'm more comfortable with Simon, thank you," Olyssa said, once again in that too-sweet voice. "I hardly know you. Do you have any reason to believe it isn't safe?" Indiriel hesitated a moment before saying, "Nothing tangible, just experience. I don't expect anything to be safe." "Well, unless you have something more concrete, please trust me." She smiled reassuringly at him. "Don't worry, I've been here a while now. I know my way around." Indiriel sighed and shook his head, but he didn't say anything else. Simon watched the two in silence. They were treating him like a child. He could almost understand that attitude, since he was a child to them. And if Indiriel knew something about the mask that Simon didn't, he certainly wanted to hear it. But this was his decision, not theirs. Before Olyssa could say anything else, he called steel. The liquid cold flowed through his veins and along his muscles, not like a river, but like the torrents of an ocean. He felt as though his limbs would freeze, but at the same time, he felt as though he could tear the walls of the house down with his bare hands. He could see perfectly, too, as though the mask had become completely transparent. The sudden input of sight and sensation almost blinded him, and he staggered to the right, gripping the corner of a metal table for balance. The metal warped and bent under his fingers. Indiriel looked down at the medallion he was still holding in one hand, then up at Simon. His expression was a combination of horror and readiness for battle. "Take it off, Simon! Simon! Take it off!" "Is it working?" Alyssa asked eagerly. "How do you feel?" He felt like he could leap over a mountain. No, through a mountain. He felt like summoning Azura and tearing his way through the rest of the house, deeper and deeper, until he had carved into the center of the Wanderer's world. He felt like tearing an incarnation apart with nothing but his hands. Experimentally, Simon reached out to the Nigh essence. He nudged the power in his mind, intending to take only a wisp of that chill moonlight power. It slammed into his lungs, causing him to take a deep, involuntary breath. It was like waking up after a century of sleep. Alyssa's pen locked into place, and Indiriel froze in the middle of a step forward. Simon concentrated in a way he had never tried before, and Alyssa's hand crawled forward, writing on the paper. Indiriel lowered his foot a fraction of an inch. Simon loosened his grip a little further, and the pen scratched, Indiriel opening his mouth to speak. Simon tightened his focus on the nigh breath, and the world froze again. He had to do something with all this power, so he coiled his legs and leaped. Even through this frozen world, he moved like a stone launched from a catapult. "Too fast, too fast, too fast," he thought desperately. "Try to grab a ceiling beam," Kayla said. She sounded exasperated. For some reason, the Nigh essence hadn't frozen her voice. Simon spun in midair, snagging one of the solid wood ceiling beams that arched over the workshop. He managed to halt his progress, though the beam itself creaked alarmingly under his impact. "How can I understand you?" Simon asked. "That's a great question of the ages," Kayla responded. "How do you manage to keep up with my shining intellect?" Simon let that comment slide. "No," he said. "I mean, why aren't you as slow as everything else?" "Ah," Kayla said. "We're not really talking, you know." "Sure we are," Simon said. Kayla sighed, but she sounded pleased with herself. "We are transmitting our thoughts directly. It's much more efficient than speech. I'm not sure why you ever bother moving your mouth at all." "That's good," Simon responded, letting himself drop down to his former position. "Now I won't have to worry about leaving you behind when I wear the mask." "So, you've decided to use the mask, have you?" "Why wouldn't I?" "A question you ought to consider carefully." Simon shook his head wearily. All his doubts had flown away in the face of this wonderful rush of power. Surely even Valen couldn't stand against him like this. If Kayla wasn't convinced, well, he was used to doubt and mockery from the dolls. He wouldn't let that stop him. He loosened his grip on the Nigh essence enough that he could see Alyssa blinking in surprise. He wondered why for a moment, and then understood. From her perspective, he had been standing in one place and appeared inches away. She hadn't seen him move. The thought thrilled him, and he turned to Indiriel. He saw the man just as his broad hand smacked Simon upside the face. The mask flew free, and the world lurched back into normal speed. The mask hit the wall and rang like a bell before it crashed down to the floor. "What was—" Simon tried to ask, "What was that for?" But his mouth seemed not to have the energy it needed to move. He attempted to step toward Indiriel, but his legs gave out, and he melted bonelessly to the stone floor. Alyssa's mouth gaped open in shock. "What happened?" "At the end of the hallway, beyond the bedrooms, there is a trap door beneath a rug," Indiriel said. "Go there, raise the door, and call for the eldest. Tell him that Indiriel needs a favor." "I haven't seen the eldest for—" Alyssa said, but Indiriel cut her off. "The eldest will be where he needs to be. Do as I say. And under no circumstances climb down the ladder. Do you understand me? No matter what he says, do not climb down the ladder." Alyssa's face struggled with itself, and she glanced down at Simon, but finally she obeyed. Simon wasn't surprised. Even if he hadn't known that Indiriel was a Damascan overlord, the authority in the man's voice would have sent him running. He tried to say something, but his mouth wouldn't obey. He ordered his hand to move, but his fingers only twitched. His body had no strength at all. Well, there's one cure for that, he thought. He called steel. Nothing happened. "You've used it all up," Kayla said. "I warned you." "You didn't warn me." "Well, I would have, if you asked. Why didn't you ask?
Simon would have throttled her, if he could move, and if it would have done any good to throttle someone with a wooden neck.
What happened to my steel? I didn't use that much. I'm not sure, she admitted. It felt full the entire time you had the mask on, as though it wasn't draining at all. But as soon as the mask fell off, it went straight to empty.
Indiriel knelt over by the wall, covering his hand in the corner of his cloak, and gingerly picking up the mask without ever touching the metal with his hand. Simon didn't think he had the strength to turn his head, but he heard the rustle of cloth next to his ear. A rasping voice spoke from above him.
"What happened here?"
the eldest asked. He leaned over Simon's body for a better look, his dark hood peering into Simon's eyes. "What do you know about this?" Indiriel demanded. He raised the mask up for the nye's inspection, still not touching it with his skin.
"An artifact of Ragnaros, captured in battle from a defeated foe. It meets the requirements to become part of Valenhall."
"It's from Ragnaros," Indiriel said. "It can't be safe. Look what it did to Simon." The eldest's hood snapped up to regard Indiriel.
"I would have thought that, of all people, you would not be squeamish about using the power of the Crimson Vault. You should know that nothing in Ragnaros is less than a powerful weapon. If you mean to stop the incarnation, I should think that you would relish every weapon you can get your hands on."
Without responding, Indiriel strode over to Simon and reached down, holding up Simon's limp arm. "And what about this?" the Overlord asked. At first, Simon thought he meant the fact that he couldn't move after only seconds using the mask. That was Simon's main concern, certainly. He looked at his arm. It was covered by a design like black chains. The chains twisted all the way up to his shoulders. He hadn't noticed before because of the icy chill of the mask's power and his subsequent collapse, but he could feel the chains crawling past his shoulder blades and onto his back, binding his ribs in what felt like cold steel. Maker above, he thought. "This is what happens when he only has the mask on for a few seconds," Indiriel said. "What happens if he tries to fight Valen in it?"
"I'm not convinced you should be fighting Valen at all," the eldest rasped. "Besides, if you are so concerned for the boy's welfare, you can wear the mask. I do not care."
Alyssa came rushing into the workshop. "I shouted down that trap door till I was hoarse. I don't know what you expected to happen, but—" Then she noticed the scene. Indiriel, kneeling next to Simon, holding up his chain-wrapped arm for emphasis. The eldest nigh, standing over them both, turning his hood to regard her as she walked in the door. Simon could only see the whole picture out of the corner of his eye, but he had to admit, it made for a strange situation. "Eldest," Alyssa said, sounding surprised. "You're here."
"I knew where I was needed," the eldest responded, turning back to Indiriel. "Why did you need me, son of Aleus? My master may call for me at any moment, and I must be ready."
Indiriel stood, standing face to face with the eldest. He rose head and shoulders above the nigh, but the eldest certainly didn't back down. "Why did you bring her here?" Indiriel asked. "Why open this room up at all?"
"I use what resources I am given. When I see someone so rich in imagination, in potential, I must have her working for the house. That is all. What she creates, that is no concern of mine. This mask is nothing. She is the real treasure."
Simon couldn't see Alyssa's face, but she was probably wondering whether to be flattered or creeped out. That was how Simon would have felt, at least. "We will not take the mask," Indiriel said. "You will not bind us as you bound Valen." The eldest spread his arms wide, his sleeves drooping down to the floor.
"You wound me, son of Aleus. Even if you wished to take the mask from here, it would not function for you outside of the territory. It is not yet attuned."
Indiriel stared, obviously considering that. Simon, feeling strength return to his limbs, struggled up to a sitting position,
propping himself up against the wall. "What?" he began, but his voice trailed off and he had to swallow. Both Indiriel and the eldest looked at him. "What would it take to do this attuning thing?" Indiriel ran a hand through his hair, not looking at Simon. "We can't use this, Simon. We can't. It's too great a risk. Instead of beating Valen, we could actually make him stronger." The eldest ignored Indiriel, rubbing his sleeves together, his hood turned toward Simon.
"I, or someone like me, would have to bind the mask to a specific room and a specific challenge. Anyone with enough ties to the house could attune an artifact, if it meets the correct requirements. If they did so, you would be able to summon it in the outside world."
"Do it," Simon said, but Indiriel snatched the mask away. "I know what it looked like, Simon," he said, "but this is exactly the kind of thing that snared Valen in the first place. We can't afford the risk." The eldest shrugged.
"It does not matter."
Both travelers looked at him.
"It does not matter," he said again. "I will not do it."
"What? Why not?"
"For me, there is no gain," the eldest said, in his grating, almost whisper. "If you can summon the mask, you will challenge the Valinor incarnation. You will likely die, and my investment in you will be wasted. Or else you will kill Valen, and still I have nothing to show for it."
The eldest Nye turned his back and glided from the room.
"So no, son of Kalman, I will not do this thing. Be at ease, Overlord."
The Nye vanished. "Excuse me," Alyssa said, "but I made it. I think I should get to say something about—" Something seemed to hit her, and she stopped in mid-sentence. Almost comically slow, she rotated her neck to look at Indiriel. In a small voice, she said, "Overlord." Indiriel kept looking at the mask, answering in an absent voice. "Oh, yes. Indiriel, son of Elias, overlord of the realm of Cana, subject to the authority of His Majesty Zacharath VI, the morning and evening star, and so on and so forth." From the small smile quirking up the corner of Indiriel's mouth, Simon didn't think he was quite as casual as he pretended. Olyssa looked like she was about to faint. Hastily she pulled the goggles from her hair and tossed her pen down, smoothing the front of her dress. I thought—" She glanced around, looking for answers, but soon decided to go to her knees in a deep bow. "How may I serve you, my lord?" she asked. Indiriel looked vaguely uncomfortable. "Get up, woman. Seriously, get up. I never can get used to that." Olyssa rose to her feet, still looking flustered. "I should get my husband. Yes. My children need to meet you." He raised his hands as though she had threatened him. No, don't do that. They would only make more of a fuss." Her eyes moved to Simon, and they widened. "Simon, is he working for you? With you? But he—" She clicked her mouth shut, but Simon could have finished the sentence for her. "But he kills Damaskans." Indiriel sighed and shook his head. "This is a mess. Listen, I am well aware of Simon's past, but he is working with me now, not against me, and therefore he will have the opportunity to make up for his past crimes. Such is the decree I received straight from King Zacharath himself. Do you understand?" "Absolutely clear, my lord," Olyssa said. She looked upon Indiriel as though he was the maker himself, and Simon only a step short. The looks made Simon uncomfortable. They reminded him too much of the way people treated Alan. "Yes, well, let your family know," Indiriel said. "I know your daughter was chosen to bear a dragon's fang. You are to be congratulated. When she's ready, she'll have an honored place in the kingdom." She looked as though Indiriel had offered her a house full of gold. Indiriel held up the mask. "For now, hold on to this. Don't give it to anyone, especially not one of the Nye. It was an honor to meet you, Mistress Agnos. Let's go, Simon." As they walked out of the room, Well, Indiriel walked, and Simon sort of staggered along behind him. Simon asked a question. "Shouldn't you have hidden the mask? If the eldest wants it, he knows right where to find it." "I would have," the Overlord responded, "but there's no point. I couldn't hide it from him, so I might as well leave it where I can keep my eye on it." "Okay, where are we going?" Indiriel looked at him in surprise, his eyebrows raised. "Well, I'll have to go as soon as the king contacts me. But until then, it's been far too long since I've spent any significant time in the house. It's about time I settled in for a long overdue workout." He clapped a hand on Simon's shoulder, almost causing Simon's still weak knees to collapse. "And you, my friend, will get to see some real training." Alan was finally beginning to relax when, for the second time that day, a Grandmaster called him to work. He was sitting between Shai and Alana, tearing into a roast pork sandwich, listening to Shai tell a story about how she had managed to find her way into the Tartarus travelers' barracks. Tamara spent half her time chuckling, and the other half shaking her head, as though trying to decide whether to be an amused older sister or a disapproving mother. Then Shai cut off mid-sentence, and Alan put down his sandwich. He didn't have to look up to know why she had stopped. He had been lucky to get even this much time to himself. He barely stopped to marvel at how much he was changing. Only last week, he would have been overjoyed at the idea of one of the Grandmasters needing his help. A Helgard traveler, unmistakable with his thick, fur-lined coat, his long beard, and the string of sharpened bones he wore around his neck, placed one gloved hand on Alan's shoulder. "The Grandmaster would like to speak with you," the man said. His glove still had bits of frost on it, which melted and trickled down Alan's neck. Alan stood, bidding his sisters goodbye, and followed the traveler out of the room. "You are not dressed as you should be," the Helgard traveler said disapprovingly, once they had left the dining room. Alan responded as he felt a king would have. "I am dressed as I wish," he said. The traveler grunted, unimpressed, but Alan felt good. That was what King Zakareth would have said, he was sure. Well, that was what he imagined. Alan followed the traveler along what seemed like miles of twisting corridor, all the way to the Helgard quarters. These were rougher than most of the palace, made largely out of undressed stone or undecorated metal, and he would have sworn that he saw patches of actual snow in some of the corners. The man led Alan to a huge arch of a door, made of a metal that looked like pewter, carved with the snarling face of some horned, bear-like beast. Without knocking, the traveler pulled the door open, pushing Alan inside. The room was larger than Alan had expected, larger even than the Grandmaster's War Council room. It was surrounded with packed bookshelves and comfortable furniture, and one wall was nothing but high windows. The windows had curtains drawn over them now, and the only light came from a series of candles sitting around the room. They were placed well away from the books, Alan noticed. Someone had hastily cleared out the center of the room and placed a round table there, surrounding it with chairs. All those chairs, save one, were now occupied. Grandmaster Avernus sat at the end of the table, her long gray hair hastily tied back. Judging by her casual robes, someone had woken her for this meeting. She stared at a man Alan didn't recognize. He was tall and well-muscled, with blonde curly hair framing a face that said he was bored with these proceedings, and he was already looking forward to more important business later in the day. His hands were bound to the arms of his chair, and a sword, presumably his, lay on the table in front of him. The sheath was pulled down slightly to expose a few inches of bright red steel. The prisoner's calm was even more impressive considering his circumstances. A fat, fluffy owl, with eyes that gleamed unnaturally bright in the room's candlelight, perched on the table across from him, staring fixedly into the bound man's eyes. Or, possibly, it could have been watching the serpents crawl all over his clothes. These serpents looked like 2-foot-long snakes, except they each had 4 or 5 pairs of spindly claws that helped them grip and pull themselves along the prisoner's skin. When they passed his head, they stopped to flick a tongue inside his ear and hiss something that sounded disturbingly like a secret whisper.
"What is going on here?" Alan asked.
Grandmaster Endros stood next to Avernus, his dark eyes fixed on the prisoner. His hands rested on the hilts of his swords, as though he was looking for an opportunity to use them. Upon hearing Alan speak, he glanced over, but he didn't say a word. It was the last Grandmaster in the council who responded. Grandmaster Helgard glared at the prisoner over his bushy beard, one hand curling almost unconsciously into a fist. He spoke to Alan, though.
"Eliadel, this man claims to be Talos, firstborn son of Zakareth VI, and heir to the Damascan throne."
Before Alan could say anything, before he could even decide what he wanted to say, Talos spoke.
"You can stop testing me now. You know I am who I say I am, and you know that what I offer is the truth."
He leaned forward, looking from Grandmaster to Grandmaster before finally settling his gaze on Alan.
"I want to help you," he said.
Leah pushed her bleeding hand to the silver doors of Ragnaris. The doors, marked with the visage of the bearded, one-eyed king, swung silently open at her offering. Not for the first time, Leah pressed a handkerchief against the slice in her hand and wished there was some other, more civilized way to gain entry to the Crimson Vault. She was getting sick of pinpricks. Her father stood within, for once wearing his tall black-and-gold crown, a ruby set above his forehead. He held a blunt mace in one hand and the hilt of a long sword, slightly curved and sharp along only one edge, like Simon's, in the other. He seemed to be comparing the two, looking from one to the other. Leah had expected to find him here. He liked to spend his time in the vault. Somehow, examining the weapons soothed him or set his mind at ease. This was as relaxed as she ever saw him, rigidly looking from one deadly weapon to another, as though trying to decide which to unleash first. He looked up as she entered.
"Leah, you have something to report."
"I do, Father." As usual, she had to fight the urge to bow or curtsy in his presence. "The crystal I planted in Enosh has gone dark. I have no more eyes in the city." His crimson eye flared.
"Discovered."
She hesitated but shook her head. "I don't believe so. I doubt it's been destroyed, only blocked somehow. I suspect Grandmaster Lyriel or one of her lieutenants has created interference on the Lyriel side." The king nodded, carefully replacing his weapons on their labeled marble shelves.
"Will it be useless to us, then?"
"Possibly," Leah allowed. "Grandmaster Lyriel may know some tricks that I do not. But if she hasn't discovered the exact location of the crystal, any block she creates will be temporary. It will be all but impossible to maintain as the moons shift."
"Keep me apprised," her father said.
Leah bowed her head a fraction and turned to leave.
"You've never tried to have me killed,"
King Zakareth said suddenly. Leah froze with her back to the king, afraid to move. Her father never spoke idly. His every word had a purpose. Was this a trap? Had she walked into an ambush?
"Nor have you ever attempted to secure your succession by eliminating your competition," he continued. "At first, I assumed that was because you lacked the stomach to do what was necessary, but I no longer believe that to be the case. So, why?"
Warily, she turned to face her father. Never in her entire life had her father asked her such an intimate question. He had asked her to provide him with information, had questioned her about her decisions or her motivations, but he had never asked about her. So, she had no choice but to assume this was a trap. "An attack on you would have destabilized the realm," she said carefully, "and an attack on my brothers or sisters would have jeopardized the succession, which could result in panic or a lack of confidence in the royal family. As the Synaran law code states, no noble may take actions that advance personal gains at the risk of national stability, on pain of—" King Zakareth laughed. It was a short, bitter bark of a laugh, but it startled his daughter so much that she stopped, her mouth practically gaping open. She couldn't recall ever having heard her father laugh. He didn't even laugh sarcastically, mockingly, or for emphasis. Laughing seemed too human for him, somehow.
"I don't want the law code's answer," he said at last. "I want yours."
It took Leah a moment to answer. "I wasn't sure the prize was worth the cost," she said at last. Zakareth nodded, as though he understood. Maybe he did.
"I had intended your sister Sinara to take the throne, before her accident in Asphodel. She had your intelligence, but she had the spirit as well, the drive to do whatever it took."
"She was ruthless," Leah said. "Cruel."
"Yes."
Zakareth stood for a moment, ruminating.
"Once I thought those things virtues. Even after Sinara became unsuitable for the throne, I had Talos in mind. He hates me, but that means little. The day my father died was the last moment of true joy I have known."
How should she respond to that?
"But Talos is twisted inside, broken. He and Lysander have been plotting against me for years now."
Leah tried to cover up her surprise, but she was afraid she only partially succeeded. Had he known the entire time? The king saw her reaction and gave her what could, on another man's face, have almost been a smile.
"Like so many others, Talos underestimates me. Very little goes on that I do not see. You would think he would remember that, since I have a bright red glowing eye."
He paused, as though waiting for her to laugh. She wasn't even sure if she was breathing. Had he tried to tell a joke? This meeting with her father was becoming so surreal that part of her wondered if this was even the same man. Maybe she had died, and this was some bizarre afterlife reserved for travelers who had trespassed against their parents. As the silence became uncomfortable, she opened her mouth to change the subject, but he forestalled her.
"In any event, I am running out of options. Odessa is not wise, but she has a shrewd strategic mind and a keen grasp of politics. She's almost as charismatic as Talos in some ways. With her around, I had still hoped to foster a sense of healthy competition among you, but I was unable to tolerate this last of her little pranks."
Highly public attempted assassinations were pranks now. The standards of her family fell ever lower.
"Surely you have considered it," Zakareth said, running a hand across his short beard. "I now have only two options for my successor, Talos or you."
When Leah was a little girl, her mother had taken her to Lyriel for the first time. They sat together on a smooth cliff made of crystal and watched the moon spin and glide overhead. Her mother had spent that time filling Leah's head with visions of someday ruling Damascus as queen, of all the things that Leah could someday do for the people, of all the privileges she could enjoy. As a little girl, Leah's mind had burned with the possibilities. They had seemed fresh and enticing, like a piece of candy or a new toy. But what she had really enjoyed, even then, was not the far-off possibility of inheriting a kingdom. It was the time spent sitting next to her mother, watching the moons dance. When her mother died, Indiriel had been one of the few to offer her any form of sympathy. Even her father had barely mentioned her mother's death, only referring to it again when he sent Leah off to live with her mother's family. She had given up any dreams of the throne. Not only did it seem like an unlikely possibility, she was, after all, fourth in line for the throne, and her father could technically have picked anyone he liked to succeed him, but the cruel necessity of politics seemed overwhelming. Leah had committed herself to doing everything she could to help the kingdom as a traveler and as an heiress. She would never attain a higher rank, so she might as well get used to it. Or so she had thought.
"You can name your own successor freely," Leah all but whispered. "It need not be one of your own children."
"Do not bandy technicalities with me," the king snapped. "No one exercises that right. The bloodline of Ragnaros must continue, and it must remain in power. Besides, who else has been trained for rule?
Odessa is still in full command of her faculties. She would make an able queen. King Zakareth strode up to her, towering over her even more than usual in his imposing crown.
You pretend to be a fool, but I know who you are. What are you afraid of?
Leah looked him in his one human eye, looking for some trace of fatherly compassion, but she saw only blue ice. She met his red eye instead. You, she said, honestly. Us, this family. We use our power for the greater good, I know that. But I also know what that power does to me. I start to calculate and manipulate, treating people like pieces on a game board. I know what it does to you. Because she was feeling reckless, she met him with complete honesty. At this point, what did she have to lose? You are pitiless and cold. You provide for your citizens because that is your function, and you do not hesitate to make decisions that should, by rights, rob you of your sleep for years. It is like living in a country ruled by a clockwork machine. There. She felt she had cast herself off a cliff without checking to see if there was water beneath her. But she couldn't say she regretted it. Zakareth stared at her so long that she started to sweat. He would not execute her. As a Ragnaris traveler, her blood was too valuable. He may need her to breed more travelers someday, so he would lock her up in a foreign territory, to be called upon when he found a suitable consort. The same fate he had in mind for Odessa. The thought made her inexplicably angry. How long had she lived with that threat hanging over her head? Why should she tolerate it now? The anger gave her the boldness to continue, though she reined her tone back a notch. There was no sense in pushing too far. Let us go further in our discussion. Take the Valenhall incarnation, for example. Look at what the power has done to him. He has given in to his ambition, and it has consumed him, warped him. All the incarnations, in fact, are nothing if not a traveler's power gone rampant. Who would I be if—
I have made my decision, Zakareth said abruptly.
That caught Leah off guard. What? Abruptly she panicked. Had she landed in the water or on solid rock?
Not that there was much of a decision to make.
He moved back to the marble shelves and pulled out the mace again, running his fingers along some of the engraving.
Talos sees only his own desires, not the needs of the nation. You are the only one.
He hefted the weapon in one hand, testing its weight.
For years I have evaluated your skills, your training, and your suitability. I have done so with all your brothers and sisters. But never have I tried to know you.
He met her eyes, and his expression was subtly different than usual. She couldn't quite place how.
Will you forgive me? He asked.
Leah almost lost her balance. Finally, she managed to compose herself enough to respond. I will, she said. The words still came out slightly breathless.
Leah, daughter of Kelia, heiress of Damasca, I hereby appoint you successor to King Zakareth VI. By all the power and authority I have inherited from my fathers, and in the presence of the Crimson Vault, I swear the rights and responsibilities of the Damascan throne to you, upon my death or abdication. Do you accept this great weight that has been placed upon you?
I don't know, Leah said. She rarely found herself at a loss for words, but she had not been expecting this when she traveled to Ragnaris today.
The correct response is, I accept.
He sounded almost gentle. I accept this burden, Leah said, recovering herself. I accept and swear to fulfill the office to the best of my abilities. The ruby on Zakareth's crown flared, and Leah felt her body constrict, as though her skin were 2 sizes too tight. When it lifted, she breathed easy again. Ragnaris had indeed witnessed her oath. King Zakareth let out a deep breath and nodded, pulling the crown from his head and setting it on the shelf. Certainly, he did not intend the gesture to mean anything. The crown was hot and heavy, and he had likely only worn it in the first place because he intended to name her successor, and now he was glad to be rid of its weight. But it seemed far too symbolic for Leah's tastes. Thank you, Father," she said. This whole experience seemed unreal, as though she would step back through her gate and realize the whole thing had been some sort of hallucination. "This decision is long overdue. I had reached the point when I could delay no longer." "I see." "The Grandmasters will undoubtedly try to strike at Cana, while they think my attack is real," as though she would step back through her gate and realize the whole thing had been some sort of hallucination. "This decision is long overdue. I had reached the point when I could delay no longer." "I see." "The Grandmasters will undoubtedly try to strike at Cana, while they think my attentions are directed at their city," the king said casually. "Undoubtedly," Leah responded. The thought hadn't occurred to her. "Therefore, I will be remaining in the capital, along with a defensive force of my choosing. They will not reach the hanging tree while I defend it. However, in my absence, someone must command the attacking force." Leah's breath caught. "Me?" "Not directly. I'll leave the army's day-to-day operations to someone with more campaign experience. You will represent the royal family and coordinate. You are an accomplished Lyrial traveler, after all. Observation and communication are among your specialties." "I appreciate the trust, Father," Leah said, "but you are taking too much of a risk on yourself. Let me stay behind instead, and you command the offensive." He would certainly be more use on a battlefield than she, and he knew it. Why had he come up with this ridiculous plan? "Return to your duties, successor," Zakareth responded, not unkindly. "I will have my secretaries draw up the official succession papers as soon as I am able. Until then, I hesitate to imagine what Talos has been up to in our absence." Leah nodded and withdrew, leaving the Crimson Vault and her father behind. Well, she thought, just before she slipped through a gate for home, won't my aunt be surprised? Chapter 16. Careful Plans. Alan stared at Talos, wishing he had some kind of power or summon that could detect whether a man was lying. The other Grandmasters did, though, and he had passed all those tests. Birds, snakes, and mysterious crystals all said he was telling the truth. That did not mean, though, that he was trustworthy. "The Damascan army gathers outside your city," Talos said. "The overlords have been building up weapons against you for years, and even more in the past few weeks. There are weapons arrayed against you in every approach through every possible territory." "You speak as though we have no eyes," Grandmaster Andros said contemptuously. "We can see the army from here." Talos continued as though there had been no interruption. "I suspect that you have considered striking at Cana, while the army and all our most powerful travelers are occupied here." The Grandmasters' faces went blank, which was enough to confirm to Alan that what Talos was saying had some truth to it. Talos must have seen the same thing, because he smirked. "It's not a bad plan," he said, "except that it is a trifle obvious. We have all the passes from here to Cana both warded and guarded." "That is always true," Grandmaster Avernus said. She sat rigidly straight in her chair and regarded him with the same flat gaze she used on everyone. "The difference now is only that many of your most powerful travelers remain here, instead of guarding those approaches." "And you're confident you can punch a hole through, right?" Talos said. "In some territory, somewhere, there has to be a route to Cana that's easier than the others." He nodded to Alan. "Elysia, perhaps. We cannot possibly have any defenses there." Alan took that as an invitation to speak up, but he addressed the Grandmasters instead of the prisoner. "Why are we listening to this man?" he said. "If he knows anything of strategic value, we should question him and have it out of him, instead of negotiating. Anything he learns here can be used against us." And what do you know of questioning someone, child? Grandmaster Avernus asked sharply. Her tone took Alan aback. No one had spoken to him with such an obvious lack of respect since he had come to Enosh in the first place. He was starting to get angry when Grandmaster Helgard spoke up.
I agree with Eliadel, Helgard rumbled. There is nothing to gain here. Turn him over to Asphodel, and he will speak soon enough.
Talos shrugged, which almost dislodged one of the crawling red serpents on his shoulder. It hissed angrily in his ear. No need, he said. I don't know about Elysia, but I do know one territory that won't be guarded, and that has a direct route into the royal palace of Cana. He looked from eye to eye, making sure that everyone was listening. Ragnaros. Grandmasters Avernus and Helgard glanced at one another, considering. Indros was not so polite. He pulled one sword from its sheath and drove it into the wooden table, right next to Talos' own half-bared sword. I do not trust you. I say, if Zakareth values the blood of Ragnaros travelers so highly, let us sell it back to him in buckets. For once, Alan found himself in complete agreement with Grandmaster Endros. Talos looked at the Grandmaster's sword in distaste, but with no fear. I want the incarnations freed as much as you do, Talos said. Even more than some of you, I'm sure. This balance that my father created is unhealthy and unnatural. We survived without human sacrifice before, hundreds of years ago, and we can certainly do so again. And if the emergence of the incarnations happens to unseat your father's power, Grandmaster Avernus began. Talos smiled, and it was a disturbingly winning, earnest smile. That would be a fortunate side effect, yes. But the fact remains that I believe that rulers of Damascus have done far more harm than good with their bloody trees. Grandmaster Endros snorted, dragging the tip of his blade across the table and closer to Talos. I still don't trust you, Sir Prince. Talos sighed. Heir. I'm not a prince, I'm an heir. What are you, a child? No one says prince anymore. Grandmaster Avernus laid a delicate hand on Indros's arm before he tore his sword free and drew it across the prisoner's throat. Hold on a moment, Endros, she said. I can vouch for him. Grandmasters Endros and Helgard stared at her in disbelief. You can? Helgard asked. I am familiar with Overlord Lysander, Grandmaster Avernus responded. He has done a great deal for our cause in Damascus, more than most are aware, in fact, and he has given his allegiance to Talos. Talos nodded. That's right, and you three have tested my veracity yourself. How could I have fooled all your tests? A serpent flicked a tongue in his ear, and he jerked his head to the side, distaste evident on his face. Speaking of which, can you please remove these now? Grandmaster Endros turned and nodded to someone Alan hadn't noticed, a robed Naraka traveler sitting in the corner of the room. She waved her red-marked hand, and the serpents evaporated. Much better, Talos said. He raised his bound hands as far as the rope tying him to the chair would allow. Now, how about these? Don't push your luck, Highness, Grandmaster Helgard said. Tell us your plan, and we will decide how best to work it into our strategy. Talos smiled broadly. Simplicity itself. Once battle is joined, I will slip away to a prearranged location. You will meet me there, and I will open a Ragnaros gate. It leads straight into the middle of the royal palace in Cana. You can be in front of the hanging tree in minutes. We must come to you, Grandmaster Endros said skeptically. No, that's too dangerous. You should come to us. Talos sighed, as though exasperated at having to deal with a particularly stubborn child. I can't. I am only a traveler of Ragnaros, and that means I can only travel back to Cana, and I certainly can't walk across the battlefield to Enosh. Have someone take you, Alan put in. For someone who claimed to have all the answers, this Damascan heir seemed to be making a lot of excuses. Lysander is the only one I would trust enough to take me on a trip across enemy lines, Talos explained. But he's an Avernus traveler, and you all know what it's like to travel through Avernus with any precision. Alan didn't, but he nodded along with the Grandmasters. Your people, on the other hand, can travel straight to my location. Once there, I'll take everyone to the royal palace. Simple.
We could meet up in Avernus itself, Grandmaster Avernus suggested. It may take a little longer, and there are some risks involved, but we should be able to avoid the battle entirely.
Ah, Talos said. I keep forgetting you people don't have your own Ragnaros travelers. A gate to the Crimson Vault can only be opened in this world, not in any of the territories. I could still summon my weapon into a territory, though it would take longer, but I have to return here if I want to open a gate.
Then why don't you take us there now? Grandmaster Helgard asked eagerly. We could have an army inside Cana's walls in minutes.
My father's still there, Talos said simply. When battle joins, he won't be. Knowing him, he will go with the army. He always likes to be in the thick of things. The Grandmasters all sat, digesting that. Endros brooded heavily, Helgard stroked his beard, and Avernus simply stared into the distance. Maker above, how powerful was the king? Alan would never have thought the presence of one man would make so much of a difference in the Grandmaster's way of thinking.
There's one more issue, Grandmaster Avernus put in. The Valenhall incarnation.
Talos looked up sharply. That's right. Is he here? May I speak with him? Is he still capable of speech?
Oh, he's capable, Grandmaster Endros said, and I'm tempted to let you have your wish.
Grandmaster Helgard smiled a wolf's smile.
He's got good taste, this Valen. He hates your father almost as much as I do. I take great pleasure in imagining what he would do to you.
The problem is that the incarnation is focused on your father, to the exclusion of almost everything else, Grandmaster Avernus said, shooting the other two a sharp glance. He's also not thrilled with us, since we robbed him of his chance to attack. It's been all we could do to keep him here, though we did manage to get him to see reason, and not kill the lot of us. He still wanted us to travel him over to the palace to fight your father.
We can't, Talos said immediately. Not now. There are too many guardians in the palace. And... He hesitated, as though unsure if he wanted to speak his mind. What is it? Alan asked.
This would be a bad time to start holding things back, Grandmaster Endros said softly.
No one has seen Indiriel today, Talos said at last. That worries me.
Surely Indiriel's absence can only be a good thing, Grandmaster Avernus said.
Indiriel's absence would be a wonderful gift from above, Talos responded. But when he is simply missing, he could be anywhere. That is far worse.
Alan desperately wanted to ask who Indiriel was, but he held his tongue. He didn't want to look ignorant in front of this arrogant Damascan heir.
So we're back to the same plan, Grandmaster Endros said. We wait for Damasca to commit to an attack, and when they do, we meet up with the prince and have him take us into Cana.
If Sakarath is with the army, that works out quite well for us, Grandmaster Avernus said. We can simply unleash the Valenhall incarnation on him, while he's distracting the king, and, hopefully, cutting a bloody furrow through the entire army. We'll sneak off behind his back and strike at the hanging tree.
How do we know you won't leave us there to die once we've destroyed the tree?
Grandmaster Endros asked.
How do you propose I stop you from simply opening a gate and walking away? Talos said reasonably. Besides, he leaned forward as much as his restraints would let him. Isn't it worth the risk? As long as you get to burn the tree,
What does it matter to you? The grin on Talos's face was eager, even hungry. To Alan, it even seemed a bit unbalanced, like a spark of madness hid within the royal air. But most of the others seemed convinced. The rest of the discussion was just for show. The Grandmasters all agreed that they should take more time to decide, that they would have to confer with their strategists, but Alan could tell that they had been persuaded. The essence of Talos's plan, at least, would move forward. In Alan's mind, however, there was still one last issue. What about him? He asked, gesturing to Talos. Now that we've got him, why should we let him go? Talos actually rolled his eyes. The plan would never work if I did not return. My family would know something had happened to me, and would assume that I had been abducted or killed. The plan could never move forward. Alan met his eyes and said, very deliberately, So? That's a good point, Grandmaster Endros said. His dark eyes gleamed, and he had his sword back in hand. I've always wondered how I'd stack up against a Ragnaris weapon. Talos's eyes flicked to the mantelpiece across from him, where a clock ticked steadily away. Oh, probably about as well as you fared against my father's spear. But I'm afraid we don't have time to test that today. Endros's eyes widened with rage, and he raised his sword. Watch out! Grandmaster Avernus called. A white-edged portal swirled to life behind Talos's chair, opening into a gate leading onto a broad forest. Traveling accurately through Avernus is difficult, Talos said casually, and it's time-consuming. But it's not impossible. A man in soft buckskin stepped through, his outfit decorated with various feathers. He was balding and reedy-looking, like a man who spent all day inside with books, and as he exited the gate, he pushed his glasses up on his nose. 6 or 7 more Avernus travelers stood in the forest behind him, a cloud of various birds swooping and cawing around them. Talos extended his wrists, and his sword, still on the table, moved on its own. It pulled itself out of a sheath and spun in a circle, slicing through his restraints. Casually, he pulled his hands free of the ropes and seized his sword, buckling it back on his belt. Gentlemen, Talos said, lady, I bid you a fond farewell. Don't worry, I'll send word to you with the finer details. Then he made as if to walk into the Avernus gate. Grandmaster Helgard's enormous hand grabbed the back of the heir's collar and pulled him backwards, slamming Talos down on the table behind him. The scholarly-looking man moved forward, but Grandmaster Endros was already there, with a sword at the man's throat and a tiny swirling thunderstorm pointed at the nearest Avernus traveler. The flock of birds on the other side of the gate let out a long shriek that sounded like a mountain being torn in half, and they started to rush toward Enosh at the command of their masters. Grandmaster Avernus stepped forward, put one hand to her temple, and all the birds slammed to a halt, as though they had crashed into an enormous pane of glass. Only one sparrow made it through the gate, and it fluttered hastily back to the territory. Grandmaster Helgard looked down at Talos, who was spread out on the table, and grinned horribly. You go when we say you can go, not before. Do not think you can disrespect us like this in our home. Talos clawed for the sword at his side. He actually managed to draw a bit of it before Alan kicked his hand away. He liked to feel included at times like this. I say we kill them all, Grandmaster Endros said, as though suggesting they should have tea with lunch. You could never do it, the traveler in the glasses said. His eyes blazed fanatically. We outnumber you 2 to 1, and we would die to protect the heir. You could not overcome us. Come now, Lysander, Grandmaster Avernus said chidingly. You should know us better than that. They don't hand out the title of Grandmaster for nothing, you know. From his position on the table, Talos smiled. He even raised his empty hands as best he could to show he wasn't armed. It all comes down to one question. Do you accept my proposal, or don't you? If we're allies, let me go. If not, it comes to a fight. Alan was tempted to summon the golden sword and plant it in Talos's chest, but that didn't strike him as a very heroic thing to do. Helgard started to respond to Talos, but Grandmaster Naraka cut him off.
Allies, she said. For now. When we reach the royal palace in Cana, our alliance ends.
I accept, Talos said, as regally as possible from his position flat on the table. Naraka nodded to Helgard, her red spectacles flashing. Grandmaster Helgard gave her a look, but he released the prisoner. Thank you, Talos said to no one in particular. Lysander, please stay for a while and discuss the specifics with Grandmaster Avernus. I'm going to go find some hot tea for my throat. Rubbing his neck, he walked off into Avernus. Some of the travelers fell in around him, escorting him as though they were doing something useful. The Grandmasters fell to talking with the Overlord and his travelers, smoothing out the details of their truce. Alan sat and said little, processing the situation. He wasn't sure if he was excited at the prospect of an attack on Cana, or disgusted that he would have to work with Talos to do it, but he realized it didn't matter. The upcoming battle would decide everything. The Grandmaster didn't have it in them to fight a long, protracted war, not with their dwindling numbers. No one said anything, but this strike on Cana was possibly their last hope. That thought didn't depress him. If anything, he felt somehow excited. He would be the one to make that last desperate hope into a reality. What else was a hero for? Chapter 17. The Royal Army of Damascus. 358th year in the Damascan calendar. 24th year in the reign of King Zachareth VI. 41 days after midsummer. 4 days until summer's end. Simon stepped out of the gate determined to never set foot in Naraka ever again. He had expected that the territory would be horrible. The only things he had ever seen from Naraka were carnivorous lizard beasts or hellish screaming flames. But it had never occurred to him that the place would be so hot. Indiriel assured him that it was the fastest and most reliable way to travel between one set point and another, and that these routes were well controlled by Damascus. Simon believed him, but there was still no way to make crawling through oven-hot, smoke-choked tunnels any more tolerable. When he left Naraka and found himself standing on the edge of a stone outcropping overlooking the city of Enosh, he gasped in relief. The air tasted cool and fresh. Even the baking summer sun overhead came as a relief. As Simon bent over, coughing out the smoke in his lungs, he felt Denner pat him on the back. Haruman's fussy voice came from behind him. "You get used to it, Simon," the book said. "Don't worry. The fumes are not nearly as dangerous as they seem, assuming you manage to avoid prolonged exposure." "You don't even have lungs," Denner pointed out. "That doesn't mean I'm wrong." In Simon's head, Otoku sighed. He had tucked her into one of the pockets of his cloak after Indiriel pointed out that it would be the best way for him to carry his dolls into combat. Simon had never even realized the cloaks had pockets. "I can't see anything from in here," Otoku complained. "Will that stop you from hearing the wind?" "It will stop me from seeing the light of the sun. We don't get that chance often, you know." "I'll walk you as soon as I get a chance," Simon said, finally straightening and taking a look around. The bulk of the Damascan army stretched out behind him, though there was a little roped-off section here for Naraka travelers to enter and exit. In front of him, the gleaming city of Enosh actually made quite a nice view. Otoku huffed. "Do you think I'm a dog?" "Come on, Simon," Indiriel called after he exited the gate. "Follow me. We need to report in." Simon followed Denner and Indiriel. Denner had met them in the house and returned with them to Cana, where they had picked up a Naraka traveler in the palace and, according to orders delivered by Indiriel, reported to the assault force. Damascus' preparations had finally ended. It was time for them to attack Enosh.
For the Valenhall travelers, it was time to face the Wanderer once again. The assault force, Simon couldn't help noticing, was enormous. His view of Enosh was somewhat skewed by perspective, but it seemed like the army King Zakareth had arrayed against his enemies would be enough to swamp the city. Rows of white tents drowned the rocks and plains south of Enosh, stretching far enough for Simon to wonder if the back of the army reached all the way to Myria. He would have expected the thought of Myria to inspire homesickness in him, but to his surprise he felt nothing of the kind. There was nothing there for him anymore. It was an uncomfortable realization. Here and there among the white tents, an otherworldly shape broke the monotony. A towering blue-leafed tree with mists flowing across its roots, for example, or a jagged crystalline rock formation that gleamed in the sun. Those, Simon assumed, marked the Damascan travelers. The rows were patrolled not by soldiers alone, but also by golems, animated creatures of rock and metal with gems embedded in their heads. They took all sorts of forms, from giant animals to striding warriors to rough-cut, barely humanoid figures. Not long ago, Simon had fought some of those creatures, and he could attest that they were exactly as tough as one would expect from beings made entirely of living stone. He could almost pity the people of Enosh. Except it was their idea to release the incarnations, which would make mere stone golems look like paper dolls. So, maybe they deserved it. Simon wasn't sure. He had resolved to leave himself out of the fighting as much as possible. He would engage in combat against summoned creatures or incarnations, that was it. He had no desire to spill any more human blood. When he had told Indiriel that, the Overlord had simply clapped him on the back and told him, "Good luck." He sounded as if he meant it, but his smile was sad. Simon wasn't sure what to make of that. After what seemed like an hour of marching through the camp, Simon and the other Valenhall travelers reached a crimson tent, made of enough fabric to cover every home in Myria. The Damascan flag flew from the tent's every peak, making the air above snap and rustle. A word from Indiriel put the guards at ease, so Simon and Dinner were allowed inside. The guards made a point of staring Simon down, which he ignored. Not long ago, that sort of posturing would have irritated Simon. Now it seemed petty. Leah sat at a desk in the center of the tent, wearing an intricate dress of gold, black, and crimson. Officers, messengers, and travelers swarmed around her in a cloud, presenting her with petitions and receiving orders either written or verbal. She spoke constantly, her blue eyes moving from one person to another as she addressed each problem in turn. As Simon walked over, he saw Leah pull a crystal ball out of nowhere and gaze into it while light flickered in its depths. When she spoke, several people went running. Indiriel finally reached Leah's side and bowed, as did Dinner. Awkwardly, Simon followed suit. He considered standing there without moving. He had never been forced to bow to Leah before, but there were too many people around. It wouldn't be worth the fuss. Leah inclined her head graciously, and the other two straightened, so Simon mimicked them. "Valenhall travelers looking for assignment, Eris," Indiriel said. "That's true for the other two, Overlord, but you're needed in command," Leah corrected him. Without taking her eyes from Indiriel, she scratched a signature on a piece of paper and handed it out to the side. A servant snatched it away and hurried off, presumably to deliver it. "Your pardon, Eris, but I had thought—" Leah sighed and rubbed her head. "Stop speaking that way, Indiriel. You don't have to." Indiriel grinned. "Well, it's been too long since I've seen you all regal and commanding. I thought you might want the support." "Not from you." "All right, then. I think I would be more use on the front lines. My men know their business. There's nothing I could contribute in a command tent that I couldn't do on the front lines. Honestly, it would probably be good for morale to see me fighting for them." "What if the incarnation shows up?" Leah asked. "So much the better," Indiriel responded. "I'm ready for another shot at him." "No, he's not," Otoku said. "Inside, he still looks like a water skin full of sausage meat. It will take him weeks more before he's healed, even with the pool." Simon stepped forward. He's not ready, Simon told Leah. He's still injured from his last battle. He didn't look at Indiriel, but Leah did, raising an eyebrow. No one ever goes into battle without a few wounds, Leah, Indiriel said reasonably. Don't patronize me, Leah said. Assume command of your men. I need another overlord behind me. Indiriel shot Simon a frustrated look, but he bowed to Leah and marched away. That man is almost as old as my father, Leah said wearily, but you'd never know it. Anyway, I have an assignment for you two. She snapped her fingers off to the side, and a boy in a messenger's uniform hurried up, bowing before her. Tell my brother I need to see him, Leah commanded, and the messenger ran off. She never so much as looked him in the eye. Was this who she had always been? Simon had seen her give commands before, but she had never been so dismissive. Leah saw his look and gave him a casual grin that reminded him of the old Leah, back in the village. Not that she had grinned much then either, now that he thought about it. Does it surprise you, seeing me do my job? Leah asked. You look like a completely different person, Simon said honestly. It's still strange to me. And he couldn't help but trust her less and less every second. What had he ever known about her? Leah began to speak, but she shook her head and looked at Simon as though rethinking what she was about to say. It's strange for me as well, she said at last, speaking as though she had difficulty getting the words out. Simon wondered if he had just heard the truth from Leah for the first time in years. A tent flap opened, and Leah's brother strode in, his chiseled face and regal gold hair reminding Simon once again of Alan. He had a sword sheathed in intricate gold at his side. Talos, Leah said when he finally reached her, this is Simon, son of Kalmon, and Dinner Weeks. They are travelers of Valenhall. Dinner bowed as Leah named him, but Simon hadn't bowed during his name. He didn't know that he was supposed to. Besides, bowing to this guy would be too much like bowing to Alan. Something about Simon drew Talos's attention, and he smiled in Simon's direction. There was nothing kind in that smile. Simon, the royal heir said, you're the apprentice Valenhall traveler, aren't you? Simon made himself smile back. Something like that, he said. Talos laid a hand on his sword hilt. We should have a friendly match sometime, Simon. I've always wanted to try a duel with a swordsman from Valenhall. I'm sorry, Your Highness, Simon replied. When we fight in the house, our lives are always at risk. I'm not sure I would be able to hold back. And I don't think Leah would like it if I killed her brother. Simon had never considered himself particularly clever, but he was proud of that one. Leah made a choking sound, as though she were trying to hold back laughter, but when he looked over, her face was completely impassive. Talos, on the other hand, was visibly struggling with his steadily reddening face. I could have you hauled away for this insult alone, he said. Try to hold off until after the battle, if you would, Leah said. Enosh can field almost as many travelers as we can, so we need every Valenhall traveler we can get. And Simon, I wouldn't antagonize Heir Talos too much. You're about to fight under his command. Leah handed her brother a signed sheet of paper, which he glanced at, then gave Simon a slow, cold smile. You're in reserve until we can figure out where we need you, Leah said, returning her eyes to the paperwork in front of her. Thank you, Talos. I'll be in contact. Talos frowned, obviously not pleased at being dismissed so abruptly, but he said nothing else before turning on his heel and walking out. Denner followed him. Simon was about to walk after the other two when he felt a hand on his arm. He turned to find that he was looking straight into Leah's eyes. Watch out for my brother, Leah said quietly. He shouldn't be able to try anything with a bunch of Valenhall travelers watching him, but he has his own plans. I don't know what he's going to try, but I doubt we'll like it. He's been on edge ever since I was named successor over him. No, even before that. Simon blinked, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. Did you say you're the successor? She looked up, surprise evident on her face. Yes, my father announced it last week. Didn't anyone tell you? I don't, no, he said finally. No one told me. His head spun. Was he supposed to bow or something? Well, he was probably supposed to bow even if she was just an heiress. But he had only barely managed to get used to the idea of Leah as fourth in line for the throne. Now she was going to be queen. Leah's eyes sparkled as though she were about to start laughing. Don't worry. I won't make you swear eternal loyalty to me until after I assume the throne. That's good to hear, Simon said at last. Should he have told a joke? He should probably have told a joke. Still smiling, Leah released his arm. Don't forget, she said. Keep an eye on Talos. I'd be interested in hearing your impressions of him. Simon bowed before turning and walking out of the tent. He supposed he should get used to bowing now. What do you think she meant by that? Simon asked his doll, on his way out of the command tent. I'm no spy master, trained in the intricate art of code breaking, Otoku responded. But I'd say that she doesn't trust Talos. You picked up on that, did you? Simon said dryly. That's my keen, finely honed instinct, Otoku said. I could be wrong. Maybe she wants you to watch out for him because she thinks you can learn so much from his fine example. He had missed Otoku. Angeline was great at her job, but she wasn't nearly as much fun. Simon finally caught up to Talos and Denner, smiling as best he could at the Damascan air. Tell me, he said silently, how much trouble do you think I'm in? If you die, try to fall next to one of the other Valenhall travelers, Otoku responded. I don't want to have to spend the next 100 years on some old lady's shelf. I'll do my best, Simon promised. At least, if he did die, he wouldn't have to hear Otoku shouting about it. Chapter 18. A Duel. When they reached Talos' unit, there was no sign of Kai. Denner asked Talos what duties Valenhall travelers were expected to perform, and the heir ordered them to simply make themselves useful. The older traveler had obviously taken that as permission to do whatever he wanted, because Denner had sought out a nearby cot and thrown himself down. He was asleep in seconds. Simon took it upon himself to wander around, looking for Kai. When Simon finally found him, Kai was sitting on a log, a knife in one hand and a rough block of wood in the other. A pile of shavings cluttered the grass around his feet, and the block was beginning to look disturbingly like a doll. When he looked up and saw Simon, he tossed his knife down to one side and carefully placed the block of wood to the other. Simon couldn't see the man's eyes through the white mass of hair that hung down in his face, but Kai's smile was practically joyous. He walked over to Simon with his arms spread wide, and Simon's first impression was that he was going to have to wrestle the man for some reason. Then Kai swept Simon into a hug, and Simon froze out of sheer shock. What is this? Otoku demanded. What is happening? Simon wasn't sure he could give her an answer. This was so out of character for Kai that Simon almost wondered if this was the right person. Then Simon felt Kai's hand pressing against his side, and Kai, too quickly for Simon to react, reached inside Simon's cloak and pulled Otoku from her pocket. Ah, Simon thought, that makes more sense. No, wait, let me go, Otoku sent desperately. Simon, make him release me. I think he would cut my hand off if I so much as tried, Simon responded. Otoku, Kai said reverently. My favorite. I think I have... Yes, here it is. He rummaged around in his pocket for a moment and pulled out a tiny polished wooden comb, exactly the right size for a doll. He began to pull the comb carefully through Otoku's long, dark hair. Demon, Otoku sent. Madman! Simon, help! You'll be fine, Simon responded, fighting back a laugh. This would be good for Otoku. Besides, he wasn't sure if he could get the doll away from Kai, even if he wanted to. Where have you been, sir? Simon asked, turning his attention back to the older traveler.
I haven't seen you in days. Kai looked up briefly from Otoku's hair.
Oh, I had some business in Belkalem. Without a dragon's fang, it's much harder for me to return to the house whenever I wish. It makes traveling, oh, so awkward.
I see, Simon said. So, I've been training with Indiriel.
Have you indeed? Kai said absently. Well, you'll find no finer instructor.
Privately, Simon agreed. Indiriel was twice the teacher Kai had ever been. He actually explained the things he was trying to teach before he expected Simon to learn them. Still, Simon couldn't help but feel inexplicably guilty, as though he had insulted Kai in some way.
He said something much the same about you, Simon said, which was almost true.
Indiriel had said that Kai was an unparalleled swordsman when he could get past his insanity and his rampant cowardice, as the Overlord had put it. Kai chuckled, still running his comb gently down the doll's hair.
I doubt he said anything of the kind, Kai responded. We haven't ever quite seen eye to eye. When we were students, you know, he was the best. Everyone looked up to him.
Did you? Simon asked, sitting down on the log next to him. It was rare to catch Kai in a talkative mood, so Simon had learned to seize these opportunities whenever he had the chance.
Of course, Kai said. He was one of the oldest, and I one of the youngest. He was like the perfect older brother. What I didn't learn from Valen, I learned from Indiriel.
What happened? Simon asked. Kai sighed. For a moment, he even paused in combing Otoku's hair.
The Wanderer lost control, he said.
Simon held his breath, afraid to make a sound.
You have to understand, Kai said after a while. Valen was raising the 12 of us to bring down Damaska. An army of dragons, he called us, to end the king's tyranny and burn Damaska to the ground.
Kai shook his head.
I was a child, raised on his stories. When he changed, he said it was for the sake of defeating Damaska. He said it was for the best. I believed him.
What about Indiriel? Simon asked quietly.
Indiriel has always been wiser than I, Kai responded bitterly.
Over Otoku's protests, he began to smooth and rearrange her dress.
He saw through Valen's insanity and went to challenge him. I still believed in Valen. He had always been like a father to me.
You fought Indiriel? Simon asked.
I did.
Kai shook his head.
No one expected me to win. Not even me.
Surprised, Simon sent his thoughts to Otoku. I thought he said Indiriel was the better swordsman.
I would be happy to answer your questions, Otoku responded, if only you had gotten this madman out of my hair.
Gently, Simon pulled the doll out of Kai's hands. So great was his distraction that he didn't even resist.
It's about time, the doll complained. Now, take the comb from him. My hair is all tangled.
What?
Kai wants to comb my hair, Otoku explained. You don't. It's a completely different scenario. Now, less moving your mouth and more moving your hands.
My mouth isn't moving, Simon noted, retrieving the comb from beside Kai. The white-haired swordsman was murmuring to himself now, and Simon thought he would leave the man alone, for now.
Then you have no excuse, do you? Comb.
Simon sighed audibly and began to draw the comb down Otoku's black hair.
Now, Indiriel. He was the best. We all thought so. When Kai fought him, he was simply defending the Wanderer's honor. He didn't expect to win. He just wanted to slow Indiriel down.
Simon wondered at the picture. Kai, standing in front of an older, taller, more skilled swordsman, ready to risk his life to defend the master he loved. He could barely picture it. Kai risking his life for someone else. Simon had never thought Kai cared about anyone so much.
My sisters and I had a bet going, you know, Otoku said. None of us expected Kai to even survive. But there were others in the house. Well, they had staked everything on him. They saw something in Kai that none of us did. What? Simon asked. What's that? Oh. Well, Mithra chose him as the heir to the 13th Dragon's Fang. Didn't he tell you? He was meant to take over from the Wanderer. Simon's hand froze in the middle of Otoku's hair, and he stared over at Kai. He had his knife in one hand and the block of wood in the other, and he was whittling again. You were supposed to inherit the house? Simon said, almost involuntarily. Kai peeled another slice of wood off the block. I see you have been talking to the girls, Good for you. Why didn't you? Azura let me borrow her for a while, Kai responded, and the dolls were so much more pleasant than my other advisor. Simon thought of Azura, hanging on her rack back in the house's entry hall. He had never sensed any sort of awareness or intelligence from the sword. Based on the way Kai always talked about Azura, you would have expected the sword to talk, but the only talking Simon had ever heard connected to the blade came from the dolls. Did the swords actually speak? Maybe this was one of those things that he had to carry the dragon's fang for years before he discovered. Perhaps he would grow into it. No, Kai said, in response to something Simon hadn't said. That's not right. I was afraid, little mouse. The one who carries Mithra has a lot of responsibility. Simon sat there for a while, drawing his comb down Otoku's hair. He wasn't sure what to say. He couldn't help but picture Kai and Indiriel fighting, wondering what had led them to that place. Wait a minute, Simon said at last. You won the fight, but Valen still ended up sealed. What happened? Kai opened his mouth as if to respond, but only a choking noise emerged. He began whittling faster and faster. Kai stopped Indiriel, Otoku said softly, and returned to report his success to Valen. When he returned, he found the rest of the dragon army slaughtered, cut down by their master. Only 2 others survived, and only because the incarnation found them worthy. Simon stared at Kai, who whittled as though the block in his hand was his one true enemy. Simon had no idea what to say. After that, Otoku went on, Kai saw that Indiriel had been right all along. They went to the Damascan successor, the man who would become Zacharoth VI, and they begged him for the aid of Ragnaros. You can guess the rest. Simon could. They had bound Valen somewhere under a hanging tree, where he had stayed silent for years. Indiriel had gone to work for the king, either out of gratitude or because he genuinely believed in what Damascus was doing, and Kai had locked himself for years in the only home he had ever known. Kai had told him before that he spent most of his life either in the house or the Latari forest. This went a long way toward explaining why. Then something unpleasant occurred to Simon. The incarnation had only broken out now. Why? Because of you, naturally, Otoku said, in response to his unspoken question. You delayed the sacrifice. You didn't think that would have consequences? Guilt hung heavy inside him. What kind of a child had he been, meddling in the sacrifice when he had no idea what was at stake? Then something occurred to Simon, and he regarded his master silently. How must Kai feel, having wallowed in his mistake for decades? With no better idea of what to do, Simon stretched out a hand and clapped Kai on the shoulder. How touching, Otoku said, rolling her eyes. Simon pulled his hand off Kai's shoulder and pointed at Otoku's face. There it is! There it is again! You moved! She moved! Kai cocked his head in Simon's direction. Yes, they can move. They can speak, too, you know. Bright as the morning star, this one, Otoku put in. I didn't train him for his stunning intellect, Kai said to the doll. In the exact same gesture, they both shook their heads. Simon almost felt faint. Why now? Why don't you move all the time? From my perspective, it's stranger that you do move all the time, Otoku responded. Why waste the time and energy? She seemed to think that was the end of the conversation, as she stopped talking and froze into inanimate wood once more. Talos came striding out of his tent, behind Kai. I would have expected you to find something more productive to do, he noted, seeing them seated on a log.
Tomorrow we shall try to follow your example, my lord, Kai responded without looking up. But I never spent quite so long on my hair. Would you give us the benefit of your experience?
Simon snorted, trying to hold back a laugh, and Otoku downright cackled. I'm glad you're in such a good mood, Talos said coldly, because I was thinking that it might be time for us to spar a few rounds. I could use the exercise. Slowly, Kai swiveled his head around to stare at the Damascan air. Talos cleared his throat and looked away. Of course, I was talking to your apprentice, naturally. I would not want to disturb your valuable time. Without changing his expression, Kai turned his gaze back to his whittling. Simon took his cue from Kai and remained sitting, as though Talos's presence didn't impress him. In truth, it didn't. Much. I'd be happy to, Your Highness, Simon said, but I'm afraid there are still the problems I pointed out earlier. I would be afraid to get too violent. Oh, no need to worry about that. Talos was removing his jacket, passing it to a nearby attendant. If you're used to risking your life, I can accommodate you. The air pulled his red-bladed sword, letting it gleam like a puddle of blood in the midday sun. This sword was taken from the Crimson Vault, given to me by the king himself. It has many powers, some of which you couldn't even understand. In Simon's head, Otoku laughed. And among them is an increased lethality. A single scratch from this blade, even on your arm or leg, is inevitably fatal. Well, that was a little worrisome. Simon had no doubt that he could defeat Talos, but to do it without one scrape?
Don't worry about it, Otoku said.
Are you sure? It seems like something I should be worried about.
The shiny little boy over there thinks he's a swordsman, the doll responded. It's cute, but nothing to take seriously.
Simon wasn't certain, but he decided to trust the doll. Falling into a fighting stance, he started to summon Azura. Aren't you going to remove your cloak? Talos said, gesturing to Simon's black cloak. It will restrict your motion, and it must be stifling. It was hot, but it didn't bind Simon's movements the way he had once assumed. In response, Simon pulled the hood of his cloak up and summoned Azura. Talos raised an eyebrow at Azura's length. I'm not sure we have room to spar if you're going to use that thing, he said. I'd be afraid to lose my tent. Here, Kai called from his seat on the log. He had his back to them, but he tossed something long and gleaming over his shoulder. Instinctively, Simon banished Azura and snatched the sword from midair. It was a duplicate sword from the armory, like a dragon's fang, only smaller. Much the same size as Talos's blade, in fact. I hope you don't feel this puts you at too much of a disadvantage, Talos said. Oh, Maker, will you shut up and attack me already? Talos stepped forward, thrusting his crimson blade at Simon's chest. Simon slapped the sword away. It flew out of Talos's hand, thudding into the grass. Both Simon and Talos stared at the blade for a moment, while Otoku laughed in Simon's head. 2 out of 3 rounds? Simon asked. Several bystanders had gathered, mostly Avernus travelers, to judge by their buckskin outfits and generous use of feathers, and a few stifled chuckles. One of them even applauded, until a brief glare from the Damascan air made him stop. Talos muttered something about sweat and the heat, while he scooped his blade up and brought it into a ready position. Simon moved forward this time, going through the motions the way he had practiced in the rain garden. He called neither steel nor essence, moving at normal, mortal speed. At first, Talos turned the strikes, and Simon wondered if he was being lulled into a trap. The motions of this fight were too predictable. Talos blocked exactly where he was supposed to block, and attacked where Simon expected him to attack. Otoku didn't even warn him, so obvious were the air's movements. Simon fell into a rhythm, reacting, barely planning. He almost didn't notice when one of his attacks pushed Talos's blade wide, and Simon's return movement pressed the point of his sword against the base of his opponent's throat.
If you're hooked on the first part of the book, don't stop. The continuation is waiting for you in the description.